Chapter 3008. Amidst the massive explosion caused by Gushi, a voice echoed from the depths of the previously tranquil void. Enough. This voice had immense penetrating power, and most importantly, it wasn't carried through the air at all. In a split second, it reached the ears of everyone in the void, even reaching beyond it and beyond. It even reached the Celestials. It was clear that the powerful figures hidden within the void were fully aware of the movements within. At first, it hadn't affected them, and they were unwilling to intervene. But now, things were different. The massive explosion caused by Gushi had caused a tremor throughout the void. This had provoked the powerful figures within the void, making them unhappy, and they naturally blamed the Celestials for this. After all, it was the Celestials who had caused this. After this voice spread, various movements were heard from every corner of the void. Most of these noises were of different colors, with some ripples and other disturbances. After they were transmitted, they spread like dots of paint falling on ink, quickly calming the chaos in the void caused by the explosion. Even the void cleansing initiated by the Celestials was wiped out. Finally, the voice from the depths of the void spoke again. For 3 years, Celestials are forbidden from entering the void, or they will die. With that, the void returned to its original color. If some areas had not been completely obliterated by the Celestials' cleansing, no one would have noticed the changes in the void. Meanwhile, Gushi's pantheon suffered no harm at all. The pantheon was blown away at the very center of the explosion. Although the pantheon could block the storm of fate, preventing even powerful figures like fate from seeing Gushi, the powerful figures in the void were no fools. They could tell where the center of the explosion was. While they couldn't find Gushi, nor could they punish him, they could still calm the chaos within. Thinking of escaping the chaos of the void? Dream on. They didn't intervene, and even exacerbating the chaos was already quite generous. So, Gushi's situation hadn't improved at all. Although the pantheon wasn't being propelled by the meteorite behind it, it was still hurtling through the void at an incredibly fast speed. As for the direction Gushi was heading, he wasn't sure. It was also unclear how long it would take. In any case, whether Gushi could escape the void now depended on fate. Fortunately, Gushi's luck had always been good. After flying through the void for about 7 or 8 hours, Gushi sensed a shift in the storm outside. The previously dark screen was punctuated by colored light, but now, finally, there were other colors. This was a sign that the pantheon was about to be thrown out of the void. Gushi hadn't expected this explosion to bring such benefits. As long as he could escape the void, he could return to his city. Gushi was now excited. He finally didn't have to constantly crouch near the magic box, lest he be thrown out by the pantheon's shockwaves. But at that moment, Gushi felt another explosion behind him. The pantheon, already hurtling toward the void, clearly accelerated again, surging outward. Then Gushi heard a loud bang. It was as if something had crashed hard to the ground. Shirwanshan, who had been dragging Gushi, spat out a mouthful of blood, which landed squarely on Gushi's neck, staining him red. At this moment, the head of the goddesses, floating behind Gushi, turned around, controlled the hand of death, and dragged Gushi out of the pantheon. After escaping the pantheon, Gushi flew horizontally for approximately 300 to 500 kilometers. Only when the subsequent explosions could no longer affect Gushi did the head of the goddesses let him down. After finally landing on the ground, the head of the goddesses immediately looked toward the sound of the explosion. Those powerful figures within the void had no intention of letting Gushi go. As the pantheon was flung through the void, most of the powerful figures capable of independently traversing the void sensed something unusual in that location. Though they couldn't see the pantheon, they could sense the void breaking open and something rushing out. Perhaps these figures were acting out of a desire to kill someone who was not their enemy, or perhaps, unable to find the source of the void explosion and venting their rage, they simultaneously directed their wrath towards that one location. All the attacks emanated from the void and landed where the pantheon had fallen. If it weren't for the quick reaction of the leader of the goddesses, Gushi might still be trapped in the pantheon, being beaten to death. Now, Gushi didn't dare to put the temple of the gods away. The aftermath of the explosion in the distance made Gushi realize how furious those powerful figures were. Any action now would trigger a chain reaction. Gushi might as well hide quietly and wait until the powerful figures had vented their anger. After all, Gushi believed that until they saw a clear target, the Celestials, the ones responsible for this, were the biggest target. The attacks from here might only be 1 or 2 waves, and they would be over after they were dealt with. To leap out and reclaim the temple of the gods now would be to show his hand, to jump right in front of those powerful figures. Although Gushi sometimes acted recklessly, before he did so, he would always consider whether he could withstand certain circumstances, and whether there would be any benefit to such an act. This situation was clearly beyond his reach, so with this time, he might as well focus his attention elsewhere and consider his current position. When the Pantheon flew around, it was so disorienting that she had no idea where it was heading. He also had no idea where he was currently. Just now, his attention had been drawn to the explosion and the subsequent attack, leaving him no time to pay attention to his surroundings. Now, finally at peace, Gushi looked around. How could he describe the surroundings? They looked strange. It was desolate, with a clear aura of life, but prosperous, there was nothing at all. The ground was a strange, dried-up mycelium. The trees were leafless, with only trembling branches remaining. Looking up, Gushi could see that the sun streaking across the sky was actually the compound eye of an insect. As Gushi looked up, its eyes fixed on him. Gushi could even understand what they were saying. Being hunted? Do you want me to save you? I charge you. Chapter 3009. Gushi blinked, trying to take a closer look, only to find that the sun in the sky was still the sun, not the compound eye he had seen before. But in that instant, Gushi understood the current situation. This area must have been unified by someone, and the entity that unified it was most likely an insect queen or something. She was not only changing the environment of the area, but even the stars within it. This discovery suddenly gave Gushi a hunch. Could the Death City have a similar effect? After all, in the later stages of the Death City, it could be used to control the environment and weather. Later, the Death City's enhancements would target the transformation of the entire planet, or even the star region. It seemed he would need to put more effort into the Death City, and keep an eye on Luna. Just as Gushi was thinking about the Death City, he suddenly felt something in his mind, as if something had snapped, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Then Gushi immediately retreated. He thought the powerful beings in the void had discovered his presence, and were attacking and chasing him. As he fled, Gushi released his sacred moonlight, intending to use it to protect himself. Just as Gushi was wondering if he should reclaim the Pantheon first, now that he was being targeted, he suddenly realized that his injuries weren't as severe as he imagined. They weren't even as severe as the aftermath of the attack on the Pantheon nearby. Clearly, this wasn't because the Pantheon's connection with Gushi had been discovered, leading to their subsequent pursuit. There was definitely something fishy going on. Gushi hurriedly checked his condition. For now, he ignored the current situation and first considered how he had sustained his injuries. Gushi's expression darkened considerably after this investigation. It turned out that the damage Gushi had sustained wasn't caused by the Temple of the Gods, but by the Void Ghost City. As the most visible Void City outside the Creation Bridge, it was also a highly targeted location by the Celestials. The Celestials' Void Purge immediately targeted the Void Ghost City. Afterward, Gushi triggered a Void Explosion, and the powerful forces within the Void joined forces to attack, instantly destroying the Void Ghost City. At first, Gushi didn't know about this and didn't feel anything. But when he thought of the Death City, he felt a sense of relief, and the news of the Void Ghost City's destruction automatically continued. This was how Gushi was seriously injured. Luckily, Gushi knew about this, otherwise, if he had truly withdrawn the Temple of the Gods at this moment, the final attack would have been upon him. Gushi probably didn't even have a chance to level up and save his life before he was directly beaten to death by the enraged bosses in the void. What a lucky guy, Gushi patted his chest and thought to himself. Luckily, I didn't move. Now's not the time to act rashly. I better lie low for now. I guess the bosses in the void won't keep targeting this place. The Pantheon will be fine after another day of attacks. After all, the Celestials are the best target. Gushi was right. After about 7 or 8 minutes of fighting, the bosses in the void came down. Without the attacks from the void, the Pantheon appeared before Gushi. At this moment, Gushi could still see the Pantheon. However, the Pantheon was in a less favorable state. The Pantheon, which had already expanded somewhat, was shattered by this wave of attacks. The Pantheon, which had previously grown larger due to the addition of Shirwanshan and the 3 generations of goddesses from Master Cece's family, had now returned to its original size. Shirwanshan was still alive, lying in wait within the Pantheon, but from the looks of it, he was likely seriously injured. Gushi felt a little distressed by the damage to the Pantheon. But he was even more worried about his Pantheon abilities being noticed by those in the void. You have to know that the Pantheon's greatest strength is its ability to hide within the void, making it invisible to anyone. What if the powerful figures in the void noticed the Pantheon's situation and, once it appeared within the void, one of them took offense and attacked? The previous attack showed that the Pantheon would also be vulnerable. At the very least, it would still be affected by area of effect attacks. The Pantheon's current state of devastation proves that it's not omnipotent. Looks like I need to find time to upgrade the Pantheon. Gushi sighed inwardly, but soon his gaze fell on the magic box within the Pantheon. After surviving the Void's chaotic flight, the Pantheon's sudden impact, and the Void boss's relentless bombardment, the magic box finally rested firmly in the very center of Gushi's Pantheon. I didn't even know when the lid had been closed. It seemed as if nothing within had been left out. That was good. This was Gushi's greatest reward from his trip to the Void to search for the treasure of the God of Fire and Blacksmiths. If the magic box had been lost, or if the contents had been lost, Gushi would have truly cried. In that case, not only would Gushi have made a wasted trip, but he would have also been beaten. That would have been a terrible loss. Thinking of this, Gushi truly wanted to reclaim the Temple of the Gods right now, take out Pandora's box from within, and see what he had reaped. Only in this way could he make up for his losses. But Gushi didn't dare move. The attacks from the Void had ceased, but who knew if any of Lao Lu's Void bosses were still watching. Gushi had to wait a little longer, making sure everything was clear. Luckily, Gushi wasn't the type to stay put and do nothing. By not reclaiming the Temple of the Gods for now, Gushi could contact his subordinates. He checked the time, closed his eyes, and contacted Lingxi directly. Upon seeing Lingxi, she nervously said, "Sir, you finally replied? You have no idea how worried we were when we couldn't contact you." "I'm fine. I was just thrown out of the Void, and I don't know where I am now." "What's the situation at the Creation Bridge now?" Gushi immediately comforted Lingxi, then asked her in detail about his concerns. The Genesis Bridge has been reconnected, and Mary can now communicate normally. However, the Celestial Tribe is in chaos right now, and news has been slow to arrive. Suwanyu hasn't received any corresponding information either, so we're not sure if the Celestial Tribe will take any further action. Mary told us to prepare for battle. As for Beili, no unusual activity has been detected, even in the nearby territories. The situation is currently favorable for us. Chapter 30:10. Hearing Lynx's words, Gushi finally breathed a sigh of relief. When the Void was in trouble, Gushi was most worried about the situation at the Creation Bridge. At the time, Gushi was hiding in the Temple of the Gods, unable to leave or communicate with the outside world, and had no idea how far the situation outside was progressing. He was afraid that in his absence, and before the other red dress were in place, the Creation Bridge would be destroyed or looted by the Celestials. Now, after hearing this news, Gushi finally felt a little more at ease. Gushi sat down on the ground, wanting to laugh but not knowing what to laugh at. Just then, Gushi heard a rustling sound nearby. Gushi didn't even turn his head, but the head of the goddesses behind him shifted slightly, allowing him to see what was happening behind him. Behind Gushi, an ant nest had appeared at some point, growing steadily taller. A large number of normal-sized green ants were pouring out of the nest. This situation reminded Gushi of the strange vision he had experienced when he had seen the sun in this location. He stood up quickly, even lifting himself some distance off the ground. He gripped his magic wand tightly in his hand, the gates of the Death City behind him flickering and appearing, ready to deploy his troops at any moment. "Don't be nervous. I mean no harm." The green ants didn't approach or attack Gushi. Instead, they formed a circle about 800 or 900 meters away. The ants climbed over each other, eventually forming a green humanoid shape. It was clear that the owner of this territory was using this method to appear before Gushi. Gushi also landed on the ground and saluted. "I'm sorry to have stumbled upon you and disturbed your peaceful life." "It's all right. I haven't encountered an outsider like you in ages. Would you mind sitting down and having a drink?" The green figure took a few steps forward, and Gushi noticed that, in those few steps, it had become increasingly humanoid, its facial features becoming more and more realistic. But that wasn't what caught Gushi's attention. He noticed a pair of angel wing-like capes on the back of the green figure. The capes appeared rather abruptly, clearly different from the green figures. With Gushi's experience, he could immediately tell what was going on. Red outfit. At that moment, the green figure had already reached a distance of about 100 meters in front of Gushi. For a high-level player, this range was already sufficient for a full-strength attack. Seeing Gushi grasp the magic wand, the green figure finally stopped, just outside Gushi's range. "Stranger, we're not enemies. My name is Ilya. Perhaps we could have a proper conversation. What do you want to discuss?" Although Gushi spoke, he stared warily at the figure before him. Anyone who dares not even reveal their true face is untrustworthy. However, Gushi also understood that he was now on the enemy's territory, and he had to give them some respect. "It's not a difficult matter. I've been trapped in this area for years, and it's rare for someone to enter. And since I see you can leave freely, I was wondering if you could help me get something out. Trapped? Isn't it hard to get out? Gushi glanced around. It's not that it's hard to get out, it's just that I'm being restrained, and I can't leave, Ilya said somewhat helplessly. Gushi recalled the moment he had just arrived, when heaven and earth had become one, and he had a rough idea of what was going on. The person before him wasn't necessarily being restrained, but rather her body had been fused with this world, becoming its core. If she left, it would collapse. And once it collapsed, Ilya herself would die. It was under these circumstances that she was trapped. The claim of being restrained was merely a lie. But since the other party had said that, Gushi didn't point it out. Instead, he said, "What do you want me to send out for you? And where do you want it to go?" Ilya was somewhat surprised to hear Gushi was willing to help. Over the years, Gushi wasn't the only player who had accidentally entered her territory. But after hearing Ilya's request, no one was willing to help her. Most people simply refused when Ilya made her request. A few, after hearing Ilya's request, considered it briefly and didn't follow up. Gushi was the only one who was willing to seriously inquire about the delivery and where it was going. "Why, you can't tell me." "Oh, of course not." Ilya didn't want Gushi to just run away, so she quickly explained, "I don't know how to explain the location of the delivery to you." "That's fine. If you have a map, give me the map. If you don't have a map, tell me the coordinates. If that doesn't work, a detailed description will do. However, without a map and coordinates, my chances of delivering it accurately are much lower." "Ah, I have a map and coordinates. I give them to you now." Ilya's body immediately disintegrated. Seeing this, Gushi was also somewhat puzzled. This personality doesn't seem like a being of exceptional strength. How had she survived all these years in such a haunted place? While Gushi was still puzzled, the scattered green ants reassembled. Although the green figure remained the same, Gushi had a feeling that Ilya's aura was different. "Here's the map, and here's the item. Help me deliver it, and I guarantee you a chance to survive." As he spoke, a scroll made of butterfly wings, and a fist-sized piece of amber appeared in the green figure's hands. Gushi didn't go up to take the two items, but instead asked, "Aren't you Ilya?" "You can call me Ilya. We're all one, so it doesn't matter who comes out. This is what we're delivering. Here's the map. I explained the situation over there. After you deliver the items, don't worry about anything else and just leave." Ilya didn't even glance at Gushi, simply unfolding the map. Gushi could tell at a glance that the map was clearly freshly drawn. The blood stains hadn't yet completely dried. "I explain it once, and you must remember it clearly. Do you see this dot? It's crucial. This city is called Sural City, and it's also our location. Head south from Sural City. If you don't see this, you see the 3,000-kilometer mark. There are 7 3,000-kilometer marks in total. Then, turn east, and you see a river." Chapter 30:11. After detailing the address for the delivery, the ants on Ilya's body scattered, all falling to the ground. When they regrouped, Ilya's aura shifted again. If the original Ilya had the aura of someone easy to talk to and warming hearts, then the previous Ilya had the aura of a methodical person. Then this person clearly gave Gushi the impression that, "I like money, and I know how to spend it. I could sell you out, and you're still so obedient as to help me count the money." With this shift in aura, Gushi knew that, after the path had been laid, the time had come to negotiate the benefits. As for why this person was sent out, it was likely similar to the situation Gushi was dealing with. Professionals should handle their own matters, and Catherine would handle the accounting. As expected, as soon as the aura shifted, Ilya, whose name was unknown, spoke. "Please rest assured, sir. We understand the journey is long and arduous, and we won't let you go in vain. We can provide you with some small assistance. For example, red materials, food ingredients, some cultivation techniques, research materials, or even some information. By the way, we also have the ability to modify the attributes of red equipment. If you trust us, we can help you modify the attributes and path of your red equipment." At first, Gushi listened to the offer. Are these expensive? Of course they are. But are they necessary for Gushi? No. With Gushi's luck, he could obtain these things too. There's really no need to run around to earn this income. However, the ability to modify the attributes and paths of red equipment finally intrigued Gushi. After all, as more and more red equipment became available, the situation of inconsistent attributes became apparent. Some attributes and paths needed to be adjusted. Previously, Gushi had never found the right opportunity or method, but now he had it. Gushi smiled and said, "Ilya, I think you noticed I'm not some white-knuckle cannon fodder with only a red outfit. I can certainly traverse the void. In the void, there's no shortage of materials, it only takes a little time to gather them. And delivering this to you involves traveling south and east, and delivering it to the designated location according to the map you provided. You should understand how much time this will take. So you want more money? Ilya said bluntly. More money is fine. As long as you're willing to pay, I pay whatever you want. No, I'm not asking for more money. I'm just telling you I'm in a hurry. My original plan was to be out for 3 days, but things have turned sour. If nothing else appeals to me, I might need to take my time with your situation. Gushi spoke calmly. He could see that Ilya's eyes had changed as he spoke. It was clear Ilya was getting excited. She was preparing to refute Gushi's words from every angle, attacking his proposed price. But Gushi didn't care. He was telling the truth. Gushi still had a lot of things to do. He had squeezed out 3 days to find the treasure of the god of fire and craftsmanship. And so, he encountered this in the void. Based on the time Gushi left, 2 days had already passed. The location Ilya and the others mentioned was quite far away, requiring them to start from some city called Surul. From Ilya's tone when he mentioned this city, it sounded as if it were world famous and would exist forever. In reality, Gushi had never even heard of it. It could be said that if he hadn't found the city, the gift Ilya had given him would never have been delivered. As for Gushi's willingness to spend some time making this special trip, Gushi wasn't unwilling. But with the items before him, it was simply impossible for him to put down his current tasks and make this special trip. Even if Gushi managed to get the items out, he had to finish his own work first. As for when to deliver the items, that depended on Gushi's mood and memory. If he forgot, even if he became an ancient god, he might not be able to deliver the items. And Ilya had no idea what Gushi was thinking. In her eyes, Gushi simply felt that the items she offered him were unattractive to him. This actually makes perfect sense. Who would just throw their hat in the ring when selling something? How slow? 3 days? 5 days? That might take years. Gushi said calmly. Ilya's face contorted. Maybe we didn't offer enough benefits, so you think that way. It's okay. Everyone has to set their own boundaries. If you didn't like the things I mentioned before, then this is for you. What do you think? Elijah smiled and pointed at the ground, and a swarm of green ants carried something. Gushi was about to say, even if you give me the red suit now, I can't get it to the designated location in such a short time. But when Gushi saw the item, his expression changed. He then looked at Elijah. Are you sure you want to trade this? What? You don't want it? As soon as Elijah saw Gushi's reaction, he knew he had him. Yes, of course I wouldn't. How many do you have left? If it weren't for some unresolved issues, Gushi would have wanted to pick it up directly. This item was no ordinary red material, or red road reinforcement material. It was a very ancient key. Normally, giving someone a key without specifying what door it opened was extremely annoying. But the problem was that when this key was handed out, Gushi actually recognized it. This was the key to the second act of the Hell chapter. This key is obtained by obtaining a chapter from the first act of the Underworld Splendor, completing the map by defeating the Huangquan Necromancer, and finally completing the map. Gushi possessed 2 chapters from the first act, but his progress in defeating them was minimal. Gushi had been putting off this matter, hoping to return to the Underworld Splendor after reaching level 60. He hadn't expected to encounter an Act 2 key here. How many are there? Seeing Gushi's expression, Ilya said, take another good look. Gushi took a closer look and discovered that the key had transformed into a finger bone encased in a chitinous exoskeleton. Universal alloy, red, item version transforms into the user's most desired red item. Chapter 3012. Looking at the information before him, Gushi couldn't help but sigh inwardly. It's true that the fewer words, the bigger the event. This item is clearly the perfect material for completing certain red equipment quests. Just look at how it transformed into the key to the second act of the Underworld Splendor. It's clear how useful this item is. It's fair to say that if Gushi could gather 18 pieces of this universal alloy, he could simply ignore the Wanling clan necromancers who were collecting the Underworld Splendor and head straight to the third act of the Underworld Splendor to unlock the Underworld's final legacy, erase the Underworld's chance of resurrection, and claim its name. Even if there weren't 18 pieces, just 1 or 2 could save Gushi a lot of time at certain times. He glanced up at Ilya. Not enough. At this moment, Ilya, assuming Gushi wasn't interested, raised the price. 3 at most. Gushi, having just said it wasn't enough, thought to himself, this thing is mass-produced? Could it be these insects or a specialty of this region? Gushi decisively said, at least 5. Ilya knew he was wrong the moment he heard it. He's spoken too soon. That won't do. We only have 3. Take it or leave. Give me 5, and I leave right away. I do it right now. Everything will be done for you within a day. Gu Shi, taking one look at Ilya's expression, knew it wasn't that he couldn't provide 5, but rather that he was trying to haggle. Thinking he had the key to his opponent's success, he raised his offer without hesitation. If his initial offer hadn't been so low, Gu Shi would have considered asking directly for 7 or 10 pieces of the universal alloy. You're dreaming. 5 pieces. Do you know what that means? Most red equipment quests don't require 5 red items. 5 pieces of universal alloy mean that as long as you activate the red equipment quest, you can complete it directly. If I really agree to your price, I might as well just give you the red equipment. That's my bottom line. If you offer any other price, I can only guarantee the delivery, not the time. Gu Shi said seriously, grasping this key point. He still had a day. As long as he found that city, the rest of the way could be covered in a day, with the speed of the evil coffin, or if that didn't work, with the help of the dimensional gate. At most, Gu Shi would waste a little more time. Once he was done, he could open the city gate and return to the city at any time. There was no need to worry about the difficulty of the return journey here. For these bugs, time was probably of the essence. It's not that much. Forget it. Universal alloy doesn't just come out of nowhere. As soon as he said this, Gu Shi's eyes lit up. He said something similar before, and he knew exactly what this slip of the tongue meant. It meant that these multi-purpose alloys weren't just accidentally obtained by these insects, but that they had a method for producing them. Even if the yield was pitifully low, they still had the method. At this thought, Gu Shi's eyes lit up. Since you said that, I can compromise a bit. You see, while my coming here was an accident, it also proves that we're destined to meet. I consider it a friendship. For pieces plus a trade partnership. That's right, Gu Shi wanted to trade with these bugs. If the universal alloy could be obtained, then so be it. If not, Gu Shi believed these bugs must have a large number of corpses, which he could use. As for the bugs eating the meat, leaving no corpses behind, that's impossible. Even if there were no corpses, there would always be bones and other things. These bones could also be useful to Gu Shi. Gu Shi's change of heart left Elijah somewhat confused. She wanted to agree with Gu Shi, but she felt something was not right. Seeing this, Gu Shi decisively declared, "It's settled. Give me 4 units of universal alloy, and I send someone to discuss your trading partners. By the way, I have a question. Is that city called Surul famous? Why did you use Surul as a coordinate point?" Ilya said, somewhat surprised, "You don't know Surul?" "Yes," Gu Shi said confidently, "I haven't heard of it." "Where is it?" Ilya considered dispersing his body and replacing it with someone else, but he figured the other personalities weren't good at business deals. If Gu Shi made any further demands at this point, things would be bleak. Just as Ilya was struggling, another group of green ants rushed out from nearby. They formed new bodies in front of Gu Shi and snatched away the angel wing-like cape. "Let's talk about Surul." Ilya, known for his decisiveness, appeared. Gu Shi then dismissed the politeness and engaged in conversation. Gu Shi soon understood the situation. Gu Shi's current location was deep within the game, but it was far from East District 2, where he was located. According to the division agreed upon by the bosses, this would be West District 19. Surreal City was a relatively unique area deep within the game. While the normal division was east-west, the area where Surreal City was located was north-south, making it a branch location. This area was also deep within the game, but the entrance was Surreal City. After entering, Surreal City was located directly north of this area, at the North Pole. After exiting, there were only 3 directions, east, west, and east. That was why Elijah said to first find Surreal City, and then proceed accordingly. Surreal City was not located in West District 19, where they were currently. If they had to count, Surreal City was in West District 16. If Gu Shi wanted to get there, he would first have to go to West 16th District, and then find Surreal City. However, there was one good thing. There were corresponding coordinates in West 16th District. Anyone proficient in teleportation or possessing teleportation abilities could use these coordinates to reach West 16th District. Surreal City was a relatively well-known city in West 16th District. Because it connected to a branch of the Southern District, it was always there. All he had to do was ask around in West 16th District. So, if Gu Shi set out now, it would take more than a day to find Surreal City after arriving in West 16th District. After entering Surreal City and transferring to the Southern District, perhaps another day. Finally, finding the location the bugs had mentioned would take about another day. All in all, the journey would take about 3 days. Chapter 3013. Time is tight, but it's enough. Gushi secretly calculated the time. Traveling quickly wasn't a problem, but we couldn't delay any longer. Realizing this, Gushi immediately said, "It's settled. We start from your location. West District 16 is closer, so I won't be going back yet. But you give me 2 pieces of universal alloy as a deposit. After the deal is done, you can pay the other 2. Also, I leave a city gate down. After I leave, someone will come to discuss trade with you. About that, you were the one who transformed into the sun earlier, right? The one who asked for more money." Gushi turned to look at Elijah, who was negotiating with him. "That's not me. I love money, but in my mind, money earned must be spent. That girl is a dragon. Once she gets the money, she can't spend it. But she's the kind of person who do the work for money. She usually works as a mercenary, like a workhorse." Gushi understood immediately. No wonder. Acting as the sun in the sky, that's something no ordinary person could accomplish. At least, Gushi himself believed he couldn't do it. Even if he had the ability, he wouldn't spend every day in the sky. But this person kept doing it, which clearly showed how well paid she was. Gushi wasn't overly concerned about this situation. In Gushi's mind, what kind of people these Ilias were, and what their personalities would be like later, was of no concern to him. What he valued was actually the universal alloy. Previously, as part of a demonstration, the universal alloy had specifically shown Gushi the key to the second act of the Hell's Splendor. That's the red item Gushi currently possesses, a clue to the source, yet incredibly difficult to obtain. The point of showing Gushi this item was to show him that he could even obtain items of this difficulty, not to mention the more common items. But neither Ilya nor anyone else had anticipated that Gushi truly desired the key to the Hell's Splendor. Gushi's current enthusiasm was precisely to lay the groundwork and secure the key to the Hell's Splendor. 18 keys are difficult to obtain, but 18 pieces of the universal alloy might be possible with a little effort. The name of the hell would then belong to Gushi. Gushi's priority now was the situation in this area. These bugs can't leave, right? Aren't they trying to deliver a message? Then Gushi would help deliver the message. After raising their favorability, he would then purchase all the universal alloy. I see, but she seems quite sensitive to the situation within the void. Could you let her take a look to see if the void is still watching the spot where I landed? Gushi pointed to the location of the Temple of the Gods. Gushi's Temple of the Gods was still lying there. But only Gushi could see it, no one else could. Ilya thought Gushi was worried about the void's reaction. So she said, "Don't worry. We're trapped here, unable to leave, because of this void barrier. The previous pursuit attack was caused by a hole in the void barrier, but during our communication just now, the hole was patched, and communication from the outer void is impossible." Hearing this, Gushi had a thought. "You can't use methods like teleportation here, right? Was your earlier claim about not having strong spatial abilities just an excuse?" "It's not an excuse. We don't have the ability to locate and move through space." "Okay, as long as it doesn't affect my return." Gushi spoke as he opened the city gate behind him and took a few steps toward the Pantheon. The Pantheon had now been retracted by the head of the goddesses. As the Pantheon was retracted, Gushi could sense its current state. The Pantheon had almost returned to its original size. Sure, Houchin was still alive, but recovering. When Gushi summoned the Pantheon again, it would still appear in the void, but the stone path leading into it was gone. Gushi could only enter through teleportation or other means. Also, the Pantheon's temporary movement within the void had ceased. The Pantheon, released again, remained fixed in the void at the location Gushi had initially released it. Gushi would eventually exit the Pantheon from the same location he had entered. To strengthen the Pantheon, Gushi needed to repopulate it with various goddesses. What a pity, Gushi muttered, ultimately not entering the Pantheon. After all, this wasn't his territory, so Gushi had no intention of entering directly. Gushi planned to leave this place, and then re-enter the Pantheon to retrieve the already opened magic box. At this moment, Ilya had already delivered another piece of universal metal. Gushi first put away the 2 pieces of universal metal before picking up the amber he was about to send. "We agreed that this just needs to be delivered to the designated location, right?" "Yes, as long as you deliver it." Ilya nodded at Gushi. Just then, Catherine emerged from the city gate behind Gushi. "Catherine, I leave this to you. Find a way to establish a trading partnership with them." Catherine immediately understood what Gushi wanted and turned to look at him. Gushi calmly moved the universal metal in his hand. Catherine understood Gushi's gesture instantly. So, Catherine nodded at Gushi and walked towards Ilya. At that moment, Gushi raised his hand, and the red thread of the underworld activated. In the next instant, Gushi returned to his own underworld. However, upon returning to Arida's city, Gushi noticed that the amber he was holding was actually heating up. It seemed that once this object was taken out of the insect's territory, it would be affected by the outside world. Gushi immediately threw the 2 pieces of universal alloy to the ground. Luna, help me put this thing away. I need to go out for a while. Then the underworld red line began to lock onto the coordinates of the West 16th district given by Ilya. After locking onto these coordinates, Gushi immediately activated the underworld red line. This time, the underworld red line's speed was noticeably slower. He could sense that the time it took to return from the insects last time was roughly the same as the time it took Gushi to jump from the real world to Chengxi Mountain. But this time, the jump took about 20 times longer. Because of this longer time, Gushi noticed something. Otherwise, the underworld red line's transitions were always instantaneous, and Gushi couldn't even sense the difference between a second and half a second. Chapter 30:14. Deep in the game, in West District 16, Gushi walked forward at an odd pace, as if squeezed out of oil and water. After 2 steps, Gushi finally stabilized on the ground of West District 16. This West District 16 was not much different from other areas deep in the game, vast and sparsely populated, with a patchwork of environments. Gushi was somewhat curious about this situation. Every time he ventured into the depths of the game, he pondered the question, how did this deep place appear, and how is it different from the real world? But Gushi always found no answer. This time was no different. Gushi glanced at the environment of West District 16 and stopped looking. He released the Pantheon and walked in. The reason he had come to West District 16 to reopen the Pantheon was because he was still worried about being watched by the powerful figures in the void. What if those powerful figures were still waiting for the Pantheon to appear? Gushi had witnessed the attacks of those powerful figures before, and they were no less powerful than his own magic staff. Any more arrivals would affect his own city, Aridov. Gushi might as well have just come directly to West District 16. It wasn't his territory anyway, so even if something did happen, Gushi wouldn't regret it if it got damaged. After entering the Pantheon, Gushi felt more directly the damage it had suffered. At this point, Gushi also understood that the Pantheon wasn't omnipotent, especially for someone like him who hadn't done anything to improve it. To have achieved this result was already quite good. Walking over to Shirhaochen, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground, Gushi reached out and touched her forehead. He found that although she looked weak, she was still alive. Alive was good. At least in the Pantheon, she would recover much faster. After confirming Shirhaochen's condition, Gushi returned his attention to the magic box. Gushi had eliminated the greatest danger within the magic box, and the remaining items were all good. Opening the magic box again, the first item Gushi pulled out was the guaranteed red equipment. When he received this red equipment, Gushi finally breathed a sigh of relief. After going through so much trouble and suffering so much loss, hadn't Gushi come all this way just for a few red equipment? The red tools of the god of fire and craftsmanship were gone. If this red equipment was also lost, Gushi would be at a real loss. After receiving the red suit, Gushi finally checked its stats. Since red suits are inherently random, Gushi wasn't sure if this one would suit his taste. Gushi was stunned by this glance. Has his luck finally improved after such a long period of bad luck? As Gushi pondered this, the death primordial hand behind him wanted to put down the 9-dragon cannon and reach for what looked like a pure gold trident. You receive the Great Wave Battering Dagger, red, the Great Wave Battering Dagger, red, a standard red suit, siege weapon, modeled after the Poseidon Trident, unbound, when equipped, gain protection from the sea, negating all water attribute attacks and magic, equivalent to the red suit, attacks. Equipment requirements, complete the bind quest. Special Route 1, Beast Torrent, an active attack skill. This route generates a torrent of water, which transforms into countless beasts and attacks enemy walls, gates, or other defensive structures. Route Skills 1, Galloping Horses, Giant Whale Charge, Giant Dragon Descends, 10,000 Beasts Assault. Special Route 2, High Pressure, a passive skill. This route infinitely enhances the power of siege weapons. As long as there are siege weapons or siege-like weapons nearby, all siege weapons will be enhanced by the sea water pressure, increasing their power in all aspects. Route Skills 2, High Pressure Collision, Tsunami Breaks the City, Pressure Field, Seawater Strangulation. Special Route 3, Massive Wave, a water and undead attributed route. This route uses water and undead attributed spells to devour any enemies or cities that stand in its way, submerging them forever. Route Technique 3, Sunken City, Sky Swallowing Whirlpool, Massive Waves, Land Breaking Flood. Special Route 4, Forbidden Sea, a territory-type route. This route generates a vast ocean. All allies within it are blessed with the power of the ocean, especially siege weapons, whose power is doubled or tripled. Route Technique 4. Strengthening Sea, Restoring Sea, Transforming Sea, Armor-Breaking Sea. Special 1. After binding equipment, you can choose one of the 4 routes to protect it. If someone attempts to forcibly unbind or kill the bound person, the route's most powerful technique will be automatically unleashed. Special 2. After binding equipment, you can choose one of the 4 routes as your primary battle route. This route's power is increased by 150% compared to other routes. Special 3. After binding the equipment, you can choose one of 4 routes to activate a combat aura, and you can unlock 3 additional combat auras through upgrades and other means. Special 4. After binding the equipment, you can allocate the number of uses for a particular route and lend it to other players or subordinates. Dual Red Equipment Resonance, None. Description 1. This red equipment is created using the Poseidon Trident as a template. Guess which route is unique to the Poseidon Trident? Description 2. Although it's a replica, a red equipment piece is still a red equipment piece. Just because it's not a complete replica doesn't mean you shouldn't acknowledge its true red color. Description 3. If you can control the sea, you can control everything. As soon as Gushi saw the giant wave-breaking cone before him, he knew it was a siege weapon. It might not be as powerful as the magic staff Gushi was holding, but it would definitely be useful in siege battles. Especially in the Sea High Pressure and Forbidden Sea, both of which are campaign-oriented routes. Even if it's not used in siege battles, this red equipment piece can still be used in other battlefields. Therefore, Gushi immediately suppressed the thought of using the primordial hand of death to obtain the red armor. Gushi understood that he couldn't possibly be on the front lines of the battlefield. At least, for the time being, he couldn't always be there. This red armor, clearly a siege weapon, wasn't the most appropriate for Gushi to hold. It would have been somewhat wasteful. Of course, the most important point here was that the Hand of Death was still only orange equipment, not yet red. Even if Gushi wanted to obtain the Great Wave Battering Rim, his Hand of Death wouldn't be able to do so. He would have to go and obtain it himself. But now that Gushi had the enchanted wand as his primary weapon, he would have to unbind it to equip the Great Wave Battering Rim. Gushi wasn't stupid. He naturally wouldn't make such a choice. Chapter 30:15. Forget it. I go back and ask Wei-Hu if he wants this item. Gushi thought for a moment and made a decisive decision. The wave battering cone sounds like a siege weapon, but it's styled after the Poseidon Trident, so even an ordinary person can handle it. It's not like something like a catapult, which looks enormous. Give it to Wei-Hu and let him use it as a main battle weapon. After all, besides his talent for friendship, Wei-Hu is quite skilled in both field combat and siege warfare. At least when Wei-Hu attacks, Gushi can trust him. This aspect surpasses many of Gushi's subordinates. As for Gushi's own pair of death hands, it's not time to get the red equipment yet. He wait until his death hands reach the red level. At the moment, his death hands can't lift this item. Besides the wave battering cone, there are some other goodies inside. Gushi rummaged through the magic box and pulled out 7 pieces of red quality materials, including 4 red quality metal ingots. This should be the personal treasure of the god of fire and craftsman. A red substance, similar in quality to mercury, was discovered when Gushi picked it up. It was called demonized blood essence. It was considered a type of blood essence, but compared to the blood essence Gushi had previously obtained, which was close to that of an ancient god, this substance was still of lower quality. At the very least, this blood essence had lost its vitality and lacked the potential for spirituality. In contrast, this blood essence could allow an undead to directly open a red path, transforming them into a mythical level unit. This item was quite useful to Gushi, as it didn't specify whether it was only for soldiers. After Gushi learned that Chutro possessed a natural red path, he understood that contracted undead and epic undead could also master the red path. Not only would their red path not conflict with their own growth, but it would actually resonate with red equipment. At that point, 1 piece of red equipment plus 1 path would resonate, and the power would be no less than that of 2 pieces of red equipment resonating together. Good stuff, put it away first. Gushi quickly collected the demonized blood essence. In addition, there was a red quality gem and a red quality crystal. These were the best materials for crafting red equipment. But compared to the demonized blood essence, they were less attractive. In addition to the 7 red materials, Gushi also produced 16 red path enhancement materials. Compared to the red materials, these red path enhancement materials were more diverse, encompassing various paths. The most common red path enhancement materials were lightning and ocean related, with sunlight, moon, and tree red path enhancement materials also available. Of the 16 red road strengthening materials, only 2 related to the moon and moonlight were useful to Gushi. The rest were useless. But Gushi wasn't at a loss. He couldn't use these materials himself, so he could trade them with others. Other Red Suit players would undoubtedly want these road strengthening materials. You have to know that strengthening the Red Suit road is the foundation of a Red Suit player's growth. Gushi casually tossed a moonlike stone and a streak of silver moonlight into the head of the goddesses behind him. The head of the goddesses shifted slightly, and the sacred moonlight, already reaching the level of a dedicated path, shifted slightly again, heading in another direction. However, Gushi paid no attention to this. After gathering the remaining materials, he glanced at the last item in the magic box. Inside the magic box, there was still a large amount of void spirit crystals. The total amount wasn't as much as the magic box initially claiming to be over 100 years old. There were at least 1,000 years of void spirit crystals in stock. However, most of these void spirit crystals were a fire attribute, clearly valuable treasures left to him by the god of fire and craftsmanship. But upon seeing these things, Gushi couldn't help but shake his head. Wasn't there something missing? The previous items had clearly been several times more, so why was there no void spirit crystals at all? Gushi could even take out this amount of void spirit crystals himself. Wasn't this too little? Just as Gushi was complaining about this, he suddenly noticed that there seemed to be a compartment at the very bottom of the magic box. Gushi hesitated for a moment, then with a flick of his finger, his wind-breaking hand lifted the lid of the interior layer. Gushi was visibly stunned when he saw what lay beneath the lid. Seeing this, Gushi couldn't help but exclaim, "What a trick the god of fire and craftsman has played!" It turned out that beneath the lid was a living puppet. Yes, a puppet. Gushi had once completed a puppet mission himself and received a contract puppet jade. Gushi had a very good understanding of puppets. The puppet before him was clearly a notch higher in quality than Gushi's contract puppet jade. It was a red quality item. Most importantly, it still bore the aura of the goddess that Gushi had suspected. Although it was quite faint, it was definitely there. It was clearly a private creation of the god of fire and craftsman. As for why Gushi was so certain, it was entirely because the doll bore an 80% resemblance to the goddess of beauty. In other words, after the god of fire and craftsman separated from the goddess of beauty, or perhaps when he lacked the goddess's approval, he would create dolls and other such things for his own enjoyment. No wonder the goddess of beauty looked down on the god of fire and craftsman. No one would admire such a hobby. Gushi pondered as he carried out the doll, folded to the size of half a box. Pandora doll, red, imitation a regular doll modeled after the super doll Pandora, crafted by the gods. It possesses some power granted by the gods. Upon activation, it grants 4 random red paths. Another imitation. Gushi couldn't help but shake his head. This god of fire and craftsman wasn't any good. Nothing he made was original. Everything he made was just an imitation. He understood the blacksmith, but forget about the god of craftsmanship. Gushi didn't actually know some of the stories behind this. It's true that the god of fire and craftsmanship's creations were imitations in some respects, but when it came to dealing with the god of beauty, he was quite cunning. That's why the god of beauty preferred to reveal the treasures of the god of fire and craftsmanship to Gushi. The god of beauty wanted to ensure that the god of fire and craftsmanship gained nothing. Chapter 30:16. Placing the Pandora puppet on the floor of the Pantheon, Gushi reached out and retrieved its head. Cupping the puppet's head in his hands, Gushi could confirm the god of fire and craftsmanship's intentions. Gushi was quite familiar with this face. It resembled the goddess of beauty to a certain degree, even some parts were an enhanced version of her. However, the god of fire and craftsmanship didn't understand beauty. They had only altered some of the facial features, but there was no overall integration or added aura. Overall, the puppet looked less beautiful than the goddess of beauty. But this was fine. It was a free gift, after all. Gushi thought as he returned the Pandora puppet's head to its original position. Just as Gushi placed the head down, the Pandora puppet unexpectedly reassembled itself. At the same time, a prompt popped up in front of Gushi. Activate Pandora puppet, red. Please select the puppet type, combat, lifestyle, or work style. Gushi was visibly stunned by this prompt. He could understand the combat type. It meant letting the puppet fight, just like his contracted puppet, Yu, which could be released into battle. As for the lifestyle and work types, Gushi was less certain. Is the lifestyle type cleaning like Linksy? Is the work type researching like Eve? There was no one to ask right now. If someone could, Gushi could make a quick decision. For now, Gushi was somewhat tempted to keep the puppet until he could inquire with the goddess of beauty. But just as he was about to return the Pandora puppet to the magic box, he noticed some information about Pandora written on the bottom. The 3 types of Pandora puppets are explained in detail here, focusing on the focus of the random red roof paths. For example, the combat type will have 4 attack focus paths. The work type will have 4 support focus paths, and the life type will have 4 special paths. The choice depends on individual needs. There's another point to note. The Pandora puppet and Pandora's box are only a complete unit when combined. Without one, it's a semi-finished product, usable only as a puppet. Clearly, when the two are combined, the resulting combination is no longer a puppet. At this thought, Gushi's eyes lit up. Luckily, the box was still there, and fortunately, he had discovered this, otherwise, Gushi would have found a place to dispose of it. Now things are different. Gushi looked at the instructions before him, and no longer considered putting the Pandora puppet away. Instead, he thought carefully and chose the combat type as his path. It's not that the lifestyle and work types are bad, but Gushi needs 1 or 2 combat-ready red-clad minions right now. Not to mention the Pandora puppet before him, once activated, it can be used as a red-clad, and a red-clad one capable of combat itself. Its status would definitely be higher than the red-clad guards at the Corpse Mountain War God statue. As for lifestyle and work types, Gushi hadn't really considered them. At least, in Gushi's mind, this puppet couldn't possibly wield a hammer and become a blacksmith. If it didn't have that kind of skill, it would be better to keep it for combat. Having made his choice, Gushi didn't hesitate any longer. The Pandora puppet took flight right before his eyes. All the puppet's parts reassembled themselves, automatically adjusting their height and other aspects. Soon, the puppet was complete, transformed into a normal humanoid form. Then, the relatively large magic box before her quickly shrank and flew into the puppet's hands. As the magic box ascended, all the puppet's details vanished, even its skin becoming rosy. Giving it the appearance of a living being, the magic box in her hands also contained various clothing and decorations, which were quickly applied to the puppet. With each piece, the puppet's aura grew stronger. After everything settled, Shirhouchen, who was sitting nearby, suddenly opened his eyes. So powerful. At this moment, Gushi ignored Shirhouchen's words and simply stared at the Pandora puppet before him. Name, unnamed, red, Pandora doll, species, mud and water hybrid doll. Level 40, 0/4, 000, talent, divine blessing, blessed and protected by the gods, stats, health, 6690/6690, magic, 7140/7140, attributes, strength 50.6, agility 59.7, constitution 66.9, intelligence 71.4, perception 68.7, charisma 92.6. Skills, diplomacy 28, tactics 36, strategy 27, offense 38, magic 32, eagle eye 28, earth magic 28, etc. Special Route 1, Sun Chariot, active skill. This route summons a flaming chariot pulled by 2 horses. It travels through the sky, the void, and other locations at a speed of 30 km per second. Charges can also be launched using the Sun Battle Formation. Route skills, Sun Charge, Sun/Sky Drop. Special Route 2, Spear of War, active skill. This path summons a special spear. The spear's quality is ungraded, but in combat, it will always be 1 grade stronger than the opponent's, up to a powerful red item. Route skills, Endless Spear Throwing, Spear Destruction, Multi-Spear Combo, Spear of War. Special Route 3, Body of the God of War, passive skill. This path strengthens the puppet's body, granting it significant improvements in tactics, offense, defense, and magic-breaking abilities. Route skills, Infinite Stamina, Life Regeneration, Extraordinary Experience, Power of the God of War. Special Route 4, Harvest Field Skill. This path creates a field centered around the puppet, concentrating and increasing its vitality, creating a life-enhancing field. Route techniques, Life Return, All Things Resurrect, Plant Growth, Harvest Blessing. Looking at the puppet before him, Gushi immediately realized that none of these 4 paths were connected. The only thing that was clear was that they all significantly enhanced combat effectiveness. The Pandora puppet currently looked like an ordinary red puppet, but once all these paths were activated, her combat power would rise to a level just below Moore's. In a one-on-one fight, she could even hold her own against Moore's Dragon Blood Bottle once or twice. This situation gave Gushi an idea. Should he get some red equipment for the Pandora puppet? Even though the puppet was red level, it was still humanoid after all. Having the Sun Chariot and the weapons for battle didn't mean she didn't need other equipment. If she could wear red armor or something, her combat effectiveness would be greatly enhanced. Chapter 3017. After reviewing the Pandora doll's attributes, Gushi pondered for a long time before finally choosing a name for her. Doll. It wasn't that Gushi couldn't think of a suitable name, but after considerable research, he concluded that doll was the most appropriate name for the current situation. Gushi then decided not to return the doll to her city, instead leaving it in the Pantheon. One must admit, the doll's adaptability is quite high. Placing her in the Pantheon, she could be considered a suitable goddess. Furthermore, the path bestowed upon her became, more or less, a blessing from the goddess, bestowed upon Gushi. It was like the sun chariot was enshrouded in sunlight, allowing Gushi to ignore the darkness when traveling at night. Furthermore, traveling in the sun would increase Gushi's speed. This was a good thing for Gushi. At least his evil coffin's speed had increased significantly. Now, Gushi no longer had to boast about his evil coffin's Mach 7 speed. Based on its current speed, it was definitely exceeding that. After leaving the Temple of the Gods, Gushi first sought out a nearby city and inquired about the direction and location of Surul City. After that, Gushi ignored everyone and everything else, locked onto his direction, and rushed towards that location in his evil coffin. West District 16 was vast, but for the evil coffin, whose speed was measured in Machs, it wasn't actually that far. Driving from one end of West District 16 to the other took only about 11 or 12 hours. From Gushi's location to Surul City, it wasn't actually that far. At most, some of the roads were difficult to navigate, and some areas were occupied, forcing Gushi to take a detour. But 7 plus 8 would only take 6 or 7 hours to get there. For Gushi, that was just enough time for a nap. After handing the detailed route to the evil coffin, Gushi collapsed onto it and closed his eyes. Gushi had been under immense pressure these days. He had been carrying out matters in the void under constant pressure, especially during the period following the void cleansing at the Pantheon. Gushi had been lying on the Pantheon floor, daring not to move. As for sleep, that was out of the question. Even if Gushi fainted, he would wake himself up immediately. Then there was the matter of the insects. Those insects were no match for him. Gushi battled them with wits and courage, never letting his mind relax for a moment, leaving him no chance to rest. Although Gushi's current level and stamina allowed him to ignore some situations, the mental pressure was almost unbearable. Gushi closed his eyes and fell into a deep sleep, letting the evil coffin move on its own. Gushi slept for 6 or 7 hours. When he awoke, he found the evil coffin still moving at top speed. A glance at the nearby scenery told him it had traveled a considerable distance. Gushi remembered asking someone about the location of Surul City, which was clearly a snowy mountainous terrain. But the terrain before him was clearly a wasteland. Although the terrain deep within the game was haphazardly assembled, with no logical basis, the desolate surroundings told Gushi they had reached the edge of West District 16. These marginal areas are often uninhabited, but instead are home to a variety of unusual creatures. Just then, Gushi noticed a rather bizarre-looking group of creatures migrating not far away. These creatures were the size of elephants, some even larger, but lacked elephant trunks. Instead, their faces bore numerous tentacles, like those of octopuses. Their skin was also covered in furry animal hides, their limbs were powerful, and their feet were clawed. It was unknown how they had grown this way. What baffled Gushi most was the fact that these creatures lived in herds. At their size, shouldn't they be in small groups? Is it normal for tens of thousands of creatures to live in such a herd? Just as Gushi was observing these creatures, the ghost behemoth appeared before the evil coffin. They had sometimes encountered similar situations on their journey here. Back then, the evil coffin didn't take detours or wait for the creatures to clear out before continuing. The evil coffin was well aware that Gushi was in a hurry. Therefore, in this situation, the presence of the ghost behemoth and other evil coffin guards was crucial. They simply had to fight their way through, allowing the evil coffin to charge through immediately. As for killing a few beasts, it was actually of no importance. After all, these beasts were there to be killed. This time, too, the ghost behemoth appeared before the evil coffin, arching its body downward, ready to charge. Just as the ghost behemoth was about to fight its way through with all its might, the creature seemed to have noticed something unusual. Some, nearly 2 meters tall and fully armored with exoskeletons, leaped out from the herd. Please don't attack. Please don't attack. Stop. Gushi halted the group immediately upon seeing these people. Before setting off, he had inquired about Surul City, a highly mechanized city whose inhabitants were all humans, approximately 2 meters tall, wearing exoskeletons. These humans' bodies were already partially mechanized. I heard their muscles were all made of metal. But even though they were practically reaching mechanical ascension, they still loved to eat meat, and consumed a considerable amount daily. I wondered why their food wasn't already high-tech, given their advanced technology. Gu Shi stood up upon seeing these people appear. He curiously calculated the speed of the evil coffin. He then used his navigation technique to check the direction. It seemed they were still quite far from Sural City. How could anyone from Sural City be here? And they didn't look like regular soldiers. Although they wore exoskeletons, the colors and patterns of their armor were bizarre. It was obvious that these were all civilian products. The main improvements were all focused on mobility, and their only weapons were likely the electric whip-like devices in their hands. Their levels weren't particularly high, around level 15, even with their exoskeletons. But they clearly had some ability to suppress the beasts before them. When the evil coffin stopped, they breathed a sigh of relief. Just as they were about to say something, Gu Shi, standing up, asked, "Are you from Sural City? Are you here herding cattle?" Chapter 30:18. After entering Sural City, Gu Shi finally understood why this place had become a location. This city was stuck between two dimensions, and it also functioned as a lock between them. It was like a thumbtack forcibly connecting two maps. Without Sural City, West District 16 might be nothing, but the other southern dimension would likely drift to an unknown location. This very reason gave Sural City a sense of overlap. Additionally, most of the buildings in Sural City were high-tech metal structures. They didn't look like normal buildings in normal times, but in wartime, they could transform into spaceships and land at designated locations. While this would be fine, the problem was that when these buildings took flight, only the main structure could fly, the auxiliary structures built upon them could not. Thus, some passive buildings were left in the original locations. Over time, the city became chaotic. Coupled with a sense of spatial overlap, a normal person entering Sural City would feel a sense of disorientation, unable to distinguish east, west, north, south, up, down, left, or right. Fortunately, Gu Shi was only passing through, intending to head south, with no intention of staying here permanently. After entering Sural City, he simply observed the city's situation, and then asked the Sural herders, who had escorted them there, for permission to enter the southern region. This kind of situation is quite common in Sural City. After all, this city is a coordinate-type city connecting two dimensions, and every day many people come here requesting entry into the southern or western 16th districts. There was no need for Sural City to stop this kind of thing. The South District was too vast to be contained by Sural City alone. Wouldn't it be nice to collect a toll from people passing through? So, as long as they weren't planning to attack Sural City, the residents of Sural City were quite welcoming to outsiders. The fact that these Sural herders specifically said Gu Shi here speaks volumes about the situation. Less than half an hour after entering Sural City, Gu Shi was already transported to the South District's passage. In that short half hour, Gu Shi met many residents of Sural City. Gu Shi noticed something. The majority of the residents were wearing exoskeletons. Many of these mechas were clearly military grade, modified for civilian use. This discovery piqued Gu Shi's curiosity. Even at the South District's main gate, Gu Shi stopped the gatekeeper and asked him a few questions. After asking, Gu Shi finally understood that this was all a matter of institutional issues. Sural City, situated at the junction of these two regions, occupies a prime location. Their manpower is relatively modest. Thus, they are constantly developing their military capabilities. They have always planned, researched, equipped, and then transitioned from military to civilian use. This means that the residents are equipped with retired military equipment. Although the residents are ordinary people, equipped with advanced retired military equipment, they possess a certain level of combat effectiveness. Furthermore, they maintain a strict military service system, requiring every resident to serve in the military for 3 to 10 years upon reaching adulthood. After discharge, they could bring their current equipment back. This would make their equipment even more powerful. In this way, the various weapons and equipment, along with the trained residents, would become increasingly powerful, eventually growing into warriors capable of protecting Sural City. The residents treated this story as a story, but Gu Shi didn't take it seriously. Gu Shi connected the situation in Sural City to Chengxi Mountain. He also understood that some of the information there might be useful to him. At least, those of Gu Shi's men who had retired from the regular army hadn't yet been fully deployed. Having something different, even just a single idea, was a blessing for Gu Shi. Who knew one of these ideas would become a good place for Gu Shi to deploy these retired soldiers? After noting down the matter, Gu Shi specifically passed these ideas to Lingxi, asking her to research their feasibility. If possible, These ideas could also be used to deploy the remaining undead who hadn't yet been deployed. After handing over this matter, Gushi left Surul's city. As he left the city and entered the southern district, Gushi immediately sensed something strange about this place. Although it was still deep within the game, it gave Gushi a feeling of not yet fully integrating. It was as if this world still possessed a self-awareness that refused to yield. Gushi had never seen such a situation before. Whether in the depths of the game, in the real world, or even in the void, Gushi had never felt the presence of this self-aware world before. Gushi had actually seen this happen several times in the game. At this moment, a thought suddenly occurred to Gushi. He had never understood the difference between the deep game and the real world. Now, thinking about it, the deep game might be the final fall of the conquered game world. Those randomly pieced together terrain features were probably the remnants of the game world. As the game world disintegrated, these lands fell from the void, eventually converging to form the deep game. Eventually, the gravity of the deep game grew stronger, attracting more and more diverse things. Besides the remnants of the game, there were also cities that had fallen from the real world into the void, deceased gods from the void, and slain ancient gods. As more and more things appeared, the deep game area grew larger and larger. Finally, it took shape as it is today. And this southern area before him was clearly a product of the game world that hadn't completely collapsed. So even now, it still had its own sense of self. It survived the devouring power of the deep game, and survived. The depths of the game are quite tolerant, and they don't forcefully consume areas that refuse to merge, allowing them to develop on their own. After all, we already reached the depths of the game. This is the very end of the void, and there's nowhere else to go. So does it matter if there's any attempt to merge this area? In the end, we're all here, and we're all part of the depths of the game. If we don't consume it, does that mean it's no longer considered the depths of the game? You must be kidding. This situation is the norm in the depths of the game, isn't it? Chapter 3019. After entering the South District, Gushi went into rampage mode again. The evil coffin increased its speed to maximum, but instead of heading directly to the final location on the map, it moved in a planned manner according to the map Ilya had given it. Gushi couldn't confirm whether the map contained any corresponding traps, or where he needed to pass to complete the task. So, following the map was the most appropriate approach at the moment. At the evil coffin's current speed, even if he followed the route on the map, it would only take 7 hours to reach the designated location. With this time, Gushi had lived up to his boast. Since he left the bugs, less than a day had passed. This was much faster than the 3 days he had planned. Now that he had finished his current tasks, he could still return to deal with the creation bridge. With this thought, a faint smile crossed Gushi's face. Since the activation of the creation bridge, today had been the smoothest. And this smooth progress continued until Gushi found the final location on the map. Just as Ilya had predicted, Gushi followed various landmarks, and accurately found the final location Ilya had mentioned. Standing at this point, Gushi took out the amber. As the amber was placed, a dark blue portal of light appeared before Gushi, slicing through space. This portal before him was different from a normal portal. A normal portal has a frame around it, whether made of stone or metal, which at least encloses the portal. But this portal before him was different. This light gate looked like a vertical vortex of pale blue. Standing there, Gushi's eyes focused. He clearly saw a starry sky behind the light gate, with numerous pale yellow warships shuttling back and forth across it. The insects trapped there must have some background. Otherwise, how could they have contact with such a force? Gushi had no idea what this force was, but one thing was certain: it possessed red equipment, and more than one. As for how Gushi knew this, wasn't it because of the occasional flash of red light in the deepest reaches of the starry sky? Having held a red suit for so long, Gushi knew for sure which reds were the suit's red, and which were ordinary red. The red light in the deepest reaches of the starry sky was clearly the light emanating from the suit. Although Gushi didn't know how the light had traveled so far, he could clearly see that it wasn't the suit's. So Gushi didn't move forward, but instead watched. He was merely delivering a message, not trying to snatch every red dress he came across. As the light portal opened, the amber placed in front of it took flight. A large hand reached out from behind the portal and dragged the amber inside. About 7 or 8 minutes later, a strange message came from behind the portal. This message was transmitted using a special type of wave, capable of traveling considerable distances. However, it was somewhat like a code, and Gushi hadn't quite understood it. But Gushi wasn't stupid. Since he couldn't understand it, he simply recorded the waves. After recording everything, Gushi stood in front of the light gate for a moment, only breathing a sigh of relief when it vanished. This mission was accomplished. Gushi could finally put down his burden and return to his current tasks. But before that, he still had to find Ilya and retrieve the remaining 2 pieces of universal metal. Until he got them back, Gushi felt like something was missing. So, instead of retracing his steps, Gushi opened a gate to the Death City and prepared to head back. But just as the gate opened and Gushi was about to return, another light gate appeared in the same spot as the previous one. This time, behind the light gate was still a starry sky, but instead of the pale yellow airships flying through it, they were a kind of fleshy, inflatable creature. Thank you for the news. This is a small gift for you. A strange insect chirping sound emanated from behind the light portal, but Gushi could understand its meaning. Before Gushi could comprehend what was happening, a mass of something was thrown in front of him. Then, just as the light portal had appeared, it vanished. Gushi tried to return the mass, but couldn't find anyone. He glanced at the object. It was a mass of flesh over a meter in diameter. It had pulsating veins, and it clearly looked like a meat egg. However, Gushi didn't reject the object simply because of its unknown origin. He quickly stepped forward and, with a single stroke of his magic wand, the meat egg was cleaved open. At this moment, several items fell out of the meat egg. The largest of these was a semi-finished staff. The rest consisted entirely of various flesh and blood materials. Gushi only needed to glance at them to know they were all red quality materials, even including a piece of red flesh-oriented road reinforcement material. It seemed the person behind the light portal had given quite a bit. As for the semi-finished staff, it had an insect-like style throughout. Its shape resembled insect flesh and carapace, and the head even resembled a giant insect eye wrapped around a single insect tentacle. However, Gushi was somewhat puzzled as to why the staff before him looked familiar. Gushi glanced at the semi-finished staff before him, then at the magic staff he was carrying, and couldn't help but wonder. No way, Gushi muttered. Could this be an insect-like magic staff? If so, it would be at least quasi-red quality. Why was it just thrown out like that? Gushi picked up the staff curiously. After checking the properties, Gushi's expression changed noticeably. Gushi had only half guessed correctly. This staff was based on the enchanted magic staff, and it was even of the near-red equipment level. It had simply been used to complete a task using insectids. Even after the task was completed, the staff remained unfinished, unable to be nurtured. To nurture it, the staff would have to be completely cleaned of the insected material and reassembled. This was a considerable hassle for the owner of the unfinished staff. So, he simply gave it away. As for why this item was given to Gushi, Gushi himself had no idea. Perhaps it was something Elijah had mentioned in the message Gushi had sent. Gushi pondered the unfinished staff for a moment, then finally moved the enchanted magic staff forward and swallowed it. Although it had been contaminated by insectids, its essence remained the same as the enchanted magic staff. Gushi's enchanted magic staff could still be swallowed. After devouring the half-finished magic staff, several more fireflies began to hover around the tip of Gushi's magic staff. At the same time, the staff's level was upgraded to a powerful red item. This was the first red item Gushi had successfully upgraded. Gushi was delighted with the staff's enhanced power. After playing with it for a while, he finally stepped through the city gates, feeling satisfied and returning to Aridov. Chapter 3020. The Creation Bridge was built about a year ago. Gushi, having just woken up, saw Shaya rushing over. Sir, Liu Yongcheng just sent word that the 7th unknown star region has been located, and the positioning team is in place. Already the 7th? Gushi sat up, and Lingxi and his men quickly came forward to help him with clothing and other matters. For a little over a year, Gushi had been busy. Previously, he was busy defending Bailuyi and the major human cities. After fighting 2 battles with the Celestials and completely wiping out their forces deep within the game, his focus shifted to searching for a star region suitable for Bailuyi's human habitation. Unlike locating human cities deep within the game, Gushi could teleport there and deploy troops at the city gates. Dealing with star regions is no simple matter. Among hundreds of millions of star clusters, finding a star region with sufficient energy and suitable for human habitation is no simple task. Players must discover it one by one, through trial and error. Although Gushi had 3 years to search, he certainly couldn't do it alone. So, at Gushi's suggestion, and with Liu Yongqing's arrangement, players who had graduated from temporary training programs at various human universities formed approximately 300 locating teams. They boarded interstellar spaceships and began their search for habitable star regions. Every time they identified a suitable star region, or even discovered a habitable planet, they would send a message to Liu Yongcheng, asking Gushi to come and investigate. For this purpose, Gushi even used Death Mane to transform some silk threads, wrap them around ghost flowers, and handed them to the over 300 players in the positioning team. The agreement was that once the location was determined, the ghost flowers would be buried. The power gained from the growth of the ghost flowers would energize the threads of Death Main, allowing Gu Shi's Death Main to locate the target through the threads, allowing him to use the red line of the underworld to directly reach the target. However, precisely because of this, Gu Shi couldn't gather a full time. After dealing with the Genesis Bridge, Gu Shi had been wanting to bind 2 more red items, but the task kept getting delayed. The Great Wave Battering Rim he had given Wei, who had already been successfully bound, and the original Life-Taking Bow and 4-leaf Clover Ring were still in Gu Shi's possession. Gu Shi truly didn't have the time to bind these items. Thankfully, the Crucible was successfully bound. After the construction of the Creation Bridge, the connection between the humans of Beilui and Gu Shi became even closer. The humans provided Gu Shi with the corpses of several famous blacksmiths in history. Using these corpses, Gu Shi eventually created a contracted undead with the blacksmithing vocation, named Li Shiqian. When the Great Crucible was handed over to Li Shiqian, none of Gu Shi's contracted undead objected. After all, everyone knew the Great Crucible was not something that could be bound and used by just anyone. It would be a waste to possess the Great Crucible without being a blacksmith. And Li Shiqian did not disappoint Gu Shi. After successfully binding the Great Crucible, he and the Red Guard blacksmith began working on the forging of weapons and equipment. Now, in Flame Victoria City, mass-producing orange equipment is no longer a problem. They can even craft near-red equipment, though the stats might not be as reliable. As for the red equipment, which Gu Shi was most concerned about, they are currently unable to produce it. However, they have accomplished some things during this period. Gu Shi's previous plan to use the Corpse Mountain War God statue to create 8 more orange-equipped guards has finally been completed. All the orange equipment was crafted by Li Shiqian himself. The stats might not be the best, but the materials used are the finest, even incorporating some red materials. In other words, with enough opportunity, all of these orange-equipped guards could potentially be upgraded to red-equipped guards. Of course, even if they don't reach the level of red-equipped guards, they are all experts in their respective specialties. The 8 orange-equipped guards are communication, transportation, vision, suppression, seal, unseal, treasure hunting, and guidance. Of these, communication and transportation were the first to be created. With Orange Guardian Communications, Gu Shi could maintain real-time communication no matter where he was, barring another Void Purge incident. The same was true for transportation. Currently, Orange Guardian Communications was working alongside Sylvia, but his main focus was on researching trains and other transportation methods, as well as portals. Gu Shi's positioning methods, such as the Ghost Flower and Death's Main thread, were developed by him. Gu Shi had tested it, and as long as the positioning was activated, he could teleport directly to the target location via the red thread of the underworld, regardless of the target's location. He's even researching a method where Gu Shi's heroes can attack with some kind of positioning system, allowing them to directly lead the enemy out of the Death City gates when necessary. Even if attacking the Death City gates directly isn't possible, dump trucks could be used. However, this approach would involve the 3 death skills, so research progress would be slow. But Gu Shi wasn't in a hurry. The products they were developing were actually quite useful to him. Next up was the Orange Guardian Vision. This might be hard to understand, but think of it as surveillance within and outside the city. The plan was that this person would be able to observe every corner of Gu Shi's 3 underworlds, allowing him to be immediately aware of any incidents. It would also allow for all-around tracking and video playback. However, after some experimentation, Gu Shi realized his thinking was a bit too simplistic. The Orange Guardian level probably wouldn't cover all 3 of Gu Shi's underworlds. To truly achieve complete coverage, one would likely need to reach the level of a Red Guard. Once at this level, he couldn't leave his workstation. Gu Shi and the others had to personally investigate the location they were looking at if they wanted to know anything. Suppression is used to suppress luck, ley lines, and ghosts. Gu Shi initially modeled this item after the Bone Obelisk. Although both are orange quality, it's far more effective at suppressing. Because of the red materials used, and the daily work, this Orange Guard, suppression, is growing rapidly through hard work. It's believed he reached the level of a Red Guard in no time. This is arguably the fastest growing Orange Guard under Gu Shi's command. The subsequent seal and unseal items are paired together, while treasure hunt and guidance are somewhat similar, both being orange items with specialized functions. Chapter 3021. The seal and unseal abilities of the Orange Guardian are actually quite easy to understand. One is used to seal entities or objects that cannot be suppressed temporarily. For example, an unkillable enemy or equipment that is trying to escape. If one is a bit stronger, One can even seal a red equipment item that is about to self-destruct. However, the Orange Guardian Seal isn't powerful enough right now. While it can't seal red equipment items temporarily, some of the effects caused by red equipment can be sealed. Gushi had encountered this situation several times before, and because he couldn't seal them, he was forced to bear the consequences. Now with the Orange Guardian Seal, such situations are much easier. When needed, Gushi can simply call someone over to seal them, then send them away. Of course, at Gushi's current level, he can suppress most red equipment items that self-destruct by unbinding them. So, the Orange Guardian Seal isn't very useful, but that doesn't mean Gushi's men can't use it. During this time, Orange Guardian Seal had been constantly roaming around various locations in Gushi's underworld, primarily summoned by dispatched heroes. It can be said that he performed a vast and diverse range of tasks, and his growth rate was not slow at all. The opposite of this was Orange Guardian Unseal. As the name suggests, it was used to remove seals. It could even be argued that the inspiration for these two Orange Guardians stemmed from Orange Guardian Unseal, as Gushi would occasionally encounter seals that needed to be broken. As a result, Gushi was unable to break some seals, ultimately relying on destruction to conquer everything within. That's why Gushi had thought of creating an orange-clad guard to solve the problem of sealed items. Looking back, this idea was quite sound. At least, this item would be quite useful for unsealing items. Since he and the orange-clad guard, Seal, were the one who sealed and the other unsealed, Gushi and his men would treat them as a pair. They would often work together, one sealing and the other unsealing, to hone their abilities. The last two orange-clad guards were treasure hunters and guides. These two were even more special than the sealers and unsealers. The treasure hunters were an idea Gushi came up with because he had so many treasure maps and puzzles to solve, and he hadn't been able to deal with them. At this point, one had to admit that Li Shiqian's research skills were quite strong. To the average person, Gushi's idea would seem impossible. After all, giving an orange-clad item the ability to find treasure was possible. At most, the orange item could be a compass, a guide, or a treasure-digging shovel. But getting the orange-equipped warrior to solve puzzles wasn't so easy. Even Li Shiqian had to think of many ways to achieve this. However, after the arrival of the orange-equipped guardian treasure hunter, Gushi and the others weren't disappointed. He was digging for treasure at a rate of 3 to 5 pieces per day. It wasn't long before Gushi's accumulated treasure maps would be exhausted. Previously, Gushi thought he had too many treasure maps, but now he felt like his own couldn't keep up with the orange-equipped guardian treasure hunter's pace. Gushi was already considering whether he should find a new source of treasure maps, like obelisks, even purple ones. We can't just leave these orange-clad guards idle forever. The final orange-clad guide, is responsible for guiding the souls that belong to Gushi back to their proper place. This is a rare idea, and it also took Li Shiqian a lot of effort. After all, there are so many ideas about necromancers and the underworld route here. If Gushi hadn't had the Death Codex, Underworld Edition, in his possession, which contains many reasonable ideas, this might not have been created in the end. The orange-clad guide, usually stays in Gushi's territory and doesn't deploy. However, if a person or player who has made an agreement with Gushi dies, and their soul doesn't take Gushi's path to the underworld, he will activate himself and guide the soul to the underworld path. This ensures that Gushi's people don't lose themselves for any reason. As for those evil spirits that are left behind for some reason, that's not the responsibility of the orange-clad guide. Gushi would dispatch powerful underworld messengers to capture such evil spirits. Indeed, after a year of management, Gushi had established his Incha system. It was only then that Gushi finally understood that the Incha system was designed specifically for the Incha system. Gushi had previously employed Incha, but they were independent. However, after reaching the level of the Incha, Gushi could begin systematically training Incha. They each had their own responsibilities. And within their responsibilities came various advantages. Over the course of this year, the established positions within Gushi's Incha system were the Land God, the Mountain God, and the Ghost Catcher. Upwards, Gushi had originally envisioned the likes of the Judge, the Ox-Headed and Horse-Faced, and the Black and White Impermanents. However, it was discovered that the spirits of the dead lacked spirituality and knowledge, so these ghost messengers could not be created. Even the station ghost messengers and the patrolling ghost messengers were unavailable. To accomplish this, Gushi might need 3 to 5 years, and his level would need to rise by at least 3 to 5 levels. But for Gushi, the ghost-catching ghost messengers were sufficient. As long as the ghost belonged to Gushi, they could go out and capture it. And with each capture, Gushi would gain 2 ghosts. One was captured, and the other was accidentally killed, transformed through a double death. These ghosts could be used by Gu Shi as material for unjust deaths or transformations at the end of their lives. They could also be transformed into residents under Gu Shi's command. In short, the foundation of Gu Shi's entire underworld system had been established. The rest depended on timing and implementation. And the key to timing depended entirely on Qutro's teachings. As things stood, Qutro was doing a very good job. His importance was now no less than that of Gu Shi's most crucial trio, Luna, Shea, and Princess Anna. The little demonized blood Gu Shi had retrieved from the magic box had already been used up by Gu Shi. Gu Shi used it on Eve. The reason for strengthening Eve wasn't because of any particular performance, but rather because she possessed a red suit. By simply adding a path, she could create a red suit resonance. This would enhance the combat effectiveness of Gu Shi's subordinates. After all, Gu Shi didn't have enough red suits to allow each of his subordinates to have two. And Eve's addition of a new path didn't disappoint Gu Shi. The newly generated red suit resonance brought about a qualitative change in Eve. Chapter 3022. This time, Eve's red path was lucky, having obtained a path called Flesh and Blood Cohesion. This path is actually quite simple. Eve can extract a portion of her own flesh and blood, creating a new body. This body doesn't have high intelligence, but it can be controlled at will by the user of the path. It feels like a weaker version of a necromancer's contracted undead. It's usable, but it doesn't have much intelligence. It can be used for repetitive tasks or as cannon fodder. In the hands of a player without subordinates, this skill would be considered a miracle. Because it's a part of the player's body, this body can do everything the player can do, and its control is quite comprehensive. However, the operation feels a bit like a humanoid, not as flexible as a player's. This move is now quite useful for Eve, because this path resonates with the Black Sky Curtain's Dark Devouring. Dark Devouring itself is a flesh and blood skill. The main purpose is to devour enemies within the darkness, detaching their most advantageous or best parts, and then integrating them into the body of the red suits where through dark means. It's like if an enemy has a good heart, you can detach their parts and replace them with your own. There are many other methods like this, even allowing you to hide the disassembled body parts within the darkness and quickly swap them when the body is damaged. Thus, one path involves detaching flesh from the player to transform into a new body, while the other adds flesh to the player. When these two paths resonate, new effects emerge. Eve could immediately use the flesh and viscera she devoured to create suitable bodies, adjusting their properties and growth directions, ultimately forming an unlimited team of helpers. This was what Eve had always desired. She was constantly busy with various scientific research projects. But she was alone, and some things had to be prioritized. Now no longer. In just a few days, Eve had divided the body she had created into several levels. These bodies, cannon fodder and experimental subjects, were all transformed bodies, in a state of extreme mechanical rigidity. They would only move when commanded, and would remain stationary without. But their bodies could adapt to the flesh and viscera injected into them. Most importantly, these bodies would resist no resistance at all when used for experiments. This was extremely important to Eve. Many of Eve's experiments required a large amount of experimental materials. Gu Shi had plenty of corpses, but not many living ones. The existence of these cannon fodder and experimental subjects provides Eve with a wealth of living experimental material. Upwards the level are the workers and laborers, bodies capable of performing various repetitive tasks. They don't require intelligence, they simply need to understand human language, know what they're doing, and continue to complete various experiments until ordered to stop. Many experiments involved numerous repetitive steps, which were originally assigned to the undead. But now, with these bodies, Eve can more precisely control the progress of experiments, and free up some of the more intelligent undead to perform other tasks. The third level consists of researchers with brains, all transformed from brains devoured by darkness. Even without Eve's directive, they possess the necessary research capabilities. Most importantly, their knowledge and information can be shared. Eve can also see what they're doing, making it easier for her to track their research progress. Further up the hierarchy are complete bodies, crafted from various organs and flesh. In Eve's absence, or when she's slow, they can represent her. It can be said that the status of these complete bodies is somewhat lower than that of Grand Princess Anna's Grand Princess Council. But in Eve's hands, they are more than sufficient. The highest level of body is also a body capable of wearing equipment. Eve can sometimes attach herself to this body and travel outside. However, the requirements for this body are quite high. Eve spent a lot of time researching, but she only managed to create one when the two paths first resonated, and she never created another one after that. Even though Eve tried many methods, she simply couldn't create one. However, thanks to this resonance, along with abundant research materials and assistance, and the coordinated efforts of many minds, Eve's research, which had been stuck for a long time, finally made progress. Eve developed a type of undead spirit she called the Bone Lamp God. The Bone Lamp God in this context isn't some kind with a skeletal upper body and a ghostly lower body. It's a kind that can hide in a lamp made of bones. The Lamp God's greatest characteristic is that during battle, it can grant various magical powers to allied troops and itself. The skeleton lamp spirits before us also possess similar abilities, though the magic they currently bestow is primarily bone and earth magic. The rest must be learned in Gu Shi's magic tower. And their learning abilities are quite impressive. They are stronger than skeleton mages and corpse wizards, and on par with liches. They also possess considerable manual dexterity. In the initial period after their creation, they weren't immediately added to Gu Shi's combat forces, but instead joined Eve's research team. Now Eve has only one primary target left, the tower's core combat force, the Naga. This is a rare melee physical combat force within the tower. They are also considered the tower's main melee attackers. Because they possess at least 2 pairs of arms, they are also powerful group attackers. But the simpler these powerful beings are, the more difficult they are to deal with. Just like the lamp spirits, Eve has conducted countless experiments over the years, but ultimately failed to successfully master them. Even with the addition of the Bone Lamp God and the power of the Road Resonance, the experimental progress hasn't improved much. Admittedly, undead research isn't always easy. Regardless, Eve's strength has undoubtedly increased with this resonance. Her status among Gu Shi's contracted undead has also risen accordingly. Eve's voice is now a bit louder. The materials she needs for research are now delivered immediately, and the status of her companions, Catherine and her ally, Yenryu, has also risen. Chapter 3023. For over a year, Gu Shi had been going smoothly, save for not having time to bind a few pieces of red clothing. After hearing the news from Shea, Gu Shi immediately stood up. Li Yufang immediately took over Gu Shi's work, telling him not to worry about the situation here. Gu Shi simply closed his eyes and locked onto the location Shea had mentioned. At this point, the positioning team had already arranged everything. Gu Shi could clearly sense the connection between Death Main and the other side. It could be located. Gu Shi opened his eyes, and the next moment, he appeared in a starry sky in the real world. A terrestrial star field? As soon as Gu Shi landed, he immediately confirmed the situation before him. Terrestrial star fields are quite unique. It feels like a continent floating in the starry sky. The sun would orbit around this continent. This continent will also absorb various land masses to expand its size. The Yiming realm, where the Yin city is located, is one such star region. The star region before us is clearly a newly generated Earth-type star region. This type of star region has one advantage. Once discovered, it can be habitable after some modification. After all, the sun orbits the continent. As long as the continent's surface is intact, anything can be modified. So, as long as they're not particularly picky, and don't require an environment like the undead or the ocean, most players can survive in this Earth-type star region. Of course, this Earth-type star region also has its drawbacks. This means constantly adding various materials, sometimes even destroying planets to add to the star field. The most frustrating thing is that this star field is difficult to defend. After all, the edge of the star field is constantly expanding. Sometimes, before the defense line is even established, the edge has already expanded by hundreds of kilometers. And setting up defenses within the starry sky is impossible. Unlike galaxies, this type of star field cannot be surrounded by defenses. Even after a few days of growth, it's possible that the defenses will be overwhelmed at any moment. Thus, the defense problem of this type of star field is extremely serious. This is something almost no one can handle. Inadequate defenses make it easy for surprise attacks. Once attacked, this type of star field will encounter various problems, and it's very likely that the entire star field will collapse, ultimately being thrown into the depths of the game. That's why Gu Shi frowned the moment he appeared here. However, some nearby players had already gathered around. These players were all relatively high-level players. Their careers were already decided, and they all knew they had little chance of advancing. Going back to university for remedial classes was pointless for them. They would be better off joining the location-finding team to search for a star region suitable for the Beili humans. Once they found a suitable star region, they could immediately select a good site. Even if they couldn't enjoy this land for long, they could pass it down to their descendants. Humans were quite calculating in this regard. The players before them were no different. As soon as they saw Gushi appear, they immediately surrounded him. Although none of them dared to ask Gushi about their chosen location, their eyes sparkled, hoping that Gushi would be pleased with their choice. Do you have a map? Gushi couldn't help but smile at the players' expressions. Yes, we explored the surface and drawn a map. 2 teams have already gone underground to investigate the formation of this star field. As soon as Gushi finished asking, a player stepped forward. This player wore gleaming silver armor, his eyes gleaming with excitement and confidence. When Gushi looked over, he nodded. Gushi took the map and observed that they had been thoroughly prepared. The map was incredibly detailed, clearly depicting everything from their entry point to the outer reaches of the star field. And they hadn't just randomly chosen, it even showed the course of rivers, the contours of mountain ranges, and so on. It could be said that as long as Gushi held this map, he had a certain understanding of the star region before him. Gushi remained expressionless, yet a halo of light appeared beneath his feet. The halo of destiny immediately appeared, and then the maps drawn by everyone were displayed before Gushi. As the map became more and more complete, the players' eyes lit up. In that instant, they all witnessed Gushi's skill. The person who had just presented the map hurriedly said to Gushi, "Your Majesty, these locations were not previously detailed, but there are some differences that require adjustment." These locations? Gushi pointed at the terrain he had conjured and adjusted it rapidly. With the ability to draw life auras, Gushi was now incredibly fast at processing these 3D effects. With a single thought, he could instantly transform. This action was much simpler than if Gushi had drawn the map himself, or had someone else conjure it up through illusion. After completing the map, Gushi asked again. After ensuring nothing was missing, he pointed at the map before him, and it instantly vanished into thin air. Gushi delivered the map to the senior officials of Bai Luyi. Gushi was helping Bai Luyi find a suitable star region to live in, and would remain there for a while, but that didn't mean he had to take on too much responsibility. The development of the star region could be left to the senior officials of Bai Luyi. They had experience in developing Bai Luyi from one city to hundreds. They naturally knew which locations were most suitable for city construction. During this time, Gushi would come over to take a look at any star regions discovered by the positioning team and, like today, draw a suitable 3D map to send to the Bai Luyi leadership. Ultimately, the Bai Luyi leadership would determine whether this star region was suitable for the current Bai Luyi human population. If it wasn't, they would provide a reason. If it was, they would provide city construction arrangements and other details. In short, Gushi's role was to assist the Bai Luyi leadership in determining the star region. But just as Gushi was sending this 3D rendering to the Bai Luyi leadership and preparing to await further news, something unexpected happened. A sudden boom echoed from deep within the earth. Then the entire star region shook. Alarmed by the situation before him, Gushi quickly stood up and looked towards the source of the sound. Chapter 30:24. Sorry, I didn't expect this to happen. Let's deal with it now. As Gushi turned around, the players from the positioning team immediately spoke. Their expressions turned grim. If this place was in a dangerous area, no matter how good the environment was, it would be useless. The humans of Bai Luyi wanted a stable, long-term location to establish their own star region, not to serve as cannon fodder on the front lines of humanity. I go take a look. You guys sort it out. If there's real danger here, we abandon it, Gushi said bluntly. Before he arrived, any incidents here were naturally handled by the positioning team. But after he arrived, the positioning team wouldn't need to intervene. Gushi simply raised his hand, and several city gates and dump trucks appeared nearby. The sky quickly darkened, and a thick cloud enveloped the area. After protecting the positioning team, Gushi headed out, his magic wand in hand. Wait here, don't leave. I'll be back soon. Gushi had barely finished speaking when numerous circles of light flashed around him, and a puppet appeared behind him. This was naturally Gushi's Pandora puppet. She had been staying in Gushi's pantheon for over a year. While her strength was considerable, she was alone. Thus, she had played no role in strengthening the pantheon. In contrast, the humans of Bai Luyi provided Gushi with immense assistance in this regard. With their sheer numbers, while they couldn't truly help Gushi bring back several goddesses, bringing back a few of their corpses when he left the game would be no problem. And Gushi wasn't asking for the entire body, the head, the heart, or even parts of the body would be fine. As long as they could prove that these individuals were once goddesses, and that many believed them to be goddesses, it would be enough. A little over a year was enough time for Gushi to use the bodies of these goddesses as decorations, expanding the size of the pantheon. Gushi's pantheon was now the size of 34 tiles, and even had a chair. But Shirhouchen still had no place to sit, She even had to take care of the chair. The puppet, however, had no problem, for it, standing or sitting was the same. When the puppet appeared behind Gu Shi, the evil coffin appeared immediately, leading Gu Shi towards the source of the sound. Then a flaming carriage appeared beneath the puppet's feet, and it quickly followed the evil coffin and rushed out together. When they rushed out, the players breathed a sigh of relief. One of the players was still saying, "Guild leader, what grade is that mount? It's so gorgeous, aren't you afraid of getting hit?" I think that evil coffin was orange quality. I'm not sure about that carriage. It looks like orange, but it seems a little different. Gu Shi ignored all this and quickly arrived at the location where the sound had come from, riding the evil coffin. A massive crack had already appeared in the ground. Standing in front of the crack, Gu Shi could clearly feel the powerful force emanating from the ground. There were people buried beneath. Gu Shi immediately made a judgment. This star field before him was unusable. "Sir, would you like to go down and take a look?" The puppet came to Gu Shi's side and glanced down. She could see much more than Gu Shi. If Gu Shi could see it at a glance, she could too. The situation before her was that, buried in the very core of the continent that formed the star field, lay a being whose slumber had lasted for who knows how long, and whose power was unknown. The previous exploration by the positioning team had inadvertently awakened this slumbering being. After waking, it naturally wanted to emerge immediately. The previous roar and the shaking of the ground were all caused by him. Regardless of whether this being was friend or foe, strong or weak, Gu Shi could no longer choose this place as Bai Lu Ye's star field. Because Gu Shi was unsure whether this being would consider this place his base after waking. If so, would he regard the humans of Bai Lu Yi as enemies? If not, would he destroy this star field? Don't think destroying a star field is difficult. Back then, Gu Shi had nearly raised the Lilia star region. Not to mention this wild star region before him. Of course, Gu Shi could kill this fellow. After all, Gu Shi possessed sufficient strength. And Gu Shi possessed multiple red armor pieces that could be used. Apart from anything else, Gu Shi could stand right here in the rift and deliver a single fatal strike from his magic staff, piercing through the entire star region. Not to mention Gu Shi's death mane, nether flower, and other red armored minions. Multiple red armored soldiers attacking a single enemy would be useless, no matter how powerful the enemy was. Gu Shi was worried about whether the guy sleeping here had someone behind him. If it was just one person, it would be fine, he could just kill them. The biggest worry was that after they killed the smaller ones, the older ones would appear. After killing one, a bunch would follow. And the possibility of this guy being alone wasn't very high. Gu Shi himself wouldn't believe that an ordinary person could occupy such a large star field and sleep peacefully here for so long. So Gu Shi came here just to take a look and see if he could rescue the positioning team members, who had gone underground to explore. After everything was done, Gu Shi would leave quickly, not staying even a moment longer. After all, there was no benefit in staying. Gu Shi might even take the positioning team with him. With this incident, their mission was considered a failure. Transferring through Gu Shi's Death City, they could send the people directly to Moonlight City, and let Liu Yongcheng make new arrangements. It was definitely better than wasting their time here. So when the puppet asked this, Gu Shi shook his head. "Don't provoke the one down there, puppet. Help me see if you can find the player in the locating team. I lock onto them, and take them away. I handle it." The puppet's 4 paths were instinctive. Gu Shi simply made a request, and its eyes shone brightly like the sun. This is the Sun Chariot's path. While the Sun Chariot ostensibly charges through the sky with its chariot, it actually also enhances speed and vision. Without speed, you can't keep up with the Sun Chariot's movements. Without vision, you can't even lock onto an enemy. So, the superior vision, the ability to see through things, the ability to lock onto targets from high altitudes, these are all effects of the Sun Chariot's path. The puppet simply glanced and pointed in a direction. There. Chapter 3025. Gu Shi followed the puppet's direction, without even looking, as a beam of sacred moonlight descended. The moonlight flowed underground like water, instantly illuminating the ground before him with a mercury silver hue. As the moonlight descended, the soil began to recede to the sides, and 2 massive death cities forcibly squeezed into the ground. However, the 2 death cities did not stop upon landing, but continued to press downward. The direction they were heading was exactly where the human players were. This transformation seemed slow, but it was actually quite rapid. In just a minute or two, the death cities Gu Shi had released had already brought back the several human players who had infiltrated the underground. Seeing everyone taken away, Gu Shi immediately retracted the death cities. "Let's go!" Gu Shi dodged, activating his Polaris positioning ability, and dragged the puppet back to the location where the positioning team had gathered. When Gushi appeared, the human players in the positioning team hadn't yet reacted. Gushi released the holy moonlight and tossed the human players he had brought back. It's no longer safe here. I'm sending you to Moonlight City. This star region is abandoned. Gushi decisively announced his plans. There was no longer any reason to stay in this place. Bai Li still had several years to search for the star region, so there was no rush. The leader of the positioning team nodded, and was about to issue an order, when someone from among those Gu she had rescued suddenly shouted. Wait a minute. Elena hasn't returned yet. We need to go rescue her. At this, everyone's attention turned to the player. Gushi also asked curiously. Who is Elena? There's a girl on the team, who seems to be attracting the boys' attention. The captain said with a smile. Don't worry about her. Now's not the time to play with everyone's lives. After hearing the captain's words, Gushi said nothing. He simply raised his hand, and the gate to Moonlight City opened. This is the gate to Moonlight City. I believe you should know where Moonlight City is. After you go there, discuss the matter directly with Lu Yongcheng. As for the subsequent arrangements, I leave it to Lu Yongcheng. Gushi had done this, and that was pretty much it. He could be said to have considered everything for everyone. The previous positioning teams had handled it much the same way. If the star field was suitable, Gushi would leave a portal to Moonlight City, allowing the following human players to go there for further investigation. If it wasn't suitable, he would simply give up. After all, each attempt would only take a day. The current situation was similar. Gushi saw that the time was almost up and prepared to leave. But Gushi and the captain of the positioning team never expected that the person who had spoken earlier would suddenly snap and point at Gushi. You can't leave. You have to rescue Elena. Gushi turned to look at the player. He was a level 15, ordinary warrior, with no orange gear and only 2 pieces of purple. He also didn't have the aura of Genesis, clearly not having participated in the Genesis battles. No, a character like you. How dare you dictate to Gushi? Do you think Gushi rescued you too quickly? Before Gushi could say anything, the captain of the positioning team stepped forward and said, Your Majesty, don't bother with people like this. Go do what you need. I handle things here. Gushi glanced at the player, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. Then, without looking back, he left the star field before him. Watching Gushi immediately use the red line of the underworld to leave, the player was a little impatient. You can't leave. You haven't rescued Elena yet. Wushin, am I giving you face? If you don't want to live, just say so. Don't drag us down with you. The captain interrupted the player, his face turning blue with anger. Everyone in the positioning team had been briefed before their departure. They all knew Gushi's status on the human side, his strength, and his assistance to Bai Li. Gushi didn't demand obedience, as if meeting an emperor, but due respect was still expected. So what happened to this player named Wushin? He even wanted Gushi to rescue them. He claimed that Gushi was able to rescue them because he was kind. If anyone else had seen this, they wouldn't have rescued them. You have to understand that every positioning team has a death quota. Even if the entire team was wiped out, that's normal. Gushi was kind enough to rescue them, but he's still being blamed. That's not a pleasant situation for anyone. If Gushi had just gotten angry and attacked them, no one here would have escaped. The entire positioning team would have been wiped out easily. It's too late to save others, not even myself. Thinking of this, the captain stared at Wushin and said, Wushin, don't you want to save Elena? You stay here, and the rest of you follow me. The other members of the positioning team were also reasonable people. They had all witnessed what had just happened. Although Elena was the most beautiful girl in their team, no matter how beautiful she was, she couldn't compare to their own lives. Elena, lost during the exploration, was already considered dead. No one in their right mind would offend a powerful figure in red clothes for a dead person. So, under the captain's command, they all quickly gathered towards the city gate left by Gushi, preparing to leave as soon as possible. As for the things they brought with them, they were no longer important. Didn't you see Gushi had left? This meant that this place was quite dangerous, and if they didn't leave quickly, they might die. Wushin's face was grim. Captain, Elena is in danger. We should go and rescue her. The captain raised his head. If you want to rescue them, then go ahead. We can't take these things with us, and they all be left behind. If you want to rescue them, do it yourself. I still say, if you want to die, don't drag us down with you. With that, the captain led his team to the city gate, ignoring Wushin. After watching his team members pass through the city gate and into Moonlight City, the captain turned and glanced at Wushin. Wu Zhen's face was filled with anger, as if he wanted to spit on the captain and his team for their cowardice. Seeing his expression, the captain sighed. He had just wanted to ask Wu Zhen if he wanted to go with him, but now he'd forgotten. Having someone like that in the team is like a ticking time bomb. Forget it, forget it. He's asking for his own death, so no one else can blame him. Chapter 3026. After returning to Aridao City, Gu Shi immediately put this incident behind him. A wide forest has all sorts of birds, and Gu Shi had truly witnessed the diversity of humanity. All kinds of people are possible. If he got angry about everything, he would have been furious long ago. So, after returning to Aridao City, Gu Shi forgot about the incident. But Gu Shi never expected that 3 days later, Shea would deliver another message. Sir, something's happened with the humans. Gu Shi, who was working at the time, couldn't help but look up. What happened? A newly awakened Kartras beast has appeared in a certain star region, and it's a young one. For unknown reasons, this Kartras beast has gone mad, and its ferocity is quite high. So, the humans are preparing to issue a call for players in red armor to kill the Kartras beast. When he heard about the Kartras beast, Gu Shi's mind flashed back to the situation of this giant beast. This behemoth beast, called Kartras, is a star beast born from within planets. Naturally enormous, it possesses the ability to devour planets. As long as it survives, it can reach a level below that of an ancient god without any other means. With luck, if it devours several large star regions, even challenging an ancient god is no problem. All factions have a love-hate relationship with these Kartras beasts. The love stems from the fact that once a Kartras beast is born, even if it is an independent individual, it lacks any deeper connection with one another. Even if it is killed, no one will seek revenge for the slain Kartras beast. The hatred stems from the fact that Kartras beasts are born star beasts, fighting within the starry sky, and their battles cannot be stopped until they have destroyed a star region or two. Some forces unable to defeat the Kartras beasts, faced with such situations, were forced to offer 1 or 2 planets as bait, hoping to lure them away. This time, Shea had already pointed out that the Kartras beast had gone berserk, meaning it could not be lured away. So, even if the human leaders were not entirely satisfied, they would still find a way to kill it. Of course, killing the Kartras beasts also had its advantages. Kartras beasts were born as star beasts, possessing a built-in game space within their bodies. Furthermore, their corpses could be decomposed into red armor. While their numbers were smaller than those of the corpses of ancient gods, these red armors did not require the same means as those of ancient god corpses. Simply killing the Kartras beasts would allow them to obtain the red armor directly. When the time came, the human leaders would undoubtedly offer some incentives to reclaim the red armor. Gu Shi thought for a moment and stood up. Have more prepare. Just as Gu Shi was preparing for battle, he suddenly noticed Shea, as if she had something else to say. So Gu Shi asked, "What's wrong? Anything else?" "Well, I just received news. This Kartrasman broke out from the star field you visited a few days ago." Hearing this, Gu Shi frowned. The star field they had visited a few days ago was the habitable star field discovered by the positioning team. Gu Shi immediately understood what was happening with this Kartrasman. At that time, a growing Kartrasman was dormant beneath the star field. The positioning team's exploration had prematurely awakened the Kartrasman, which was originally on the verge of growth and evolution. A Kartrasman that had failed to successfully ascend through its slumber would surely go berserk and attack everything around it. Luckily, Gu Shi had left quickly. Otherwise, he would have been the first player to face a Kartrasman. Thinking of this, Gu Shi's eyes changed. It seems we have to go this time, even if we're not drafted. Let's take one more person with us, ask Wei Hu to come along, and ask Eve to see if she's available to go to Beiluyi. Gu Shi pondered for a moment before making a quick decision. Although Gu Shi had never seen a Kartrasman, he had heard of them. Kartrasmans were enormous, and could move freely through the starry sky. This creature couldn't be treated as an ordinary creature, it would be easier to defeat it as a structure. Besides the corpse mountain god of war, Wei Hu was the only one Gu Shi had with siege weapons. Sending Wei Hu into action would definitely be beneficial at this time. Shea didn't ask any further questions. She immediately went down to deliver the message. Gu Shi was also rapidly calculating. Ever since his Void Ghost city was wiped out by the Void Purge over a year ago, Gu Shi had no city capable of navigating the void or the starry sky. Gu Shi's evil coffin couldn't fly, and while the puppet's solar chariot could fly, it couldn't soar through the starry sky. It seemed that even if they launched an attack this time, they would definitely be operating in conjunction with the human military. At this time, the military would surely have some arrangements. What if they didn't get the first kill? Or what if they couldn't run around and had to wait for the Cartras beast to arrive at a designated location? Wouldn't it be a waste for him to go there like this? Why not use the dual red equipment resonance and return to the place where he had just released the Cartrisman? Even if he couldn't get the first kill, he could still land the first blow. Just as Gushi was thinking about this, Shea, who had just left, came back. Sir, latest intelligence. What happened? Did the Celestials attack again? Gushi said half-jokingly. No, there's new news from the Cartrisman. Oh, doesn't the Cartrisman have an organization? Could it be that it has a backer? No one was particularly afraid of the Cartrisman. While these star beasts were powerful, their connections were quite weak. Even if they saw one another, they wouldn't communicate. And they didn't need to mate. As long as there was a planet, they would find a way to reproduce. After giving birth, they would disappear. Only when they needed to slumber would they seek a suitable star region to hide in. And when they hid, they never notified their companions to protect them. After so long, the Cartras beast itself lost track of how many of its companions were still alive. In such a situation, how many people would be willing to stand up for their companions? It's not about backers, but the myriad spirits have also heard about the appearance of this Cartras beast, and they're sending people to the border to seize it. Myriad spirits? Gushi was also stunned upon hearing this. What did this have to do with them? The border between humans, the Celestials, and the myriad spirits was quite far away. There were territories belonging to several other races in between. What were the myriad spirits doing here at this time? Don't even think they were truly here for the Cartras beast. Chapter 3027. Call Shirley along. Upon hearing that the myriad spirits had joined, Gushi's first reaction wasn't to retreat, but to consider bringing another person along. Gushi figured the myriad spirits were also sending red-armored players. If they were defeated in battle, the red-armored Gushi could stay. The jade belt Gushi had obtained last time hadn't been bound yet. If he had known earlier, he would have given it directly to Lu Yongcheng. That way, Gushi would have enough red-armored players to help him. It seems he still has a bit of a mistrust of living people. That needs to be fixed. Gushi muttered to himself, and Shaya stared at him blankly. Go ahead. Also, tell Mary and Lu Yongcheng that I'm ready for battle. We'd definitely be involved in this Cartras beast incident. Let them help handle it. After making all the arrangements, Gushi thought carefully. Finally, he flashed and appeared on Teacher Gonglingyu's death planet. Because Teacher Gonglingyu had given up his work at the Underworld University and shifted his focus entirely to the Ghost Realm, the construction of his death planet had significantly accelerated. Even after not being here for a while, the death planet before him seemed to have changed. Many death cities had been relocated here and established themselves. The existence of the death cities also affected the surrounding environment and weather. When Gushi had come here before, he hadn't felt this way so clearly. Now, it was different. Just walking here, Gushi felt as if he were walking into the underworld. I didn't expect you to come. Because Gushi was considered Gonglingyu's disciple, and because he was a red-armored player with a unique status, he quickly met Teacher Gonglingyu. Gaze upon Gushi, Gonglingyu sighed inwardly. It had been so long since they last met, and yet Gushi's strength had clearly improved. Judging from the aura Gushi displayed, he was currently strengthening the intelligence of his undead. This was the path Gonglingyu had taken after reaching level 30. I hadn't expected Gushi to start at level 25. I always felt a disconnect, and I wanted to come see you, teacher. You never come to see me unless it's nothing special. Tell me, what's going on this time? Teacher, will you be involved in this Cartras beast incident? Gushi asked directly, without hesitation. Gonglingyu laughed upon hearing this. What's the matter? You're not satisfied with all these red outfits? You want a few more? No, teacher. It's not that I feel I don't have enough red outfits, but I know something about the origins of this Cartras beast. Gushi then recounted what happened in that starfield 3 days ago. Of course, Gushi didn't mention the incident with Wuzhen and Elena. In Gushi's opinion, such minor matters didn't affect the overall situation. Gonglingyu's eyes lit up upon hearing this. Are you absolutely sure that the Cartras beast was previously dormant in the starfield you discovered? Yes, Gushi said seriously. That's great. When a Cartras beast is asleep, it will protect itself, and some of its movements will be inadvertently displayed during sleep. This is our best chance to deal with the Cartras beast. Let's go now. No, we can't handle this alone. I call Teacher June and Principal Lu. Is Teacher June ready to take action now? Gushi asked curiously. You didn't know, but Teacher June is already level 15. With that level and his 2 red suits, he can go anywhere. Gonglingyu said with a smile. Gushi was somewhat surprised by this news. Since delaying graduation, Gushi hadn't been to the Yin City for a while. If anything came up, he would ask Yin Ryu, who was stationed there, to handle it. Now, in addition to studying at the Underworld University, Yin Ryu also helped Gushi run errands in the Yin City, buying various things. As for the news about the Yin City, Shea had only heard some market news and some confidential information. Although Shea paid special attention to it, there were some things she really couldn't find out. If Teacher June is willing to take action, that's great. I go check it out now. Gushi hadn't expected that simply visiting to see his teacher would yield such a benefit. If it were truly Teacher June who had come forward, even Shinhua would have had to show some respect. Okay, I go find Teacher June. Give me the coordinates. Upon hearing this, Gushi quickly swiped his hand across the mane of death, recording the coordinates of the star region and handing it to Gong Lingyu. Then, Gushi dodged, and the red thread of destiny activated, dragging him back to the location he had originally located. When he returned, Gushi noticed that the campsite left behind by the previous location finding team had been destroyed. The ground was riddled with cracks that carried a corrosive aura. Gushi even spotted a liquid emitting a luminescent green light. Just standing nearby, Gushi could sense the intense madness within this liquid. Upon arrival, Gushi immediately released the puppet. At the same time, the primordial city of death and the alienated city of death flew out of the moonlight and landed on the ground. A large number of undead, transformed from the moonlight, quickly took up their positions. Then the garrison gates of Iridavi City appeared, and Gushi's troops were mobilized from Iridavi City. Mo, Wei Hu, and Shirley, the three individuals Gushi had designated, were already prepared for battle. Mo was the first to burst from the garrison gates. With a flash, she transformed into a bone dragon and soared into the air. After circling for a moment, she soared in front of Gushi. Sir, that's blood on the ground. Just then, Guizhang's scouts, who had rushed out ahead, also sent back. Sir, a large number of bodies have been discovered ahead. This completely confused Gushi. What was going on? Could this be the reason the Kartras beasts went berserk? Send someone to investigate further away. Guizhang, you lead the way. We go check out the bodies. Gushi ordered decisively. This time, he had invited Gong Lingyu and Teacher June along. If it turned out later that he had made a mistake, the situation would be awkward. Although Gong Lingyu and Teacher June wouldn't say anything, the next time Gushi needed help, it wouldn't be so easy. It wouldn't be like this again, where Gong Lingyu offered to help Gushi without Gushi even explaining it. Chapter 3028. Gushi's eyes narrowed as he followed Guizhang's scouts to the bodies they were referring to. These bodies were covered in a pale green liquid, and all of them gave the appearance of having been drained of blood. But Gushi wasn't someone who hadn't studied corpses. When he saw the appearance of these bodies, his heart skipped a beat. Search, see if there are any more bodies like this. Gushi's men quickly dispersed in all directions, and soon they had found a large pile of corpses. They also discovered the locations where these creatures had been hiding. Gushi looked everywhere. After just a few glances, he slowly pieced together the situation. Just at this moment, Gong Lingyu arrived with Teacher June and Principal Lu. As soon as Gushi sensed their arrival, he used the Polestar positioning to locate them. When he saw Gushi, Teacher June, clad in heavy armor and atop an armored warhorse, glanced up and down. Gushi, you've grown so quickly in recent years. That's all thanks to your guidance, teacher. Without your guidance, I wouldn't have been able to integrate so quickly into the human world. Gushi no longer had to worry about his identity. He had come from the depths of the game, and had completed the Genesis Bridge. While ordinary humans didn't know, most of the high-ranking humans and the red-armored players knew. Gushi could naturally speak freely. After a few polite exchanges, Gushi began to explain the current situation. Teachers, this is definitely the location where the Kartras beast appeared. However, we were wrong about one thing. Someone was targeting this Kartras beast. What do you mean? Principal Lu asked anxiously upon hearing this. This matter was extremely important. You have to know that Principal Lu was different from Teacher June and Gong Lingyu. He really wanted to take advantage of this. He had made extra preparations for this matter. If someone was targeting the Kartras beast, how would he deal with it? At this time, Gushi said, when I just came here, I took another look around this star field. I discovered that while the Kartras beast was asleep, someone had buried some food in this star field. This food is also hidden underground. When the Kartras beast wakes, it will crawl out and provide the blood it needs to recover. These creatures are poisonous, and it's a targeted poison. Gushi shared his discovery. Yes, just now, Gushi had discovered traces of a large number of creatures crawling out from the ground. Gushi had even gone underground to investigate. They were buried very deep. Unless a normal person kept digging, they would not have noticed so many creatures sleeping below. The traces left in their caves indicated that these creatures had been buried for at least thousands of years. Gushi also examined the bodies of these creatures. Initially, these creatures had no green blood. They were covered in a highly corrosive saliva. Later, it slowly turned green. By the time they reached Gushi's camp, the ground was covered in blood. Gushi led Gong Lingyu and the others on a tour of the various locations. Everyone understood Gushi's speculation. The Kartras beast had been targeted long ago, and the forces targeting it were quite familiar with it. They knew its preferences and weaknesses, and knew how to deal with it. In this situation, do you think it could be the Wanling clan? After observing everything, Gong Lingyu was the first to speak. After all, Gong Lingyu was of the lowest status, and she couldn't wait for Teacher June to express her opinion first. It's the Wanling clan, Teacher June said with certainty. He had numerous sources of information, and was well informed about certain situations. This was why he had come as soon as Gushi announced he knew where the Kartras beast had appeared. Although the human leaders had considered surrounding and killing the Kartras beast, they hadn't yet made a decision. If Gushi and his men could intercept the Kartras beast before the human leaders could act, they wouldn't say anything. Not to mention, Gushi had proof that he was the first to discover the Kartras beast. This would save more than half the trouble. But the current situation made Teacher June smile. This is a good opportunity. Little Gu did a great job. Let's take this opportunity to discuss what we should do next. Teacher June glanced at everyone and immediately took control, not giving Principal Lu a chance to speak. We now have 3 options. The first is to capture Kartrasman before anyone else does. This is the easiest. Kartrasman is poisoned, and we have enough manpower to easily capture it. Then, we have the final say and simply divide up Kartrasman. A young Kartras beast can drop at least 3 pieces of red equipment, and with luck 5. This is considered a chance encounter. Gushi can take 1 directly, and the rest will be divided according to battle record. The second step is to inform the human leaders of this situation, and have them deal with the Kartras beasts. We will find a place to ambush the Wanling players, who come to capture the Kartras beasts. Because this is our territory, the Wanlings are considered invaders. So, if we take action, we have the advantage. We will then be able to obtain at least 1 or 2 pieces of red equipment. Furthermore, defeating humans will be easier than defeating Kartras beasts. Most importantly, once we capture the Wanling's red equipment, the red equipment ban will no longer affect us. The final option is to be more ambitious and take all of it. However, in that case, we must carefully consider our current strength and the deployment of our troops. As Teacher June spoke these words, he seemed eager to try, as if influenced by his profession. Gushi didn't believe Teacher June was influenced by his profession. He had a feeling that Teacher June was imitating something. It seemed that Teacher June had gained more than a little from death. Looking at Gushi's gaze, Teacher June smiled. Well, little Gushi, do you have any ideas? I don't have any ideas. My original goal was to capture the Kartrasman. For me, it would be great if I could snatch the Kartrasman beforehand. Gushi wanted to say that he actually wanted to grab them all. But Gushi had a feeling that this idea of grabbing them all was a trap. Chapter 3029. Teacher June and the other 3 glanced at each other, and finally laughed. Just the Kartras beast. After discussing it, the 3 of them quickly reached a decision. Teacher June held the highest position on the human side, so he would handle the arrangements on the human side. At least, no one would intervene while Gushi and the others were fighting the Kartras beast. Gushi, Gong Lingyu, and the others revisited the location Gushi had previously discovered. All 3 of them were considered experts in the necromancer field. Although none of them practiced poison, they had some knowledge of toxicity. Even if they themselves didn't know, enough of their subordinates knew. So, they quickly took the blood vomited by the Kartras beast, the remains of the creature, and some items from the place where the creature had slept for their subordinates to analyze. They wanted to determine what kind of poison the Kartras beast had contracted, and whether there was any way to make the poison more severe. After all, everyone thought, the simpler the better. Otherwise, the people of the 10,000 spirits wouldn't have deployed such a method here. In the hands of others, this poison might take a long time to neutralize. But in the hands of Gushi and his men, it didn't take so long. Just a few hours later, by the time Teacher June had everything settled, Gushi and his men had already created a large number of similar poisons, even a series of them. Because the size of the Kartras beast was still uncertain, Gushi and his men instructed their men to make as many poisons as possible. Judging by the amount they made, they were probably going to use it as foundation on Cartridgeman. After Teacher June returned, he immediately said, "I made it clear with them. We have an hour. No one will disturb us during this hour. In an hour, they will enter the battlefield as planned." 1 hour should be enough, Gonglingyu said calmly. Gu Shi also raised his head. "Yes, 1 hour is plenty. If we move quickly, we can even finish cleaning up the battlefield ahead of time. Don't be careless. The reason Cartridgeman's equipment can be decomposed into 3 to 5 pieces of red armor is because they carry the path of red armor within them. They alone are equivalent to more than 3 pieces of red armor." Hearing Teacher June's words, Gu Shi felt as if he had witnessed the final development of the Orange Guardian, New Nine-Tailed Fox. The Orange Guardian, New Nine-Tailed Fox, now only needed the final piece of the kit. Once she had it, she would be equivalent to 3 pieces of red armor. By then, the Orange-clad guard, New Nine-Tailed Fox, will have the highest combat power of all the orange-clad guards. At this point, Teacher June said, "You may not understand what the 3 red items represent, but just look at little Gu Shi and you understand. This means he has at least 3 different red items resonating with him. This is the minimum scenario. Although we all have red equipment, it's still spread too thin. Right now, only little Gu Shi and I have the ability to resonate with 2 red items. If we're careless, we could very well suffer. So we can't be careless." After saying this, Teacher June beckoned to Gu Shi again. "Little Gu Shi, come here." Gu Shi nodded and walked over to Teacher June's side. "Little Gu Shi, this time we both have to give it our all. There are some things we need to discuss." "Dual red item resonance?" Gu Shi asked. "Yes. If we're not honest about this, there won't be any cooperation later. My dual red item resonance is quite special. Death's Main requires 2 paths for special dual red item resonance, so with my 3 red items, I only have 2 resonance paths. One is the dual red item resonance between the Ghost Flower and Death's Main, which allows me to return to the enemy's fate node and deal with him. Many people know this. The other is the dual red item resonance between the Enchanted Staff and the Ghost Flower. This dual red item resonance is primarily based on the Enchanted Staff, with the Ghost Flower as a supplement. The effect is a large-scale, targeted, and timed magic explosion. The double red resonance Gu Shi described was exactly as he described it, a combination of the Magic Staff's mixed magic explosion and the Nether Flower's Nether Flower induction. This thing certainly wasn't as imaginative as the Nether Flower and Death's Main's double red resonance, after all, that one could directly access fate and modify certain details. But in terms of power, it was no less powerful. You have to remember that the Magic Staff is primarily a primary attack weapon, and everything about it exists to enhance its attack power. This pure attack power-adding resonance satisfied Gu Shi. This resonance could directly release a large number of Nether Flowers, using the Nether Flower petals as induction to trigger Gu Shi's mixed attack. Most importantly, the overlapping petals of the Nether Flower detonated a more powerful mixed attack. Furthermore, Gu Shi can also incorporate various skills into this, such as bone-based ones and the Incarnation of Death. Gu Shi can use this dual red resonance to create a wide range of possibilities. After listening to Gu Shi's dual red resonance, Teacher June also discussed his own dual red resonance. His dual red resonance has only one effect, Death Teleport. The teleportation ability of the Path of Earth, combined with the communication of Death effect of the Immortal Legacy, teleports an enemy or a part of their body to the Death Zone. After killing the enemy or that part, they are then transported back. This teleportation is mandatory, meaning that once Teacher June launches this attack, no one can escape. The difference is whether the entire person is teleported or only a portion is transported due to their size. According to Teacher June's estimation, this time, when he uses this technique, he will definitely only be able to teleport a portion of his body to the Death Zone. After listening to Gu Shi's resonance method, Teacher June came up with a strategy. He transported a portion of Cartridgeman's body away, while Gu Shi used the Ghost Flower to deliver poison or other substances into Cartridgeman's body. Gu Shi then used the Ghost Flower's power to cause its petals to explode, killing Cartridgeman with a toxic and internal explosion attack. If they performed their moves well, they could complete their attacks before Cartridgeman could strike. Of course, if they didn't, the ensuing battle would become a protracted one, in which case Gu Shi would need to deliver the Ghost Flower to Cartridgeman's body surface, and then use various attacks to distract Cartridgeman's attention. Teacher June would then find a way to transport Cartridgeman's internal organs away, sending it to its doom. Chapter 3030. After Gu Shi and Teacher June had decided on the general strategy for the attack, they shared it with Gonglingyu and the others, and received their feedback. The 3 men Gu Shi had brought with him also expressed their willingness to join the battle. Teacher June wasn't particularly surprised that Gu Shi's men possessed red armor. Mr. Feng had seized the opportunity and managed to get his followers red armor. Given Gu Shi's good fortune, it was quite normal for him to have several red armored men. So, they now had 7 red armor masters, possessing over 10 red armor items. This was equivalent to twice the maximum power of Kartras Beast's red armor. Add to that the fact that Kartras Beast was poisoned, and with their careful planning, their chances of victory were still very high. Alright, that's the plan. Everyone, go all out, and don't give Kartras Beast any chance. Teacher June spoke quickly, presenting a coordinate. These coordinates were obtained by Teacher June through his connections and channels. They are also the current location of the Kartras Beast. Compared to Gu Shi's red thread of the underworld, Teacher June's Path of Earth is a truly powerful means of teleportation. As long as there are coordinates, Teacher June can take people there. Even if the destination is in the starry sky, there is no problem. In the blink of an eye, Gu Shi felt that they had arrived in the starry sky. A throne made of clay appeared under Gu Shi's feet, and Teacher June rode his warhorse through the starry sky. Gu Shi thought for a moment and immediately released the puppet. Although the throne could move through the starry sky, its speed was still far too slow. If a real fight broke out, the throne's speed wouldn't allow Gu Shi to attack freely. Rather than that, it would be better to release the puppet and unleash her sun chariot, allowing it to carry Gu Shi through the starry sky. At the very least, the sun chariot would be much faster than the throne and much more flexible. Just like Teacher June, who could move freely through the starry sky. Seeing Gu Shi's movements, Teacher June didn't say much, simply riding his warhorse in one direction. Looking in the direction Teacher June was rushing, Gu Shi and the others could see the Kartras Beast flying through the starry sky. This was Gu Shi's first time seeing something called a star beast. How should I put it? It looked quite bizarre. It was enormous, at least 10,000 meters long from head to tail. It resembled a lizard, but only in the middle of its body was a pair of claws, either legs or hands. The top of its head was bare of skin, exposing jagged bone plates resembling a broken skull mask, with a network of dark red blood vessels embedded between the bone seams. The rest of its body, besides its abundant scales, was covered in a thick layer of mud. It was unclear whether this was the result of being buried beneath the planet for so long, or simply because it was that way. Gu Shi also noticed that the eyes of this Kartras beast had turned a crimson red, and its teeth were covered in green blood. This was consistent with Gu Shi and the others' earlier assessment. The Kartras beast had been poisoned. Although they had dispersed, everyone understood what they were supposed to do. Gu Shi lowered his head, stood on the sun chariot, raised his magic wand, and pointed forward. At this moment, a gate formed of ghost flowers appeared behind Gu Shi. Countless bottles of green potion were poured out from the gate. At the same time, the ghost flowers on the gate twisted continuously, absorbing the potion's power, before transforming into dark green petals that floated outward. At this moment, Gu Shi released several fist-sized avatars of death, bone dragons, and had them propel the ghost flower petals outward. In just a minute or two, ghost flower petals landed on the Kartras beast. The Kartras beast paid no attention to these events. It was twisting its body endlessly in the starry sky, its consciousness clearly fading. The external world no longer held its attention. By the time the first wave of ghostly blossoms descended upon it, Teacher June had already arrived on horseback, approximately 10 kilometers from the Kartras beast. This distance might seem far on a battlefield, but within the starry sky, it was remarkably close. Teacher June immediately activated his dual equipment resonance, forcibly creating a pattern of shimmering red light on the Kartras beast. This pattern was what Teacher June had described as the Death Teleport. As Teacher June had suspected, the Death Teleport's range was far too small for the Kartras beast's body, and it could only transport a portion of its abdominal flesh. In the next instant, a massive hole opened in Kartrasman's abdomen. From Gu Shi's perspective, he could even see its internal organs and blood vessels. Using this opportunity, Gu Shi flipped his hand, and the fist-sized incarnations of death immediately launched the nether spirit flowers into Kartrasman's body. A large portion of these nether spirit flower petals entered Kartrasman's veins, flowing through the bloodstream to every part of its body. The remaining nether spirit flower petals clung to Kartrasman's internal organs, intent on taking root. However, Kartrasman was also affected by its injuries, and its confused eyes happened to look towards Teacher June. Teacher June immediately retreated. This was also the plan from the beginning, to ensure everyone's safety. After all, in a battle like this, you can't just let everyone fight on their own, right? At this moment, Wei Hu, flying through the starry sky with Teacher June's power, took action. Because his mount couldn't fly into the starry sky, Wei Hu, standing on his clay throne, launched a powerful attack at the Kartras beast with his Great Wave Battering Cone. Blood Beasts Gathering. This move was the Great Wave Battering Cone's primary attack. It relied on everyone's imagination. But Gu Shi felt that Wei Hu's imagination was a bit too good. What was this flood of stars like? He wasn't thinking that the Milky Way was also a river, and that river water could also become a flood. Just as Gu Shi was puzzled, Wei Hu's attack had already created tens of thousands of beasts in the air. Among these beasts were charging beasts like rhinos and wild boars, as well as flying birds and cats and dogs known for their large numbers. All the beasts converged on one target, charging head-on at the Kartras beast's head. Chapter 3031. Faced with the pressure from the torrent beasts, the Kartras beast immediately opened its mouth. A strange shriek transformed into sound waves as it charged head-on into the galaxy transformed by the torrent beasts. Boom! The two waves collided in the starry sky, and Gu Shi immediately felt his carriage pause. But the puppet paid no attention. She set off again in her sun chariot, charging directly towards the Kartras beast. The puppet saw this as the perfect time to attack the Kartras beast. If not now, then when? However, two people were even faster than the puppet. One was Gongling Yu. She had already understood what she was doing when she arrived. Unlike Gu Shi, she didn't just change mounts. Instead, she stood on the throne created by Teacher Jun, raised the demon sword, and slashed at the Kartras beast. This strike had the effect of destroying luck. This is also the characteristic of the demonic sword. It can shatter the enemy's luck and imbue them with evil spirits. You have to know that this evil spirit was the ability that had previously given Gu Shi such a headache. Carrying evil spirits with one's body would be fatal. Now, Gongling Yu wanted to blind the Kartras beast and send itself into the most dangerous position. The other one was more. Unlike the others, she could fly. After transforming into a bone dragon, she couldn't fly through the void, but she could fly through the starry sky. After taking flight, she immediately activated the Dragon Blood Bottle's ability to strengthen herself. The Dragon Blood Bottle's effect on giant dragons or undead dragons increased with the number of nearby dragons. If she brought tens of millions of undead dragons with her, the Dragon Blood Bottle could strengthen her to the size of a Kartrasman, allowing her to directly engage it. But she simply didn't have that kind of strength right now. So, after activating this effect, More activated another one. All things transformed into dragons. Gu Shi had never seen the properties of the dragon blood bottle in Moore's hand. Gu Shi had only seen Moore activate the dragon blood bottle's effects once in battle. That time, countless dragon breaths converged on a single location, the power so overwhelming that even a red-suited warrior couldn't withstand it. Gu Shi had never seen anything else. This time, Gu Shi saw it. As the bone dragon Moore transformed into opened its mouth, a drop of blood flew out, flying towards the Cartersman. As the drop of blood flew, the surrounding space distorted. Before, Wei Hu had simply mistaken the Milky Way for a river. Now, Moore did the same thing. The drop of blood simply spun in the air, and the Milky Way transformed into numerous bone dragons shimmering with starlight. These dragons, one after another, joined together and quickly coiled around Cartersman's legs, attempting to hold it back. At the same time, the bone dragon transformed by Moore also rushed in that direction. Her current position wasn't ideal. She needed to get closer and deliver a wave of dragon breath to Cartersman. Cartersman, now suffocated by the evil energy, had lost its mind. Without a second thought, it was intent on destroying everything in sight. A flash of red light flashed in its eyes, and a shadow 5 times its size appeared behind it. Just as Gu Shi was looking at the phantom, Teacher Jun's voice reached his ears. 1 minute left. Teacher Jun was reminding Gu Shi that the flesh and blood that had been transported by death would return in just 1 minute. So Gu Shi raised his magic staff and swung it towards the Kartras beast. With this swing, a series of explosions erupted from the large hole in the Kartras beast's abdomen. Gu Shi employed a combination of wind and corpse explosion. Their purpose was to blast open the flesh and blood within the Kartras beast's body and release the poison deeper into its body. As for the power of the explosion, how much could this magic combination achieve? To truly achieve this, Gu Shi would have to rely on his death incarnation technique. With the magic staff, Gu Shi combined death incarnation with other techniques. Gu Shi was quite serious about this research. Gu Shi initially relied on his own ingenuity to develop the death incarnation combo, eventually progressing to the nuclear Gatling and nuclear Katyusha techniques. Although these techniques are no longer as powerful as Gu Shi had imagined, Gu Shi never relaxed his research on death incarnation. Especially after acquiring the illusion wand and the magical mixed explosion effect, Gu Shi was no longer satisfied with the effects of 2 or more death incarnations working together. Gu Shi began to incorporate other magic into the death incarnation's repertoire. These spells included elemental magic and necromancy. If Gu Shi hadn't truly been unable to learn mind magic and illusion, he might have continued to incorporate these elements. After Gu Shi activated the dual red-equipped skills of the Ghost Flower and the Magic Staff, he also simultaneously detonated the Death Avatar that had just delivered the Ghost Flower petals. This time, Gu Shi detonated the most classic magic explosion combination he had developed since acquiring the Magic Staff. Death Avatar plus Ghost Gate Opening. In Gu Shi's mind, the Death Avatar inherently carries death energy, and Ghost Gate Opening is simply opening a Ghost Gate. Whether the Ghost Gate is large or small, it's all the same. Gu Shi's release of so many Death Avatars can be considered a positioning of the Ghost Gate. After opening the Ghost Gate, the undead that emerge will be affected by the Death Avatars. Whether they explode or attack on their own, the Death Avatars can bring them along for the ride. With this technique, Gu Shi felt like he had acquired the Soul Summoning Tower when he first learned to summon spirits. He could now open Ghost Gates en masse. In the current situation, Gu Shi was doing this for the purpose of opening Ghost Gates en masse. Gu Shi's Death Army can release 10,000 Death Avatars at once. These 10,000 Death Avatars, combined with the opening of the Ghost Gates, mean Gu Shi can simultaneously release 10,000 Ghost Gates. This way, even if 10 undead emerge from each Ghost Gate, that's 100,000 undead. If all of these were crammed into a single enemy's belly, it wouldn't take long for that enemy's body to be ripped to shreds. Not to mention, how could a single Ghost Gate possibly only have 10 undead? So, this move is a devastating blow. In Gu Shi's eyes, its power is only weaker than the combined power of the Death Avatars and the Death Kaleidoscope. Now, with the dual resonance effect activated, these Death Avatars carrying the petals of the Ghost Flower into the Kartras Beast are useless. Gu Shi takes advantage of their presence to unleash a powerful move. All Death Avatars position themselves, and a chaotic explosion of magic. The Death Avatar Ghost Gates open, explode. Chapter 3032. Gu Shi's 2 attacks came one after the other. However, the explosions occurred almost simultaneously. As the explosions emanated from within Kartras, it screamed, and the scales on its body suddenly turned red. Trees suddenly sprouted from its body. However, this transformation was of little use to Kartras. Its injuries were internal, unrelated to the surface. This was precisely why the myriad spirits sought to poison Kartras. This explosion originated from within Kartras. The explosions from the Death Incarnation and Ghost Gate directly damaged Kartras's internal organs, while the dual red armor effects injected the poison intended for Kartras into its body. These attacks were all directed internally. External defenses were completely ineffective. After this explosion, Teacher Jun's death teleport also sent the flesh and blood back. It just happened to fill the hole in the Kartrasman's abdomen. As the hole was filled, Gu Shi noticed that the flesh and blood that had been inserted into it exuded a green aura. It was clearly marinated in death. As the flesh and blood clashed, the power of death began to flow into the Kartrasman's body. The Kartrasman, its eyes crimson, regained consciousness. It stared around, wanting to bite its enemy down. But at this moment, Principal Lu, who had been hiding in the rear, also took action. He simply pointed his glove at the Kartrasman's mouth. Principal Lu's gloves had a simple effect: all elemental magic attacks. However, after years of strengthening and transformation, all elemental magic now possesses an undead effect. The magic Principal Lu prepared was called Deathweed, a relatively rare wood magic. This type of magic is only learned by druids, and is primarily used to control plant growth. Orthodox magic, under the control of a druid, can instantly produce a large tree. Principal Lu's magic, however, can only grow grass, but it can produce a large amount of grass imbued with the aura of death. Principal Lu now did the same thing, adding all the poisons he had developed to the grass, and directing it to grow into the Kartras Beast's mouth. The Kartras Beast tried to bite anyone, but ended up with a mouthful of grass instead. Although the Kartras Beast's mouth can open 180 degrees, the grass grew directly into its body. The Kartras Beast's internal organs had been blasted to pieces by Gu Shi, and the poison had been injected into its bloodstream. This wave of poison sent Kartrasman into a frenzy. Its legs lashed out in all directions, attempting to attack everything around it. At this moment, Shirley, who had been missing, suddenly leaped out, landing squarely on Kartrasman's nose. The Emperor's spear, brimming with murderous energy, pierced Kartrasman's eye. Then the figure riding the sun chariot appeared right under Kartrasman's chin. A spear materialized in her hand, piercing Cartridgeman's jaw head-on. Gu Shi, at this moment, immediately delivered a fatal blow, a laser-like attack that landed squarely on Cartridgeman's other eye. Attacks from multiple directions struck Cartridgeman. Cartridgeman, already severely wounded, was powerless to block the blow. It didn't even have the strength to struggle. At this moment, Teacher June also attacked. He also aimed for Cartridgeman's throat. After all, Cartridgeman still had a chance to resist. But at this moment, Gu Shi's subordinate Wei Hu dealt Cartridgeman the final blow. A raging wave. This was an attack from all sides, threatening to swallow Cartridgeman whole. If it were just an ordinary flood, Cartridgeman wouldn't be afraid at all. But wasn't Wei Hu mistaking the Milky Way for a river? This time, the wave was a massive vortex of starlight, its power almost on par with a black hole. Although Cartridgeman was a star beast, and its body was close to that of an ancient god, it was not an ancient god after all. This time, the raging wave tore Cartridgeman's body apart. At this moment, Gong Lingyu swung his demonic sword once again. The evil energy intensified. The evil energy that Shirley's Emperor Sha's spear had pierced into Cartridgeman's body was now also harnessed by Gong Lingyu. This evil energy rapidly increased, severing Cartridgeman's internal destiny. In a single blow, Cartridgeman's last hope of survival was severed. The puppet also took this opportunity to increase the speed of its sun chariot to its maximum. The puppet and chariot passed directly through Cartridgeman's neck, creating a hole there. It's my turn now. Seeing this opportunity, Gong Lingyu poured out all the poison his men had prepared. Guided by the demonic sword, it landed on the Cartras beast's body. Now, all the poisons Gu Shi and his men had prepared had been used. The poisons were quite effective, effectively severing the Cartras beast's last remaining hope. After Gong Lingyu's poison was added, the Cartras beast's body turned dark green. Just then, Gu Shi's fatal blow struck, creating a trench-like wound in the Cartras beast's skin. A large amount of blood spurted out. This time, the blood was no longer the poisonous dark green, but had a hint of golden yellow. This is your last chance. Everyone, attack with all your might. At Teacher June's command, everyone raised their red equipment and unleashed their most powerful blows at the Cartras beast's position. This time, Wei Hu's attack was the most powerful. After all, Wei Hu had taken advantage of the red suit. His red suit was a siege weapon, and the larger the enemy, the greater its attack effectiveness. The second place was surprisingly Gong Lingyu. Gong Lingyu had taken advantage of Shirley's advantage. Her demonic sword could control evil spirits. After severing the Cartras beast's luck, the evil spirit within it became the material Gong Lingyu controlled. In the final all-out attack, this evil spirit transformed into various weapons, slicing through Cartras beast's body. The third place was Gu Shi, who once again used the dual red suit resonance. After all, this time, Gu Shi didn't send the death incarnation into Cartras beast's body. Instead, he could only create an explosion on its surface, which was truly ineffective. Chapter 3033. Under Gu Shi and his companion's siege, the Cartras beast's body was finally shredded, revealing its crystal-like bones beneath its thick skin. At this moment, Gu Shi noticed that the surface of these bones was covered in something resembling starlight. Gu Shi instantly recognized what these things were. These were clearly game worlds. From Gu Shi's perspective, he could even discern the presence of the Cartras beast in each of these games. Although he didn't know how the Cartras beast had appeared, based on the situation before him, Gu Shi could tell that the claim that the Cartras beast, once grown, would become an ancient god was true. As Gu Shi observed the Cartras beast's skeleton, countless clouds of mud appeared around Teacher June. Within this mud, four red lights flickered continuously. Just when the Cartras beast was being chopped apart, Gu Shi had seen 4 red lights fly out from its body. He had wanted to intercept them, but seeing Teacher June take the initiative, Gu Shi refrained from any rash action. As expected, Teacher June's abilities were extraordinary, easily intercepting the 4 red dots. Teacher June then said, "Now that we have the goods, we need to find a place to divide the spoils. Let's go to my place. Whether it's humans or spirits, entering or exiting the depths of the game is a hassle," Gu Shi suggested bluntly. Gong Lingyu and the others glanced at each other and agreed with Gu Shi's suggestion. Gu Shi then raised his hand, and the sacred moonlight radiated outward, enveloping the bones of the Cartras beast and dragging them into the sacred moonlight. Everyone else understood Gu Shi's actions, but no one intervened. In their view, the red suit was the most important. They had already obtained large corpses like this before. There was no need to fight for it. Gu Shi collected all the bones of the Cartras beast in just a few minutes. After completing all this, Gu Shi didn't use any abilities, like the underworld red thread, nor did he tell Teacher June the coordinates. He simply opened the main gate to Aridov City and welcomed Teacher June and the others in. After entering Aridov City, Teacher June and the others immediately sensed the thickening energy of Chengxi Mountain and the strange layout of Aridov City. Gongling Yu couldn't help but sigh. Gu Shi, your Death City has grown quite well. Yes, that flying in the sky is the red suit, right? The red suit bound to the city? Gu Shi, we really underestimated you. At Gu Shi's level, some things can be openly displayed. Gu Shi simply smiled at the compliments from Teacher Gongling Yu and the others. Thank you for the compliments, I was just lucky. Please follow me. Although he had invited everyone to Aridov City, Gu Shi didn't reveal all the details of the city. He simply invited everyone to his own palace in the main city. At this time, Lingxi also personally served various snacks and other items, which served as a kind of entertainment. But everyone's attention wasn't focused on this. They still wanted to know what red equipment the cartridgeman had produced. Okay, I know everyone wants to know what we got, so I won't hide it. It's all here, take a look. Teacher June smiled upon noticing the crowd's gaze. He quickly released all 4 points of light and displayed them before everyone. Gu Shi and the others took a look and saw that the 4 red points resembled a miniature cartilage skull, a piece of what looked like cartilage, a dark, fragmented scale, and a piece of dark red internal organs. Gu Shi was visibly stunned. Could it be that after all this fighting, the final result was some red material? That would be awkward. Gu Shi reached out to the nearest point of light, and the attributes of the item within flashed before his eyes. Seeing the attributes, Gu Shi finally breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, this was equipment, not materials. While this equipment had nothing to do with the undead, it was still red equipment. For players like Gongling Yu, who only had one piece of red equipment, this was a rare opportunity. Whether using Gu Shi's territory to circumvent the red equipment ban and bind it for themselves, or giving it to their subordinates, it's all possible. After all, red equipment never goes out of style. At this moment, Gongling Yu and the others glanced at Gu Shi, then touched the other red points of light, checking their corresponding attributes and descriptions. After reviewing the information on these items, Gu Shi gained a general understanding of the 4 red equipment items before him. What looked like a cartridge skull was actually a helmet, red quality, with physical combat attributes far inferior to those of the 3 necromancers. That cartilage-like object is actually the vocal tract of the cartridge beast, but after transformation, it has become a shield. But this thing is quite interesting. It's a spell shield. A spell shield used by classes like shamans and spellbreakers. It increases spell damage and spell defense, and also has a decent attack stat, making it a rather unique piece of equipment. The dark, upward-facing scale fragments are the cartridge beast's scales, presumably used for defense. However, the properties of the scale fragments in front of Gu Shi surprised him somewhat, as they actually have the ability to burrow underground, making them a mobile red item. This made Gu Shi's eyes light up. He had actually been wanting to enhance his demonic coffin. After all, the quality of his demonic coffin had always been too low. If these scale fragments could be fused with the demonic coffin, perhaps the quality of his demonic coffin could be improved. As for whether or not the fusion could be achieved, Gu Shi had never worried. Li Shiqian and the Red Guard blacksmith weren't yet able to craft red armor, but transferring the red armor's paths and attributes to other equipment was possible. As for the last item, which looked like internal organs, Gu Shi had examined it closely. It was the stomach sac of a cartridge beast. It was filled with strong acids and poisons, making it a valuable decorative item. However, it could only be used by poison-type necromancers, not by others for the time being. After examining all the red dots, Teacher June looked at the crowd and said, Gu Shi discovered this opportunity, and he also made a significant contribution. As we said before, after this battle, any good items will be taken by Gu Shi first. Gu Shi, you take the choice? Gu Shi nodded, reached out, picked up the dark scale fragment, and waved it towards the crowd, announcing his choice. Chapter 3034. After Gu Shi picked out the items he wanted, Gongling Yu and the other 3 discussed and also picked out the corresponding red items. Teacher June took the helmet. Teacher June thought this heavy physical armor would be quite useful to him. Gongling Yu and Principal Lu were both necromancers, so magic items would be most useful to them. The 2 discussed it, and Gongling Yu finally took the shield transformed from the throat. Gongling Yu thought he looked cool with a sword in one hand and a shield in the other. Principal Lu, on the other hand, took the stomach of the cartridge beast. While the poison and strong acid within it weren't Principal Lu's primary target, his glove modifications had already given him many ideas for future modifications. He believed Principal Lu could also successfully modify the stomach. It could be said that everyone got what they wanted. After receiving the red items, no one returned immediately. Even Teacher June planned to find a suitable place to bind the items first. What could possibly compare to the depths of the game these days? Binding red equipment here meant that even the red equipment ban wouldn't apply to them once they returned. So the three immediately asked Gu-Shi for a safe place to bind red equipment. At the very least, they needed to ensure they could do so without any problems. For this situation, Gu-Shi recommended Changzi City. Although Changzi City was relatively deserted, its security was still quite strong. At least for now, Changzi City had the best security besides Beilui. Gonglingyu and the other three simply wanted to keep their whereabouts secret. It was enough for them to not know they were bound to the red suit. They only had to guard against their friends, family, or subordinates. Principal Liu, in particular, was only able to obtain the gloves because he was the president of Hades University. If he were no longer president, he would have to hand over the gloves. Now, with a new red suit, he had a way out. Even if he gave up his position as president of Hades University, he would still be the red suit master. It could be said that Principal Liu's gaze towards Gu-Shi was filled with gratitude. Both Principal Liu and Gonglingyu were quite satisfied with Gu-Shi's arrangements. Teacher June didn't mind, but he had to admit that Gu-Shi had more influence in the game. Of course, Gu-Shi also boasted. If Changzi City doesn't work, I know of another human territory deep in the game, but it's a bit far away. Their people can't take advantage of the Genesis Bridge. Going there will truly make it impossible for outsiders to find us. No need, just Changzi City. Teacher June made the decision. By the way, Gu-Shi, can you do me a favor? Teacher June, are you talking about In City? Yes, In City, with Teacher June and I gone, might not have enough defenses. Could you help us guard it? It won't take much, just 3 months. After we successfully bind here, if you need to defend something, we can help you. Principal Liu also spoke up. He knew Gu-Shi would be very busy during this period. We also knew that Gu-Shi must have other red items that hadn't been bound. As for why they hadn't bound them, everyone could understand. With all the hustle and bustle, how could they spare a few months or even a year to bind red items? If these red items can't be converted into combat power, what good are they? So, Principal Liu knew immediately that Gu-Shi must be worried about this matter. This was where Principal Liu and his team came into play. They could do some things on Gu-Shi's behalf. Even though Gu-Shi had red items and subordinates in the city, Gonglingyu could still help with some decisions. After Principal Liu said this, Gonglingyu nodded. Yes, Gu-Shi, just help us guard In City and my death planet. Just make decisions on anything. Gu-Shi immediately understood their intentions and said decisively, Okay. After all, among the several pieces of red items Gu-Shi had, 2 were essential for him. That was the life-calling bow and the 4-leaf clover ring. Gu-Shi had a feeling the life-calling bow was part of his death main. So even if Gu-Shi didn't use a bow and arrow, he still had the life-calling bow. As for the 4-leaf clover ring, it was all because of that grandson. Since he had inherited Gu-Shi's 4-leaf clover ring, it meant Gu-Shi was definitely bound to it. Gu-Shi understood that if he didn't know, he could probably let it go. But if he did, he would become part of history, and there were things he had to do. Even if it meant immediately unbinding it and passing it down, it was better than not binding it at all. So, for now, Principal Liu's proposal was still reasonable. I understand. After I finish my current tasks, I go to the underworld city. I be stationed there and await your return. Gu-Shi stated decisively. Teacher June and the others nodded. Gu-Shi then led them to the gate leading to Changzi City. Ever since Gu-Shi's last visit to all human cities, he had marked corresponding gates near each one. From Gu-Shi's Death City, Gu-Shi could easily access all human cities deep within the game. This provided Gu-Shi with ample convenience in mobilizing his forces. This now served as a passageway. Gu-Shi even considered using these gates to strengthen communication with human cities. However, Gu-Shi's territory was, after all, the underworld, and some interactions might not be welcomed by humans. So, many things were still being fine-tuned. For now, this was simply a passageway for Gu-Shi to come and protect these areas. Gu-Shi personally led Teacher June and the others to Changzi City. About 2/3 of Changzi City's high-ranking officials had left, but at least half of Changzi City's civilians remained. Of these remaining civilians, the majority were players engaged in agriculture or animal husbandry. They could make a living anywhere with their professional abilities. The White Deer wild humans hadn't yet established a stable presence in the real world. They hadn't even conquered a single-star region. If they went up there now, there was no guarantee they would have land to farm. Rather than leaving early, they might as well cultivate more land here for a few years and save more money. Only in this way could they guarantee their future livelihoods. When Gu Shi brought Teacher Jun here, he took them to the location where Changzi City once stored the ancient god's head. Although the place had changed, the level of confidentiality was still quite high. When Gu Shi brought them in, no one knew where they were going. Chapter 30-35. After settling Teacher Jun and the others, Gu Shi didn't immediately head to Yin City, but instead made a trip to Flame Victoria City. Seeing Gu Shi approach, Lu Shiqian and the red-clad guard, the blacksmith, immediately came to greet him. Sir. Gu Shi didn't waste any time exchanging words with him, simply tossing the fragmented scale into Lu Shiqian's hands. This is a fairly good piece of red equipment, of ordinary quality. Its most useful feature is that it allows you to travel across the earth, the starry sky, and some strange places, regardless of terrain. It can go anywhere except the void. This is a relatively good path. However, there are limitations. It doesn't allow teleportation. If it could open a portal, this path would be a surefire way to go. The remaining 3 paths are only average. One is a path for enhanced defense, and it's not a shield-like defensive measure, but a standard defensive measure that only counts if you're hit. This type of path is only used in close combat, and is not effective for. It's not particularly useful for adults. Also, this path is a plant-oriented domain. It accelerates plant growth near the user. This domain isn't very effective, but since it's related to the earth, I do understand its origin. This one is a bit puzzling. It can consume ore, but there's no detailed explanation of what it can do after consuming it. So, sir, this red outfit isn't a good one. If you don't have any red outfit, you can bind it. However, if you have a lot of red outfit, binding this one would somewhat contaminate your growth path. Li Shiqian immediately analyzed a lot of useful information. I know that. I didn't bring this here with the intention of binding it. When I saw this, an idea suddenly struck me. I want to transfer all the paths of this red suit to my evil coffin. After listening to Gu Shi's explanation, Li Shiqian and the red suit guard, the blacksmith, exchanged a glance. Gu Shi's request was spot on. Li Shiqian and his team didn't have the ability to forge red suits yet, but they did have the ability to modify them. The term modifying red suit here refers to changing its appearance. For example, transforming a piece of armor into a weapon, or changing a dagger into a hammer, is possible. Gu Shi had heard this from Li Shiqian as well. However, Gu Shi hadn't considered changing the appearance or type of the red suit, so he had never attempted such a modification. Now, when Gu Shi received the fragmented scales, he had the idea of modifying the evil coffin. It had to be admitted that sometimes a single thought can change everything. After hearing this, Li Shiqian pondered for a moment. Finally, he turned to Gu Shi and said, Sir, do you want a minor modification, a general modification, or a major modification? What do you mean by a minor modification? And what do you mean by a general modification or a major modification? A minor modification would involve transferring everything from this fragment of scales to the lid or floor of the evil coffin. This way, the evil coffin remains the evil coffin, and the red suit remains the red suit. However, whenever the red suit activates its effect, the evil coffin will undoubtedly be affected. A general modification would involve transferring everything from the red suit into the evil coffin. The red suit and the evil coffin become one, so the evil coffin becomes the red suit. The major modification involves strengthening the path within, based on the fusion of the red equipment and the evil coffin, and making some adjustments to the path. The resulting evil coffin will be more suitable for red equipment path enhancements. Gu Shi paused for a moment. What are the success rates of the 3 modification methods? Minor modifications have a success rate of around 80%, general modifications have a success rate of around 50%, and major modifications have a success rate of only 30%. Li Shiqian thought for a moment and finally said. Gu Shi believed that if he wanted to gamble, the general modification approach would be the most suitable, and the success rate was not low. The 50-50 chance was actually worth a gamble. However, Gu Shi then said, consider the evil coffin as a living creature. Also, could the idea of binding the Griffin Black Throne to Arida's city be applied? Furthermore, we have the ability to piece together red equipment. Can you master this? If so, changing the path to red equipment shouldn't be too difficult. Li Shiqian listened and explained everything. Gu Shi slowly understood that it was precisely because he possessed these necessary skills that he could make a major overhaul of the evil coffin. Otherwise, a standard overhaul would be the limit of the red equipment and the evil coffin. The 30% success rate was something Li Shiqian had managed to achieve. Let's gamble. It's a gamble anyway. What's the point of a standard overhaul? Just go for the major overhaul. As for the materials, have someone get them. We have plenty of red materials, and red equipment road materials, as well as a sufficient amount of void spirit crystals. Just take the materials. I don't care whether you add anything to the evil coffin, or simply change its attributes. I want to see the evil coffin become red quality. After making this suggestion to Li Shiqian, Gu Shi didn't linger any longer. He left the evil coffin behind and turned away. Looking at the evil coffin Gu Shi had left behind, Li Shiqian was quite excited. Gu Shi's decision to entrust him with this task showed she had complete faith in his abilities, and this was based on experience, didn't he? Currently, Li Shiqian was crafting orange equipment. Although he had work to do every day, crafting orange equipment wouldn't earn him the experience needed to craft red equipment. Without research and experimentation, how could they craft red equipment? They couldn't just craft orange equipment forever. That was clearly wrong. Gu Shi knew from the contents of the magic box that a blacksmith with a high enough skill level could craft red equipment. But right now, they had neither the blueprints nor the experience. Now that Gu Shi was willing to give them red equipment to experiment with, they would be doing Gu Shi a disservice if they missed out on this opportunity to gain experience. So they had to work hard. At this moment, Li Shiqian turned to the Red Guard, the blacksmith, and said, "Blacksmith, let's discuss how to completely remove this red road." The Red Guard, the blacksmith, responded decisively, "Okay." At this moment, Gu Shi appeared before the titanium lion. "Sir, what are you doing?" "I just found a large object. It contains a few game worlds. Please take care of it." Gu Shi spoke as he released the bones of the Kartras beast. The titanium lion's eyes lit up at the sight of such a large bone. "Sir, this is a treasure. We can obtain at least 60 game worlds from it. Most importantly, sir, the game world at this location is clearly the source. Even if it's not the red world, it's pretty close. This means there's a red world inside, sir." Chapter 3036. After finishing all his tasks, Gu Shi arrived at the Yin City. Gu Shi didn't go to Hades University, or to Teacher Jun's territory. Instead, he returned to the mansion he had previously purchased and settled down there unobtrusively. Most people noticed Gu Shi's behavior, but they didn't quite understand or care. Gu Shi's subordinates also moved their reporting locations from their quarters in Aridaz City to the mansion in the Yin City. Of course, this behavior also made Gu Shi feel a lot more relaxed. In his free time, he would occasionally visit Senior Tang Shuang to play, or even go directly to the Yin City for fun. Tang Shuang knew what Gu Shi had been up to over the past year. Although she and Gu Shi had a close relationship, she didn't constantly cling to him, nor did she ask him to take responsibility. She simply lived her own life. Whether working at Hades University or elsewhere, she lived a comfortable life. Gu Shi was quite envious of this life. However, Gu Shi now carried too heavy a burden, and he couldn't let it all go. Now, Gu Shi could only find a break from his busy schedule, taking a few moments each day to wander around the Yin City. Of course, Gu Shi had a reason for this little free time. He had promised Teacher Jun and the others what he would do, and he always had to keep it. Gu Shi always made sure to let everyone know that he was still in the Yin City. Of course, Gu Shi also didn't forget his own work. Whenever the Beili humans brought in the latest news from the star field, Gu Shi would often go over to check it out. After all, the matter of the star region concerns the Beili human settlement, so Gu Shi had to make some extra trips. Thankfully, there weren't any accidents this time. They didn't encounter any foolish individuals like last time, nor did they encounter any dangerous areas. At most, those star regions had various problems, making them unsuitable for human migration. This left Gu Shi feeling somewhat frustrated, but matters like the star region depended on fate. Gu Shi still had time, so at most, he could make 2 more trips. However, being in Yin City also had its advantages. In Yin City, Gu Shi could get news faster than deep within the game. For example, there was a very detailed report on what happened after Gu Shi and his team stole the Kartras beast. Because of Teacher Jun's request, the human leaders didn't investigate the Kartras beast's final whereabouts. They focused their attention on the infiltrating 10,000 spirits players. This time, the humans gathered 30 red-suited players and worked together to eliminate the infiltrating 10,000 spirits players and snatch 6 pieces of red equipment. This could be considered a significant gain, and precisely for this reason, no one mentioned Gu Shi and his team's capture of the Kartras beast. After all, no one suffered a loss, and Gu Shi and his team had accomplished everything within an hour. Their combat power was far superior to that of the 30 red-suited players. No one was foolish. There were certain situations where one knew how to make choices. However, amidst all this news, Gushi also heard another piece of information. The star region where the Kartras beast had appeared earlier seemed to have been destroyed. No one knew who destroyed this star field, but one day, someone went to check and discovered it was gone. Some speculated that the myriad spirits knew about this, and didn't want anyone to know they had a plan against the Kartras beasts. Others speculated that there was another Kartras beast buried beneath, waiting until everyone had left before it secretly departed. Whatever the case, the star field that Gushi had initially cherished was gone. The burden of searching for the star field for the Bailey humans still weighed heavily on Gushi. When would this matter ever end? Sipping his coffee, Gushi shook his head, his mind drifting away. Just then, Shea followed Tang Shuang into the cafe. Gushi, you know what? I heard some big news today. Tang Shuang smiled happily upon seeing Gushi. Gushi stepped forward, took Tang Shuang's hand, and looked at Shea with a puzzled look. How could they have been so close together? Shea shrugged. She had heard some important news today, and had come to Gushi to report it. She hadn't expected to encounter something like this. But Gushi was a smart man. After encountering this, he didn't ignore Tang Shuang and instead asked, "What's the news?" Hearing Gushi's question, Tang Shuang's face lit up with excitement. This is big news. Honestly, before I heard it, I didn't expect something like this to happen. Seeing Tang Shuang's excitement, Gushi also felt a little curious. You have to know that Tang Shuang is a worldly wise man, even a university professor. He usually has his own sources of information and knows a lot. Under these circumstances, even if Tang Shuang were to exchange information with Gushi, it would be casual joking. He wouldn't be as excited as he was right now. And with Shaya also coming along, Gushi's interest was immediately piqued. Oh, tell me about it. Well, didn't the Wanling clan sneak into our territory this time? And what a big secret they revealed. Wanling clan. Gushi was a little surprised. He hadn't expected this incident to be related to the Wanling clan. You have to know that the Wanling clan has always been ranked number 1 in the real world, and is known for its open-mindedness. Anyone who is useful can choose to join the Wanling clan, and once they do, they are treated as one of their own. It can be said that the Wanling clan and the Tianren clan have different reputations in the real world. Many races and expert players would be willing to abandon their own tribes or races and join the Wanling clan if invited. Now, hearing some gossip about the Wanling clan, Gushi perked up. But Gushi also glanced at Shaya. She saw Shaya nodding slightly at her. Gushi then realized that Shaya had come here because of this news, but she had somehow run into Tang Shuang and ended up here with him. Gushi's attention was focused, and she turned to look at Tang Shuang. Tang Shuang, at this moment, said with a hint of pride, "You might not believe it, but the Wanling clan is actually..." Chapter 3037. What? After hearing Tang Shuang's gossip, Gushi was stunned. He hadn't expected the Myriad Spirits clan to be in such a state. It turns out that before the Myriad Spirits clan and the Celestial clan, the real world wasn't ruled by these two races, but by a race known as the Saint clan. It's said that within their group were 2 ancient god-level beings. As for those below the ancient god level, there were even fewer. It could be said that at the time, the Saint clan unified the entire real world. But then, for unknown reasons, the Saint clan simply vanished. The next major forces to emerge in the real world were the Celestial clan and the Myriad Spirits clan. The Celestial clan appeared earlier, but their trajectory is well documented, clearly a gradual rise from a single red suit. The Myriad Spirits clan, on the other hand, was different. They had a habit of courting red suit players from other races. And yet, somehow, the Myriad Spirits clan inexplicably became the number 1 race in the real world. This was something no one had ever imagined. When this news broke, everyone was stunned. It turns out that the Myriad Spirits initially gained control of the Saint clan's ruins, obtaining a large quantity of red armor from them, and ultimately growing in power. Later, they continued to pursue the relics of the Saint clan and those of the races that preceded them, rapidly expanding their power through this. Eventually, they reached their current level. Originally, this news wouldn't have spread so quickly, but who could have imagined that the Kartras beast would expose them this time? Because the Myriad Spirits are accustomed to treasure hunting, and the convenience provided by archaeology, they have been constantly searching for various relics, both those of the Saint clan and those before them. The Kartras beast was also one of their targets. But they were originally after more than just this one Kartras beast. They were searching for the Kartras beast cemetery. Legend has it that when Kartras beasts feel they are about to die, they will go to a certain place on their own. That place is the only place of contact between the Kartras beasts, who are naturally not on good terms with each other, The Kartras Beast Cemetery. They will eventually die there, their bodies becoming part of the cemetery. In other words, if they could find a Kartras beast and injure it unknowingly and seriously, they could follow it all the way to the Kartras Beast Cemetery. In the end, all the countless red suits in the cemetery belonged to the Discoverer. This time, Gu Shi and his team had eliminated the Kartras beasts beforehand. After the humans ambushed the myriad spirits, they inadvertently learned some of the details. The news gradually spread, and the myriad spirits' true secrets were exposed. But Gu Shi could clearly hear some of the details. Tang Shuang, tell me, did you overhear this news by accident, or is it common knowledge now? Most people know, Tang Shuang said immediately. Now, many people are thinking that if the Wanling clan can do this, then so can we. This didn't sound right. Just because ordinary people might not know some of the Wanling clan's secrets, doesn't mean Xinhua, and the others don't. And since Xinhua hasn't considered this, there must be some underlying problem. This kind of news is spreading everywhere, and everyone is so eager to take action. It's very unusual. At this moment, Tang Shuang asked again, Gu Shi, do you think this is true? It should be true. I encountered the story of the underworld's Huazhang before. The people of the Wanling clan have always coveted the treasures of the underworld. I didn't think much of it then, but now it seems they truly will do anything for the treasure. At this point, Gu Shi turned to look at Xia. He knew Xia would arrive, and there would surely be more news. Sure enough, Xia said, Sir, I received similar information, but I received even more important news. The Wanling clan has a rumor that most of the Saint clan's treasures are hidden deep within the game. They only explored less than 10% of it, and the rest remains undiscovered. There are also rumors supporting this claim, saying that the Wanling clan controls 2 passages leading deep into the game, allowing them to enter and search for lost ruins and treasures. Hearing this, Gu Shi's face darkened. He already understood who this rumor was targeting. For humans right now, the only passage leading to the depths of the game is the Genesis Bridge. Most importantly, Gu Shi's situation shouldn't be overly considered. A player at only level 25 already possesses 3 pieces of red armor, not to mention the other red armor items. No one might have thought much of it before, but once this news gets out, will anyone think Gu Shi has found the Saint clan's treasure? What a nuisance. Gu Shi wasn't stupid, he clearly understood who this was targeting. Gu Shi himself wasn't particularly famous, but the Genesis Bridge incident had likely drawn some attention. Add to that the recent incident with the Kartras beasts, and someone must be behind this. Gu Shi thought for a moment, then immediately locked onto his target. This situation was most likely the work of the Celestials. After all, the Celestials had been targeting the Bridge of Creation even before it was built. Even after the Bridge of Creation was completed, their attacks continued. For over a year, Gu Shi had already repelled the Celestials. But he never imagined that trouble would be waiting for him here. But Gu Shi changed his mind and smiled. This is a good thing. Human players are focusing their attention on the deep game, which is why the Genesis Bridge we built is gaining traffic. Don't you see that the humans of Beilui are the only ones using it right now? No one else is using it. What's the point of building the Genesis Bridge? So many people have died. If they just want to send the humans of Beilui back to the real world, there are plenty of ways they can use it. Don't worry about this. Let them spread the word. Xia, take this message to Lu Yongcheng. Let them handle it. Some people want to enter the deep game, and we agreed to that. We let as many humans as possible through. If they want to enter the deep game, let them go to human cities and provide them with logistical supplies. These are all opportunities for Beilui to make money. Don't miss them. Xia thought for a moment and laughed. Yes, no matter what the enemy thinks, all this traffic now belongs to the Genesis Bridge. No matter what, the humans of Beilui have contributed so much to the Genesis Bridge, and now they deserve to enjoy its benefits. Chapter 3038. After finishing the last of his coffee, Gu Shi took Tang Shuang out shopping. Although they didn't exchange much conversation, Xia already knew what Gu Shi was thinking. Gu Shi didn't even need to speak to her, she knew what they were going to do. After leaving the cafe, Tang Shuang held Gu Shi's hand tightly. Are you really okay? I'm fine. What's wrong? I was just hearing gossip about the myriad spirits. I was so excited that I didn't think much about many things. Now that I think about it, I feel something's not right. Is someone targeting the creation bridge? Tang Shuang knew all the gossip about the myriad spirits, so how could she have ignored the matter of the creation bridge? At first, she simply ignored it. Now, she naturally thought that Gu Shi was the greatest guardian of the deep game. It's okay. This rumor just happened to bring me a wave of customers. Gu Shi didn't care much about it. He had already asked Chaya to inform Li Yongcheng. I believe the human leaders of Beilui also know how to deal with this situation. After all, the creation bridge doesn't belong to Gu Shi. His relationship with the Beilui leaders is merely an alliance. There are some things Gu Shi can intervene in, but he can't take over. At most, if a red-clad enemy were to sabotage the creation bridge, Gu Shi would have to deal with it. Besides, the creation bridge is currently heavily defended. In the real world, the Eastern Legion is stationed there, with at least 2 red-clad players stationed there. Deep within the game, Gu Shi has assigned Corpse Mountain War God and Wei Hu to stay there, while the other red-clad subordinates can move in at any time. This way, Gu Shi didn't have to worry too much about the creation bridge. As for whether any accidents might occur in the depths of the game, Gu Shi didn't even have to think about that. Those who attempted to cause accidents there would naturally be dealt with by others, without Gu Shi having to intervene personally. That was why Gu Shi felt so relaxed. But Gu Shi was actually a little puzzled. Didn't the Celestials have brains? Didn't they know that this wouldn't have any impact on him? Shaking his head, Gu Shi finally gave up. Today was a rare opportunity to relax, so he shouldn't dwell on such things. What Gu Shi didn't know was that somewhere far away from Yinzidu, a player with an octopus head and a row of at least 9 eyes was observing him through a device similar to a water mirror. How is it? At this moment, a player appeared beside him. This player looked like a human, wearing an ancient oriental robe, with a sword and a seal hanging from his waist. His face was pale, and there were dark circles between his eyes. I already made arrangements, but this guy's a tough one to deal with. Look at him, he doesn't seem to care about the rumors at all. That's normal. At our level, who cares about that? What can a few rumors do to make us put down our red suits? You should know why I asked you to come here this time. My fate is causally connected to that guy. The octopus-like player lowered his head. Yes. The dark-eyed player smiled, and patted the other player's shoulder. It's good for you to know. You were supposed to have a share of the Genesis Bridge. Even if there's just a slight connection, you still have a share. Didn't Gu Shi ultimately gain so many benefits by relying on his connection to the Creation Bridge? What we need to do now is continually amplify the impact of the Creation Bridge. Then the causal effect of your connection will become apparent. We then have a chance to influence the Creation Bridge. But there's nothing to but. Don't forget, your cousin was exterminated by Gu Shi. If I hadn't helped you uncover this, you wouldn't have known that a branch of your Suyu clan drifted into the depths of the game, and was ultimately wiped out. Do you still want to revive the Suyu clan? The player with the octopus-like head lowered his head upon hearing this and fell silent. Glancing at him, the dark-eyed player reached out, and pulled out a ball of black silk thread. Then, he pulled out a crumpled piece of waste paper. This is the next scenario. Play it well. When the Joshu clan was destroyed, they took one of the red items, and destroyed 4. The remaining 2 are actually whereabouts. As long as you can handle this matter, I can tell you the whereabouts of these 2 red items. Whether you want to rebuild the Joshu clan or stay with the Wanling clan is up to you. You can even change your name, and no one will care. After all, the Joshu clan no longer exists in the real world, and the remaining branch deep within the game has been wiped out. With a few red items in hand, and the Wanling clan support, who can deny you're a legitimate member of the Joshu clan? The player with dark circles under his eyes patted the octopus-headed player on the shoulder. Go ahead, young man. Everything is under your control. The octopus-headed player said nothing. He unfolded a ball of scrap paper, examining the plan on it. Then, indiscriminately, he wound a black thread around his finger, and pulled hard. Red, tinged with green, blood flowed out, staining the black thread. The blood-stained black thread formed layer upon layer of text, writing in the void the fate they had arranged for Gu Shi. But none of these destinies flew towards Gu Shi. Because they knew very little about Gu Shi, they only knew that he was called Gu Shi, a player who had emerged from the depths of the game and possessed 3 pieces of red armor. Of these, only the magic wand and the nether flower were confirmed. What the other piece was, no one knew. Many suspected that the floating head behind Gu Shi was also a red armor. But there was no evidence. So, there was no way to confirm this. For this same reason, many things couldn't be targeted at Gu Shi. After all, without knowing the attributes and effects of the red armor, directly targeting a player in red armor would be a self-inflicted blow. That's why they resorted to such tactics, employing the principles of cause and effect and fate to drag Gu Shi into the battlefield they were most familiar with. As long as Gu Shi could get into their rhythm, 3 red armor pieces wouldn't matter. The Wanling clan wasn't a small force like humans. They had players with 2 or even multiple red armor pieces. Then, an ambush and killing Gu Shi would be a piece of cake. Once Gushi was killed, he would know where Gushi had found the treasure, and then all of it would be his. As for not telling? With his soul in his hands, how could he not tell? Chapter 3039. Gushi didn't care about the affairs of the Celestials and the myriad spirits. Taking advantage of their rare downtime, he took Tang Xuan on a long tour. Tang Xuan also enjoyed this kind of life. She simply followed Gushi, occasionally chatting with him, but without making any excessive demands. Perhaps, in Tang Xuan's opinion, this kind of life was the most suitable. Gushi also understood that many players would eventually have this kind of thinking. Playing a game for a year or two was fine, but playing for hundreds or thousands of years would tire anyone. So, in the real world, players usually play for a month or two, then take a break for about half a year. Some even take longer breaks. At the same time, the various indulgences in the city were also introduced to relieve the pressure on players. Gushi had always stayed in his own territory, so he didn't have this kind of impact. But Tang Xuan knew that games were games, and life was life. It was a rare day for Gushi to be free to spend time with her, and she was going to squeeze every ounce of his time. Gushi didn't disappoint Tang Xuan. He didn't focus on work, but instead went shopping and had fun. It wasn't until dawn the next day that Gushi staggered back to his mansion. Upon his return, Li Yufang and Lingxi immediately appeared. Li Yufang reported to Gushi on the previous day's work, while Lingxi helped him change clothes and other things. Gushi listened, nodding his head. It seemed nothing major had happened during this time. This sense of peace slowly eased Gushi's guard. How much more do I need to report? If it's not too much, just leave it here. I need some sleep. As soon as Li Yufang saw Gushi's expression, she knew he must have stayed up late. So she put away the report in her hand, ready to give him some rest. But just as Gushi closed his eyes, he suddenly felt a tug on his body. Gushi immediately opened his eyes. The magic wand that had been placed aside immediately appeared in Gushi's hand. The floating head of the goddesses moved in front of Gushi, activating its sacred moonlight and enveloping him. At the same time, Gushi's two battle auras activated. The strange dragon within the strange dragon aura began to devour something. At the same time, the life-drawing aura created a fake Gushi, standing by and waiting. After completing all this, Gushi's eyes flashed red. The Yellow Springs dragon robe, the soul lamp, and the site chosen by fate all looked over. Under the influence of the death mane, Gushi's aura and destiny were transferred to the painted dummy. Then, Gushi noticed black threads appearing in the void. Ever since mastering death's mane and witnessing fate, Gushi has become quite sensitive to these kinds of thread-like hand gestures. Seeing the black threads entangled around the limbs of the drawn mannequin, Gushi's expression changed. Fate's tactics. Is someone using the power of fate to plot against him? It seems he hasn't made a move in a while. Do some people really think he's useless? At this thought, Gushi's hand on his waist twitched. Death's mane was about to unleash. But Gushi ultimately suppressed these thoughts. Gushi took a step back, and the pantheon unfolded, allowing him to hide within. Sitting on the throne within the pantheon, Gushi observed the outside world with a calm expression. Because all aura and destiny had been transferred to the painted dummy, and Gushi himself had hidden himself, this painted dummy, in the eyes of some, was a real person. Gushi's two subordinates, one his personal secretary and the other his contracted undead, understood Gushi's intentions and quickly took their positions, surrounding the dummy and handling it, as if it were Gushi. Unseen from their view, a black thread, carrying something resembling words, was being injected into the dummy. The dummy's destiny thread was severed and then reconnected. Anyone who paid close attention would have noticed that it had slowly turned black. But all of this fell into Gushi's sight. Observing everything before him, Gushi's gaze inevitably followed the source of the black thread. But no matter how hard Gushi looked, he couldn't see the source of this destiny. He could only see the black thread of destiny, carrying some text, being injected into the dummy's body. At a certain point, he would act according to this destiny. Even if someone tried to stop him, the power of destiny would push him back to his original position. Fate, it seems we need to bind those two red-clad women together quickly. Otherwise, someone will use the power of fate to plot against us without us even realizing it. Gushi muttered. It wasn't in Gushi's nature to not fight back when targeted. Gushi stroked his chin, wondering how much time he would have to bind the four-leaf clover ring and the bow of death. If he could bind them quickly, could he immediately eliminate those who plotted against him? As Gushi pondered this, the black fate thread had already been completely injected into the dummy. Gushi noticed that the source of the black fate thread in the void had been cut off. This was because they didn't want to leave any clues to trace back. At the same time, the black fate thread had completely merged into the dummy. No matter how closely Gushi looked, he couldn't see any trace of the Black Fate thread. If it weren't for this dummy, Gushi might not even know he had been tricked. But now it was different. Gushi struck down with a beam of sacred moonlight, and the dummy was dragged into the primordial city of death. Gushi did not leave, but instead dismantled everything the dummy had in the primordial city of death. With the dummy's disappearance, the Black Fate thread hidden within its body was exposed. Holy moonlight descended, pinning it in place. Then, an orange-clad guard appeared in the primordial city of death. This orange-clad guard was the new orange-clad guard seal that Gushi had acquired over the past year. He appeared in a ghostly state, wearing a pair of ornate wristbands. These wristbands were inlaid with gems of various colors, and with each movement, the gems automatically shifted a space. This was orange-clad guard seal, and the wristband-like orange item actually had a name, the heaven-sealing wristband. As orange-clad guard seal appeared, the heaven-sealing wristband in his hands began to spin, and box-like objects appeared behind him. As these boxes appeared, orange-clad guard seal swiftly stepped forward, quickly gathered up the black thread of fate, and tossed it into a box, quickly sealing it. Chapter 3040. This seal had more than one layer. Orange Guardian Seal sealed it, then sealed it again, for a total of 7 layers. Only then did he nod with satisfaction. After everything was settled, Gushi entered the Death Primordial City from the Temple of the Gods, and stood before Orange Guardian Seal. Sir. Orange Guardian Seal pushed the box toward Gushi and stood aside. Gushi took the box and examined it. The 7 layers were made of metal, with various locks and mechanisms interlocking layer by layer, and layers of seals on the surface. Under such a seal, let alone the black thread of fate, even the effects of the red equipment might not be able to escape from the seal. Looking at the seal, Gushi nodded with satisfaction. It's good to be sealed. As long as it doesn't affect me, then it's fine. What did you feel when you sealed it earlier? It felt like the other party was seeking you out through a karmic connection with you. Orange Guard Seal said. Can you sense that? The 4th seal is used to sever karmic connection. Orange Guard Seal explained. Can you trace this thing back to where it came from? If you had asked me from the beginning, I could have. But I'm afraid I can't do that now. To find out further, I have to open all the seals and release the dark substance inside. Forget it, just seal it up. I find another way to find the source and take down this guy first. Gushi's attitude towards things on the fate line was to avoid them whenever possible. It was just like that when they fought Octopus Head. Knowing he would be fighting Octopus Head on the Genesis Bridge, Gushi didn't even participate in Genesis. Now, someone was plotting against him with Black Fate. Gushi's mindset was to get as far away as possible. He absolutely wouldn't touch anything. Once he had defeated the enemy who had created Black Fate, he would come back and deal with it. So, at this point, he absolutely had to have Orange Guardian Seal seal this thing. Hearing Gushi's request, Orange Guardian Seal said firmly, I seal it now. No one will find out. With that, Orange Guardian Seal picked up the iron box and quickly left. After he left, Gushi returned to the mansion. At this moment, Li Yufang and Lingxi were still waiting for Gushi. Sir, are you okay? It's okay. I was just ambushed. Don't let me know who's behind this. Gushi muttered. Afterward, he blamed the incident on the Celestials. After all, the Celestials' behavior was the most suspicious. In Gushi's eyes, the Celestials were a troublemaker, poking their noses everywhere. If you didn't know who was responsible for something, it was always best to blame the Celestials. It was the same now. Gushi had already blamed the Celestials for the incident. Next time he encountered a Celestial, he would give them a good beating. Seeing that Gushi wasn't happy with the topic, Li Yufang quickly changed the subject. She thought it was best to distract Gushi and stop him from dwelling on everything. But at this moment, Gushi was contemplating how to find some time to bind the red suit. If this matter dragged on any longer, the situation would become increasingly unfavorable. Someone was already plotting to change Gushi's fate, and who knew what kind of scoundrel would appear next. This matter needed to be expedited. So quickly that the other party couldn't react. Thinking of this, Gushi couldn't help but stroke his chin. Has he been acting too easy lately, allowing anyone to challenge him? If that was the case, Gushi needed to show off his prowess and let everyone know he wasn't so easy to deal with. How about a red suit exhibition? The thought flashed through Gushi's mind. But Gushi quickly shook his head. Now wasn't the time for him to demonstrate his fighting prowess by simply showing off his red suit. What Gushi needed to do was to go out and wreak havoc somewhere, to make a name for himself. Let those people know he wasn't someone to be trifled with. For this battle, he needed to pick a strong faction and deliver a ruthless blow. At this moment, Gushi suddenly thought of something. When the positioning team was sent out to search for a suitable star region, it seemed that one region was considered good in all aspects, except for its proximity to a pro-heavenly faction, making it a relatively dangerous location. Gushi immediately objected. That race had only one red-suited player, and as long as Gushi was there, he wasn't afraid of any conflict. But Gushi also knew that he couldn't stay there forever. He could only stay there for 30 years at most. And in 30 years, Gushi couldn't guarantee that the people of Beiluyi would receive a red dress. So, when Gushi first saw this star field, despite being optimistic about it in all aspects, he ultimately raised objections. Now, Gushi was thinking about this star field. This star field was relatively close to human territory, and had some conflicts with humans. However, because everyone knew that it was backed by the Celestials, humans didn't attempt to destroy them unless they attacked directly. Furthermore, this race was quite active, enjoying a good reputation within their territory and receiving some support from the Celestials. They also had a certain reputation among the Celestials. If Gushi could destroy them, he would establish a reputation as someone who was not to be trifled with. As for how to claim the advantage, that was simple. Simply choose the star field that had previously been favored. Gushi would take charge and vigorously develop this star field. This race would naturally be provoked, and they would proactively attack Gushi's star field. Then Gushi would have ample reason to eliminate them. With the forces he currently possessed, he could pull out at least 5 or 6 red-armored minions. Add to that the 4 red-armored items he possessed, and the 2 resonances, and he'd be undefeated. Then he could eliminate all the red-armored players of this race, wiping out the entire race. The looted red-armored items could be assigned to someone within Beiluyi, or even assigned to one of his own contracted undead. With this accomplished, Gushi's reputation as a formidable figure would be established, and the new star region would also have a red-armored item to command. Why hadn't Gushi thought of this earlier? If he had thought of this plan earlier, he wouldn't have needed to travel so long. He would have already completed his selection of star regions, and begun clearing the current one. Thinking of this, Gushi immediately stood up and waved to Liu Feng. Please contact those people within Beiluyi, and tell them I have a plan. Chapter 3041. After a day's rest, Gushi immediately headed to the planet where the Beiluyi leaders were temporarily residing. They were all staying near Gushi's Moonlight City. This was the territory Gushi had temporarily lent them. Here, just as they had done before, they had formed a temporary small government. The mayors of each city, the heads of the major families, the presidents of some large guilds, powerful players, and so on, all became members of this temporary small government. They were now working hard for the people of Beiluyi, just as they had in the original city. They had no regard for themselves or their families at all. When Gushi arrived, they were still discussing a few matters. These included the Beiluyi players' study needs and temporary housing. Of course, their main concern was the star region they would choose. When Gushi arrived, the Beiluyi leaders were quite surprised. This was because Gushi usually asked Mary and Lu Yongcheng to communicate with them. Gushi himself had other things to do and rarely came here. Now that Gushi had come running, something must have happened. Seeing all these high-level players gathered around him, especially the veteran players, Gushi felt a surge of pressure. Though these veteran players weren't at the highest level, they each had lived for countless years. Some even survived by Lu Ye's fall into the depths of the game. These guys had seen more than Gushi could imagine. As soon as they saw Gushi rushing over, they knew he must have made up his mind. In such a situation, they couldn't refuse. After all, they still depended on Gushi for their lives. If they didn't quickly secure the Beiluyi star field, morale would be shattered. So even if Gushi requested more, they had to be prepared. Unexpectedly, upon arriving, Gushi addressed them directly. Have you analyzed the star field information I provided earlier? Have you come up with any results? Hearing Gushi's words, these elites immediately understood what Gushi was up to. Your Majesty, have you come up with an idea? Remember the 3rd star field we discovered? It was excellent in every way, except for its location, closer to the front lines. Gushi didn't hold back and directly stated his goal. After hearing Gushi's words, one of the clan heads spoke up. You're talking about that star field? That star field is truly amazing. It's vast, and it's a galaxy-shaped field. There are over a dozen habitable planets within it, and another 20 or so that are uninhabitable. With some renovations, it can be used as a mining or residential planet. It's a fantastic star field. Of course you say this star field is great. You set your sights on a planet, thinking of making it your home, another player said. So what? Didn't the original city split up after its population grew? Splitting is a tradition in our Beilui. Not splitting up would be bizarre. What? You dare say you don't want to split up? Don't want to build your own city? Don't want to become city lord? The clan head glared and retorted. As a result, no one spoke much. Just as the patriarch had said, the players of Beilui all share this personality. They all want to be the masters. Back in the depths of the game, it was a survival crisis that brought them together. Now, back in the real world, it's their identity as Beilui players, and the resources within the game that bring them together. But these things only serve to keep them together. If they really want to stay in one city forever, a year or two might be fine, but after more than a decade, they inevitably fight. So everyone understands that splitting up the city into different nests is the most appropriate strategy. This star field with many planets is the best star field for them. If they occupy such a star field, large factions can occupy a planet and build on their own, while smaller factions can join forces to occupy a planet, or even more, they can join forces to build a city. In any case, there's always something to gain. Although this will disperse resources somewhat, but for the players of Beilui, that's not a big deal. The most important thing is that they don't have to live in such a crowded space. They can bring players back. So, as soon as the patriarch retorted, the other players nodded simultaneously. It was as if they had been optimistic about this patriarch from the start. Gushi couldn't help but smile at their reactions. Then, if we occupy this star region, how long would it take to migrate all the people there? Gushi asked another question. At this point, several veteran players also looked at Gushi, and one of them asked directly, "Your Majesty, has something happened?" It's not a big deal. Remember our assessment of this starfield earlier? It's in a dangerous location, close to a race called the Susi. The Susi don't get along well with humans. If we establish our starfield here, it could very well become a battlefield for an enemy invasion. We then face off against the Susi. Your Majesty, is the military planning to attack the Susi? No, it's not the military. Gushi shook his head. I do intend to attack the Susi, but I need a battlefield and a good reason. These old men were all shrewd men. They understood Gushi's intentions immediately. Your Majesty, do you want the red dress in the Susi's possession? Yes. Gushi hesitated, but finally agreed. After all, seizing a piece of red dress was more reasonable than destroying an entire race by staking one's reputation. Upon hearing this, one of the veterans quickly said, "We can help your Majesty. After all, this star region is the one we're most optimistic about. But your Majesty can't let us work for nothing. I still have a red suit, a jade bell, that can boost morale. If you're willing to help me obtain this red suit from the Suicii tribe, and once Li Yongcheng has it bound to him, I can give you the jade bell. But you must promise me that I have the right to recruit this red suit player into battle once a year." Hearing Gushi's words, the veteran players all had a common idea. Gushi must have known what the Suicii tribe's red suit was, and thought it suited Li Yongcheng, so he wanted to help Li Yongcheng retrieve it, which was why he hadn't considered taking over the Suicii tribe. Helping them choose a star region was just a side job. It's true that having a good boss as your backer is a plus. The red suit was delivered to them on its own. Despite secretly sighing, these old men continued to haggle. After all, this matter involved a red dress, so they couldn't just agree to whatever Gushi said. Chapter 3042. After much bargaining, the humans of Beilui and Gushi finally reached an agreement. The red suit's ownership belonged to Gushi, and it was ultimately loaned to the Beilui players. No matter who ultimately obtained the red suit, while Gushi remained in the Beilui star region, that player would be required to fight for Gushi once a year. After Gushi's departure, he would be summoned by Gushi to fight once every 5 years, as payment for the red suit's rental. This agreement would last until Gushi's death, or until the Beilui players found a new red suit for him. It could be said that both Gushi and the humans of Beilui had gotten a good deal. After all, no one would casually give away red suits to anyone other than their own subordinates or relatives. Only a lease agreed upon in this way was legitimate. As for the Beilui side, they also recognized the agreement. In their view, they were merely borrowing Gushi's red suit for a temporary transition. They won't be guarding Gushi's red suit forever. This transitional opportunity was bought by using them as bait. It's a worthwhile exchange. They truly have high hopes for this star field. It perfectly satisfies the needs of all Beilui players. If it weren't for the fact that the Sissi tribe was nearby and ready to attack at any moment, they would have already determined the star field's location. Then it's settled. Everyone, begin preparations. Send the locating team to this star field and report its location, situation, and name. Don't worry about the approval, I handle it. After all, everyone is watching this matter, and no one dares to delay it. But starting the migration will take time. I come back in 6 months to check on the progress. If everything is ready, we begin the migration. If not, we postpone it for another 6 months. Having determined the goal, Gu Shi didn't delay any further and decisively issued the order. During this time, you have a lot to do. We know it's like splitting the nest. The Beilui leaders are quite familiar with how to relocate a city. After all, they've done it before. The over 100 cities still existing in the depths of the game all came about that way. Now, at most, they just have to huddle together and move. They know exactly what to prepare, and how to prepare. Gu Shi doesn't need to intervene in this matter. The humans can handle everything on their own. Not to mention, they have plenty of time now. As long as they establish their ideas and direction, the humans can show you a miracle. After giving the time, Gu Shi quickly left. What happened next had nothing to do with Gu Shi. Gu Shi turned around and returned to Yin City. After all, Gu Shi was still helping Teacher Jun and the others defend Yin City. If Yin City was deserted at this moment, who knows what might happen. After returning to Yin City, Gu Shi immediately appeared on the streets. He put away the head of the goddesses and the hand of death, and walked along the street with his hands behind his back. This was Gu Shi's way of showing himself to everyone, declaring his presence in Yin City. Gu Shi's actions didn't attract much attention. While the people of the real world knew of Gu Shi's existence, they didn't know what he looked like. At this moment, Gu Shi didn't even bring out his red suit. The only magic wand that resembled his red suit, Gu Shi had put away because it was too long. After all, it made no sense to carry a stick while strolling through the streets. In any case, Gu Shi believed he had fulfilled the requirements of Teacher Jun and the others. Judging from the situation, Gu Shi seemed quite pleased with himself. He had no idea that someone had already set their sights on Yin City. When Teacher Jun was in charge of Yin City, he was known for his ruthless killing. All enemies who appeared in Yin City were immediately annihilated and driven back to their homeland. No one escaped Yin City intact. So, while Yin City appeared peaceful on the surface, deep resentment was lingering. When Teacher Jun was reincarnated as a Death Knight, it nearly caused chaos in Yin City. Gu Shi was still there at the time, and he remembered the incident vividly. Teacher Jun hadn't been seen for several days, and Principal Liu of Hades University had also vanished. This had caused some people to once again set their sights on Yin City. They had been watching for several days, and discovered that, aside from the Azure Cloth, no one else was in Yin City. This was a good opportunity to attack Yin City. Even if they couldn't capture Yin City, they would at least scare it. The best option would be to reduce Yin City's 24 scenes back to 10. Let's see if they still act cocky. As for Gu Shi, as mentioned earlier, everyone knew Gu Shi's identity, but not everyone could recognize his face. He didn't display his red attire, nor did he advertise his presence. Even when he arrived, he simply wandered around the area as he saw fit. Gu Shi assumed that since he was in the Yin City, everyone should know he was the one who protected it. But he never expected that there would be people who didn't recognize him or understand his strength. And he had been wandering around the Yin City every day, thinking he was on patrol, when in reality, no one paid any attention to him. Gu Shi was completely unaware of this situation. So, for now, he continued walking. Until he turned a corner and headed towards a place he often frequented. This place is one of the new 24 scenic spots in the Yin City. It's called the Ghost Window. Here, through the windows, you can see many ghosts flash by. Each ghost displays their life story, from birth to death. In this alley, you feel like you stepped into history, constantly gaining insights. Of course, if there weren't ghosts soliciting customers, this feeling would be even purer. While Gu Shi didn't know what the quasi-red suit hidden here was, he was certain this place was usually crowded. Today was no different. When Gu Shi appeared in the alley, it was already crowded. Even at several of the more famous ghost windows, there were lines of people waiting. Gu Shi wasn't picky. Whenever he passed a ghost window, he treated it like a movie. Taking a look at the situation here, Gu Shi smiled. He walked over to a familiar window, glanced there, and then struck up a conversation with the players in front of him. Brother, why are there so many people here today? Chapter 3043. That's because you're all going to die. Just as Gu Shi was happily chatting with the brother in front of him in the queue, a sudden roar erupted from behind him. Because he was in the Yin City, Gu Shi didn't stop anyone from approaching him. He didn't even use his senses to check on passing players or undead. He simply treated the Yin City like his own backyard. At this sudden remark, Gu Shi immediately turned around. Then a flash of a blade slashed towards Gu Shi. Gu Shi didn't even need to make a move. the brother he had been chatting with retaliated with a strike. By the time Gu Shi realized what was happening, the brother had already donned black armor and engaged the enemy head-on. Gu Shi's face darkened, and without a word, he flew into the air. He also took the red equipment he had been hiding. The entire Yin city was within Gu Shi's perception and reach. Gu Shi noticed that a number of beings, cloaked in shadows, had suddenly appeared in the Yin city. This presence felt quite strange, like a combination of shadows and the undead. Gu Shi glanced at it, and a thought flashed through his mind. Black sky curtain. Yes, the situation before him looked very much like the black sky curtain that Gu Shi had killed. The red dress had, however, been taken away and given to Eve. Could it be that the undead, hiding in the shadows, were members of the black sky curtain race, knowing that Gu Shi had been responsible and were seeking to reclaim the red dress? If anyone could hear Gu Shi's thoughts at this moment, they would undoubtedly think he was overthinking things. Because this group of people truly had no connection to the black sky curtain. After He Tianmu's death, the race he belonged to was abandoned by the Celestials. Now, the entire race has been wiped out from the real world. No one knows whether they have retreated to the depths of the game, been reintroduced, or been assimilated by other races, or even completely annihilated and reduced to undead. After all, the day after He Tianmu's death, they simply vanished. If it weren't for the fact that their star region and city still exist, it would be as if they had never existed. So these people aren't He Tianmu's kind, and they didn't come to Yin City just to attack him. Everyone knows that Gu Shi hasn't been in Yin City for a long time. Even if He Tianmu's people wanted to attack Gu Shi, they should have gone to the depths of the game or attacked the Creation Bridge. These undead, fused with the shadows, are actually Teacher Jun's enemies. They are a race that Teacher Jun defeated in his youth. But for unknown reasons, after their death, this race all fled into the shadows, becoming part of them and ultimately becoming the undead within them. Even after becoming these undead, they didn't forget their vengeance against Teacher Jun. From time to time, they would sneak into the Yin City for a surprise attack. However, their attacks usually focused on Teacher Jun's underground city, rarely focusing on the Yin City surface cities. Today, they were tricked into thinking that since Teacher Jun was no longer around, they could come and destroy the Yin City. As long as they destroyed the Yin City, they would have achieved their revenge. But as soon as they appeared, they were discovered by the veteran players within the Yin City. Every player in the Yin City, especially the older ones, is a veteran player, over level 30. Some players have lived longer than the ancestors of these shadow undead. These shadow undead simply emerged from the shadows, which was somewhat surprising. But as long as the civilians of the Yin City can maintain stability, they can quickly deal with these shadow undead. Not to mention, the Yin City still has a sufficient number of undead troops. Gu Shi glanced at the battle below from the sky. After a moment's thought, he decisively said, "By my order, the battlefield will be infinitely revived, and all combatants will have infinite counterattacks." With these words, all players in the Yin City, as well as all the undead belonging to the Yin City, received two blessings. Infinite revives will make them more courageous, while infinite counterattacks will prevent them from being ambushed. After completing all this, Gu Shi raised his hands and shook them outward, and the nether spirit flower and the blood thread net began to float outward. Standing in the sky, Gu Shi could only see most of what was happening in Yin City. However, to truly grasp all of Yin City's situation, to control it entirely, Gu Shi couldn't rely solely on his eyes. Gu Shi wasn't the type to rely on his eyes for defense. If the enemy wasn't attacking, Gu Shi's glare would be considered a defensive measure. Gu Shi needed to ensure the safety of Yin City. Deploying the nether spirit flower and the blood thread net at this time would allow Gu Shi to be immediately aware of the situation. This would ensure that Gu Shi could be at a critical location at any time. At this moment, Su Mingyang, the owner of the Azure Sacred Armor, who was still in Yin City, also appeared in the sky on his warhorse. When he saw Su Mingyang again, Gu Shi noticed that Su Mingyang's control over the Azure Armor seemed to have strengthened considerably. Originally, his Azure Armor only protected his entire body, but now it even protected his warhorse. Appearing in the sky, Su Mingyang recognized Gu Shi instantly. "Gu Shi, what happened?" "Teacher Jun asked me to help him defend the Yin City, but he didn't expect a surprise attack." "What's your usual contingency plan? You clean up, and I stop the source?" "Okay, let's deal with them first. But do you know where the enemy is coming from?" Su Mingyang asked, still somewhat worried. Gu Shi smiled at that. "Don't worry, I have eyes. You should protect the players in the city." "Don't worry, Azure Knight, charge with me," Su Mingyang said, raising his weapon. Gu Shi noticed that azure beams of light were constantly flashing in various locations throughout the city, as if responding to Su Mingyang's orders. Gu Shi's eyes flashed with disdain as he watched Su Mingliang's actions. No wonder Teacher Jun, knowing Su Mingliang was in Yin City, still sent him here to take charge. If Yin City were truly handed over to Su Mingliang, I'm afraid Su Mingliang would have already turned the tables by the time Teacher Jun returned. This guy has low emotional intelligence and huge ambitions. He longs to directly manage the entire Yin City. If it lasts a month or two, that's fine. But if someone doesn't suppress him for several more months, he might consider himself the master of Yin City. Gu Shi, realizing this, didn't dwell on it. The enemies within the city had been taken over by Su Mingliang, so Gu Shi had to find a way to discover how they arrived. Although Gu Shi didn't know any space or earth magic, he had his own methods. The Yellow Springs Road has arrived. Chapter 3044. By the time Su Mingliang launched his attack, Gu Shi had already discovered several unsuitable locations within the Yin City through the Yellow Springs Road. Some of these locations were on the outskirts of the Yin City, while others were directly within its core. Now, passages leading to other locations had appeared in each of these locations, and a large number of undead were pouring out of these passages, entering the Yin City. Although no red-clad enemies had yet appeared, Gu Shi had to be on guard. He landed directly at the location of one of the largest passages. At the same time, several red dots of light descended from Gu Shi's side. Gu Shi immediately deployed his two red-clad subordinates, the puppet and the corpse mountain god of war, who could be summoned directly. They were heading for two relatively large enemy passages. Then, Gu Shi's aerial city gate appeared above the Yin City. More flew out of this aerial city gate. She did not rush directly into the Yin City, but instead stood in midair, focusing on the unsealed passages below. More had already received Gu Shi's orders when she emerged. Gu Shi didn't need More to attack immediately, but instead instructed her to monitor the situation in Yin City. If a player or undead wearing red armor appeared among the enemy, and Gu Shi was too busy to handle it, More would intervene. If the enemy didn't have red armor, or if there weren't many red-armored enemies, and Gu Shi and the other two could handle them, More wouldn't have to take action. She could simply stay in the air and prevent any enemies from dropping from the sky. This kind of thing wasn't a difficult task for More. After flying out of the sky gate, More began to wave his men. Batch after batch of undead dragons flew out of the city gate, circling in the sky above the City of Darkness. The residents of the City of Darkness were also bewildered upon seeing this. They truly didn't understand what was happening. They knew the shadowy undead, and some unhuman-looking undead, were enemies. They also knew the Azure troops, responding from all directions, were the City of Darkness's guard. But what was going on next? How could so many undead dragons suddenly appear in the sky? Is a major battle about to begin? Some players in the city also released their undead troops. This was a good opportunity. Their undead troops hadn't been deployed in a long time. At this moment, Su Mingliang also noticed More in the sky. Su Mingliang was puzzled. He didn't understand why Gu Shi would release such an undead dragon into the sky. Although this bone dragon was quite large, a bone dragon status in the eyes of undead players was only that of a powerful 6. If it weren't for the necromancer's inability to recruit death knights, the bone dragons might not even rank as strong as the 6th. But this time, Gu Shi had the bone dragons guard the sky while he himself descended. This clearly showed his trust in the bone dragons. This was clearly not right. The bone dragons couldn't possibly be so powerful. While Su Mingliang was still struggling with this situation, Gu Shi had already reached the largest passage. At this moment, Gu Shi was in no mood to dwell on it. In his mind, these guys causing trouble while he was guarding the Yin City was a provocation. Gu Shi wanted to annihilate them all. When he rushed to the largest tunnel, he simply glanced inside. Then Gu Shi raised his hand, and sacred moonlight fell into the tunnel. Then Gu Shi turned and headed in another direction. From that brief glance, Gu Shi had already discerned that the tunnel led to a wilderness-like area. There, a large number of undead gathered, preparing to charge into the city of the underworld. But Gu Shi noticed that these undead lacked strength and equipment. Forget red armor, even blue armor seemed a luxury to them. For an undead army relying solely on numbers to attack the city of the underworld, it was sheer wishful thinking. Gu Shi, after just one glance, realized he didn't need to defend it. He threw the Death Primordial City over there, and deployed some Moonlight Undead to attack. With that time, Gu Shi could also check on the situation in the other tunnels. Gu Shi's suspicions were correct. The Primordial City of Death blocked the entrance to the passage, directly blocking all attacks from the undead. The Moonlight Undead were all transformed by Gu Shi's sacred moonlight. They weren't truly undead, but that didn't mean they couldn't be used as such. In the Primordial City of Death, many Moonlight Undead had already been permanently fixed, becoming part of this dead city. It could be said that the manpower in the primordial city of death and the alienated city of death was far superior to that of Gu Shi's other ghost realms. Now that the primordial city of death had blocked this area, the Moonlight Undead immediately joined the battle, trapping the undead in the passage. It could be said that Gu Shi didn't even need to dispatch any more personnel. The crisis here had already been resolved. Gu Shi now planned to check elsewhere first, confirming there were no other dangers, before returning to deal with other matters. Gu Shi's movements were noticeably faster than before. Just now, Gu Shi's blood thread net had already covered the entire Yin city. He had discovered these passages through the blood thread net. The fact that he could locate these passages meant that the blood thread net had been deployed. Gu Shi could naturally move through the blood thread net. In the blink of an eye, Gu Shi had moved from the largest passage in front of him to another passage. Once there, Gu Shi raised his hand and tossed a nether spirit flower into the passage. Then, he waited for the nether spirit flower's response. As soon as he had tossed the nether spirit flower in, Gu Shi sensed what lay beyond the passage. Behind this passage was a place similar to a cemetery. However, the current situation in the cemetery seemed a bit strange. The undead produced here seemed to lack brains. This discovery caused Gu Shi to wonder. He paused and surveyed his surroundings. The battle in Yin City was clearly under control. The situation had now evolved into Yin City's inhabitants surrounding and attacking the enemy undead. The enemy undead were clearly not very strong. And their numbers were not large either. This situation was somewhat different from what Gu Shi had imagined. With such a limited enemy force, Gu Shi really didn't need to reveal his trump card. He didn't need to do much. He could just sit back and watch the inhabitants of Yin City take action. His current action seemed like the worst possible choice. He had put in a lot of effort, but still hadn't hit the right spot. Chapter 3045. It seems old Ghost Jun is truly in trouble. The two guardians he left behind are a mindless fool and an inexperienced young man. Gu Shi's every move caught the attention of those with ulterior motives. These were Mr. Jun's enemies. Among them was a shadowy undead, a living being with a skeletonized body, but a living head, and a living being clad in armor, yet clearly devoid of substance. And the last one, the one who spoke, looked like a mummy, yet his eyes were remarkably lively, as if he were still alive. God help us! We've been plotted against by old Ghost Jun for so many years. We become half human, half ghost. Today is finally the time for our revenge. Everyone take action. Hearing this, the shadowy undead was the first to step forward. It should have been done long ago. This Yin City should not exist. With this, the shadowy undead took a step forward and automatically retreated into the shadows. Then, a pair of eyes appeared in the shadows of the entire Yin City. These eyes surveyed the surroundings. Before the nearby Yin City residents could react, a large number of shadowy undead rushed out from the shadows. As they rushed, Gu Shi finally understood. It turned out that the enemy's method of arrival wasn't through some kind of teleportation channel. Instead, they arrived through their own means. The same thing happened next. On the streets of Yin City, numerous armor decorations inexplicably appeared. When residents passed by them, the armor pieces would automatically move, attacking passers-by from behind. At the same time, numerous cement piles resembling gasoline barrels appeared in the riverbed of Yin City. After appearing, the cement automatically fell apart, and from within emerged corpses, reduced to mere bones. These undead possessed of spirit and vitality. After their appearance, they immediately attacked the residents of Yin City. As soon as the residents of Yin City saw the enemy, they immediately launched a counterattack. Some gathered around powerful nearby leaders, cooperating in the fight. Others joined the guards, fighting alongside them. Although no one was fully organized, the initial blessing bestowed upon them by Gu Shi was actually good news for the residents of Yin City. Unlimited resurrection and unlimited counterattack. This ability could be quite effective on the battlefield. The residents of Yin City could launch attacks without restraint. Most importantly, the enemy primarily relied on surprise attacks, and under Gu Shi's influence, the residents of Yin City were no longer afraid of them. The battle immediately devolved into a chaotic melee and street fighting. A stalemate ensued in the Yin City. Gu Shi, by this point, had already realized that passageways and the like were not the locations where the enemy undead would appear. He then soared back into the air, searching for the enemy's presence. These creatures had come while he was defending the Yin City. This was a slap in Gu Shi's face. If Gu Shi didn't fight back, no one would ever ask for his help again. So Gu Shi, soaring into the air, searched for the leader of these undead and their source, intending to descend directly upon their lair after the battle here was over. As for the several undead passages in the city, Gushi simply threw some city gates there, and took care of them. Gushi, in the sky, had to admit that when it came to finding someone, nothing was better than fate. Gushi immediately locked onto a location he hadn't noticed. I found you. Through the power of fate, Gushi spotted a lifeless, mummified corpse. The corpse lay in the corpse pile beneath the city. As Gushi looked down, the corpse's eyes opened, and it could actually see Gushi's location through fate. Fate? Not you. The moment the corpse stared at Gushi, Gushi sensed something and immediately averted his gaze. The corpse wasn't the type to hesitate. Noticing Gushi's averted gaze, he forced a smile across his stiff face. Then Gushi quickly glanced back at the city. However, Gushi discovered many unusual things within the city, such as a suit of armor painted bright red but unassembled. A concrete pile thrown into the large lake in the heart of City. Another example is a special location in City where all light is blocked by nearby buildings, regardless of day or night, creating a constant shadow. These places harbor the undead. It looks like the undead leader who suddenly appeared in City. But every time Gushi looked over, he realized that these had nothing to do with the undead that had invaded City. At least they hadn't attracted the undead. However, the undead that appeared in the city were very similar to theirs, leaving Gushi completely bewildered. Haven't you figured it out yet? Su Mingyang reappeared in the sky on his warhorse. I'm almost done fighting here. I'm not thinking, I'm looking. Gushi rolled his eyes at Su Mingyang. You're interfering with my work. Should I get some guys to come? Before Gushi could finish his words, a large number of explosions erupted from the city below. Gushi's eyes suddenly flashed with confusion. How many types of undead have appeared this time? Su Mingyang ignored Gushi's words. He had rushed up to Gushi to show off, and he had never expected something like this to happen. This wave of explosions completely wiped out his entire battle record. You have to remember that before Su Mingyang appeared, Gushi had already granted the city's residents unlimited resurrection. While it wasn't constant resurrection, 10 to 20 resurrections were still possible before reaching a certain level. Now, Su Mingyang could only protect the buildings and assets of City. At first, he did a decent job, but he never imagined that just when he showed off to Gushi, a massive explosion would occur below. Gushi had the power to resurrect the dead, allowing people to be revived endlessly. He, Su Mingyang, was incapable of rebuilding the buildings. This time, City suffered a truly devastating loss. At this moment, Gushi in the sky smiled. So that's how it is. I was wondering why I couldn't find you. So you're here. Chapter 3046. They're truly madmen. This thought flashed through Gushi's mind as he discovered the enemy's source. Because Gushi had seen through the path of these invading undead at their source. And Gushi saw through them with the eyes of destiny. This observation revealed something different. The 4 different types of undead, shadow undead, armored bodies without bodies, corpses filled with concrete pillars, and animated mummies, had distinct origins and appeared at different times and locations. But they all encountered a necromancer draped in black robes. From within a red robe, the necromancer drew a path for each of them, and gave them a target of hatred. That was Teacher Jun and City. They had even fought Teacher Jun several times. Whether it was because Teacher Jun wasn't using his full strength or for some other reason, he defeated them but failed to kill them. Through these battles, these 4 became acquainted with each other. Eventually, they formed an alliance. An alliance against Teacher Jun. Even through repeated battles, the red paths they possessed were strengthened. Although each possessed only one path, they dedicated themselves to strengthening it, gaining unique insights. When they united, the power they could unleash was at least at the level of a powerful red path. In other words, when these 4 stood together, they were a powerful red path. If Gushi hadn't discovered that there were 4 identical beings in the city, he might have believed someone was targeting Teacher Jun. But now, Gushi felt like Master Jun was playing a fool. Or perhaps Master Jun was plotting something. And these undead were completely unaware of this. They truly considered Master Jun an enemy, ready to fight to the death if given the chance. And they truly meant it. Gushi wondered if they would go completely mad if they knew the truth. He muttered to himself, but Gushi wouldn't let these guys go just because of his discovery. Even if these guys were sent by Master Jun, Gushi wouldn't give them a second thought. If they jumped out and attacked, Gushi would treat them as mortal enemies. Thinking of this, Gushi decisively gave the order. Under Gushi's command, the puppet and the corpse mountain god of war immediately headed in the same direction. At the same time, more in the sky had already locked onto an enemy. With these 3 of them moving, Gushi had a clearing around him. But no one dared to challenge Gushi at this moment. Gushi didn't wait for them. He simply turned in the air and flew off in one direction. Observing Gushi's flight direction, the mummy-like undead spirit who had been taunting him suddenly changed expression. Because Gushi was now flying to the exact spot where he was standing. What was going on? Isn't Gushi a young man? Doesn't he know nothing? How could he have known of his existence? Before the mummy could comprehend the situation, Gushi raised his magic wand and swung it forward. Snap! The space before Gushi shattered like broken glass. Then, on the building in front of Gushi, he saw a mummy with its hands behind its back. The mummy was even making gestures that suggested it had everything under control. But paired with its stunned expression, it was quite amusing. Do you think you can hide here and never be discovered? Gushi, standing in the sky, surveyed the surroundings, and found the rooftop of the building quite bustling. Besides the 4 haphazardly placed chairs, there were also a lot of snacks and drinks scattered about. It was clear that the 4 leaders had been monitoring In City from here for quite some time. Perhaps they were still dreaming of killing Teacher June and monopolizing In City. But they were taking it for granted. Gushi suspected that Teacher June's mastery of the Earth Path had reached the level of mastering all 4 paths. Let alone the undead before him, who only mastered the Red Path. Even if all 4 of them possessed Red Path, they wouldn't necessarily be a match for Teacher June. Besides, Gushi hadn't come here to inquire about their situation. Gushi had come to kill these guys. No matter how ridiculous their actions, Gushi had no intention of watching the show. He simply raised his hand, and 3 fist-sized bone dragons flew out from his magic wand. The moment the 3 bone dragons flew out of the magic wand, they split into 3 directions and pounced on the mummy before them. The mummy then realized that they were on a battlefield. This was not the place he had imagined he could command. The mummy immediately activated his red road. But his movements were still a bit slow. Before the numerous spirits could rise around the mummy, the 3 bone dragons released by Gushi had already rushed towards it. Then, the 3 bone dragons opened their mouths simultaneously, and 3 different colored lasers shot out. These 3 bone dragons were a powerful attack created by Gushi, utilizing the 2 paths of the magic staff, combined with various abilities such as the Death Incarnation. This ultimate attack was quite powerful, and most importantly, it was a single target attack. Either the attack missed, or if one of the lasers or one of the bone dragons hit the enemy, they would absorb the entire attack. Even if they tried to escape, they couldn't escape the all-round attack. The mummy was hit by 1 laser, and then all 3 lasers followed the point where he was hit and hit his body. Then, the 3 Death Incarnation bone dragons that had fired lasers disappeared simultaneously, transforming into a single 3-headed bone dragon that appeared behind the mummy. The mummy tried to turn and strike back, but the 3-headed skeletal dragon's 3 mouths bit directly into the mummy, then ripped it apart with 3 different heads. In an instant, the mummy's body was torn into pieces. Then the laser exploded within the mummy, pulverizing it into dust. It looked as if it was no longer viable. Gushi, meanwhile, was staring intently at the spot where the mummy had exploded. His eyes focused as he saw a streak of red light emanate from the spot where the mummy had exploded. After emitting this streak of red light, it turned and headed towards the void. Gushi seized this opportunity, opened the Pantheon, and followed directly. Gushi believed the enemy must be hiding in the void. Unfortunately, his Void Ghost City had been destroyed during the last void cleansing. The newly rebuilt Void Ghost City was still incomplete, unable to move within the void, let alone enter it. Now if Gushi wants to move in the void, he can only rely on the strengthened temple of the gods. Chapter 3047. But Gushi never expected that, after the Pantheon had been released and before he even entered it, the red light he was tracking had already broken through space and traveled to another location. When Gushi tried to catch up, the broken space was instantly filled. Gushi could clearly sense that the space behind him was not in the void, but was protected by a device he couldn't see clearly. This feeling of invisibility made Gushi quite uncomfortable. He felt as if someone was deliberately preventing him from looking inside. Of course, this barrier wasn't very effective. It was just a thin layer of window paper at best. It felt like someone was saying, "Don't come over here. Come over and I know." This weak barrier, designed to protect against gentlemen, but not villains, made Gushi quite uncomfortable. He hesitated for a moment, and the space beyond him immediately closed. At the same time, the mummies fighting in the In City seemed to have lost their core, and were in disarray for a while. But they immediately reorganized, as if their commander had returned. This situation naturally caught the eye of the disgruntled Gushi. At the same time, Gushi glanced at the mummy he had initially discovered. The mummy seemed somewhat puzzled by Gushi's renewed gaze. but he quickly understood the meaning behind Gu Shi's gaze. Forget it, I won't get involved in this crap. For the next period of time, Gu Shi truly focused his entire attention on the enemies within Yin City. His troops also joined the battle within Yin City, clearing out all the enemies within. Meanwhile, Gu Shi himself floated in the air, keeping an eye on everything below. If anything seemed unusual, Gu Shi would intervene. After fighting for about half a day, the battle in Yin City gradually subsided. Su Mingyang reappeared beside Gu Shi. With a grim expression he said, "It's almost over." Gu Shi nodded, and was about to say something when he noticed a peculiar look in Su Mingyang's eyes. Gu Shi's heart skipped a beat. "You discovered it too?" Su Mingyang looked up at Gu Shi. "I don't know what you're talking about." Seeing Gu Shi's reassuring gaze, Su Mingyang's eyes darted back and forth. Gu Shi didn't even need to guess. It was obvious he had discovered something, and didn't want to discuss it with Gu Shi. So Gu Shi muttered to himself, "It's boring," and prepared to leave. Only then did Su Mingyang remember what he had come for. He quickly stopped Gu Shi. "Gu Shi, it's time to wrap up. Stop fighting." "Okay, I understand." Gu Shi had already discerned this battle. The enemy wasn't a foreign invader. Most importantly, none of them had red armor. They were simply here to cause trouble. Fight and then flee. If they couldn't escape, they die. They really had no other plans. Yes, these invaders truly had no other plans. Perhaps their leader knew their target, but he didn't know as much as Gu Shi had seen. So what was the point in continuing the battle? At most, it would just result in a few double deaths. None of the enemy corpses killed here belonged to Gu Shi. Gu Shi has gained nothing. After saying this, Gu Shi simply waved his hand and floated away into the sky. No need for Gu Shi to issue any orders. His undead began their final cleanup. They cleared out the remaining enemy undead roaming the city and blocked the passages that had opened. Finally, they quickly retreated back to the city gate Gu Shi had deployed. By the time Su Mingyang landed on the ground, about 80% of the troops Gu Shi had deployed had been recovered. The remaining troops were also carrying out their final cleanup. Gu Shi didn't watch the battle below. Gu Shi felt that this battle had started with a bang but ended with a whimper. It was even somewhat baffling. The fight was baffling, the end was baffling, and the final result was nothing. Besides bombing several areas of Yinzadu, it was arguably nothing that was gained. Gu Shi rubbed his chin, wondering if someone had tampered with his fate line, causing all the trouble to pile up prematurely. Even if nothing had happened originally, they were trying to stir up trouble for him. If that was the case, then Gu Shi would have to find the person who had placed the black fate line. If he didn't kill this guy, it would be a shame to all the suffering he endured. Thinking of this, Gu Shi mentally made a note of this guy. This loss would be entirely blamed on this guy. If Gu Shi ever found this guy, he would pull out his intestines, wrap them around his neck, and hang him from a tree, leaving him in the sun for 3 days and 3 nights. While Gu Shi was pondering this, Su Mingyang had already begun organizing his men for disaster relief. Although there were no casualties this time, many buildings in Yin City were nearly destroyed. All of these buildings needed to be rebuilt. Most importantly, several of Yin City's 24 scenic spots were key targets of attack. Several locations were completely razed to the ground. Rebuilding the 24 scenic spots, which are crucial for the cultivation of quasi-red armor, would be extremely difficult. Yin City had originally established the 24 scenic spots by leveraging the opportunity presented by the Red Armor exhibition, coupled with the invasion of undead from outside. Now, several scenic spots have been directly destroyed, which is a devastating situation. When Teacher Jun returns, Su Mingyang doesn't know how to explain this to him. If he had gained an advantage in this battle and looted something, that would have been fine. But now, he hadn't gotten anything. Now, he could only perform well and carry out disaster relief efforts. He hoped that Teacher Jun would perform better upon his return. As for the thoughts he had during the previous undead invasion, Su Mingyang no longer had any of them. Su Mingyang's mentality had clearly become somewhat dejected. He even had a feeling that Yin City was a damn place, a place no one could stay in. Should he follow Mr. Feng's example and leave Yin City to build a new star region? Just then, Gu Shi, who had already cleaned up the battlefield and recalled all his men, landed. He approached Su Mingyang, but before he could speak, Su Mingyang asked directly, "What do you want? I wonder if you feel this invasion was planned. I'm worried there will be other invasions." "I know. I make arrangements. You don't need to worry about that." Hearing this, Gu Shi smiled a little helplessly. He really wanted to say, "Don't underestimate the influence of fate." Chapter 3048. Since the last invasion of Yin City, the endless incursions Gu Shi had imagined hadn't occurred. Even the previous battle had remained silent, as if it had never happened. If Gu Shi hadn't occasionally seen the 24 scenes of Yin City undergoing repairs while wandering around Yin City, he would have suspected the previous battles were fake. Had he been deceived by some illusion? Or had he been brainwashed? Gu Shi glanced at his magic staff. It shouldn't be that way. Although the Mind Dark lamp was only orange quality, there was also an orange quality flame 6-path lamp. Gu Shi's mental defenses were now strong enough. For this matter, Gu Shi even called out his orange-clad guard, New Nine-Tailed Fox, to help check on him. It turned out that Gu Shi had no mental issues at all, and wasn't likely brainwashed. Finally, Gu Shi let the matter go, and settled down to work and wait in Yin City. However, during his free time, Gu Shi still sent Shea to gather some gossip. After all, many of the elderly people in Yin City had survived from a very long time ago. While their strength wasn't as strong due to individual potential and other factors, the longer they lived, the more they knew. And many things seemed commonplace to them. A casual conversation would reveal a wealth of confidential information. Shea and her men had gone out of their way to inquire, and they actually managed to uncover some information. That is, Teacher June already had a red suit before the establishment of Yin City. However, at that time, Teacher June wasn't practicing the Path of Earth, and he was considering a class change, not a pure necromancer. He was probably planning to start from a lich or a class called a deified ghost. However, when building Yin City, he gave up his red suit and his class change options, sticking with the necromancer path to the end. It was only when Teacher June reached level 55 that he rebound the red suit to the Path of Earth. That period was the most difficult for Yin City, and even for the entire underworld. The person from the Yellow Springs realm also stayed with Teacher June during this period, until he reached level 60, Yin City was fully stabilized, Hades University was established, and he received the jeweled gloves as the school's treasure. The person from the Yellow Springs realm then took the initiative to leave, and established the Yellow Springs realm. This fact is unknown to many people, and only those who followed Teacher June to Yin City from the beginning understand it. However, at that time, human red suits hadn't been numbered or displayed. No one knows what Teacher June's original red suit was. The only certainty is that it wasn't for the undead. This is because Teacher June devised many methods to transform the path of this red suit. The jeweled gloves would later be left at Hades University, and many of the methods were similar to those used by Teacher June before. Many of the former employees of Hades University knew this. Gu Shi's apartment building was near Hades University, where many of the former employees lived. As long as one is willing to inquire, one can always learn a lot. Gu Shi always felt there was a thread in these stories, but he had never found what it was. There was another point that Shaya couldn't find out. Gu Shi didn't know why Mr. June was so fond of nurturing red suits, and why he so openly nurtured them directly in Yin City. He also didn't know where these potential red suits came from. Even the elders didn't know this secret. They only knew that from the very beginning of Yin City, there was a saying about the 3 scenic spots. Later, it gradually progressed from 5 to 8 and then 10. Over the years, the number of potential red suits nurtured has increased with each passing year, but the number of successful ones is not unknown, but it's just relatively small. Furthermore, these nurturing locations are constantly changing. The elders of Yin City are unsure whether any large-scale nurturing has ever been successful. After hearing this news, nearly 3 months have passed in the blink of an eye. It wasn't until Principal Lu returned from the depths of the game that Gu Shi realized how much time had passed. Upon meeting Principal Lu, Gu Shi noticed something had changed. Previously, Principal Lu had always worn jeweled gloves. But now, they were completely different. Principal Lu had draped them around his waist, a gesture that seemed to indicate that his fame wasn't based on them. After meeting Gu Shi, Principal Lu said to him, "Gu Shi, Teacher June has also completed the binding of the red suit, but from what I see, it seems he didn't succeed. I don't know where he's gone now. When I came back, I received a message from him, asking you to help defend Yin City for another month." Hearing this, Gu Shi was visibly stunned. Teacher June failed to bind the red suit, and he hasn't returned yet? Why does this situation sound so wrong? Ah, Teacher June failed to bind? That's impossible. Is binding the red suit that difficult? I personally don't think it's difficult, but when I left, I received a message from Teacher June saying he failed to bind. I need to find a place to recover, so I returned to take charge of Yin City and ask you to stay a little longer. Stay a little longer, no problem. Bai Li will need some time to sort things out, so I still have some time. It's just that this situation is so unexpected. By the way, Principal Lu, how much do you know about Yin City's past? What? Did you discover something unusual? Principal Lu said with a chuckle. Yes, 3 months ago, Yin City was invaded by the undead. I was so frustrated fighting that battle. And even after the battle, I still feel like there's something fishy going on. That undead invasion felt like an armed parade. Listening to Gu Shi's description, Principal Lu tilted his head in thought, then shook his head. I know nothing about the situation you're describing, and I never heard of it. Hearing this, Gu Shi finally understood. Principal Lu's words of not knowing and not hearing about it were simply a way of telling Gu Shi that there was something unspoken behind this. As for what these things contain, you can either investigate it yourself or just pretend you don't know. Gu Shi, understanding this, curled his lips and muttered to Principal Lu. TSK, forget it. I'm at my mansion. Have someone notify me if anything happens. Chapter 3049. After Principal Lu returned, Gu Shi became even less concerned with the affairs of Yin City. After finishing his daily work, Gu Shi would stroll around Yin City as usual. But this time, someone finally noticed Gu Shi's efforts. At least Principal Lu would occasionally appear beside Gu Shi, proving that he was constantly working hard. It was just that Teacher June hadn't returned. This situation made Gu Shi somewhat worried. About 2 weeks later, Gongling Yu sent Gu Shi a message, saying that she had completed the red equipment binding, and had returned to her death planet to research the dual red equipment resonance. For the time being, Gongling Yu would be unable to provide any assistance to Gu Shi. However, Gongling Yu also promised that when Gu Shi prepared to return to the Beilui Star region, she would definitely come to help. Gu Shi didn't take Gongling Yu's attitude too seriously. In Gu Shi's opinion, as long as Teacher Gongling Yu hadn't forgotten him, it was good news. In fact, Gu Shi was more concerned about Teacher June's whereabouts. Principal Lu and Teacher Gongling Yu had both successfully bound. How could Teacher June, a master with 2 red armor pieces, still fail to bind? For some reason, Gu Shi had the feeling that Teacher June was taking this opportunity to send the red armor somewhere else. But for a player like Teacher June, who had existed since the dawn of humanity, how could Gu Shi possibly know what he had planned? Even if he noticed something unusual, Gu Shi would simply ignore it. After all, the veteran players at Xinhua also ignored Gu Shi's unusual behavior. Sometimes, knowing too much is not good. But Gu Shi never expected that Teacher June's return would be so quick. 3 days after Gu Shi received a message from Teacher Gongling Yu that the binding had been successful, Teacher June also returned to Yin City. Teacher June's return was quiet. If Gu Shi hadn't received the notification that Teacher June had invited him to the underground palace, he might not have even known he had returned. Although it felt a little strange, Gu Shi still went over. In Teacher June's underground palace, Gu Shi saw Teacher June, now without his armor. Gu Shi felt that Teacher June looked no different now than before. At most, Gu Shi could tell at a glance that he was only level 15 and a Death Knight. His face showed no regret or resentment over the failure to bind the red equipment. However, considering the information he had previously inquired about, Teacher June's reaction was normal. After meeting Gu Shi, Teacher June didn't mention the failed binding, but instead expressed his gratitude. He also asked about the situation in Yin City over the past few months, and Gu Shi's future plans. Next, you're going to help the players in Beilui conquer a star region, right? So, have you picked a good location? If not, I know someone who has some information on star regions. They already found their target, and submitted it for approval. Now they should be gathering resources for their first star region expedition, Gu Shi replied with a smile. Although Gu Shi had been staying in Yin City for a while, he was still very concerned about the progress of the Beilui Star region. Not only was Mary keeping a close eye on it, but Li Yufang also reported to Gu Shi daily on the progress. So when Teacher June asked, Gu Shi could respond easily. It's good to have a goal. Have you considered when to start your first expedition? About 6 months. Gu Shi calculated the current situation. The soul-calling bow and the 4-leaf clover ring would have to be bound together anyway. Binding them one by one would take quite some time. Hearing this, Teacher June actually smiled. You're going to bind multiple pieces of red clothing, right? Gu Shi smiled awkwardly, and was about to explain something when Teacher June smiled and said, It's okay. Everyone knows your situation. It's just a few pieces of red clothing, isn't it? Now they're just begging you for favors, they won't say anything. Gu Shi smiled upon hearing this. He understood that humanity needed his luck right now. If they truly offended Gu Shi, he could single-handedly create a new race, and then he could find a place to claim the throne, while humanity's luck would decline significantly. Besides, most of the human leaders have researched the origins of Gu Shi's red suit. Aside from the first ghost flower, none of the other items violated the red suit restriction. Furthermore, Gu Shi doesn't have many trusted subordinates, so the humans can't just let him hand over the red suit for nothing. If that were the case, what would they offer in exchange for the red suit in Gushi's hands? They can't just rob him. If they did, Gushi would definitely run away. Not to mention, the humans still owe Gushi a red suit. Gushi hadn't asked for it, not because he had forgotten, but because the humans hadn't yet found a suitable red suit. So this matter dragged on. If they dared to say anything to Gushi, Gushi would simply ask them for the red suit. Teacher June understood this, which was why he only half-jokingly said it. But Teacher June immediately changed the subject. Have you heard of double binding? Gushi was stunned for a moment and shook his head. Does it mean binding two red suits at the same time? That's right. By completing a binding quest, you can bind two or more red suits at the same time. It's just that this quest is more difficult and more dangerous. What's so scary about danger? We completed the binding quests when we were empty-handed. Now that we have a few red suits, what's there to fear? What if the other party also has red suits? Teacher June glanced at Gushi. It's not like we haven't killed enemies with red suits before, Gushi said calmly. Hearing this, Teacher June laughed heartily. Good, good, I wasn't wrong about you, Gushi asked, somewhat puzzled. Teacher June, you've been leading me in this direction. What kind of work is waiting for me? It's not really a job. I just want to ask you for a favor. Teacher June said, as he took out a few items and placed them in front of Gushi. Gushi looked at them, a hint of confusion in his eyes. They were all great quality scrap metal. Even with the system's prompt, Gushi had no idea what equipment these items were from. There are 17 materials here. When you activate the dual binding, help me combine these 17 items. Whether you succeed or fail, the task is completed. Gushi immediately understood that Teacher June was going to use the dual binding to do something. He had even tried the same thing before, only to fail. Thinking of this, Gushi laughed. Teacher June, I can help you, but what can I get in return? Chapter 3050. Hearing Gushi's question, Teacher June thought seriously for a moment, then gritted his teeth and pulled out something. What do you think of this? What is this? This? Gushi took the item and looked at it, his eyes widening. He had never expected Teacher June to come up with something like this. Blood Sea Cloak, red, production design. Taking a look at Gushi's expression, Teacher June spoke quietly. You're right. This is the design for the vampire cloak in the Ghost King 3-piece set, after it's upgraded to red. It's also the missing piece from Origin of the Undead. I originally obtained all 3 blueprints. I first made the Path of Earth, an upgrade from the Death Boots. Then I made the Throne of the Dead, an upgrade from the Undead Amulet. But when I found the vampire cloak, and was about to make the Blood Sea Cloak, death came to me. Teacher June fell into deep thought, and spoke for a long time. That was my first encounter with death. I still remember what he said to me. I admire you for finding these 3 blueprints, but you can't handle such a thing right now. Put it back. At the time, I didn't know death. I just wondered, who is this guy? He's so arrogant. But just as I was about to refuse, I had a feeling I'd die if I didn't agree. Even humanity would be wiped out. In the end, I compromised. I kept the Path of Earth, gave away the Throne of the Dead, and hid the blueprints for the Sea of Blood Cloak. There's no official record of this in the original Undead Origin. At this point, Teacher June began to trail off. But Gushi understood the meaning behind his words. It wasn't that they couldn't make the red set, but rather that a powerful figure like death was holding them back. The implication was clear. If you had 1 piece of the set, fine. If you had 2, you have to think carefully about whether you were truly unhappy. If you had the full set, your entire race would be wiped out if you had even thought of it. Gushi believed that, not to mention humans, even the myriad spirits or celestials, if they harbored such an idea, their annihilation would be a matter of time. Gushi's expression grew solemn as he glanced at the Blood Sea Cloak, red, production design in his hand. This item felt heavy in his hands. You have to remember that Gushi possessed the complete set of the Origin of the Undead, which also contained the methods for crafting the Way of Earth and the Throne of the Dead. Now that this item was in his hands, would it bring him good fortune or disaster? Gushi asked. Teacher June, have you ever asked? No, I wanted to ask at the time, but with death right in front of me, how could I ask? But there's one thing I'm certain of. The look in Death's eyes at that moment was one of anticipation. Well, Gushi thought of Death's personality, and he understood Teacher June's reaction. Death's favorite thing to do is to put death right in front of you and watch you commit suicide by jumping into it. Gushi raised the Blood Sea Cape, red, production design in his hand. Okay, I take this on. Teacher June was a little surprised to see Gushi agree. However, He immediately reacted and handed all 17 pieces of materials to Gu Shi. You can definitely bring this in when you begin the double binding, but it won't last long. You must combine these things immediately when you begin binding. Gu Shi didn't ask what these things could be combined into. He believed that Teacher Jun was a capable and ambitious person. Thinking about how he almost made the entire Ghost King cloak set red, you could understand how ambitious Teacher Jun was. This thing before him was probably just one of his tactics or ideas. But Gu Shi had received the benefit, so naturally he wanted to help him get the job done. Besides, binding 2 red items in the time it takes to bind once was also a good thing for Gu Shi. If this thing worked, Gu Shi could repeat this multi-binding process when he encountered more red items in the future. That would save Gu Shi a lot of time. Okay, then how do I do it? Teacher Jun then began to explain to Gu Shi. When double binding, the most crucial aspect isn't what kind of red item you can choose, but rather the importance of clearly considering which path you intend to resonate with the 2 red items. During the binding resonance, you can drag the binding quest for the other red item into the game world currently bound to the red item. This decision must be made before you begin binding. Only then can the bound world be transformed before the player enters. If you decide which path to resonate with after entering the bound world, it won't work. An unbound red suit simply can't enter. Then he have wasted this opportunity. Teacher Jun detailed the details. Gu Shi knew in his heart that Teacher Jun must have experimented before, as there had been many failed attempts. It seemed there was a reason why Teacher Jun's previous red suit failed to bind. He was using himself as an experiment. After Teacher Jun finished explaining everything, he glanced at Gu Shi. Well, do you understand? I understand. I can handle it, Gu Shi said calmly. Gu Shi also understood that these were Teacher Jun's personal experiences, and they wouldn't be written down in textbooks or directly taught in writing. If Gu Shi hadn't met Teacher Jun's requirements, he might have taken these things to his grave and never told Gu Shi. After listening, Gu Shi carefully inquired about the details. After making sure he had memorized everything, Gu Shi spoke to Teacher Jun. Teacher Jun, leave this matter to me. But please keep an eye on the situation in Beilui. Alright, go ahead. I handle things there for you. Teacher Jun waved his hand. Don't worry. If things don't work out, there's Xiao Lu. Gu Shi thanked him and left Teacher Jun's grounds. When Gu Shi returned to Yinzadu, he found Principal Lu waiting for him. Principal Lu, what's wrong with you? You were called over there too? Also? Oh yes, Teacher Jun just gave me a mission. Gu Shi was stunned for a moment before realizing what was happening. A mission? Be careful, don't get yourself into trouble. With that, Principal Lu turned and left. Principal Lu's situation left Gu Shi feeling somewhat baffled. But he was also cautious. Instead of returning directly from Yinzadu, he went to Moonlight City to take a look. Chapter 3051. After explaining everything clearly, Gu Shi returned from Moonlight City to Flame Victoria City. Gu Shi had received news from Li Shiqian several days earlier. Through his joint research with the Red Guard blacksmith, and after years of dedicated transformation, the power of the broken scales had been fully transferred to the evil coffin. The evil coffin's transformation was now complete, having been upgraded to red quality. Because the evil coffin itself was a mount, and its level had already reached orange +3, Li Shiqian believed that forcibly converting the evil coffin into equipment would be a waste for both the evil coffin and the broken scales. So, based on Gu Shi's request, they adjusted some of the plan, combined with their own equipment, and finally created this new evil coffin for Gu Shi. This was actually Gu Shi's good luck. His original mount was a coffin, and at most, it suppressed the evil spirit within. If it had been any other living mount, it might have been a more impressive ride. However, at this point, the mount couldn't be directly upgraded to red quality like the evil coffin. Most importantly, this red mount had been with Gu Shi for a long time, having been nurtured step by step from a green quality base. The time it took to nurture this evil coffin surpassed the time it took Gu Shi to nurture a red mount. It can be said that every upgrade or reduction to the evil coffin was a testament to Gu Shi's dedication. Gu Shi no longer needed to bind the evil coffin, he could simply go and take it. For this reason, Gu Shi rushed over immediately after handing over the matters concerning Yin City and Bai Li. Upon seeing the evil coffin, Gu Shi's eyes lit up. The evil coffin now looked exactly like the one Gu Shi had first seen. It was simply an ordinary, blood-red coffin. The various items that had been placed outside the evil coffin were now gone. If Li Shiqian hadn't brought Gu Shi here specifically, Gu Shi wouldn't have dared to recognize it. But the more he saw it, the more he felt the power of the evil coffin before him. Especially since the lid was still half open, occasionally moving outward, and a blood-tinged black smoke emanated from it. Desolate Blood Evil Coffin, Red, Mount, bound a mount for undead players and heroes, with a maximum speed of 45 kilometers per second. It can automatically find its way and recognize maps, and can move on water, land, underground, in the sky, and even in the starry sky. It can accommodate one person, 1/1. It has a built-in dead wizard force field and automatically absorbs energy to replenish its energy when parked. Special Route 1, Earth Shuttle, Active Skill. This path allows the mount to move above or below ground without consuming any energy, unhindered by any obstacles, and ignoring all defenses, barricades, and even maze effects, instantly boosting movement speed to maximum speed. Route Skills, Burrow, Breakthrough Maze, Straight Move. Special Route 2, Earth Scale, Active Skill. This path strengthens the mount in all directions. By resting on the ground, the mount absorbs the Earth's power, forming scales that protect it and its rider. Route Skills, Earth Shield, Earth Scale, Earth Power, Earth Vitality. Special Route 3, Divine Power Surge, Passive Skill. This path enhances the mount's inherent strength, allowing it to carry loads exceeding human weight. Gravity is no longer a weakness for the mount, but rather its strength. Route Skills, Endless Power, Carrying Forward, Gravity Space, Divine Power. Special Route 4, Earth Domain, a domain-type skill. This route forms an Earth domain centered on the mount. As long as you stay above it, you will receive the Earth's blessing. Route Skills, Earth Shelter, Reshape the Earth, Move Mountains, Earth Shift. Special 1, a corpse can be placed inside the evil coffin. The corpse will be transformed into an evil coffin guardian of the same level, and control a red route as a strengthening direction. Special 2, the evil coffin can store 4 pieces of orange quality equipment. Each piece of equipment corresponds to a red route, and when activated, it has the same effect as a quasi-red route. Special 3, the evil coffin's internal life can be integrated with a red route. Special 4, the evil coffin can consume other red route strengthening materials to grow. Note 1, although there is only one evil coffin, don't worry. As long as you sit on it, it can take you anywhere. Note 2, red mounts are rare, but they are not unheard of. Gushi's eyes flickered with satisfaction as he observed the evil coffin's attributes. He reached out and slapped the evil coffin hard, and it vanished right before his eyes. Gushi could clearly sense that the evil coffin before him was very similar to his black griffin throne. It was essentially Gushi's red mount, but it didn't require any personal control. The core of the evil coffin was the black smoke within. Releasing the evil coffin once more, Gushi looked up and asked, "Where's the rest?" "Everything is ready. We crafted 4 pieces of orange equipment corresponding to the evil coffin's red path. These 4 items can now be placed inside the evil coffin. Also, the number of evil coffin guardians has been reduced from 6 to 1. We discussed this and decided to keep the strongest ghost behemoth. In every way, the ghost behemoth is suitable for the current situation." Although Gushi's question was rambling, Li Shiqian, as a contracted undead, immediately understood Gushi's intention. He quickly stepped forward and explained his design. Gushi was now quite satisfied. After circling the evil coffin, Gushi flipped over and jumped onto it. As soon as Gushi sat down, the evil coffin floated up on its own, stopping about a meter above the ground. Gushi didn't immediately launch the evil coffin, he simply sat on it and took in the surroundings. At this moment, Gushi felt as if he had returned to the day he had just completed his inauguration and received the evil coffin. However, this time, Gushi wouldn't be as unsteady as before. As he sat on the evil coffin, Gushi could already feel that nothing in the outside world could affect him. Because as he sat on it, a pale yellow protective shield appeared outside the evil coffin, completely blocking out everything. "Let's begin." Gushi said this calmly after settling down. The next moment, the evil coffin soared into the sky. In the blink of an eye, Gushi reached a height of approximately 40,000 meters above the ground. A little higher, and it would almost enter the void. Gushi understood that the evil coffin did not yet possess the ability to move through the void, and that its power would weaken the further it was from the ground. Gushi had come up here simply to test the limits of the evil coffin, and the test had only just begun. Chapter 3052. After testing the new evil coffin, Gushi quickly returned to Arida's city. This time, even without using the teleportation ability within Chongqi Mountain, Gushi could still make it from Arida's city to Flame Victoria City in under a minute. It could be said that the new evil coffin's speed was truly exceptional. Gushi didn't even bother calculating in Mach numbers anymore. 45 kilometers per second. Just ask how you can run at that speed. Circumnavigating the entire Chongqi Mountain wouldn't take much time. So, even after returning to Arida's city, the smile on Gushi's face never faded. In Gushi's eyes, his own strength had improved. Sir. As soon as he returned to Arida's city, Luna quickly appeared beside Gushi. When Gushi left for Flame Victoria's city, Luna already knew what Gushi was planning to do. She had already prepared everything for Gushi. This time, things will be more complicated. Please pay close attention. If you find anything amiss, go find Teacher Gongling and ask for my help. Because this was a double binding, Gushi didn't know what would happen, so he made final preparations. Understood, sir. You must be more careful this time. It's okay. I have the puppet and the evil coffin with me. No matter what happens, I can't be harmed. Gushi had thought it through. He had 4 red outfits, a red puppet, and an evil coffin. As long as he didn't encounter an enemy with exclusive red outfit, he could almost certainly defeat even an enemy with 2 red outfits. Right now, he was just worried about some unexpected events. After concluding his final instructions with Luna, Gushi took out both red items from Luna's best position. Gushi needed to carefully understand the situation regarding the soul-calling bow and the 4-leaf clover ring. This time, instead of resonating after binding, the resonating strategy had to be chosen beforehand. So, without definitive information, Gushi had to rely on his own judgment. The 4-leaf clover ring had a dedicated path, far superior to the others, and therefore not counted as a separate path. Because the soul-calling bow couldn't be bound to the 4-leaf clover ring, the only 3 paths available were Fate Record, Luck Operation, and Fate Clone. A similar situation existed with the soul-calling bow. The soul-calling bow must retain 2 paths, so Gushi had to prepare for them first. Based on the information currently available, Prediction Strike and Life-Severing Arrow were the key to the soul-calling bow. The 10,000 arrow shooting technique and arrow field then became options for resonating. This means there are 5 paths that can resonate, a 2+3 approach. Even if we eliminate the obviously unlikely and seemingly unsatisfactory combinations, there are only a few that can truly be combined. Gushi's favorite 2 are 10,000 arrow shooting plus Fate Clone, and arrow field plus Fate Record. Gushi estimated that if 10,000 arrows shooting and Fate Clone resonated, a clone with archery skills would likely appear. Even without a true clone, the soul-calling bow could still attack automatically, like a mobile turret floating beside Gushi. This approach would definitely solve Gushi's biggest problem. He couldn't shoot. With the life-destroying bow, Gushi not only couldn't use it, but he even had to replace 1 or 2 of his weapons. Whether he used his own hand or the hand of death, the impact would be significant. So, this method of creating a clone was a good option for Gushi. The combination of arrow field and Fate Record was a form of enhanced computing power. The more information the Fate Record acquired, the more detailed the calculations could be. If Gushi was forced to achieve resonance, he might choose Fate Record plus Prediction Strike. This way, he have everything from calculating the enemy's position to striking. Then it would feel like an attack like the 7 Arrows book. As long as he knew the enemy's location, he could just shoot. But Gushi could use both Prediction Strike and Life-Destroying Arrow, so he had to settle for the next best option, Arrow Field plus Fate Record. However, Gushi estimated that if these 2 paths resonated, they would form a defensive field. This could help Gushi cut off external influences on his fate. If the black fate line from before reappeared, it would probably have no effect on Gushi. Of course, these 2 resonance methods were all directed towards Gushi's most practical needs at the moment. This only means that these 2 resonance paths are the most useful right now. It doesn't mean that these 2 resonance paths are the best. Gushi compared and speculated about the 2 paths for a long time. In the end, he still couldn't make up his mind. Seeing this, Luna, who had been guarding Gushi, couldn't help but ask. Gushi expressed his thoughts. Luna, however, said, "Sir, you're overthinking it. The outcomes of these 2 resonance paths are just your guesses. We can't yet tell whether they will lead to such a path. So what are you so hung up on?" Hearing this, Gushi smiled. Yes, Gushi was still hesitating about something that hadn't even happened yet. And Gushi had even preconceived a path forward after the resonance. This was the most undesirable thing. You have to understand that these 2 red dresses were completely unfamiliar territory for Gushi. And Gushi was actually trying to interpret them literally. Wasn't that just asking for trouble? After Luna's rebuke, Gushi quickly realized his mistake. Now wasn't the time for wild guesses. He reviewed the current possible combinations, and finally settled on one. Okay, that's settled. Have you made your mind up, sir? Yes, it's the 10,000 arrows shooting technique and the Fate Clone. After making a decision, Gushi didn't regret it. He took out both red items, placed them together, and then, following the method Master June had taught him, activated them simultaneously. When activating the red items, Gushi didn't forget which one he would prioritize. Use the soul-calling bow as the primary, and the four-leaf clover ring as the secondary. This will activate the dual red items path resonance, resonating with the 10,000 arrows shooting technique and the avatar of destiny. As Gushi finished speaking, the soul-calling bow took flight, circling around him. Then, the four-leaf clover ring took flight, following behind the soul-calling bow. Watching this unfold, Gushi couldn't help but mutter inwardly. Is dual binding really possible? But now there was no escape. The two red items transformed into two beams of red light, striking Gushi and dragging him into the game. Chapter 3053. Gushi had only experienced the binding of a red suit once. The incident with the head of the goddesses wasn't actually a formal binding, but rather a preliminary process. However, the process was the same each time, a detailed introduction to the red suit and the tasks involved in binding it. Gushi still clearly remembered that when he bound the nether spirit flower, he first read a story before everything unfolded. The binding of two red suits was being done simultaneously. Gushi was a little unsure whether this time would be the same, with one red suit binding taking priority, and the other as a secondary task. Or would the stories of both red suits appear simultaneously, blending them together? So Gushi took a closer look, curious. The first thing he saw was a longbow. A longbow that could instantly destroy anything, and anyone. It didn't look fancy, but no matter where the enemy was, a single arrow would destroy them. Gushi had never even heard of such archery, let alone master it. You have to understand that in this scene, Gushi saw that the person wasn't even there, yet an arrow dropped from the sky, knocking him to the ground. And the person who mastered such archery skills was also an ambitious person. He believed that with his immense strength, there was nothing he couldn't kill, flying in the sky or running on the ground. Why did he have to be a hunter? He wanted to be the strongest. He wanted to kill the sky. Yes, that was probably the idea. Gushi watched the man swear with gritted teeth. Although he didn't hear what he said, his subsequent actions were clearly aimed at killing the sky. Anyway, every time he killed a powerful creature, his strength grew. But in the end, his path was cut off. When he became the strongest on earth, he couldn't ascend to heaven, because the path to heaven was cut off. It was secretly cut off when he killed the first beast on earth. If it weren't for the animation replay afterwards, Gushi wouldn't have known about this. After watching the animation, Gushi felt that this archer's life was truly miserable. He wanted to follow the most ancient path to the heavens, but the path was cut off. He wanted to catch the birds that could take him to heaven, but he shot 9 out of 10 powerful birds, and the remaining one was frightened and unable to fly. Finally, he was forced to head west. There was a master there who had a teleportation channel to the heavens. But when he obtained the key to the teleportation channel and prepared to enter the heavens, he discovered that it had been stolen. The person who stole the key was weak, and once in the heavens, he had nowhere to go. Finally, he was forced to flee to the moon palace in the sky. Having lost his last chance to attack the heavens, he blamed everything on the beasts on the ground. So, armed with a bow, he relentlessly slew every beast he could see. This sight wasn't literal, but rather sight within his attack range. In this animation, Gushi finally understood the extent of this man's shooting range. Others considered a range of 3 or 5 miles exceptional, and a range of over 30 kilometers was considered legendary archery. But this wasn't the case. In his case, he stood there, and within 1,000 kilometers of him, everything within his range was within his firing range. Everything within this range would die. Normally, he didn't kill indiscriminately. After all, his targets weren't on the ground. But since his path to heaven had been cut off, he no longer had any desire to ascend to heaven. In his eyes, everything was an enemy. Thus, he became a walking natural disaster. 1,000 miles around him would be annihilated, all living things, including plants, wiped out. Even the soil beneath was turned over by at least 3 to 5 meters. Earthworms were cut in two by the arrows that fell from the sky. But he didn't care, he was simply venting his anger. So, he simply circled the ground, and the earth was devoid of life. The earth, once peaceful because he had cleared out the beasts, was now a wasteland. Blood became the only color on the land. To survive, humans and beasts could only watch the creature from afar and avoid its direction. When they spotted it approaching from afar, people would simply leave their homes and head elsewhere, waiting until it was far away before returning. After a long time, people began to endure this. Some clever people came up with a solution. They believed that the creature's strength was entirely due to its bow. If they could remove its bow, no matter how violent it became, it would be useless. Others believed that the creature's destructive power stemmed from its free movement. If they could trap it in the maze and prevent it from leaving, no matter how aggressive it was, it would be useless. Some people also believed. Anyway, many people at the time, desperate to survive, tried countless methods. But none of them could bring him down or trap him. In fact, their methods only made him more violent. At first, his route was regular and predictable. But later, he began to run aimlessly. Most importantly, provoked by these people, his attack range grew ever wider. 1,000 kilometers was just the beginning. 2,000, 3,000 kilometers followed. Each targeted attack expanded his attack range. Only when he felt he had no one left to kill did he return to the passage leading to the heavens, carrying his bow. Here, he sat motionless at the collapsed passage, his bow in his left hand, proving he was still alive. For who knows how many years had passed, but no one dared approach. And those in the heavenly palace didn't dare descend. For they all understood that his fate was entirely due to someone manipulating his fate. According to his original destiny, he should have slain all the demonic beasts on earth, ultimately ascending to the heavenly palace and becoming the new celestial emperor. But how could the current celestial emperor abandon his position? So, he used the power of fate to influence this person, forever denying him the opportunity to enter the celestial realm. It was a success. But the price paid was too high. The earth became barren, and the celestial realm no longer had the opportunity to descend. All those who descended from the celestial realm, if they even considered it, faced an arrow head-on. And just as the animation ended, Gushi inadvertently saw the person sitting in the ruins raise his head, his crimson eyes looking in his direction, a flash of red light. Chapter 3054. As the red light faded, Gushi slowly stood up. He didn't look around first, but instead surveyed himself. Similar to before, due to the rejection caused by the red suit binding process, most non-red suit items, with the exception of the Hand of Death, were rejected. The only thing he could bring in was the gray garbage Teacher June had instructed him to bring in. Gushi didn't know how Teacher June had managed this. At this point, Gushi didn't bother to check his surroundings or find a new piece of clothing. He simply sat down and quickly pieced together the items he had brought. The garbage he brought in this time included a variety of materials: rags, scrap metal, wood, stone, and metal. And most of it was missing some of this and that. Most importantly, Gushi had no idea what the final combination of these items was. He wasn't given any instructions. Gushi could only follow his instincts. Thankfully, Gushi didn't understand how to combine these items, and Teacher June didn't make any specific requirements. He simply asked Gushi to combine everything here, without missing a single thing. As for what could be combined, Teacher June didn't really care. So Gushi took the materials and started experimenting, seeing what this scrap of cloth could make, what this piece of wood could resemble. Then Gushi randomly mixed the items together, trying to see what he could piece together. I don't know if it was Gushi's imagination and hands-on ability, or if it was just fate, but these seemingly broken and missing pieces transformed in Gushi's hands without him having to cut them. Gushi had actually pieced together a small wooden sailboat. The sailboat had a mud base, with 2 wooden planks placed on top. A metal nail served as the bow ram, and a piece of rag served as the sail. Lacking suitable wood, Gushi used a metal mast, from which a small gem hung. After completing the sailboat, Gushi was stunned for a moment. Then he placed the sailboat on the ground and looked at his hands. Gushi knew that he didn't have the skill to make it. It wasn't so much that he had made the sailboat, but rather that someone had used Gushi's hands to put it together. So, after placing the sailboat on the ground, Gushi immediately took a few steps back. Just then, the sailboat before him slowly took flight. Something resembling gems appeared on the sailboat. Gushi frowned. He didn't know what was going on, but the extra objects before him seemed familiar, yet he couldn't imagine where he had seen them before. What's Teacher June up to? Is he researching something unusual? Gushi muttered to himself. Then a question crossed his mind. He seemed to have forgotten something. Gushi shook his head, concentrating on his tasks, but he felt stuck. It was as if some condition had been met, yet it hadn't been activated. This feeling irritated Gushi so much that he even looked away from the wooden sailboat before him. But at that moment, the wooden sailboat before him shifted midair, transforming from a haphazardly cobbled-together vessel, perhaps only the length of an arm, into a full-fledged sailboat. This sailboat carried a strong sense of death. It felt like a sailboat guiding the dead across the river Styx. Gushi's brows narrowed. The situation seemed increasingly strange. It was as if a part of the dead had been forcibly extracted from these things and finally applied to the sailboat. What am I forgetting? No, I need to go back and ask Jiawei to help me, Gushi whispered. But at this moment, the wooden sailboat before him fell to the ground again. The mud that had been supporting the sailboat transformed into a river of mud, extending outward from the sailboat's position. For some reason, although the river was clearly flowing forward, it felt like it was flowing in all directions, open to any destination. Gushi even had a sudden realization. This was a resonance between the earth and death. River? Gushi immediately realized that the wooden sailboat was not what Teacher June wanted. This muddy river, which resonated with the earth and death, was Teacher June's goal. Is this a rule? A term flashed through Gushi's mind. But the next moment, it faded from his mind. Wait, what was I thinking just now? Gushi patted his head. But at that moment, the river of mud completely swallowed the wooden sailboat, forming a huge wave that pushed it in one direction. Because of Gushi's action, he missed the current scene. When Gushi reacted and wanted to take another look at the materials given by Teacher June, he realized that both the wooden sailboat and the muddy river had disappeared. There was no trace left here. Gushi was stunned for a long moment, but ultimately didn't look for anything. Gushi understood that Teacher June's plan had succeeded. The assembled object had been returned to Teacher June. However, Gushi didn't see how it disappeared. And it was as if his memory had been erased again. He was now struggling to recall his lost memories. The end result was this. Gushi only knew something had been erased, but his memory hadn't returned, and he hadn't seen Teacher June's arrangements. It could be said that the moment Gushi entered the game, his situation had started strong, but ended badly. There were benefits to be gained at first, but Gushi didn't receive any. Realizing that he had missed something, Gushi felt a little angry. But after he calmed down, he tried to regain his composure. Gushi understood that one shouldn't regret what he had missed. At the same time, Gushi also understood what was most important to him right now. The game world before him was what Gushi needed to consider. He had put so much effort into entering this place, not to help Teacher June fulfill his dream. He had come to bind the two red armor pieces. Teacher June's matter was over. For Gushi to dwell on what he had missed while ignoring the binding of the two red armor pieces was truly putting the cart before the horse. Gushi, understanding this, calmed himself and then turned to look around. Gushi needed to check his current location and what his mission was. Based on the previous cutscene, challenging the archer, whose life or death was uncertain, was definitely not an option. Their arrow had already reached beyond the range of the red armor. If Guyu had seen the scene where the mud river disappeared, he would have believed that the arrow and the mud river were likely the same. Chapter 3055. Although Gushi missed some information, his assessment of the enemy's situation was inadequate. But it wasn't like Gushi hadn't seen the previous cutscenes. Gushi clearly saw the ability to instantly kill everything within a 1,000-meter radius, centered around him. That method was similar to Gushi's black feather arrow, but its power was far greater. Gushi believed that as soon as he appeared within the enemy's attack range, even if the enemy was already mad or asleep, he would be hit head-on. Then Gushi was left with nothing. His methods were no defense against such an attack. The past was a death sentence. Thankfully, there was finally some good news that reassured Gushi. He checked the message that had popped up earlier. The mission didn't involve him going to his death. After watching the reason for the appearance of the soul-calling bough, red, the soul-calling bough was affected by the four-leaf clover ring, red, shifting its fate. The red bough of death resonates with the red clover ring, altering the fateful scenario. Due to fate, Super God-E lost his chance to ascend to the celestial realm. Break the bonds of fate upon Super God-E and open the passage to the celestial realm. After Super God-E enters the celestial realm, complete the red equipment binding at the location where Super God-E has slept for many years. Note: Hell mode cannot be accessed with any level skills, equipment, or minions. The time limit is unlimited. Note: Do not provoke a super god who has finally fallen asleep. You don't want to know why he is called a god. This is Gushi's mission. It was a simple task. All Gushi had to do was find the passage to the heavens and open it. Simple, right? Bullshit. Gushi cursed inwardly. He's seen the previous cutscenes before. The heavens and the earth were originally connected by a giant bronze tree. Anyone who climbed up the tree could enter the heavens. Originally, Great God-E could easily enter the heavens. All he had to do was challenge the Emperor of Heaven and become the new Emperor. But what happened? To prevent Great God-E from entering the heavens, the Emperor of Heaven cut down the tree, leaving only ruins. It was like cutting off the land passage to the heavens. Then, Great God-E set his sights on the birds that could fly into the heavens. However, these birds refused to obey him, refusing to obey him. Great God-E reasoned, there are 10 birds that can fly. If he killed one to scare them, one would surely take him to the heavens. As a result, 9 of the 10 birds were killed, and the last one was so frightened that it couldn't even fly. This effectively cut off Kong's path to the heavens. Don't assume that just because you can fly, you can reach the heavens. Master Yi has slain countless flying monsters and wild beasts. Why did the cutscene specifically mention these individuals? It's because flying to the heavens requires knowing the path. If you don't know the path, you can only fly upwards, never reaching the heavens. Then the only way to enter the heavens is through teleportation. But fate played another trick on Master Yi. This was the first time Gu Shi heard that a teleportation portal required a key. And there's only one key, capable of carrying only one person at a time. Most importantly, after Great God Yi finally obtained the key, it was stolen the moment he turned. When he went looking for another key, he couldn't find it. If there wasn't some conspiracy behind this, Gu Shi would have had his head ripped off and kicked around like a ball. With the land route cut off, the air route unusable, and the portal unable to open, Gu Shi was asked to find a way into the heavens? This is simply ridiculous. Didn't you see in the cutscenes that the people of the heavens were unwilling to descend to the lower realms? Because they all knew that once they got to the lower realms, they could never return. Now, asking Gu Shi, with nothing, to search for a way into the heavens? And that wasn't even the most important thing. Most importantly, Gu Shi had to let Great God Yi know that the passage was open. Only then could he lure Great God Yi, who had been sitting under the bronze tree, away. Otherwise, if Great God Yi remained unaware, it would be useless for Gu Shi to create more passages. Although he felt unhappy, Gu Shi still had to complete the quest for the sake of his red suit binding. After all, if he missed this binding quest, he wasn't sure what he would encounter next time. Wait. No, Gu Shi thought. If he failed this time, he wouldn't have to bind twice the next time. With Gu Shi's current strength, he could still complete the task by just binding one piece of red suit. Thinking of this, Gu Shi's mood brightened. Now, Gu Shi no longer worried about failing the quest. After all, the red suit was his anyway, and there was no mention of anyone else waiting to bind it. If he failed, Gu Shi would just quit the binding and start over later. Hongzhuang wasn't going to run away, anyway. With this thought in mind, Gu Shi felt much more energetic. At least he no longer had the same worry he had before, dreading what would happen if he didn't complete the quest. It could be said that Gu Shi's mindset was completely different just now than it was now. Before, he'd been thinking about what to do if he couldn't complete the quest, and whether he'd die here. Now, his mindset was simply to complete the quest and be done with it. Even if he failed, he could always leave and start over. With this different mindset, Gu Shi's thoughts shifted as well. At this moment, Gu Shi immediately looked up at the sky. The bronze tree on the land was clearly broken. There was probably still a key to the portal, but it certainly wouldn't be easy for Gu Shi to get. So, of the 3 paths, the easiest one was definitely flying through the sky into the heavens. Gu Shi didn't know where he was, but he believed that the sky was there. If he kept flying upward, he always sees something different. Even if Gu Shi couldn't fly into the heavens, he could still get a sense of his current location. So Gu Shi immediately released the evil coffin. As soon as the red quality evil coffin appeared, the puppet appeared behind Gu Shi. Gu Shi rolled over and sat on the evil coffin, naked. Puppet, you lead the way. We keep flying upwards. I want to see what's in the sky. The puppet immediately agreed, and the sun chariot appeared. The sun chariot first ran a short circle in place, then the horses pulling it pushed off the ground, dragging the chariot into the sky. Gu Shi's evil coffin then followed, soaring into the sky with the sun chariot. Chapter 3056. After soaring into the air, Gu Shi slowly began to see everything below. At this point, Gu Shi noticed that while the world below contained hills and rivers, it was primarily red and black. There were no trees on the ground, not even large rocks. The entire game world seemed quite desolate. As Gu Shi's position gradually rose, the range of his vision grew wider and wider. At this moment, Gu Shi's eyes narrowed, and he immediately said, "Puppet, look at that spot below. Is there something wrong?" Hearing Gu Shi's question, the puppet leading the way stopped the sun chariot and looked in the direction Gu Shi pointed. "An arrow," the puppet said calmly. Standing on the sun chariot, the puppet would be affected by the sun chariot's path, and her vision would reach a very high level. No matter how far away, as long as the sunlight reached, she could see. Gu Shi simply pointed, and the puppet gave a corresponding answer. However, the puppet's response was still somewhat mechanical. She only said it was an arrow, but she didn't mention what kind of arrow it was, what style it was, or how long it had been stuck there. Perhaps in the eyes of the puppet, this had nothing to do with Gu Shi. An arrow? Gushi was stunned for a moment. He supposed that in the past, in this world, anyone who dared to use a bow and arrow after encountering someone like Great God, he was either one of his followers or Great God himself. His enemies wouldn't dare stand directly in front of Great God with a bow. When flying upwards, pay close attention to the situation below and see if there are still so many arrows on the ground. The evil coffin was still soaring upwards, and Gushi had no intention of stopping. He gave decisive orders. Upon hearing Gushi's command, the puppet immediately complied. As she rode the sun chariot upwards, she periodically glanced down, observing the ground for any arrows. But all of this was Gushi's thinking. He had assumed the Great God had a purpose. If Gushi had encountered such a situation, he would have set up some kind of array with arrows. But the situation before him was clearly not right. Great God, he had no such thoughts at all. In Great God He's eyes, all enemies were dead, so why would he make any arrangements? He was simply tired and wanted to rest, not die. Any creature that dared to enter within 3,000 kilometers of him would be doomed. As for those farther away, it wasn't impossible to shoot, he simply didn't want to. This small matter didn't require any advanced planning. He just had to wait there, waiting for this world to slowly die. So, what Gushi had the puppet searching for was completely in vain. Because the puppet was focused on something on the ground, the sun chariot, while moving forward, accidentally crashed into a patch of cloud. After this collision, the puppet's expression grew serious, for she clearly sensed that something was amiss with this patch of cloud. "Sir," the puppet immediately called out to Gushi. The evil coffin also approached the sun chariot. Gushi looked at the puppet. "What happened?" "Sir, something seems off about this part of the cloud. It feels like another dimension within." Gushi's eyes lit up upon hearing this. "Heaven? No, it feels like a maze." Gushi narrowed his eyes, a thought flashing through his mind. Could this be the way to enter the heavens? "Move aside." Gushi waved at the puppet. Then the head of the goddesses flew out. In the two previous encounters with the red suits-bound world, Gushi's abilities were blocked. He couldn't even deploy the gates of his own death city. The necromancer's powerful abilities were instantly blocked. He had to find temporary help. This time was different. The sacred moonlight contained 2 death cities. And they were massive death cities, like those of an octopus head. While the number of moonlight undead within wasn't as high as at Chongqi Mountain, it was far less than the previous 2 encounters. Gushi used his sacred moonlight to conjure millions of ghosts, directing them into the maze through the passages discovered by the puppet. If this truly was an aerial passage leading to and from the heavens, then these moonlight ghosts would be able to find the correct path. However, Gushi soon realized that he had underestimated the situation in this world. After releasing millions of moonlight ghosts, they vanished into the cloud-covered maze without even raising a speck of dust, never finding the correct path. Desperate, Gushi recalled the ghosts and personally inquired about the situation. Just as the moonlight ghosts finished explaining the situation, the puppet suddenly spoke. "Sir, I just heard something. There's something wrong with this maze." Gushi was still racking his brains over what to do next. Hearing the puppet's words, he asked, "Have you discovered anything?" "Sir, those ghosts just said that after entering the maze, they leave one person at each corner, and then split up again, right?" "Yes, and they kept splitting up again, until they had to request additional troops." Gushi nodded. He had sent so many ghosts into the maze primarily to combat it. Initially, he had considered that with a large number of ghosts, they could stack together and avoid crowding. Most importantly, ghosts could pass through walls. Just place one in a corner, and return when they hit a dead end. 1,000,000 ghosts could solve any maze. But Gushi hadn't expected that 1,000,000 ghosts wouldn't even be able to cover the small area before him. This left Gushi helpless. The power of the sacred moonlight could conjure up a vast number of moonlight ghosts, but what good would it do even if there were more? 1,000,000 ghosts wouldn't be enough. Gushi couldn't possibly conjure up hundreds of millions, could he? "Sir, I just listened, and the ghosts' actions are correct. But I noticed something. Every time they travel a certain distance, they encounter a fork in the road. Then the ghosts split up. But the area they're exploring isn't actually that large, and the road sizes are right." Gushi nodded involuntarily at the puppet's words. This was exactly what he discovered, but he had no idea what was going on. "But sir, have you noticed? When the ghosts first entered, the maze wasn't actually that complex. It's only because we triggered some of its mechanisms that it ended up like this." Chapter 3057. The mechanism of the maze? Gushi was stunned for a moment, then suddenly realized something. The maze isn't fixed. Does it get bigger the more people enter? I don't know. How about I give it a try? The puppet thought for a moment, then finally said something. Gushi nodded. With the puppet's strength, there was no need to worry about her safety no matter where she went. With her fighting power, she would survive any situation, unless she encountered someone like Great God E. Most importantly, the puppet was now considered a goddess in the pantheon. Gushi could always drag her back through the pantheon. Even if she got lost, there was no need to worry. Okay, I wait here. Gushi thought for a moment. If he hadn't encountered a cloud maze like this, he might have surveyed the surroundings, chosen the most suitable spot in the sky, or descended to a location that looked suspicious. At the very least, Gushi needed to find some living people to inquire about the current situation. After all, Great God he had been sitting in the ruins of the bronze tree for some time. As long as he had no intention of leaving that location, people would gradually emerge from other areas. Don't underestimate the ability of humans to survive. Even in the desert, they can survive. So Gushi believed that no matter how desolate the lower realms were, there would still be human forces. He could inquire about the situation there, and eventually get some information. But Gushi never expected to encounter something like the cloud maze. This gave Gushi an opportunity to directly break through the current situation. If he could break through the maze before him, he could enter the heavens. Although he wasn't sure what the current situation in the heavenly realm was like, no matter how powerful the heavenly realm was, it couldn't be stronger than Great God E. Otherwise, they wouldn't have directly stopped him from ascending to heaven. If Gushi couldn't defeat Great God E, could he still defeat this coward? Then he charged into the heavenly realm and turn it upside down first. Just as Gushi was pondering this, the puppet's sun chariot rushed out from the distance. Gushi glanced at the location where the puppet had appeared, puzzled. What was going on? Hadn't she just entered the cloud maze? How did it rush out from the edge of the land? By then, the puppet had already rushed to Gushi's side at top speed. Sir, this maze has a mechanism. Oh, tell me about it. Gushi asked immediately. This maze isn't what we imagine. The fewer people enter, the fewer forks there are. It's about speed. The faster you go, the fewer forks there are. When I reach my maximum speed, the maze becomes a single path. But there's a problem. I don't know the upper limit of this maze. I'm accelerating at top speed, but I still can't find a way out. Finally, I find myself thousands of kilometers away when I finally find an exit. Hearing this, Gushi understood the current situation. The ghosts were sent in earlier because they were slow, which led to the maze. Then, as the mazes became more numerous, their speed slowed down, and eventually the number of mazes began to increase. If, like the puppets, they entered and immediately ran at top speed, the maze would gradually become shorter and simpler, eventually becoming a single path. However, according to the puppet, her sun chariot might not be fast enough to reach its limit, so the maze ultimately ejected her, preventing her from entering the heavens. After a moment's thought, Gushi said to the puppet, "Puppet, wait here. I go in and take a look." With that, Gushi patted the evil coffin, and it flew directly into the cloud maze. After entering the maze, Gushi first glanced around. Before him were white walls that resembled clouds. Looking up, he saw a thick layer of clouds above. After a moment's thought, Gushi patted the lid of the evil coffin, and the evil coffin immediately began to accelerate. Because the evil coffin was a red mount and had automatic driving, Gushi didn't have to worry about it moving too fast and crashing into a wall. Even if it did, Gushi was confident that he would be fine. The red quality road would shield Gushi from most impacts. As expected, as the evil coffin surged forward, the walls of the maze immediately parted. At first, the gap wasn't great, only about the size of the evil coffin itself. But as the evil coffin reached its maximum speed, Gushi felt as if no walls were blocking his path. At 45 kilometers per second, Gushi couldn't see anything, only a flash of white before his eyes. After 48 minutes of this relentless charge, Gushi felt the evil coffin shift slightly, as if it were about to be flung out of the cloud maze. Only then did Gushi understand what the puppet had felt before. But Gushi had no intention of retreating. Evil coffin, hold on. Keep going. Don't get thrown out. With just one word, Gushi's evil coffin had already traveled hundreds of kilometers. At the same time, Gushi felt the force trying to fling him out grow stronger and stronger. Gushi immediately pressed down on the evil coffin's lid. At the same time, the head of the goddesses behind him began to transform the sacred moonlight, injecting some of the energy into the evil coffin. Gushi wasn't asking for the evil coffin to speed up. The evil coffin's speed had reached its limit. What Gushi wanted now was for it to stabilize. Every extra second counted. But even that wasn't enough. Seeing himself about to be thrown out, Gushi decided to give it a go. Charge upward. That's right, Gushi was completely out of ideas. Wasn't this maze trying to fling him out? Wasn't he going to be able to hold the evil coffin steady? So, he would just charge upward, against the direction he was being flung out. If he charged forward, it would be extremely difficult to shake off Gushi. Upon Gushi's command, the evil coffin immediately began to surge upward. However, it was still a bit slow to get started. It only reached a certain angle before it was thrown directly out of the clouds. Gushi only had time to catch a glimpse of the azure sky before he felt a dizzying sensation. When he regained consciousness, he realized he had been thrown beneath the clouds. Interesting. It seems there's something behind this cloud maze. Gushi said nothing and returned to where the puppets were waiting. That was the only entrance Gushi had discovered into the cloud maze. There were certainly other entrances, but with such a vast expanse of sky, it was impossible for Gushi to search through them piecemeal. For now, let's start again from here. But this time, at full speed, Gushi would fly upwards. Chapter 3058. Still no. Returning to the puppet for the third time, Gushi shook his head. We were thrown out again. Although we saw the higher blue sky when we were thrown out, we didn't find anything else useful. Listening to Gushi's words, the puppet pondered for a moment and asked, Sir, do you think it's possible that we're flying too slowly, or perhaps in the wrong direction? Perhaps it's because of speed. Gushi pondered for a moment. We already established that the faster the speed, the greater the distance we can travel. The later we're thrown out. It's as if your limit and my limit are completely different when we're thrown out. Perhaps our current speed hasn't reached its peak yet. Then what should we do? Gushi smiled. What should we do? Of course, we should find out what kind of birds those 10 birds were that flew from the terrestrial world into the celestial realm, how fast they could fly, and where they died. Don't forget, what are our professions? Gushi was quite proud of this. Even if the others knew this information, it wouldn't matter. All the birds that could enter the heavens had been killed by the great god Yi. Even if they knew what was going on, they wouldn't be able to do anything. But Gushi was different. Although his skills were currently disabled, Hengzhuang was still with him. If that didn't work, they could reverse the yin and yang and find a way to revive the bird. They could then use its speed to enter the heavens. Even if they couldn't find the bodies of the 9 slain birds and resurrect them or transform them into undead, Gushi's path remained open. The great god Yi had left behind one last bird. The bird, frightened by the great god Yi, no longer had the ability to fly. But for Gushi, its inability to fly didn't mean it was useless. If Gushi could kill the bird, the night blood path would surely yield a super speedy undead servant. If that didn't work, an undead laborer or undead beast would also do. As long as he could restore his original speed, Gushi would be able to pass this stage. Even if he could take a step back, Gushi still had the holy moonlight. If he could find the carcass of that bird, he would have the opportunity to use it to simulate it. That would give him the chance to enter the celestial realm. And once there, whether or not he himself entered, he would have a way to teleport. After all, the red thread of the underworld was still effective. As long as someone could bring a thread into the celestial realm, Gushi could use the red thread of the underworld to enter. In just a moment, Gushi had already thought a lot. It could be said that he was now brimming with confidence. Let's find our position here and go down. Having made his decision, Gushi immediately sprang into action. It was he who had placed the nether spirit flower and the blood thread net for positioning. The puppet also knew Gushi's target. Recalling everything she had seen in the sky, she quickly pinpointed his location. As soon as Gushi had taken care of his duties, he immediately followed the puppet, driving the evil coffin down the mountain. Gushi didn't ask the puppet what it had discovered. The evil coffin was following him anyway. And the puppet didn't disappoint Gushi. As they neared the ground, Gushi noticed something was different. When Gushi ascended to the sky earlier, he saw a barren landscape. Most areas were the same color, a dark red. This indicated that the land had been stained with too much blood and could no longer support anything. But the situation before him was somewhat different. Looking down from the sky, the ground was a vibrant red, as if freshly stained with blood. After Gushi and his companions had flown down a distance, he suddenly noticed something different about the land. From the sky, the modest hills looked like flat ground. But as he got closer, he realized that each hill had its own distinct characteristics. The hill before him was clearly formed by mud covering a corpse. Don't ask how Gushi knew this. Gushi had dug so much soil, he knew exactly what it looked like, and how it would eventually weather. This hill looked like the kind that had formed from mud covering the corpse of a giant flying bird. The puppet knew from the outset what Gushi was looking for, and so had brought him here. About 1,000 meters from the hill, Gushi could already see what was happening there. There were clear signs of human life. But now, there were only traces, not a single living person. It was unknown whether they had been unable to survive here, or had been attacked and killed. Gu Shi had no interest in investigating this. The evil coffin immediately landed on the top of the hill. Then he pointed the magic wand at the ground, and the 6 flaming lanterns hanging from it activated. The bearer of the Yellow Spring Dragon robe immediately appeared. Gu Shi, using the Yellow Spring Dragon robe as a visual aid, began to survey his surroundings. At first glance, Gu Shi was overwhelmed by a surge of resentment. This was a situation Gu Shi rarely encountered. After all, if someone is killed, they are bound to harbor a great deal of resentment. But much of this resentment will transform into yin qi, and if it's abundant, it will transform directly into a powerful ghost. Generally speaking, once most resentment is transformed into yin qi, it will not regenerate. Only in a few places, where the resentment is so strong that the yin qi cannot be transformed, will it form a large concentration of resentment. Gu Shi was a clean man, and even when he killed people, it was usually on the battlefield. He rarely engaged in acts of brutal slaughter. Thus, within Gu Shi's territory, there were few areas with a high level of resentment. This was the first time Gu Shi had encountered such a strong resentment. The resentment here even affected the course of the nearby earth veins. The nearby earth veins had become somewhat distorted. It was precisely because of this distortion that the yin energy in the area was so strong. Gu Shi wasn't sure if the living could survive here, but the dead could definitely remain incorrupt for millennia. With a simple transformation, they could instantly become new undead. It could be said that even if the terrain wasn't what Gu Shi had imagined, it wouldn't be a loss for Gu Shi to come here. After standing atop the hill and observing for a moment, the head of the goddesses behind Gu Shi released a beam of white moonlight, and a city of death quickly emerged from the corner of the hill. This time, Gu Shi released the Death Alienation City. Inside this Death City, some of the solidified moonlight undead also existed. After releasing them, Gu Shi pointed at the mountain before him. Dig. Chapter 3059. Gu Shi's undead might have some issues with combat, but their ability to dig and do hard labor was definitely undeniable. With the help of the moonlight undead and the undead from the ghost flower, Gu Shi quickly unearthed some items. Most of the items he unearthed were used relics. There were quite a few pots, pans, and other items, clearly indicating that at some point in time, this place was home to a large settlement. But for some reason, those people mysteriously left one day. In the end, they never returned. At first, Gu Shi thought they left because of Great God Yi. After all, Great God Yi's immense attack range would intimidate anyone. But Gu Shi soon discovered that this was not the case. Especially after Gu Shi's men dug up the dirt on the mountain and located a massive bird carcass at the base, he estimated that these people had settled here several hundred years after the bird's death. At this point, the Great God Yi had long since fallen asleep in the ruins of the bronze tree. These people had gathered here, surely intending to settle down. And they had clearly lived here for over 100 years. Finally, one day, they all left. How could such a situation not surprise Gu Shi? With this suspicion in mind, Gu Shi's excavation became more targeted. Gu Shi wanted to see if these people had left any written clues. As for whether the writing might be unrecognizable, Gu Shi had never worried about that. Because Gu Shi had learned many characters to master the Death Word's ability. Although all his skills were now sealed, that didn't mean his mind was also sealed. Gu Shi still had some use for his knowledge. But Gu Shi never expected that even after he had nearly dug up the entire body of the giant bird, he still hadn't found any clues. This situation left Gu Shi quite perplexed. Not having a single clue was completely unfound. It was completely unreasonable. But now that the giant bird's body had been unearthed, Gu Shi temporarily gave up the idea of digging deeper. In Gu Shi's eyes, the giant bird was the key to this situation. Gu Shi wanted to see if the giant bird's body could still be processed. With this thought in mind, Gu Shi once again took the highest position above the giant bird's body. After just one circling of the giant bird, Gu Shi had a good idea of its condition. Besides its size, its species suggested it was of the phoenix or similar bloodline. Don't ask how Gu Shi knew this. It was simply because the great bird still held a lingering aura of fire. This great bird had been dead for so many years, buried beneath the mountain. Any ordinary flame would have long since died. How could it still be seen, with a trace of fire still lingering on its corpse? Gu Shi suspected that if the great bird weren't carrying such a deep grudge, it would have already ignited its corpse. If this creature truly had phoenix bloodline, there might still be a chance of resurrection. It's just that the grudge within this creature was too strong. It was so heavy that the power of all the flames was completely suppressed. If this guy hadn't been so resentful, he might have awakened hundreds of years ago. He wouldn't have remained in a corpse state forever. What made Gu Shi speechless was that the corpse before him was so large that it was actually difficult to handle. After all, the undead that Gu Shi had personally transformed were only at the level of death titans or undead dragons at best. Gu Shi had never handled anything larger. And the giant bird before him was as big as a small mountain. To put it another way, even when the bird was lying on the ground, its highest point was about 120 meters above the ground. And that was with more than half of its body buried underground, and its body already somewhat shrunk. From this, you can imagine how huge the bird's body was. In Gu Shi's opinion, such a large corpse was perfect for the foundation of a dead city. If it were to be transformed into undead, Gu Shi really didn't have the ability to do it. Gu Shi initially thought that even the flying bird killed by the great Gadi, no matter how large it was, would only be the size of a dragon. Gu Shi could still handle a creature of that size. But this one he couldn't. Furthermore, Gu Shi discovered that due to its resentment, the bird's body hadn't decayed for 1,000 years, its muscles stiffening. Even if Gu Shi could transform it into an undead, it would probably be a zombie. Gu Shi couldn't help but shake his head at the speed of such an undead. That was undeniable. If Gu Shi only wanted a super large undead, then transforming it into a zombie wouldn't be a big deal. But Gu Shi wanted a bird that could carry him through the maze in the sky. If his zombie speed had dropped to only 1% or 1,000th of his normal speed, why would Gu Shi even come down? With that much time, Gu Shi might as well have flown up and made a few more attempts himself. Finally, Gu Shi leaped from the giant bird with a look of disappointment. The leader of the goddesses behind him moved, preparing to store such a large corpse in the sacred moonlight. After all, it had already been dug out, and with Gu Shi's personality, he wouldn't waste it even if it couldn't be used. For now, if this thing didn't work, he would store it all in the Death Primordial City or in one of the other ghost prisons and deal with it later. Just as Gu Shi was about to store the giant bird, the puppet approached. "Sir, can't this corpse be used?" "No, there's no way to transform it. Even if we force it, it only turn into a zombie bird. Not only will it be slow, it might not even be able to fly. Aren't we here to find a bird that can carry us to the heavens? This won't work." "Oh," the puppet nodded. "But sir, aren't we looking for information?" Gu Shi thought for a moment. "Yes, how could I have forgotten that? But this corpse can't be transformed into an undead spirit right now. This thing is too big, and I didn't kill it. Some of my methods won't work here. And I can't use necromancy right now. The only thing I can do is draw a transformation circle and perform the undead transformation." "Wait." Gu Shi's eyes lit up, and a sudden thought occurred to him. "Perhaps I can use this method to transform this thing into an undead spirit. I might even be able to preserve the bird's attributes." Chapter 3060. Thinking of this, Gu Shi immediately released the evil coffin. The puppet watched Gu Shi's actions with a puzzled look on its face. She didn't quite understand what Gu Shi was planning. At this moment, Gu Shi stepped forward and lifted the lid of the evil coffin, directly removing the behemoth's corpse. Then, Gu Shi's moonlight undead rushed towards the massive corpse, clearly intending to cram a mountain into Gu Shi's evil coffin. Gu Shi intended to use the evil coffin's inherent ability to transform evil coffin guards to transform the large bird into an undead. Even if the transformed undead couldn't fly, as long as they could communicate, that was enough. After the transformation was complete, Gu Shi could remove the corpse and transform it back into a corpse. The most crucial step now was how to stuff such a large corpse into the evil coffin. Disassembly was definitely not an option. Unless there were better materials to fill it, the disassembled corpse, when reassembled, wouldn't be as good as the original. Besides, with the size of the corpse before us, if it truly couldn't fit, even if we disassembled it into smaller pieces, how could it possibly fit into the evil coffin? Rather than that, it was better to just take a gamble. At least even if we failed, the corpse would still be intact. As his men dragged the massive corpse forward, Gu Shi also pushed the uncovered evil coffin forward 2 steps. The puppet thought for a moment, then took action himself, joining the other undead, dragging the massive corpse towards the evil coffin. I had to admit, Gu Shi's idea was correct. Although the corpse before him was as large as a small mountain, it was still a complete corpse. The rules of the evil coffin are precisely this. A corpse can be placed inside, and the evil coffin will transform into a corresponding evil coffin guard based on the corpse. As for the size of the corpse, or whether it carries any equipment, there are actually no requirements. Hasn't Gu Shi previously stuffed a corpse the size of a behemoth into the evil coffin? Before that, Gu Shi had crammed 6 corpses into the evil coffin. This time, the corpse was just a little bigger, okay, a little bigger. But this was a complete corpse, so it only counted as one, right? So, when the corpse approached the evil coffin, this mountain-like mass of corpses squeezed in. Then the evil coffin's lid closed on its own. Then, the evil coffin, which had been floating about a meter above the ground, fell directly to the ground and lay motionless, as if it had lost power. Gushi was stunned by the current situation. What was the origin of this bird? His evil coffin was, after all, a red quality mount. How could this bird become immobile the moment it entered? Gushi waited outside the evil coffin for a moment. Seeing the coffin still in its state, he prepared to step forward, lift the lid, and remove the corpse. Just then, a cloud of black mist suddenly emerged from the coffin, rising continuously upwards. A gigantic zombie bird, its fur gleaming with a metallic sheen, appeared before Gushi. Looking at the zombie bird now, Gushi felt he had underestimated the evil coffin's condition. Just as Gushi placed the bird's corpse into the evil coffin, he had also considered what the resulting evil coffin guardian would look like if the transformation was successful. Gushi had assumed the bird would at most transform into a normal-sized zombie bird or undead bird. But what he hadn't expected was this. The bird remained exactly the same size as before. The zombie bird was no longer sprawled on the ground. The enormous bird had straightened itself, its body at least 1,300 meters tall from its claws to its head. If it weren't for Gushi's sharp eyesight, from his position, he wouldn't have been able to see the zombie bird's head. At the same time, Gushi noticed something was clearly wrong with the zombie bird's body. It had 3 claws. This reminded him of the golden crow controlled by the former leader of the Rising Sun Guild. Gushi's eyes narrowed, and he turned to the puppet, saying, "Go up now, ignite all the flames of the sun chariot, and charge forward again." "Sir, what happened?" "This is the corpse of the golden crow. I suspect the flying bird that great god he slew is the sun of this world." "Damn it! I heard the story of shooting down the sun several times, but I never expected to encounter this version. Are you saying that in the cloud maze, speed isn't the key, but the sun's flames?" "That's possible, but I'm not entirely sure. So I can only let you run once. I can use this opportunity to question this golden crow." Gushi pointed at the enormous evil coffin guard standing motionless before him. What could be said about this enormous creature? It was naturally suited to appearing on the battlefield, as parts of its body could potentially serve as a battlefield. After giving the puppet instructions, Gushi took flight and landed in front of the zombie golden crow. The puppet now understood Gushi's intentions and immediately soared into the sky on its sun chariot. After the puppet flew away, Gushi addressed the motionless zombie golden crow. "Do you have a name?" The zombie golden crow slowly shook its head. Just as Gushi had suspected, the golden crow's movements were incredibly slow, clearly limited by its zombie nature. "Don't you have one, or have you forgotten?" Gushi asked again. But this time, Gushi received no response. Faced with this, Gushi was speechless. He paused, then asked, "Do you remember how you entered the heavens?" No response. "You?" No reaction. "Then how were you killed? You must remember, right?" Gushi was furious. Ever since he mastered the Death Lord's powers, most of the undead had become communicative. Sometimes, even a single glance would elicit understanding. I never encountered one like this, where it either slowly reacted or simply ignored Gushi. Gushi was so enraged by this thing that he nearly yelled. However, Gushi hadn't anticipated that after asking the last question, the zombie golden crow's eyes would turn a crimson red. At the same time, its wings suddenly spread, as if attempting to fly. But no matter how hard the zombie golden crow flapped its wings, its feet seemed rooted to the earth, unable to move at all. Watching this situation left Gushi speechless. But now, Gushi understood why the zombie golden crow had no brains. It carried a heavy resentment, akin to evil spirits, and until that resentment dissipated, it would react in this way. Knowing the reason, Gushi naturally had a way to deal with it. The strange dragon light. Well, in a world bound to red equipment, it seemed like the aura couldn't be used. Chapter 3061. Unable to use the strange dragon halo to devour the resentment, Gushi could only resort to some folk remedies to deal with the resentment before him. Nether Spirit Flower Attraction. Under Gushi's manipulation, a large number of Nether Spirit Flower seeds fell onto the zombie golden crow, continuously absorbing the resentment and growing new Nether Spirit flowers. Soon, the zombie golden crow's body was completely covered in Nether Spirit flowers. However, Gushi's Nether Spirit flowers were still constantly reproducing. Gushi didn't know how long it would take to completely eliminate the resentment from the zombie golden crow. However, this method would only speed up the process. Gushi would just have to wait here for a while. If that didn't work, Gushi could leave ahead of time and leave the evil coffin guard and the Nether Spirit flower here for purification. He could then search elsewhere to see if there were any other large birds, No, perhaps Golden Crow corpses, to be found. Gushi thought, it's impossible for all 9 Golden Crows to carry such a great resentment. If that didn't work, the last remaining Golden Crow should still be coming. Just as Gushi was strengthening the zombie Golden Crow, the puppet descended in its sun chariot. Sir, I tested it. When I activated the sun chariot's flame effect and moved at top speed through the maze, in addition to the expected changes in the maze, we also saw the foundation of a palace in the sky. However, I tried to fly toward the palace foundation, but no matter how hard I tried, I was always far away from it. In the end, I was thrown out before I even got close. Hearing this, Gushi couldn't help but glance at the zombie Golden Crow, who was still venting his anger. It seemed his thinking was correct. It was just that Gushi and the others weren't fast enough. But the previous speed was already the puppet's limit. No puppet could reach higher speeds. It seemed that only 10 of the Golden Crows could ascend to heaven via this path. At this moment, Gushi couldn't help but think, when the great god he had slain all 10 Golden Crows until only one remained, had he cut off the path back to heaven? Gushi shook his head. Judging by the amount of resentment emanating from the Golden Crow, the great god he must have done more than simply kill it. He wondered what the great god he had done to cause the Golden Crow to lose its mind when it recalled its own death. At other times, the puppet wouldn't respond no matter what Gushi asked, forcing Gushi to deal with the resentment himself. Thankfully, the puppet brought back some good news. Some key information was slowly being added, but the basic situation and strategy were already established. The only remaining issue was time. After the puppet returned, Gushi thought for a moment and decided to stay here for another day. If the resentment within the zombie Golden Crow could be cleared within a day, Gushi would inquire about the zombie Golden Crow's strategy. If the resentment within the zombie Golden Crow couldn't be cleared within a certain period of time, Gushi would take to the sky and make another attack himself. If that didn't work, Gushi would look for another Golden Crow corpse. The strategy was logical anyway. As long as Gushi followed the strategy, he would get what he wanted. Okay, I get it. So, I stay here for another day, and Puppet, you go explore the area and see if you can find any inhabitants of this world. If that doesn't work, look for any other Golden Crow corpses. I need more information. Hearing Gushi's command, the puppet turned without a word, jumped back onto the sun chariot, and rushed out. Gushi wasn't idle either. He released the 2 dead cities, and began to clean up the surroundings. After all, the Nether Spirit Flower was reproducing quite rapidly this time, with a large number of Nether Spirit Flower seeds rapidly regenerating on the zombie Golden Crows. These seeds were utilized, but the Nether Spirit Flower petals that had absorbed resentment were not. These are all valuable resources. The Nether Spirit Flower that Gushi harvested from Chonchi Mountain was a specialty of theirs, and they had already developed many ways to use it. The Nether Spirit Flower petals that were being regenerated here were clearly the best material. Gushi naturally wouldn't waste them. Also, there were the Nether Spirit Flower petals from before. The dirt covering the Golden Crow. This dirt is imbued with a wealth of energy and resentment, making it the perfect material for corpse cultivation. Although Gushi hasn't brought anything in besides the red suit, there are still many places where various materials are needed. The Night Blood Road of the Nether Flower needs resources. The 2 Death Cities, and 4 Ghost Prisons of the Hand of Death also require resources. If all else fails, the Holy Moonlight can create its own independent space. If all else fails, Gushi can send these resources to the Pantheon. In any case, Gushi has plenty of places where these resources can be used. So during this period, Gushi was naturally busy, constantly handling and arranging this matter. At the same time, the puppet would occasionally provide Gushi with the latest information through Master Wanchin of the Pantheon. For example, where had the puppet gone now, and what had happened to it? However, one thing surprised Gushi. That this world seemed devoid of living beings. The puppet ran for a day. At its speed, it couldn't cover the entire world, but it could still cover a third of it. But no matter where the puppet searched, it found no living beings. Not even a living creature, let alone a living person. At most, it could only see the remains of human habitation and the remains of some giant beasts. It felt as if life had just begun, only to have the entire world wiped out. This situation left the puppet feeling rather helpless. Compared to Gushi, the puppet was merely a relatively mechanical being. It was possible to have the puppet investigate certain things. Her eyesight was quite good. But having the puppet delve into details was beyond her ability. At the very least, she couldn't dig up the underground remains to determine when humans disappeared, let alone determine why these humans had vanished. Fortunately, at this moment, the Nether Spirit Flower also absorbed all the resentment from the zombie Golden Crow. As the nether spirit flower automatically dispersed, the zombie golden crow reappeared before Gushi. The zombie golden crow was still its original size, but its aura had noticeably changed. Originally, the zombie golden crow was filled with a thick resentment, but now it was filled with a dense energy. The eyes, which had previously turned crimson due to the irritation, were now gone. The zombie golden crow's eyes were now simply white, pupilless. Its beak and claws, while still metallic, had turned a bluish gray. It was clear that the zombie golden crow was now in its normal state. Only then did Gushi step forward and ask again. Chapter 3062. The zombie golden crow, having returned to normal, was finally able to communicate. Although its brain had been ravaged by its previous resentment, it could still answer some basic questions. After Gushi's inquiries, he learned that this golden crow's name was Lu San, a relatively unimportant figure among the golden crows. However, precisely because of this, it was the first to be eliminated by the great god E. After all, using a useless chicken to scare a monkey is something everyone would do. As a result, those golden crows that were not ranked high, not powerful enough, and clearly ignored became the first targets of the great god Yi's attack. This was the reason for the zombie golden crow's deep resentment. He wasn't the first to die, but was pushed out to die by his brothers. Now, when the zombie golden crow recalled this, he still felt a pang of resentment. As for the questions that Gushi was more concerned about, the zombie golden crow remembered some of them, while others he had no recollection of. What he did remember was the passage in the sky leading to the heavens. This was consistent with Gushi's suspicions. That passage in the sky was originally intended for the golden crows. Golden crows don't normally reside in the heavens. They have their own places of residence. To prevent a golden crow from accidentally darting directly into the heavens through the passage in the sky, several conditions are imposed for reaching the heavens by relying on speed. The first is not the speed Gushi and the puppet imagined, or the light and heat emitted by the sun. It requires 2 or more golden crows to simultaneously enter the passage in the cloud maze, flying side by side, one to the left and one to the right, at the same speed, in order to open the passage to the heavens. If you can't achieve this, no matter how fast you are, or how much light and heat you emit, it's useless, the passage will simply throw you out. Of course, speed, light, and heat are also necessary. Without them, even if you continue to fly side by side, you only encounter a maze of obstacles, blocking your progress. If you insist on forcing your way through, you might even be attacked by lightning. At this point, Gushi finally understood why the golden crows were counted as 10, and why, after 9 were killed, the last one couldn't fly into the celestial realm. It turns out that entering the celestial realm requires pairs. Even with only one golden crow, no matter how powerful, it can't enter the celestial realm from the sky. Great God, he has cut off all the paths himself. At least 2, flying side by side, one on the left, one on the right? Gushi glanced at the zombie golden crow upon hearing this. Can you fly? I can't reach that speed. How fast? Gushi asked curiously. At least 100 kilometers per second. If that's not possible, at least 50 kilometers per second. Gushi was speechless upon hearing this. Neither he nor the puppet could achieve that speed. Forget the top speed, even the bottom speed was unattainable. No wonder Gushi was thrown out halfway through his flight. How fast can you fly now? Gushi asked again. 49 kilometers per second. Hearing the zombie golden crow's words, Gushi was speechless. He had initially despised the zombie golden crow's speed, but he hadn't expected it to be even faster than the evil coffin. But was his speed really that slow? Did he say that on purpose? Are the other golden crows fast enough? I don't know about them, but my body is so stiff I can't even fly. The zombie golden crow flapped its wings vigorously, but found it couldn't seem to gain any ground. But I can give your mount a boost, and make it emit light and heat, or something. Hearing this, Gushi's eyes lit up. What about my puppet's mount? She's on the red path. To upgrade it, you have to raise the quality of the red path, just enough to get it to the powerful level. I can't do that. The zombie golden crow said calmly. Okay, I find another way. Gushi also knew that temporarily improving the quality of the puppet's red path wouldn't work. It wasn't something Gushi could do just because he wanted to. Without the right red path upgrade materials, there was no way to improve it even if he wanted to. At this point, Gushi could only think of other ideas. Just then, the puppet, estimating that time was almost up, arrived back. Zombie golden crow glanced up at the sun chariot driven by the puppet, a hint of nostalgia in its eyes. However, it truly couldn't fly now. In fact, because of its presence, the evil coffin usually landed on the ground to recharge, requiring even more energy to fly. This situation was unchangeable. After all, buried underground, its physical attributes had begun to become somewhat earthbound. The puppet, unaware of this, immediately shared her discoveries of the day upon her return. Gushi listened intently, finally turning to ask the zombie golden crow, "Do you know where those people went?" "I don't know." The zombie golden crow shook his head. "If they had vanished while I was still flying, I might have some information. But I was already dead when they vanished, and I have no idea where they went." "Then who should I ask about this?" "No way. If possible, find a living person. If not, find a corpse." The zombie golden crow couldn't help Gushi with this. As it said, it knew nothing about what it hadn't seen. As for information about the undead, it had no way of dealing with it either. Helplessly, Gushi put that matter aside and asked the puppet about what they had discovered during their exploration. The puppet had found 2 more places similar to the hill the zombie golden crow had dug out. One by one, a deep valley shaped like a giant bird, something one wouldn't have noticed if not seen from the sky. The other location was a deep pool, filled with extremely hot water. As they flew over, they could see white smoke rising from the pool. It was precisely for this reason that the puppet could determine that something was amiss in these 2 locations. Gushi glanced at the zombie golden crow, then considered the information the puppet had relayed, and finally made a decision. "Let's go over and take a look. Lu-san, do you want to follow us, or return to the evil coffin? I can keep up." Although the zombie golden crow couldn't fly, it could still move horizontally on the ground. But wouldn't it be too noisy for such a large creature to run on the ground? Gushi thought about this, and finally jumped onto the evil coffin. "Puppet, where's the nearest location? Let's go over and take a look." Chapter 3063. I don't know which one this is, but this is the body that transformed into a fireball after death, burning everything. In the deep pool discovered by the puppet, the zombie golden crow said, "This is the normal state of death for a golden crow. Mine is an accident. Even if the other golden crows can't burn everything, they at least burn away the flesh and blood." Gushi, on his part, said nothing and immediately began pumping the water. The Death Alienation City and the Melting and Crushing Ghost Prison simultaneously pumped outward, draining away all the scalding water. Gushi himself stood by the pool, looking down. After about half an hour, the hot water was completely drained. Gushi then realized that the deep pool before him was at least 1,000 meters deep. At the bottom of the pool was a large ball emitting a dark red glow. The diameter of the ball was at least 100 meters. At this time, some water gushed out from the deep pool, continuously pouring over the huge fireball. Can it be resurrected? Although Gushi could no longer sense any life within the sphere, what if? Gushi still asked the zombie golden crow. "We are golden crows, not phoenixes." The zombie golden crow's words caused Gushi to give up his last hope. He had been overthinking it. He had mistaken this golden crow for a unit like the phoenix. But even units like the phoenix, with their incredibly high movement speed, fire attacks, and ability to resurrect themselves, only have a resurrection rate of around 40%. This creature before him, clearly dead for countless years, wouldn't be resurrected even if there was a chance. Gushi simply hoped his red equipment binding quest would go more smoothly this time. "I didn't expect to encounter something like this." Gushi turned to look at the zombie golden crow. "I said? I know. You can start now." Before Gushi could finish his words, the zombie golden crow spoke. In fact, Gushi's reaction as it followed him all the way over showed that Gushi despised its inability to fly. But it had no choice. The evil coffin could fly away from the earth, but if it left the earth, it truly couldn't fly. Gushi nodded, reached out, and patted the evil coffin. The lid opened, and the mountain-like corpse of the golden crow flew out. The death hand behind Gushi quickly stepped forward and dragged the corpse into the molten and crushing ghost prison for storage. Although there was no way to transform this corpse into a usable undead, Gushi had already made a plan to use it to create a death city. The Void Ghost City, destroyed by Gushi's hands, was a crucial battlefield, and Gushi had no intention of abandoning this position in the void. So, Gushi would not let go of such excellent material. After releasing the golden crow's corpse, the evil coffin became noticeably lighter, floating upwards and stopping about a meter above the ground. But soon, the fireball beneath the deep pool was pulled up. This time, Gushi wasn't worried about the evil coffin fitting in. Instead, he wondered if it could withstand the intense flames. You have to remember that the evil coffin was a red mount with the earth attribute. The surface temperature of the fireball before him was quite high. But Gushi soon realized his worries were for nothing. As the fireball was lifted up, a black mist automatically emerged from the evil coffin, enveloping it. The fireball struggled briefly before being swallowed by the evil coffin. Then black mist erupted upward, transforming into a giant golden crow composed of black smoke. This golden crow was noticeably larger than the previous zombie golden crow. Just standing there, it measured nearly 1,500 meters. Most importantly, unlike the flightless zombie golden crow, this one could fly. Although its flight looked like a cloud, it was still capable of flight. "What's your name?" "Lu Chi." This time, the golden crow made a sharp sound, but it raised its head as it spoke. It was clear that it was quite confident in its name, and felt it would be unfair for Gu Shi not to have heard of it. Glancing at the golden crow, Gu Shi asked directly, "Can you fly?" "Yes." "Then what's your speed? Can you carry someone? Can you enter the heavens?" This was what Gu Shi was most concerned about. "I reached my speed, but are you any faster than me?" As soon as the golden crow heard Gu Shi's question, it understood Gu Shi's purpose in turning it into an undead. The golden crow spoke directly. "However, the rules for entering the celestial realm cannot be changed. 2 or an even number must fly together." This restriction was originally put in place to prevent these golden crows from wandering into the celestial realm on their own. It has now become a restriction for everyone else. Gu Shi turned to glance at the puppet. Its speed still couldn't meet the standard. Gu Shi pondered for a moment and asked, "Didn't they say there's still a golden crow alive? Can we find him?" "Still alive? Who is it?" Hearing there was still a golden crow alive, the golden crow became excited. "I don't know, I just saw a scene." In the end, one golden crow was so frightened it couldn't even fly. Finally, it escaped from the attack of the great god E. Oh, it seemed to transform itself into a long golden rainbow as it fled. Escape by transforming into a rainbow? That must be Old Six. The rainbow transformation technique is unique to him. If you can find Old Six, you might have a chance to enter the celestial realm. Even if Old Six and I don't have to work together, one of your subordinates can learn the rainbow transformation technique and quickly increase her carriage's speed, allowing her to meet the requirements for entering the celestial realm. Compared to the previous zombie golden crow, the current one was clearly more useful. Not only was it easier to deal with, it was less resentful, and it could also provide relevant advice. It was nothing like the previous zombie golden crow, which could only run in place and couldn't even fly. Then we need to find someone to find out where the surviving golden crow went. Gu Shi thought for a moment and said, "Before that, it's still the same trouble. Where did everyone in this world go? Do you know?" The golden crow shook his head at this. "Before I died, there were still many people and lives in this world. I don't have any recollection of them after I died." Gu Shi turned to look at the puppet, and finally said with some resignation, "Let's go to the next place, and see if there are any clues. If not, I try to visit the underworld." The next place Gu Shi was referring to was, naturally, the bird-shaped valley discovered by the puppet. There was also a golden crow buried there. Chapter 3064. After a brief tour of the valley, Gu Shi finally set off with a golden crow named Lu Chi. It wasn't that the bodies of other golden crows weren't found in the valley, but rather that the golden crow they found was named Lu Shi, the most favored of all the golden crows. Consequently, its abilities were also the weakest. Even if it was burned, it wasn't completely consumed, leaving only its blackened bones. After being placed in the evil coffin, it transformed into a single black-boned golden crow, capable of flight, but at a speed comparable to that of a zombie golden crow. This speed wouldn't be enough to break through the cloud maze and enter the celestial realm. So, Gu Shi ultimately chose a strategy that would give him a chance to reach the celestial realm. Of course, this was also because the puppet had only searched a third of the way and found only 3 golden crow bodies. Had they found more, Gu Shi might have had more options. During his search for the golden crow, Gu Shi still didn't see any living people or creatures. The empty, desolate land made Gu Shi quite uncomfortable. Finally, Gu Shi simply put away the evil coffin and prepared to head to the underworld. After all, if they couldn't find the living, they could always find the dead. After putting away the golden crow and the evil coffin, Gu Shi decisively slapped his waist, and the mane of death carried him to the underworld. However, upon entering the underworld, Gu Shi found it to be just like the outside world. Aside from a vast wasteland, there was nothing movable. Wait, where are the undead? Where are the undead, who should be in the underworld? Gu Shi was stunned by the situation before him. Is this not giving him any chance to question anyone? Gu Shi didn't believe everything could be wiped out here. After surveying the surroundings, Gu Shi immediately released the puppet. "Puppet, you go east and I go west. Let's take a look around first." We spend the day covering the area. This time, use all your strength, see as far as you can, until you find the undead or the time runs out. Because the underworld is beyond the sight of Great Gaudy and out of his range, Gu Shi and the puppet are quite safe. At least Gu Shi doesn't have to worry about running headfirst into Great God Yi's attack range and being instantly killed. After sending the puppet away, Gu Shi summoned the Golden Crow and activated the Evil Coffin's violent movement mode. Golden Crows are enormous creatures, and as Evil Coffin guards, they are not responsible for participating in combat. The previous zombie Golden Crows couldn't fly, so they could only run on the ground, moving at a speed of 49 kilometers per second, knocking aside everything in their path. But the Golden Crow before him was different. It was composed of black mist. It could fly. After Gu Shi leaped onto the Evil Coffin, the Golden Crow rolled it up and dragged it into the air. After that, Gu Shi lost sight of his surroundings. All around him was a black mist tinged with sparks. When Gu Shi tried to peer outside, he saw everything flash past him. The speed was simply too fast for Gu Shi's eyes to follow. In the end, Gu Shi simply didn't even bother to look. He simply told the Golden Crow his target, and decided to take it when he encountered undead or large structures. The Golden Crow said nothing about Gu Shi's request. It simply did so. After flying for about 7 or 8 minutes, the Golden Crow came to a stop in the air. Gu Shi estimated that in just those few minutes, the Golden Crow had already flown 40 to 50,000 kilometers with the Evil Coffin. At that distance, Gu Shi didn't know what to say. Gu Shi stood up from the Evil Coffin, looked down and said, "Did you find anything?" Before Gu Shi finished speaking, he saw a strange environment below. He was now in a pitch-black valley. The underworld itself had little sunlight, and the darkness before him was even darker. In the corners of the valley, there were numerous caves of varying sizes. These caves were blocked by various coffins that resembled boats. Looking down, Gu Shi saw some mummies peeking out of the caves, observing Gu Shi in the sky. Finally, he had encountered the natives. Seeing these mummies, Gu Shi's face was filled with joy. He had been in this world for several days, and aside from the Golden Crow, whom he had transformed into a guardian of the Evil Coffin, he hadn't found a single being with whom he could communicate. Gu Shi's attempts to gather intelligence were futile. Finally, he had no choice but to lead his men to the underworld. To his surprise, the underworld was just as desolate. After flying for 40 or 50,000 miles, there wasn't a single intact building complex. In the end, all he found were a few things that looked like they might be undead. After a moment's thought, Gu Shi finally jumped directly from the Evil Coffin. As he landed, the mummies that had been peeking out quickly withdrew their heads. Without Gu Shi making a move, 6 arms quickly flew out, moving the coffin closest to him. Gu Shi's hand of death then stopped moving, as he saw 2 large mummies behind the coffins protecting a smaller one. These mummies were clearly a family. Gu Shi wasn't a heartless person. He was here to communicate, not to kill. So, a hint of a smile crossed his face. "Don't be nervous, I'm not a bad guy. I'm just here to ask some questions." But the 3 mummies didn't respond, simply hugging each other, preventing Gu Shi from getting any closer. This situation left Gu Shi speechless. It seemed that the hell-level binding even affected passive skills. With the Death Lord's effects gone, communicating with the undead had become inconvenient. At this moment, the Golden Crow also peeked over, staring at the 3, then retreated. How interesting. It's actually alive. Gu Shi's heart skipped a beat upon hearing this, and he turned to look at the mummies. But no matter how hard he looked, he couldn't tell that the 3 mummies were alive. On the contrary, they exuded a rather strong aura of een and ghostliness. They were clearly the undead. But already suspicious, Gu Shi naturally took a closer look. And upon this inspection, he actually noticed something unusual. Behind the 3 mummies before him were several modest graves. This was quite rare in the underworld. The underworld is the abode of ghosts, and graves in the living world can be transformed into large plots of land in the underworld. So what could graves in the underworld become? A large plot of land in the living world? What a joke. Gu Shi, who controls the transformation of the underworld and can transform the living world into the underworld, had never done anything like this before. This situation was truly problematic. Chapter 3065. Can we talk? Gu Shi thought for a moment, then finally uttered his own voice. In this voice, Gu Shi utilized some of the techniques he had mastered, allowing him to see into the souls of others. This way, even without a language barrier, Gu Shi's meaning could be clearly understood. The 3 mummies exchanged glances with Gu Shi, and one of the mummies, clearly a male, shielded the other 2, larger and smaller, behind him. "What do you want to say?" I want to ask what's going on with you. I came from the living world, and I haven't seen any people there, nor any ghosts in the underworld. Has everyone in the world been wiped out? You came from the living world, and are there still living people there? The mummy glanced at Gushi, then asked doubtfully. No, I didn't find anyone alive. Gushi shook his head firmly. The mummy wanted to say, aren't you a living person? But in the end, he kept the words to himself. Yes, all gone, living, dead, all gone. At this point, Gushi asked, can you tell me what's going on? The mummy hesitated, then finally spoke. Actually, it's all fate. It turned out that over 700 years after Great God he sat in the ruins of the bronze tree, society in the mortal realm had stabilized. After all, Great God he was no longer mad. As long as one stayed within 3,000 kilometers of Great God, nothing would happen. The farther away from Great God one was, the better their chances of survival. Cities had even emerged in some places. But at this moment, a rumor spread throughout the world. Great God wasn't done with his killing intent, he was simply waiting for the bronze tree to grow again. And for the bronze tree to grow again, a massive blood sacrifice was required. They were the leeks waiting to grow, and the sacrifices. The rumor spread throughout the land within days. Even newborn babies knew the news. Everyone was terrified, but no one dared challenge Great God again. Their ancestors had tried many methods, but none had harmed him. They all knew that fighting was out of the question. They could only avoid him. But this rumor terrified them. It was said that this time, Great God would gather an immense power and instantly destroy everyone with a single arrow. Not only would he kill them, but his very soul would be annihilated. No matter how far away from Great God, there was no way to escape. At first, people didn't believe it, but the daily reports of the story kept coming. Gradually, panic set in. And then another rumor emerged. It wasn't just a blood sacrifice. The bronze tree wouldn't grow that easily. The luck of all of them had to be completely drained away. It could be said that they had long been targeted by the Great God. Why did the Great God finally stay so obediently beneath the bronze tree? It was because he was waiting for these humans to grow. So they couldn't escape. A few days later, when all the humans were nearly frightened to death, a solution emerged. The Great God Yi's attack was targeted at fate. So as long as they were already dead when he was targeted, they could avoid such an attack. There was even a rumor that a method could be used to build a coffin shaped like a boat, allowing the living to enter the underworld. Once in the underworld, they would consume underworld food, such as underworld flowers and plants, or underworld beasts, and their bodies would be imbued with a certain amount of yin energy, making them appear like undead spirits. This allowed them to continue living in the underworld. Even if the Great God wanted to kill them, he would be unable to find them. However, if they attempted to escape, they would have to erase everything they had. No written records could be left, and no one could know where they were going. So, for the next 5 days, everyone in the living world went crazy, preparing coffins shaped like boats. In the end, all humans moved to the underworld, leaving no living creatures behind. Once they arrived in the underworld, consuming underworld food and transforming themselves into undead beings, they realized they had been deceived. The Great God was right to wait for the bronze tree to grow so that he could return to heaven. However, the bronze tree's growth doesn't require blood sacrifice. As long as the population of the living world grows, and its fortune rises, the bronze tree will naturally grow. During the centuries that Great God has guarded the bronze tree, it has already begun to grow again. The Emperor of Heaven also noticed this. Fearing that Great God would return to heaven to kill him, he devised a plan to trick all living beings into the underworld. As long as they consume food from the underworld, they become inhabitants of the underworld, unable to return to the living world or provide fortune to it. But the Emperor of Heaven failed to consider one thing when he did this. The food in the underworld could be eaten by the people of the living world. But the underworld couldn't grow new food. Nor could new animals appear. So, at first, the food in the underworld was sufficient, but gradually became less and less. Later, these humans had no food at all. You have to understand that humans dared to even live in the underworld to survive. And now, to survive, it's not impossible for them to return to the living world. To prevent humans from returning to humans, and affecting the growth of the bronze tree, the rumor that had tricked them into entering the underworld began again. This time, the rumor was that humans could eat ghosts. However, this time, not many people were willing to believe it. Only a small number of people ate ghosts. For those who spread the rumor, this small number was enough. Those who ate ghosts fought a fierce battle with those who didn't. The once prosperous underworld was destroyed. Only a small number of people, far from the main battlefield, escaped the impact. Furthermore, they didn't eat ghosts, and so managed to survive on the edge of the underworld. They continued to exist there for who knows how many years. And their stories were passed down like this, generation after generation, until their generation. Because there wasn't much food in the underworld, and they were suffused with energy, these people looked like mummies. Their diet consisted primarily of water from the nearby river, and whatever they could fish out of the mud. As for what these things were, they didn't dwell on it. Sometimes, they couldn't. After listening to this person's story, Gushi glanced at him again. Is everyone in the underworld here now? No, there are a few families nearby. I don't know how far away they are. I think there should be some living people. Chapter 3066. Do you still have thoughts of returning to the living world? Gushi glanced at them, a rare moment of kindness. No, life here is quite good. The mummies shook their heads. They really didn't want to run away anymore, and they were also afraid. Last time, it was a rumor that appeared out of nowhere, but this time, a person had come directly. Who knew if Gushi was trying to trick them into going up? Faced with these mummies, who didn't want to go up, Gushi didn't force them, but simply asked about the underworld. The mummies had only heard about the underworld from their ancestors. This underworld was relatively primitive. There was no unified government, no supreme ghost or deity to govern. There were only gathering places for the undead. It was precisely because of this that no one cared about the living who entered the underworld, allowing them to survive. The only place that might be of some use to Gushi was in the southeast of the underworld. All of these living people entered from this location. When they entered the underworld, they all consumed the food of the underworld here. This could be considered their starting point in the underworld. They also burned whatever they had brought with them there, replacing them with items belonging to the underworld. If Gushi wanted to learn something or find something, this was the right place to go. Gushi understood the mummies' reaction. They wanted to get rid of Gushi as soon as possible. After all, they were truly scared. Understanding the mummies' attitude, Gushi didn't linger there any longer. However, he didn't head southeast as the mummies had suggested. Instead, he began to move around the underworld again. At this point, Gushi was still being led by the Golden Crow, stopping only after discovering something. Because they were currently at the edge of the underworld, there were still a relatively large number of living beings like mummies. After pausing several times, Gushi's results remained the same as before. The information was similar, with only minor details. For example, he could find out what the coffins looked like when entering the underworld, and what the items carried into the underworld were different. Other details differed. After a few attempts, Gushi came to terms with the situation. He also realized that his current focus had returned to finding a way to enter the heavens. After finding a place to stop and signaling the puppet to return, Gushi asked the Golden Crow, "Do you know what happened to the bronze tree back then?" Yes, the bronze tree was the official passage connecting heaven and earth. When the bronze tree still existed, immortals could descend from heaven, and mortals could climb through it to heaven. When the bronze tree still existed, there were several instances of mortal kings invading heaven to seize the position of celestial emperor. The celestial emperor consulted a diviner, who predicted that one day, someone would overthrow his rule over heaven and seize his throne. And this person would be the one to fight their way from the mortal realm to heaven. This was the celestial emperor's fate. To prevent fate from happening, the heavenly emperor is so wary of the mortal world. And great God, he is the being most likely to pose a threat to the heavenly emperor. When he appeared, they gave the heavenly emperor a corresponding hint. Because of this hint, the heavenly emperor decided to cut down the bronze tree and prevent great God from ascending to heaven. You know everything. Hearing this, Gushi couldn't help but remark, "It can't be helped. I travel between heaven and earth every day. Some things happen right under my nose. How could I not know? But I never imagined that the severing of the bronze tree would mark the beginning of fate. Great God, he would go to such lengths to reach the heavens, killing several of our brothers, and even stealing the key to the teleportation array. Sir, do you think this was destiny's guidance? It could be. There may have been some different ideas, but in the end, they still followed the path fate intended them to take." Gushi was thinking about the two pieces of equipment tied to fate. This matter wasn't that simple. But now that all the information was complete, Gushi had to believe it even if he didn't want to. Can the bronze tree be found again? I don't know. I think even if it grows, it takes time. The bronze tree was quite tall back then. Even if it grows again now, it probably won't take tens of thousands of years. Gushi rolled his eyes. Tens of thousands of years? He might as well die here. If he had to wait that long, Gushi would have already reached level 60 and started studying the rules. Wait, Gushi's mind buzzed. Something seemed to appear in his mind, then quickly vanished. Gushi shook his head and was about to think things over when the puppet arrived. Sir, I found some humans living in the underworld. I already know what happened. They were tricked into coming here. Gu Shi, forgetting what he had just planned to do, spoke directly. Sir, you know that too. But I got something from them. See if it's useful. When the puppet heard that Gu Shi already knew about this, she immediately changed the subject. Gu Shi was surprised to see what the puppet had produced. These were all made from underworld soil. It was obvious they were products of humans who had entered the underworld. Is this a self-sacrifice? Gu Shi was about to smile, but his eyes grew serious. Gu Shi had discovered some patterns painted on the sacrificial vessel. The pattern depicted a man sitting near a fallen tree. Aside from a bow in his hand, the man had no other equipment. He didn't even have a complete set of clothes. Yet, he exuded a sense of invincibility. Although the painting before him couldn't even begin to capture the man's true form, Gu Shi could still sense the aura it exuded. Great God Yi? Is this the work of Great God Yi's followers? Isn't it agreed that all writings and information about humans entering the underworld must be erased? How could something like this still be circulating? Are there any more? Gu Shi, now intrigued, asked. Yes, I have 2 more sacrificial vessels like these. They were given to me. My lord, please see. The puppet spoke as it placed several sacrificial vessels in front of Gu Shi. Each vessel bore a different pattern. Gu Shi glanced at them, then turned to Jin Wu and said, Jin Wu, is this your 6th son? Chapter 3067. What an ugly painting. The golden crow glanced at the sacrificial vessel and muttered. But it didn't deny that the painting depicted its 6th brother. This is a great opportunity. If we can find this golden crow, we can open the passage to the heavens together, Gu Shi said happily. The puppet nodded beside him, leaving the golden crow speechless. Although the painting shows the 6th brother, it doesn't show where he is. Ask someone. That's where you're wrong. You're a ghost now, you know. The undead need to be open and ask questions. Only by asking in detail can you learn things you don't know. And don't worry about not being able to get answers. The dead can communicate. After saying this, Gu Shi turned and looked at the puppet. Where did you find it? Have you asked in detail? I already asked. Their ancestors lived near Dulan Mountain before entering the underworld. Because the trees behind Dulan Mountain disappeared, it became Duta Mountain. It's said that the golden crow eventually hid in Duta Mountain, transforming into a large rock. Gu Shi turned back to look at the golden crow, a flicker of his eyes. So, I told you I could find it. Okay, there's nothing else to stay in this underworld. Have you found out the coordinates of Duta Mountain? No, I just heard it's directly north of the living world. Ran north? Gu Shi looked puzzled. No problem, let's go check it out. Gu Shi put away the puppet and the evil coffin, and with a twist of the red thread of the underworld, he emerged from the underworld. Upon returning to the mortal realm, Gu Shi dared not act rashly. He knew full well what kind of being existed within. Now was not the time for Gu Shi to seek out the great God Yi. Gu Shi did not want to carelessly rush in and get himself lost. So, behaving properly now would make things easier later. After returning to the mortal realm, Gu Shi's affairs went quite smoothly. Without even needing Gu Shi's guidance, the golden crow took flight with the evil coffin. You know. Don't worry, sir. We know the direction. The golden crow spoke immediately upon hearing Gu Shi's words. For the golden crow, direction was of no concern. In the past, they flew from one end of the mortal realm to the other. Gu Shi also knew that creatures, like the golden crow, possessed an innate ability to determine direction, and could see very far. Although this golden crow was now inanimate, it had retained some of its abilities. The golden crow now carried Shanghai into the sky, determined their bearing, and headed north. Carried by the golden crow once again, Gu Shi remained completely oblivious to the outside world. This time, the puppet remained uninvolved, having been sent directly to the temple of the gods by Gu Shi. Gu Shi only felt the image flash before him. The golden crow's speed was clearly several times faster than in the underworld. It seemed that the golden crow hadn't reached its maximum speed in the underworld. Now, as he was about to meet his brother, the golden crow's speed surpassed its previous level. Gu Shi didn't say much about the golden crow's choice. He sat on the evil coffin, watching the scene flash by outside. Since his strength increased, he hadn't experienced such a scene in a long time. It seemed that he was still a little weak. After returning, he would strengthen himself again, and see if there was a chance to create a mount that could cross the void. The golden crow corpses he received this time were good materials. If he could gather all 9 golden crow corpses, perhaps Gu Shi could obtain a good piece of land. Then, by rebuilding it along the lines of the previous Void Ghost City, he could create another city that could cross the void. While Gushi was still pondering this, the golden crow's flight slowed, and he noticed the scenery beyond the black fog. Previously, in this world, Gushi had seen only barren land. If there were hills, they were not very high. But this mountain, suddenly appearing from the flat ground, felt quite unique. Is this due to mountain? Gushi immediately stood up. The golden crow also quickly descended, finally landing in front of the mountain. At first, looking down from the sky, Gushi hadn't felt anything. But now, standing in front of the mountain, Gushi felt a surge of pressure. The mountain sloped almost straight up and down at a 90-degree angle. Standing at the foot, looking up, one couldn't see the top at all. All one could see were countless huge rocks pressing down from above. This feeling made Gushi quite uncomfortable. He kept thinking about freeing his undead spirit and digging up the mountain. Thankfully, Gushi suppressed this thought and turned to the golden crow, which had already landed on the ground, asking, "Do you have a way to get them out? If not, I handle it. I give it a try." The golden crow spread its wings and flew toward the mountain. Just as it was about to collide with the mountain, its body immediately dispersed, transforming into black mist and surging into the mountain. Has it entered the interior of the peak? Gushi pondered this and pressed the death primordial hand behind him, instantly releasing a portion of the death primordial city. The undead within quickly rushed out of the city gates. At the same time, a bloody path of knights formed by the nether spirit flowers unfolded. Undead laborers quickly appeared, armed with various tools, ready to demolish the mountain. Looking at his prepared undead, Gushi gave no order to attack. He was still waiting for the golden crow to bring him some good news. If he could persuade Lulu to come out and open a passage to the heavens for Gushi, then leaving the mountain behind wouldn't be impossible. However, Jinwoo had been in the mountain for some time and hadn't emerged yet. It was unclear whether he hadn't found Lulu, or if they hadn't reached a conclusion. Gushi was growing somewhat impatient waiting. After a moment's thought, Gushi turned and walked towards the location of the evil coffin, placing his hand on its lid. This was Gushi's method of communication with the evil coffin guards. Through the lid, Gushi could contact the evil coffin guards. Before, Gushi could even use the lid to instruct the evil coffin guards to deploy a formation or something. Now, with only one evil coffin guard, deploying a formation was pointless. The only thing he could do was notify the evil coffin guard when they were far away. Now was a good time. Gushi contacted Jinwoo directly. "Lu Chi, what's the situation now? Have you found Lulu?" "Yes, but something's not right." Chapter 3068. Are you sure he's still alive? After communicating with Gushi, the golden crow emerged and led Gushi inside. In the heart of the mountain, Gushi finally saw the last living golden crow. But the current golden crow was clearly a stone statue. Gushi pressed on. "Alive, his soul is just separated from his body," the golden crow said calmly. "So you weren't able to communicate successfully before? You should have asked me for this kind of work, a necromancer summoning a soul." Gushi paused at this point, but then said, "It's okay. I have a way to bring its soul back." Gushi was right. Whether it was the nether spirit flower or the death mane, they could easily find and retrieve a soul. However, such methods were somewhat crude, and dragging it back might damage some of the soul. If the golden crow didn't care, and if he could persuade Lulu, then Gushi wouldn't care either. But if persuasion fails, Gushi will have to reconsider. After all, even if Gushi kills him now, the night blood path won't be able to transform into a flying undead. No matter how fast he moves, he won't be able to coordinate with the golden crow. Gushi will then lose the opportunity to attack the celestial realm. "Sir, let me communicate with him again." Although the golden crow wasn't entirely familiar with Gushi's methods, it instinctively sensed something was amiss, so it chose a better path for its sixth brother. "If that doesn't work, we can still force him to wake up. As long as you're confident." Several days had already been wasted, and Gushi didn't need a little more time. He didn't want anything to go wrong at this crucial moment. If the golden crow could wake his companions, then let him try. But Gushi wasn't too relaxed. Compared to the undead, who were completely under his control, Gushi always had a certain distrust of living creatures. Most importantly, this golden crow was the only one of the 10 to escape. Gushi didn't believe it possessed the ability to escape by transforming into a rainbow, escaping the hands of the great god E. If only one of the 10 golden crows escaped, it wouldn't be the strongest or the most favored. The thought was suspicious. Not to mention that it had gone straight to hiding here after escaping. Judging from the current situation, its body hadn't been used in many years. In other words, it was very likely that its soul had left on its own after hiding here. If the Golden Crow hadn't come personally, Gushi would have thought it was a corpse. Just thinking about these things made Gushi feel uneasy. How could he be reassured? He retreated from the belly of Duta Mountain and released some capable soldiers. Meanwhile, Death Mane, carrying the effects of Death String, began moving towards the mountain's peak. Gushi's idea was simple: wrap Death String around them first. If they were under control, he would have a proper conversation. If they weren't, then, sorry, Death String would attack them. As for the Golden Crow's level, Gushi had looked it up before. Despite their size, Golden Crows weren't actually the highest level. Most Golden Crows are between level 25 and 40. At this level, without the red armor, even a large size wouldn't matter. Gushi wouldn't be afraid. Death Mane could kill an enemy with a single strike. He wouldn't even need Death Mane. If Gushi wanted to scare someone, he could just unleash a black feather arrow. Perhaps a black feather arrow would have unexpectedly had an unexpected effect at this moment. While Gushi was making his arrangements, the Golden Crow within the mountain didn't notice the Death String's penetration. After all, the effects of the red armor aren't easily detected. The Golden Crow didn't notice Gushi's distrust of Lulu. It was still gathering enough flames, and finally, with one strike, it struck Lulu's body. As the flames penetrated, Lulu's body shifted slightly, and then a golden flame blazed outward from Lulu's center. The flames were so intense that even Gushi's Death Mane was nearly incinerated. Fortunately, the Death Mane belonged to the red armor. Although the flames were powerful, they were unable to incinerate the Death Mane. The Death String could still wrap around Lulu's body. Gushi could shred Lulu's body with a single thought. As the flames rose, the Golden Crow, resembling a stone statue, uttered a strange sound. "Hey, old Seven, why are you here?" Gushi, standing outside the mountain, had been observing the situation within. Gushi also heard the sound. Next to Gushi stood the wielder of the Soul Nether Lamp. Through his gaze, Gushi could also see some of the changes in Lulu's gaze. Although Lulu's soul had returned, there was clearly something wrong. His mind seemed to be affected, and when he looked at Jinwoo, there seemed to be a hint of hostility. Could this be a traitor? A thought flashed through Gushi's mind. Jinwoo, who was under Gushi's command, also said, "Sixth brother, you've finally woken up. I want to go to the heavens." "Heaven? No, I can't leave here now," Lulu said without hesitation, "and seventh brother, don't you see what's happening to you now? You don't have much of the sun's fire left in you. You're already dead, understand? Don't think about revenge. Don't think about going to the heavens, just stay here." "Sixth brother, what do you mean by this?" Jinwoo's voice became sharp. "Seventh brother, you don't understand. This is fate. Fate cannot be reversed. Look at the great god Ichang. But despite his fate, he couldn't even ascend to the heavens. And we have the ability to enter the heavens. So we all must die. Until we are no longer able to ascend to the heavens. This is fate. No matter what the reason, 9 out of 10 of us will die. So, seventh brother, die peacefully and stop dwelling on nonsense. No matter how hard you try, you can't change fate, so why bother?" Hearing this, the Golden Crow seemed to recall something. "Did you betray us? Who's behind you?" "No, I didn't." Lulu shrieked sharply, "Seventh brother, you're already dead. It's no use for you to appear in the living world. I send you back to the underworld." With that, Gushi, standing outside the mountain, felt a scorching heat rush towards him. A three-legged crow, shimmering with golden light, blasted Gushi's Golden Crow away. At this moment, Gushi's face changed. "This is courting death. Death String." Gushi immediately launched his long-prepared attack. Chapter 3069. Gushi's Death String slashed through Lulu's body, leaving it unaffected. However, his fate lines and other ties were completely severed. As his fate lines were severed, Lulu couldn't help but scream. His movement slowed noticeably. The effect was remarkable. Gushi stared at the situation, momentarily stunned. Later, Gushi realized that he might have stumbled upon some truth. Gushi immediately rushed into the mountain's belly. At this moment, Gushi's Golden Crow had already begun absorbing the flames from Lulu. When it saw Gushi approach, it proactively intercepted Lulu's flames, preventing them from burning Gushi. What's the situation now? He seems to have lost his fighting spirit. His soul has disappeared, leaving only this body. The Golden Crow said, taking a look at the situation. Is there any way to control it? Gushi wasn't concerned about Lulu's life or death. He was concerned about whether the Golden Crow could fly. "It can fly, but I can't control it." Jinwoo circled Lulu's body and spoke immediately. "Can't control it? Let the puppet do it. Just get it up into the sky, at the lowest possible speed. Our requirements aren't high, we just want to open a passage and enter the heavens. Nothing else matters. Gu Shi immediately offered a suggestion. After hearing this, Jinwu pondered for a moment before finally saying, "It's possible, but... Are you worried about his soul returning? Don't worry, he won't, puppet." The puppet immediately appeared beside Gu Shi. Use this golden crow's body first. If possible, use it directly to strengthen the path of the sun chariot. If not, use the sun chariot to control it. Gu Shi immediately gave the order. According to Gu Shi's words, the puppet turned to look at Lulu's body. At this moment, the puppet noticed that Lulu's body was remarkably well preserved and full of life, not at all like a corpse. The puppet thought for a moment, then finally said, "It can be handled. Just use the sun chariot and the harvest field to control it. It can be handled. This body is in your hands. Golden Crow, prepare yourself. Anyway, our current goal is to enter the celestial realm." Gu Shi turned to the Golden Crow and said. Gu Shi didn't care what the Golden Crow thought. In Gu Shi's eyes, the Golden Crow was now his evil coffin guard, his own undead spirit. Gu Shi didn't care what it had been in life, he only cared about its obedience. As for the undead's past relationships, only if Gu Shi is willing to acknowledge them will they count. If he's unwilling to acknowledge them, then there's no need to take them seriously. Now, Gu Shi didn't take Lulu seriously. The puppet only obeyed Gu Shi's orders. At Gu Shi's command, the puppet leaped directly onto Lulu's body. Life returned. The puppet used a skill from its harvest field, and Lulu's body noticeably moved. Then the puppet quickly released the sun chariot, and this flaming chariot immediately set Lulu's body ablaze. As the flames rose, the sun chariot driven by the puppet slowly merged into Lulu's head. The puppet then positioned itself above Lulu's head, and began controlling him, as he had controlled the sun chariot. At first, Lulu's body struggled. But as the puppet exerted its strength, and Gu Shi severed all causal connections between Lulu and this body, Lulu could no longer return to this body. This allowed the puppet to control the body, and slowly emerge from the mountain. As Lulu emerged from the mountain, Gu Shi couldn't help but raise his head. The moment Gu Shi looked up, a flash of lightning streaked across the sky, and the sky immediately darkened. It was clear that someone seemed quite displeased with Lulu's appearance. Gu Shi had no intention of investigating the situation. After all, he had borrowed this body. If anyone was dissatisfied with his actions, they could simply seek him out in the heavens. Puppet, fly first and see how fast you can reach. The puppet standing above Lulu nodded, thrusting its hands forward, and Lulu's body took flight. That speed was significantly faster than the Golden Crow's flight with the evil coffin. In the blink of an eye, Lulu's body vanished into the sky. No need to look. Sixth Brother's movement speed is the fastest among us. Even if it wasn't Sixth Brother controlling his body right now, this speed would be more than enough. Okay, then we go over too. I have the puppet slow down, and you follow. Gu Shi immediately jumped onto the evil coffin. The Golden Crow spun around and transformed into black mist, dragging the evil coffin up. Then Gu Shi felt the Golden Crow, at top speed, pursue Lulu in the direction he had flown. After chasing for about 7 or 8 minutes, Gu Shi finally spotted the puppet, which had stopped and was waiting for them. At this point, Lulu's body was completely ablaze, shimmering with flames like sunlight. When suspended in the air, the dazzling light resembled a massive sun. This thing was even more impressive than the puppet's solar chariot. After all, the solar chariot was just a chariot, while this could be used directly as a sun. Of course, Gu Shi also understood that if the solar chariot reached a specialized level, it would become a full-fledged sun. But that was still a long way off. Lulu's current condition clearly indicated that he was on the verge of a solar path. For the puppet, this was both a test and an opportunity. When Gu Shi arrived here with the evil coffin, he addressed the puppet directly. Once we enter the heavens, you will find a way to completely control this body. No matter who comes to take it, you must keep it safe. Anyone who comes to take it will be killed. I want you to ensure that this bird is in our hands in the end. Don't worry, sir. I can protect this body. Gu Shi nodded. Okay, let's get started. At Gu Shi's command, the puppet controlled Lulu's body and entered the cloud maze. Then the Golden Crow swiftly entered with the evil coffin. Follow my speed. We fly side by side. Only when our speeds are the same will we have a chance of entering the heavens. Glancing at Lulu's body, which was controlled by the puppet, the Golden Crow said nothing. Ever since Lulu attacked it, it had ceased to regard Lulu as a relative. The Golden Crow was now merely a spirit under Gu Shi's command. Under the Golden Crow's guidance, The puppet controlled Lulu's body and flew along with it. Gushi could also see the situation outside. At this moment, a huge white city gate appeared in front of Gushi in the distance. Chapter 3070. Before Gushi could clearly see the current city gate, the golden crow, controlling the evil coffin, suddenly spoke. Lift upwards, but don't be too hasty. You get thrown out easily. Just follow my movements. With that, the golden crow adjusted its flight direction. This time, the angle wasn't a straight 90-degree upward or downward movement like Gushi's previous experiment. Instead, it fine-tuned its position while the golden crow shared its experience with the puppet. When adjusting the angle, watch my movements. Our takeoff angle should be the same. Also, pay attention to the gate's position. Don't let it drift. If you're not sure, we can lock onto the gate's left and right pillars. That's how we flew in the beginning. With the golden crow's hands-on instruction, the puppet quickly learned the optimal flight method. As the two coordinated effectively, Gushi felt the golden crow's speed increase. And the previous feeling of wanting to throw Gushi out was gone. Instead, a feeling of being dragged upward emerged. Although Gushi didn't personally pilot the evil coffin, he immediately sensed something unusual while sitting atop it. It seemed they had made the right choice this time. Gushi's mind stirred, and he tightened his grip on the magic staff. The situation in the celestial realm was still unknown, and Gushi had to ensure his own safety. Once they reached the celestial realm, they would need to collect the bodies of the golden crow and Lulu. After all, whether from what Gushi had heard or from previous knowledge, he believed these golden crows had some connection to the celestial realm. Not to mention that the heavenly realm had opened a special passage specifically for the golden crow. Gushi didn't believe the heavenly realm didn't have other means of contacting the golden crow. At this moment, Gushi was running around with the golden crow's corpse and the undead spirit, which would only cause trouble for him. So, Gushi immediately had to collect the golden crow and Lulu's body to prevent them from being surrounded. After that, Gushi had to consider the issue of positioning. Gushi's entry into the heavenly realm wasn't due to any attraction there. It was his mission to deliver the great god E to the heavenly realm. Now, with the bronze tree destroyed and the aerial passage accessible only by Gushi's evil coffin and the puppet, neither of these two routes could bring the great god E to the heavens. The bronze tree would take time, and the aerial passage would be destroyed before Gushi could even communicate with the great god E. So, the only way to reach the heavens was through teleportation. The key to the portal was in the heavenly realm. As long as Gushi could find the key and throw it to the great god E, Gushi didn't need to worry about the rest. But before that, he had to think of a way out. Gushi must set up a teleportation location for entering and exiting the celestial realm. This location also allowed Gushi to enter and exit the celestial realm freely. This wouldn't require Gushi to expend considerable effort, like this time, driving the evil coffin and puppet to rush up. While thinking about his own affairs, Gushi stared at the gate in the sky. At that moment, as if stimulated by something, the massive gate suddenly flew towards Gushi. Gushi, standing on the evil coffin, stepped back. Just then, he noticed that the evil coffin had stopped. After placing the evil coffin above the clouds, the golden crow stood directly opposite the gate, acting as a defensive posture. The puppet also leaped off Lulu's body. Gushi had already planned how to deal with Lulu's body. As soon as the puppet leaped, Gushi's Ghost Dragon Power hand dragged the massive body into the Ghost Dragon Power prison. After completing all this, Gushi turned around and examined the gate before him. The gate before him was not as magnificent as Gushi had imagined. It stood above the clouds, with two massive pillars serving as the gate. The pillars appeared pure white, but Gushi could sense a metallic sheen. Standing before them, he even felt as if they were bronze. This feeling left Gushi speechless. How could this be bronze? Is there bronze of this color? Before Gushi could take a closer look, a voice came from behind the pillars. Someone's coming from the lower realms. Prepare for battle. Gushi was startled by the voice, and swung his long-prepared magic wand in the direction of the sound. A laser beam shot out. Then, a powerful celestial soldier behind the gate was sent flying. As the soldier slammed heavily to the ground, Gushi realized that the celestial realm before him was not what he had imagined. The celestial soldier he had just sent flying was clad in ornate armor, with wings on his helmet, scales all over the armor, and even gold trim. It was as ornate as it could be. Arming spears, and wearing masks, they stood there looking like demigod versions of spearmen. But when this guy landed, his body was instantly shattered. His armor remained intact, but his body, like porcelain, was shattered into fragments of varying sizes. It was clear this guy wasn't a living being. He looked more like a porcelainized version of the stone or golden figures from the tower. This surprised Gu Shi. At this moment, the troops from behind the heavenly realm also charged out. Their appearance startled Gu Shi for a moment. Then a hint of a smile crossed his face. This was a first. In the clouds rising behind the gate, at least 100,000 troops were faintly visible. These troops looked similar to the porcelain figures Gu Shi had just defeated. They all held spears and wore ornate armor. They rose with the clouds, seemingly surrounding Gu Shi from all sides. This situation amused Gu Shi. Gu Shi had always led large armies to siege the enemy, but he had never imagined that he would find himself under siege here. Seeing the scene before him, Gu Shi burst into laughter, stopping Jin Wu's attempt to break out. Then, Death Primordial City and Death Alienation City were immediately stationed outside the Celestial Realm's gates. Batch after batch of moonlight undead emerged from the city. At the same time, ghostly spirit flowers began to float outward, and the Black Blood Knights and Emperor Knights emerged from different night blood paths. After the Black Blood Knights appeared, they quickly formed a square battle formation, ready to charge. The Emperor Knights, however, were different. After emerging, they first surveyed their surroundings, then quickly locked onto a single point, raising their lances toward that location. At that moment, Gu Shi swung his hand downward forcefully. Attack with all your forces. Chapter 3071. Boom! Under Gu Shi's command, his several units reacted in completely different ways. The Emperors were the fastest. As they charged forward, their mount speed quickly separated them into several layers. Some were already nearly reaching the enemy's clouds, while others had barely begun. Gu Shi immediately discerned the Emperor's choice. The charging Emperors were heading for the enemy's weakest point. The remaining Emperors were communicating and directing the Black Blood Knights. With their guidance, the Black Blood Knights became more agile. Led by the Emperors, all the Black Blood Knights charged head-on at the porcelain heavenly soldiers. As the two sides collided, 8 undead servants appeared beside each Black Blood Knight. These were the Black Blood Knights' personal attendants, working in perfect harmony with their respective Black Blood Knights. When the Black Blood Knights engaged the enemy, they could assist their leader from multiple directions. Under their control, the combat effectiveness of these undead servants was significantly enhanced. It was a situation where 8 or 9 men were fighting against one heavenly soldier. The heavenly soldier had never expected to encounter such a situation. They usually surrounded one person with many men. They had no idea they would be in the minority this time. In the blink of an eye, nearly 10,000 heavenly soldiers were slaughtered. Gu Shi's Black Blood Knights seized this opportunity to charge directly through the heavenly soldier formation, forcing a bloody path through the 100,000 heavenly soldiers. This situation made Gu Shi's eyes light up. He leaped onto the evil coffin, raised his magic wand, and charged forward. However, the puppet was even faster than Gu Shi. After all, the puppet was a combatant by nature, and all the paths on her body were for combat. The previous exploration had actually put the puppet in a difficult position. Now that the puppet was back on the battlefield, she felt this was exactly what she wanted. A spear suddenly appeared in the puppet's hand, and the sun chariot carried the puppet forward, charging in front of a celestial soldier. With a simple thrust of the spear, the celestial soldier was sent flying, a large hole pierced through him. The puppet then didn't even glance at the celestial soldier, turning to charge deeper. Charging along like this, the puppet unexpectedly reached the core of the celestial soldiers before Gu Shi did. The celestial soldiers' superiors had never expected Gu Shi to act so unconscionably. He attacked directly upon meeting them. They hadn't even formed their battle formations, hadn't declared war, and hadn't even challenged their generals to a duel. Their superiors hadn't even given the order to attack, yet how could Gu Shi's side launch an attack? This didn't make sense. In fact, they hadn't fully grasped the fact that they had previously marched on behalf of the celestial realm. That was a truly justifiable expedition. Those they attacked were either demons, monsters, or otherwise incompetent mortals. To demonstrate the majesty of their celestial forces, they naturally had to perform a ritual. And who was Gu Shi? He was a powerful necromancer. To put everything else aside, the undead armies Gu Shi had previously commanded numbered in the hundreds of millions. Even though Gu Shi had been focusing on elite troops in recent years, the number of troops under his command had never fallen below 10 million. Gu Shi hadn't played a battle involving 100,000 men for years. He used to be surprised by these 100,000 heavenly soldiers. He simply wondered, how dare such a small force surround me? An enemy like this, under normal circumstances, would be nothing more than a small-scale battle. It wouldn't be a big deal at all. Under these circumstances, who would bother with pre-battle rituals? Isn't it just a matter of fighting quickly, ending the battle, and cleaning up the battlefield? Because of their different philosophies, the rhythm of their attacks differed. Gushi naturally went all out, intending to take down the 100,000 men in one fell swoop. The heavenly soldiers, on the other hand, hadn't reacted quickly, and their attacks were noticeably slower. This combination of forces put the heavenly soldiers at a disadvantage. It wasn't long before half of the 100,000 heavenly soldiers were wiped out. The puppets also killed several high-ranking heavenly soldiers. The puppets were now charging towards the heavenly soldiers' command structure. Because of the puppets' attack, the heavenly soldiers' command structure was in disarray. Normally, they had never imagined someone would charge the command. For a moment, they had no time to command the celestial soldiers to fight. As a result, the already stunned celestial soldiers were even less able to organize any defense. After being dispersed by Gushi's forces, they were forced to fight on their own. This played into the rhythm of Gushi's men. Gushi's men were quite formidable in small-scale battles. They could always manage to outmaneuver one with 3 or 5 men. Most importantly, Gushi's men didn't have to worry about morale. They weren't afraid of death. Although the celestial soldiers' morale was initially high. However, after such a blow, coupled with a lack of corresponding orders from command, they were thrown into chaos, and morale plummeted. Even deserters appeared within the heavenly soldiers' ranks. This gave the emperors an opportunity to seize. Among Gushi's troops, the emperors were the most adept at seizing opportunities. As soon as they saw a flaw, they would immediately lead their troops to attack it. And they could always mobilize a force 3 to 5 times larger than the number of soldiers stationed at that location. In other words, no matter the situation, they could always outnumber one. Under these circumstances, the number of heavenly soldiers killed increased. When Gushi rushed to the battlefield, before the battle had even begun, only a little over 10,000 remained of the 100,000 heavenly soldiers. At this point, Gushi also made a move, wielding his magic wand, and firing a laser beam at a specific location, killing a few enemies, and proving his presence. As for the heavenly soldiers' higher-ups and command, Gushi wanted to see, but they all perished at the hands of the puppets. Gushi didn't need to watch any further. He glanced at the battlefield and waved behind him. The moonlight undead, and the undead laborers quickly emerged and began transporting the bodies, and weapons, and equipment from the scene to the 2 dead cities outside. Although most of these bodies consisted of broken porcelain fragments, there were still a large number of them. Gushi thought they could still be put to use. If not, they could be used to pave the ground or something. Also, the 9 layers of white clouds that these heavenly soldiers had appeared on were what Gushi wanted to collect. Gushi found this object quite interesting. It looked like a larger version of a dump truck, capable of flying in the sky. If Gushi could study the details, the dump truck's carrying capacity could be increased. Gushi didn't need to be able to transport 100,000 heavenly soldiers, like these white clouds. Just increasing the dump truck's carrying capacity to 10,000 would be a significant improvement. Chapter 3072. Leave a unit to clean up the battlefield, and the rest of you follow me to fight inside. After slaughtering the 100,000 heavenly soldiers, Gushi quickly gave his orders. The heavenly soldiers had already reached him, indicating that the celestial realm had made their choice. They had chosen to be Gushi's enemy. Having an enemy was the situation Gushi feared least. What Gushi feared most was having no one at all, battling wits and courage against the air. That situation would drag on for quite a while. This situation, with the obvious enemy present, was nothing to Gushi. Gushi decisively released his troops and let them advance. As for the outcome of the battle, Gushi wasn't worried at all. When the 100,000 heavenly soldiers had perished, Gushi's Night Blood Path had gained another 100,000 undead servants of reasonable combat effectiveness. They had now joined the battle. Meanwhile, the Imperial Knights had dispersed, taking the Black Blood Knights and undead servants with them to seek opportunities. In the eyes of the Emperor, the celestial realm was full of loopholes. As long as they found an opportunity, this celestial realm would become their battlefield. Gushi didn't need to worry about them at all. After releasing his men, Gushi took a quick look behind him, then jumped onto the evil coffin and prepared to head towards the moon. As for how Gushi knew where the moon was, is that even a question? After the 100,000 celestial soldiers blocking his path were destroyed, and the cloud they were riding on was taken away by Gushi, Gushi could see a large moon right on the horizon. He had to go there for sure. It was impossible that the moon palace wasn't on the moon. Gushi's plan was to find the key himself first, and then attack the celestial realm. The outcome of the attack wasn't important. What mattered was that he had fought. After obtaining the key, Gushi planned to arrange for some undead to deliver it to Great God E. By the time Great God E ascended to heaven, Gushi would have nearly finished dealing with the celestial realm. Then, he could proceed to the bronze tree and complete his mission. This way, Gushi would reap the benefits, avoid the danger, and complete his mission, effortlessly accomplishing everything. This was truly a blessing from heaven. As for the so-called destiny, that was a matter of this world and had nothing to do with Gushi. Could it be that if he didn't address this destiny, his life-calling bow and four-leaf clover ring would remain unbound? That was impossible. Gushi's strategy was always clear. Either he didn't dig deeper, completed his mission, and left. Or he dug deeper, eliminated all enemies, and then left. But digging deeper had to bring benefits. Before, orange equipment was enough for Gushi to dig deeper. Now that there's no red equipment, he needs at least red quality materials or red equipment road enhancing materials. Otherwise, asking Gushi to delve into the underlying story would be impossible. Gushi has now realized that all the benefits of this world lie with Great God E. The Celestial Emperor of Heaven cannot defeat Great God E. Killing the Celestial Emperor, if Great God E comes to trouble Gushi, would be a loss. So the Celestial Emperor must be kept. He can plunder the Celestial Realm's wares. Gushi's digging 3 feet into the ground can also lead to 3 feet of thinning in the sky. That's no problem. When the Celestial Realm is fully seized, Great God E can directly confront the Celestial Emperor. This also helped the Great Master E, didn't it? As for whether Gushi could defeat the heavenly soldiers here, you're kidding. The enemies here are generally under level 40. What's there to be defeated? As for their numerical advantage, that's fine. Gushi will soon have the advantage. After jumping onto the evil coffin, Gushi didn't release the Golden Crow. Although the Golden Crow's movement speed was relatively fast, it was simply too large. Flying through the heavens using the Golden Crow's body at this time would directly attract the attention of the celestial enemies. Although Gushi didn't care about all this, he had just handed down the mission, and didn't want to cause any more trouble. Besides, the evil coffin's current speed wasn't slow. It couldn't match the Golden Crow's, because the Golden Crow was naturally faster. At this moment, the evil coffin's movement speed was more than sufficient. There was no need for Gushi to put himself in danger for a little speed. As expected, all of the Celestial Realm's attention was absorbed by the battle between Gushi's troops, and no one paid any attention to Gushi's whereabouts. Gushi easily bypassed several areas of intense fighting and headed towards the moon. As he moved in that direction, he still had time to monitor the moon's situation. As he moved towards the moon, Gushi had clearly locked onto its location, and the evil coffin's speed was not slowing at all. But for some reason, Gushi felt the moon was still very far away. It was as if the distance he had covered was completely useless. This realization forced Gushi to stop the evil coffin and return his attention to the moon's location. The moon was still radiating a silvery moonlight. Gushi's current assessment indicated that the moon was only a few 100,000 kilometers away. Even at the speed of the evil coffin, it could reach the moon in an hour or two. He had already flown for nearly half an hour. Yet the distance seemed to remain unchanged. This situation was very strange. However, since he could see the moon now, he could directly reach it through the dimensional portal. You must know that the dimensional portal draws on the power of the Sky King of the Griffin Black Throne, and is part of the Red Power. It is not sealed. Gushi could also see the moon before him. The distance was only a few 100,000 kilometers, not light years, so it wasn't a problem for Gushi. Before, the dimensional portal had flown in light years, so a few 100,000 kilometers was nothing. Just as Gushi was ready and about to begin floating, the head of the goddesses floating behind him suddenly blocked his way. The head of the goddesses was clearly trying to stop Gushi from moving forward. Gushi was stunned for a moment by the head of the goddess's actions. Then, Gushi immediately trusted the head of the goddess's judgment. He once again looked toward the moon. This time, the power of the sacred moonlight descended upon his eyes. As the sacred moonlight reached him, Gushi saw something. The moon was fake. The moon, located over 300,000 kilometers away, was clearly a ball of lingering moonlight. And beneath this ball of moonlight, a woman, as if frozen in time, floated within the black hole. The woman seemed to be influenced by the black hole and the moonlight, her body maintaining a perfect balance. Neither leaving the black hole nor being sucked in, she simply floated there forever. This was Chapter 3073. This is a trap. Gushi immediately understood why the chief of the goddesses had stopped him. This world is like the surface of the moon, full of pits. The woman who stole the key to the heavens must have been trapped and died in this trap before she could even breathe freely in the heavens. If Gushi jumped over, he would likely face the same fate as the black hole. His fate would be even more tragic than that of the woman, because without the key's protection, Gushi wouldn't be able to escape the black hole alive. Before discovering the trap, Gushi had considered flying towards the moon. After discovering the trap, Gushi no longer had any thoughts of flying there. But Gushi was determined to retrieve the key to the heavens. After a moment's thought, Gushi's mind moved, and the chief of the goddesses vanished from behind him. This was the first time Gushi had sent the chief of the goddesses into battle after binding her. After the head of the goddesses vanished, the hand of death behind Gushi's back became noticeably less agile than before. Gushi paid no mind to this. He closed his eyes, his mind focused on the head of the goddesses, his right hand tightly gripping the magic wand, guarding against any sneak attack on his true form. And the head of the goddesses didn't disappoint Gushi. The instant it vanished from behind Gushi, it reappeared above the fake moon. The holy moonlight effect activated. This time, Gushi didn't unleash any moonlight undead, nor did he throw out 2 death cities. Gushi used the purest moonlight. The sacred moonlight fell directly onto the moon. As the sacred moonlight came into contact with the moon-forming moonlight, Gushi could see an icy aura flowing through it into the head of the goddesses. It seemed those who had previously made numerous preparations to prevent fate from turning out as they had envisioned, to prevent the great god E from seizing the key and entering the heavens. This icy aura was precisely the path of a deity associated with moonlight, or a piece of red equipment. The person who had set the trap had disregarded this concern and simply dismantled this path, using it in their trap. It seemed there was something valuable in this game world. This thought flashed through Gushi's mind, but his thoughts didn't stop there. At this moment, Gushi was controlling the sacred moonlight, absorbing the incoming icy moonlight. At the same time, he formed a subtle connection with it. This moonlight path, imbued with an icy aura, was being devoured by the sacred moonlight at a not-so-slow pace. And all this Gushi was doing wasn't just about looking at such a large fake moon. Gushi's goal was to assimilate the current moon, so he could reach the woman trapped in the black hole. As for the path of icy moonlight before him, for Gushi, it was merely a supplement to his sacred moonlight. His sacred moonlight had already reached the exclusive level. No amount of enhancement would be of any use. This exclusive path couldn't be upgraded to any other level, at most, it would simply add a new function. Gushi already had countless pieces of red armor. How could he possibly lack such a new function? That woman was the key to this situation. From what Gushi saw, the woman seemed to be floating within the black hole, holding something in her hands. This item is most likely the key to the portal to the heavens. Gushi came here this time for this very thing. Even now that he knew the portal was a trap, Gushi was determined to obtain it. After all, Gushi's mission was to lure the great god away. Gushi didn't care who won or lost between him and the heavenly emperor. After all, neither of them was Gushi's friend. Their death wouldn't have much impact on Gushi. At this moment, Gushi's mind was calm. However, he didn't know that this was because his mind had left his body, flying far away with his special red suit, which made his mind more calm. When his mind returned, he wouldn't be so calm anymore. While Gushi was considering these situations, the holy moonlight had already assimilated the ice moonlight near the woman. Although not completely fused, the holy moonlight could already touch the woman's body. When it touched the key, Gushi could clearly feel the woman's resistance. It seemed this woman had no intention of letting go of the key, even in death. If she weren't already dead, she would have fought back against anyone who tried to steal it. Gushi, having come into contact with this woman, had no choice but to resort to another method. The Temple of the Gods. Gushi muttered to himself. The Temple of the Gods activated, dragging the woman's body directly into the temple. Although this woman was dead, she was undoubtedly a goddess in her lifetime. And a quite famous one at that. Such a being was naturally worthy of entering the Temple of the Gods. Whether as a member of the temple or as an ornament, she was worthy of it. After sending the woman into the pantheon, the balance between the frost moonlight and the black hole was disrupted. The black hole rapidly contracted inward, attempting to devour everything. The frost moonlight possessed no spirituality. It was originally intended as a trap. In this situation, a portion was swallowed by the black hole, while the remaining portion was rapidly assimilated by the sacred moonlight. Gushi seized this opportunity to reclaim the sacred moonlight. The head of the goddesses immediately returned to Gushi's back. When the head of the goddesses reappeared, Gushi felt distinctly heavier. Gushi twisted his hand, allowing the head of the goddesses to fly in front of him. At this point, Gushi noticed that the second halo around the head of the goddesses, the one formed by the moonlight-colored metal bow, had undergone a noticeable change. Previously, some of the bow arms had been graced with the shadowy figures of transparent little owls or cheetahs, others held arrows of varying lengths, and still others were dripping with dew. Now, all the bow arms were covered in a layer of frost visible to the naked eye. It was clear that the path of the icy moonlight had been swallowed by the sacred moonlight. This increased weight was due to this. This situation surprised Gu Shi somewhat. He had never imagined that the first path of growth for the chief of goddesses would be his own. At the same time, Gu Shi also wanted to know what this strengthening of the sacred moonlight could bring him. Letting the chief of goddesses float behind him again, Gu Shi reached forward and grasped it. A beam of sacred moonlight fell into Gu Shi's palm, and within it, a unique chill arose, and a long arrow made of ice shot out into the distance. Chapter 3074. After trying the newly added effects of the holy moonlight a few times, Gu Shi lost interest in trying them again. He flashed into the temple of the gods. As he entered, he noticed another tile had appeared on the floor. The woman who had just been dragged back lay lying on the floor of the temple. Shirwanchen was examining her body. How is she? There's no life in her. She's dead, but she's icy, beyond the realm of a normal dead person. Having lived in the temple of the gods for quite some time, Shirwanchen had become more lively. She was even able to speak a few words to the newly arrived corpse. Let me take a look. Gu Shi stepped forward to examine her, and found the woman to be quite attractive. There was a hint of heroism between her eyebrows. Most importantly, she exuded an icy aura. It was unclear if this was the result of being immersed in the icy moonlight for too long, or if the icy moonlight itself was her path. This corpse wasn't bad, after all. If it were made into a wraith and placed in the pantheon, it could become at least a goddess. Gu Shi thought for a moment, then reached out and snatched the key from the woman's arms. Gu Shi's plan was to take the key first, leaving the corpse behind until he could deal with it. But Gu Shi had never expected that just as he was about to touch the key, the corpse would suddenly open its eyes. Give it to me. Gu Shi wasn't the least bit frightened by the corpse's sudden attack. As a necromancer, Gu Shi had seen this sort of thing many times. Taking notice of the situation, Gu Shi simply extended his hand and lifted the corpse up. Alive? Just by picking her up, Gu Shi immediately understood what was happening. This was someone who had truly been unable to escape, and had simply put herself into a state of suspended animation. If no one had touched her key, she might never have woken up again. Now that Gu Shi was trying to take the key, the woman immediately reacted. But her reaction was useless. To Gu Shi, the living and the dead were the same. Seeing he couldn't snatch the key, Gu Shi raised his hand and struck. The magic wand struck the woman on the head. Then Shirwanchen immediately pounced, binding the woman just as Gu Shi had bound her. Gu Shi's previous blow had been incredibly powerful. The blow nearly shattered the woman's skull. The woman had just woken up and was still dazed. The blow nearly sent her back to sleep. Then, Gu Shi's hands of death, both before and after him, quickly lifted the woman up. If you're still alive, say something. I'm easy to talk to. Living or dead, everyone has their own use to me. After saying this, Gu Shi stared at the woman. So I don't care whether you're dead or alive. I only care whether you're useful. If you're useless, look up. Perhaps startled by Gu Shi's words, the woman couldn't help but look upward. Just then, she caught sight of the newly formed ceiling of the pantheon. It was now a blank white mass, empty of anything. The woman was about to ask Gu Shi what he was trying to show her. Unexpectedly, Gu Shi bluntly declared, "If you don't behave, I hang your head up there as a chandelier for the pantheon." The woman was startled by these words. At this point, Gu Shi calmly asked, "Okay, tell me your name and background." "My name is Chong and I'm..." The woman's eyes faltered mid-sentence. She felt as if she had lost half her memory. There were many things she couldn't remember, even her own name. The woman was about to think about it when Gu Shi noticed something was wrong with her expression. Her skin quickly turned pale and translucent, her body transforming into an icy glass. This wasn't right. Gu Shi immediately dragged the woman to him, and casually placed a petal from the nether spirit flower into her mouth. Then, divine moonlight streamed in from outside the pantheon, pouring into the woman's body. But as the divine moonlight infused her, the changes in her body became increasingly noticeable. Gu Shi immediately realized that someone had implanted a moonlight-like power within the woman. This was intended to transform her into a glass body. Even if she tried to speak, she wouldn't be able to utter a single word. So Gu Shi immediately changed his mind, swiftly withdrawing the sacred moonlight and injecting the power of the dark blood road into the pantheon. The power of the dark blood road belonged to the path of darkness and death. In fact, this was even more relatable to Gu Shi. Most importantly, the dark blood road and moonlight were not mutually exclusive. The changes in the woman before him, in the darkness of the night, were nothing to worry about. As the power of the night permeated the woman, the transformation slowly ceased. Even so, her skin had already largely turned to glass. Her movements were noticeably stiffer than before. "Save me." The woman tried to struggle against Gu Shi's grasp. But the more she struggled, The more Gushi shook his head. Forget it, you're hopeless. Transform into undead. Don't worry, just close your eyes and everything will be fine. No, I tell you everything. The woman spoke loudly, but Gushi didn't hesitate or stop his movements, simply increasing the infusion of the power of the night blood road. A minute later, the woman's skin slowly darkened. Her eyes grew dull. She glanced up at Gushi, his eyes expressionless. It felt as if there was no hope at all. Gushi's death hand lowered her, and with a thrust of his left hand, the woman placed the key she had been holding in his hand. Gushi noticed that what she had handed him was something that looked like a blood-red stone. A strange light shone on the stone's surface. Do you remember anything else now? After receiving the key, Gushi finally breathed a sigh of relief, and his curiosity was piqued. That's why he asked about this woman's situation. Yes, I still remember that I was a subordinate of the great Gaudi, accompanying him in his quest for the key to the heavens. But after I helped the great Gaudi obtain the portal key, a new identity suddenly took shape in my mind. I was Moonlight Glaze or something. I was born by destiny, to guide the great Gaudi in finding the key to the heavens. And now that I have obtained the key for the great Gaudi, I have accomplished what was destined for me. Now it's my own choice. Chapter 3075. Listening to the woman's mumbling, Gushi was completely speechless. He hadn't expected things to turn out this way. It seemed someone was behind this woman, directing her fate. So, those who play with fate are all evil. It's not enough to exploit someone, they also want to completely sever their escape routes. This guy was simply deceived. It's true that she was part of fate at the beginning, but that doesn't mean those people wouldn't scheme against her. To ensure the smooth course of fate, those people would do anything. Arranging traitors through means like fate is just basic stuff. Your methods are too crude. Gushi shook his head. Then you took the key and entered the heavens, only to be trapped in the black hole. Moonlight is your path. Moonlight? What path? The woman asked, puzzled. No, I don't know anything about moonlight. Hearing this, Gushi stepped forward and pinched the woman twice. Didn't you say before that you had gained a new consciousness, calling yourself Moonlight Glaze or something? Why are you saying now that you don't possess the power of moonlight? Gushi spoke as he examined the woman. However, Gushi discovered that the woman truly hadn't mastered the power of moonlight. She didn't even possess much of it. Instead, her body had been affected, and any moonlight power she had previously absorbed had been used to transform her into the form of glaze. Now, the woman truly possessed no moonlight power at all. Instead, it was the dark night power Gushi had infused into her, transforming her into an undead spirit, which gave her a modicum of combat power. Gushi understood that, aside from her face, this person was nothing but a piece of trash. It was unsure if the great Gaudi would suffer at the hands of such a piece of trash. But even though she was trash, she still remembered some things. Besides not knowing she possessed the power of moonlight, she still remembered what happened after entering the celestial realm. Upon entering the celestial realm, she didn't feel drawn in by a black hole. She simply felt as if she had entered a dark place. No matter where she went, she could only walk in the darkness. Finally, she saw a patch of moonlight and felt that following it would be a sure thing, so she headed out. In the moonlight, she seemed to have entered the moon, but also seemed not to have. In the end, she didn't enter the celestial realm, but simply lived there until Gushi brought her out. Listening to the woman's story, Gushi didn't know what to say. What do you mean you've been living on the moon? Where's your face? You clearly just fell asleep in the black hole. If I hadn't rescued you, you would still be trapped in the black hole. Forget it. There's really nothing to say to someone like that. Gushi finally shook his head. Forget it. You came here to find the key. Your fate is probably tied to it. Now you're considered dead, and the key is no longer in your possession. This thread of fate is broken. You will remain in this pantheon. As long as you don't leave, the fate outside won't find you, nor will it affect you. The woman still listened to Gushi's words. After all, she was now a spirit transformed by Gushi through the dark blood road, not a living being. She had no fighting power or desire to fight. So, staying was the best option. Gushi handled everything but didn't immediately take the portal key out. He simply left the Temple of the Gods on his own. After all, the current situation still held a certain degree of uncertainty. Gushi had a feeling that someone else, behind this celestial emperor, was controlling fate. This person was ruthless and difficult to find, making him Gushi's most hated enemy. Until the mission was completed, Gushi would be better off avoiding it. The current situation was that Gushi hadn't made contact with the moon. After all, it was still over 300,000 kilometers away. The portal key to the celestial realm was missing. Who could say Gushi had taken it? Who saw it? Who could prove it? As long as Gushi didn't take the key out of the celestial realm, no one could claim he had taken it. Even if you think I did it, you need to prove it. No proof. Of course you can, but you have to be able to defeat me. Gushi's troops are stationed in the celestial realm anyway. As the saying goes, time is on Gushi's side. In a battle in the celestial realm, to the end, Gushi will definitely not lose. You want to avoid proof, and simply pin this incident on Gushi on a trumped-up charge. Just see if you can pull it off. Gushi isn't afraid of these things, anyway. So, Gushi isn't afraid of anything in the celestial realm. After leaving the Temple of the Gods, he first glanced towards the location of the moon. Due to the chaos in the celestial realm, the Emperor of Heaven had no time to deal with the situation at the moon's location. Now, the moon's location has become a hollow. Gushi casually glanced at the spot. His original plan was to retrace his steps, arrange his duties, and return to the mortal realm. But as he glanced, he suddenly noticed something flash past the empty space. Just as he was about to take a closer look, he saw a flash of golden light. Then, for some reason, Gushi turned around and looked towards the head of the goddesses. Thankfully, with this turn, Gushi realized what was wrong with his body. He immediately returned to the Temple of the Gods. Then, the hand of death tore a golden thread from Gushi's body. Gushi was very familiar with this thread. It was the golden thread of destiny. It seemed the Golden Destiny, or perhaps one of Golden Destiny's minions, was behind this. After all this, that person still wanted to control Gushi's fate. If he hadn't been unaware of Gushi's situation, and had Gushi seen the head of the goddesses realize something was wrong and decisively flee into the pantheon, perhaps this plan would have actually worked. But now, things were different. Gushi clutched the golden thread of fate, a thought flashing through his eyes. If he could eliminate one of Golden Fate's minions, Golden Fate wouldn't say anything to him. After all, it was that guy who provoked Gushi this time. Thinking of this, the mane of death at Gushi's waist suddenly sprang out, cutting into the golden thread, intending to follow the golden thread to discover who was behind this. After all, Gushi wasn't the type to fight back after being hit. Chapter 3076. Investigated for me. After the death mane touched the golden thread of fate, Gushi made a decisive decision. Although the two red garments Gushi currently possessed lacked a complete system of fate, they still allowed him to follow the flow and pursue the source. Even if the opponent wielded the power of fate, so what? Fate is not something you wield, it's yours. Not to mention that you took the initiative this time, which was tainted with karma, and the smell of that could never be washed away. Gushi immediately followed the thread of fate. The next moment, behind the golden clouds, Gushi saw a fairyland composed of numerous peaks. In the sky above this fairyland, golden rocks and peacocks flew, and from time to time, strange sounds emanated from behind the clouds. It sounded like singing, but also like a kind of brainwashing. Gushi couldn't tell where the voice came from, but he felt it was stating a fact. Only by following destiny can one survive. Those who defy fate will be doomed. So you all must listen to me and follow the path of fate. As for who writes fate, of course I do. No, I calculate it. If you don't listen to me, you're defying fate. Everyone will die. No, everyone will be suppressed under my command. Let me persuade you. That's how the voice made Gushi feel, anyway. Gushi had a feeling that the destiny line coming out from this side shouldn't be gold, but black. But it wasn't Gushi's nature to not deal with the enemy after discovering them. After exiting the state of fate's vision, Gushi thought seriously and began to make calculations. From what Gushi had just seen, it was clear that the enemy's fate line had actually already left this world. The golden fate line's previous rebound was merely a backup plan. Those who manipulate fate often do this. Because they always feel their plans will be broken, they always arrange backup plans, and so on, to make it difficult for others to defend themselves. This time, Gushi took the key to the portal to the heavens. This meant that Gushi intended to lure the great god to heaven. To these people, this was an act against heaven, not a righteous act, and must be prevented. The way to prevent this, naturally, was to change Gushi's fate. Let them understand that destiny cannot be reversed. However, they had not anticipated that when Gushi was affected by the fate line, he would hide himself. Most importantly, after Gushi hid, the fate line could not find him. This situation made it impossible to activate the backup plan. Because any backup plan, if activated, would only target the enemy. Without the enemy, the backup plan could not be activated. After all, the person who planned all this was no longer in this world. And not using the backup plan was also necessary. It would constantly consume energy. If delayed for too long, the backup plan would be completely useless. Most importantly, Destiny consumed an unusual amount of energy. Destiny itself was more difficult than other skills, so the energy consumed by Destiny's skills, aside from the red equipment energy, was only luck. After all, fate itself is most influenced by luck. If a person's luck is strong, they will succeed smoothly. If their luck is weak, they will encounter difficulties everywhere. The backhand fate line is now locked onto Gu Shi, but before the backhand can be activated, Gu Shi has disappeared. Now, there is no place to activate the backhand fate line, but it cannot be withdrawn either, so it can only consume luck and continue to expend it. 1 or 2 times is fine, but if it continues for a long time, their luck will not be able to sustain it. After all, the luck at hand is like a tree without roots and water without a source. There is not much to begin with, and it will be gone as soon as it is used. So the backhand can only work harder to find Gu Shi's location. This search will not only increase the consumption of luck, but also expose weaknesses. At that time, Gu Shi only needs to seize the opportunity to defeat him alone. It can be said that the advantage now lies with Gu Shi. Gu Shi doesn't even need to do anything, he can just watch the show. He didn't need to worry about the battle in the celestial realm, and the Fate Thread's backup plan couldn't harm him. Just wait a few days, and the matter would be over easily. But Gu Shi also asked himself, was this what he wanted? No. That wasn't what Gu Shi wanted. At this moment, Gu Shi had only one thought, to fight back. No one had ever been able to strike Gu Shi and escape. Not even fate. This was his opportunity. Gu Shi thought for a moment, then took out the golden fate thread again. Then the head of the goddesses opened her mouth, bit the golden fate thread out, and flew out of the temple of the gods. As the head of the goddesses flew out, the death mane at Gu Shi's waist, and the ghost flower in his hand also flew out simultaneously. At this moment, Gu Shi directly activated the ghost flowers and death mane's dual red armor resonance. This time, he didn't follow the opponent's fate line back. After all, the opponent was also playing with fate. Following the fate line back, even if he jumped into the past, who knew if he had the means to change his own fate? So, this approach wouldn't work. This time, Gu Shi used the dual red armor resonance to control fate in the present. This was Gu Shi's first time doing this. Previously, he had always moved back. This kind of live-action fate-influencing strategy had only been used a few times by Gu Shi, but against an enemy who also controlled fate, Gu Shi had never done it much. This was Gu Shi's first time dealing with such a situation. He was extremely cautious, using the dual red armor resonance directly. This was to prevent any unexpected situations. Gu Shi's caution was not without reason. As soon as the head of the goddesses departed, the enemy's backup plan found it. It was clear that someone or something was trying to lure the head of the goddesses somewhere. However, the head of the goddesses itself was not a living being. More importantly, it was a red piece of equipment, and the strongest paths within it were of exclusive quality. So, the head of the goddesses ignored all the guidance and temptations, instead searching for the enemy's location through the sacred moonlight and the dark blood path. At the same time, Gu Shi's orders were quickly transmitted through the head of the goddesses. The idea of sending the head of the goddesses out to search for the enemy's backup plan was Gu Shi's idea. Because the backup plan, no matter how it was guided by fate, had to have a source. If the enemy didn't move at the outset, Gu Shi might not be able to detect anything. But as soon as it moved, the head of the goddesses would see it, and then it was Gu Shi's turn. Chapter 3077. Got it! With the help of the head of the goddesses, Gu Shi immediately located an unusual location. It was an ordinary building on the other side of the celestial realm. It wouldn't seem so obvious at first glance. But upon closer inspection, something strange about it became apparent. This was a peach orchard. The orchard was located slightly west of the very center of the celestial realm. However, it felt like a vast farmland nestled in the heart of a modern metropolis of skyscrapers. The most infuriating part wasn't this, but the fact that everyone thought this arrangement was quite logical. This alone showed just how powerful the enemy was. Gu Shi locked onto her target, and the head of the goddesses naturally relayed this information to the puppet still fighting outside. The puppet, upon hearing this good news, abandoned the enemy she was currently fighting and charged directly towards the peach orchard. The puppet's movement prompted Gu Shi's troops to follow suit. The first to notice the difference were the decades. They were incredibly skilled. They could easily spot the enemy's weaknesses in the chaos of a battlefield. How could they not have noticed the puppet's obvious movements? At first, perhaps influenced by something, they hadn't noticed the anomaly in the peach garden. But once they saw it, they immediately understood something was amiss. So the decades began mobilizing their forces. While they didn't know what was happening in the peach garden, they knew how to crack it. They had to destroy all the peach gardens, regardless of their origin. Kill all living creatures in the peach orchard. Even if a bird flew over the orchard, it would be shot down and killed. Earthworms in the ground would be split vertically in two, and any bird eggs would have their yolks shaken loose. As they were shaking people, a sharp-eyed decade suddenly noticed something. A peach had fallen from one of the trees in the orchard. The trees in the orchard were already laden with peaches, so it was normal for a peach to fall amid such a large tremor. But the anomaly was here. As the peach fell, it seemed to bounce off a branch, sending it higher up the tree. Then it fell again, but instead of falling, it bounced even higher. Anyone would find this situation unusual. This was actually Gushi's influence. He had used the resonance of his two red armors to discover the location and, naturally, take action. Gushi's method was simple: to influence a certain object within the area through fate, causing it to strike a hidden enemy or destroy the inherent good fortune. This choice was made entirely because Gushi had no idea what was hidden within the peach garden. Gushi's dual red armor resonance only elicited this reaction. The peach, under Gushi's influence, bounced continuously, seemingly falling, yet never touching the ground. Observing this, the emperor pondered for a moment before turning to the Black Blood Knight, an undead servant behind him, and speaking. Chop all the peaches. Don't let them fall to the ground. Quickly. Upon hearing the command, all the undead rushed into the peach orchard. Although this peach orchard was quite large, the number of peach trees within was relatively small. There were only two types of peach trees. One was noticeably larger, with only about 100 trees in total. Each tree bore approximately 300 fruits, of which about 60 were clearly ripe, and the rest were still immature. The other type was noticeably smaller, but more numerous, with approximately 300 trees. Each tree bore approximately 240 fruits, none of which were ripe. It was easy to tell from this situation that the larger peach trees were the first batch, while the smaller ones were likely seeded from the ripe fruit pits of the larger trees. So, the emperors immediately instructed the undead not to let the peaches fall to the ground. No one knew whether new peach trees would sprout after the fallen peaches. And if these peaches were the enemy Gushi was looking for, what if they escaped through the ground? To prevent this, the undead had to dispose of all the peaches, and they had to ensure none of them fell to the ground. A normal person, upon receiving such an order, might have thought they were playing a joke. But Gushi's undead wouldn't. They encountered even the most bizarre orders before. This current task wasn't difficult. At least not so difficult that they didn't know how to handle it. Isn't it just about preventing the peaches from falling to the ground? Then the undead took action. As long as they destroyed the peaches and prevented the pits from falling to the ground, such a task was actually quite easy. The undead wondered if they should do more. They feared they hadn't done enough, and would feel somewhat uneasy. However, Gushi's expectations of them were not so high. After clearing all the peaches from the trees, a violent wind swept over the peach orchard, blowing all the peach trees to pieces. Many peach branches broke and fell to the ground. Just then, the puppet received Gushi's command. Set fire. Burn all the fallen peach branches. The puppet immediately understood this command. Set fire? What would that be? It had to be the sun chariot. The sun chariot immediately appeared, ablaze with flames, spinning relentlessly across the peach orchard. With each distance it passed, a large amount of flames appeared on the ground. Upon seeing this, the undead immediately realized what was happening. They immediately picked up branches from the ground and threw them into the flames. Some clever undead even pulled out branches that had already taken root in the ground and threw them all into the fire. This was to deny the enemy any chance to grow. At this moment, Gushi had discovered the enemy's last hiding place. Gushi hurriedly said, "Leave the largest tree alone. Destroy all the remaining trees. Burn them all." Quickly. Gushi's order was transmitted to the puppet through the head of the goddesses, and from the puppet to Decade. All the undead's eyes were fixed on one of the peach trees. This peach tree was clearly the largest in the peach orchard. Except this tree, destroy all the others. Quickly. Chapter 3078. Gushi's orders were precise, and his undead underlings were capable, so they were quickly carried out. The peach trees in the orchard were quickly cut down. It was then that the undead realized that Gushi's initial instructions to clear the peaches and remove the branches had served their purpose. Every time a peach tree fell, a golden stream of light would shift to nearby plants. Its primary target was the undeveloped peach pits in the ground, and if that failed, it would shift to the branches. After the stream of light fell, it would rapidly stimulate the growth of the peach pits or branches. At that rate, in about a day or two, the peach pits or branches would reach the size of a normal peach tree. The peach orchard destroyed by Gushi would return to normal. So, Before disposing of the orchard, the peach pits and branches must be disposed of. Only after these were disposed of would the stream of light from the destroyed peach tree transfer to the other trees. As the peach trees fell one by one, golden light slowly converged on the largest peach tree in the center of the orchard. When all the other peach trees had fallen, the one before them, from trunk to leaves, had completely transformed into a strange golden hue. Even if Gushi hadn't said anything, his men understood that something was amiss with the peach tree before them. Anyone with eyes could see it. At this point, Gushi no longer needed to hide. After locking onto the enemy's position, Gushi immediately emerged from the temple of the gods. The effects of the nether flower and death's mane immediately reached the orchard. The backup plan deployed within the orchard clearly felt uneasy. The exposed mastermind is no longer a mastermind, he's a sitting duck. The most pressing need for the backup plan now is to divert the attention of Gushi's troops so he can escape. But at this moment, the ghostly spirit flower descended from the sky. Manes of death descended from all directions, quickly engulfing the entire peach orchard. Then Gushi, riding the evil coffin and holding his magic wand, rushed over. As soon as he entered the peach orchard, he saw the scene before him. The ground had been turned over, and even the freshly dug soil still bore traces of scorch marks from the fire. It was clear how thoroughly Gushi's men had followed his orders. When the puppet saw Gushi near the peach orchard, it immediately rushed over. "Sir, what should we do now?" "I do it," Gushi said immediately. At this point, Gushi had a pretty clear view. Through the resonance of his two red suits, Gushi engaged his enemy in a fateful clash. Gushi knew the enemy's position perfectly. Since the enemy hadn't emerged yet, Gushi was determined to force him out. With these words, Gushi rushed to the front of the battlefield, his magic staff raised, aiming at the last peach tree. "Get ready, puppet. When something bursts out from underground, you attack. Use fire when you attack. Kill it if you can, but if you can't, hold it off, and don't let it escape." After listening to Gushi's instructions, the puppet finally understood that Gushi's target hadn't been the peach trees, but rather what lay beneath them. But she had no idea what Gushi had seen, or what lay beneath them. The puppet simply nodded. Then, Gushi aimed his magic wand at the last peach tree. Death blow. The magic wand's most powerful attack was unleashed at this moment. Gushi's attack began at the treetops. With one blow, the branches and leaves of the peach tree were completely shattered. The golden streams of light that had previously clung to the branches and leaves were now continuously flowing downwards due to Gushi's attack. Of all the people, only Gushi understood that these golden streams were the manifestation of the condensation of chi. Originally, this chi was used to nourish the peach trees, which would later produce special fruits that could benefit the immortals in the celestial realm. When the immortals received these benefits, they would express gratitude to the peach trees, and a portion of their chi would flow into the peach orchard. In this way, the chi here would form a virtuous cycle. The peach orchard would gradually grow larger, and the peaches within would become increasingly useful. Eventually, this place will become a gathering place for luck, and with the addition of a talisman, it can be used to suppress the luck of the heavens. It was for this reason that the mastermind hid himself here. He had been hiding here before Taoyuan rose to power. Thus, he was considered a part of Taoyuan, able to draw upon its luck. And every time he used Taoyuan's luck, his connection to it deepened. Now, this person had no way of escaping Taoyuan's luck. And all Gushi did was to divert all of Taoyuan's luck onto this person. If he remained silent, then when the last peach tree fell, Taoyuan would be destroyed by default, and Taoyuan's luck would then transform into evil energy, retaliating against this person. The more luck he possessed, the more severe the backlash would be. So Gushi believed that once all the luck flowed into this person's body, he would surely burst forth from his hiding place. He would take advantage of his abundant luck to engage Gushi head-on. Otherwise, once the luck backfired, he would be unable to fight, let alone escape. Gushi's previous actions with the nether spirit flower and the death mane were intended to sever the opponent's influence over his fate. Let luck continue to flow into this person. As for Gushi's attack with the magic wand, it was the final blow to his luck. Because Gushi needed to simultaneously control the effects of the three red items. Once the enemy emerged, the primary attacking role fell to the puppet. Only the puppet's speed and strength could hold the enemy back, preventing them from escaping. As for what to do after holding the enemy back, of course, it was to kill this person. Even if Gushi couldn't reach the immortal realm he had seen in the fate screen, the person before him would definitely be killed. After all, this was his provocation to Gushi. Gushi wouldn't let such an enemy go. The one hiding beneath the peach tree understood this. So, by the time Gushi had destroyed a third of the tree's canopy, the other party was already preparing to crawl out from underground. This person's movement was actually quite significant. As soon as he moved, several large cracks appeared in the ground, and a dazzling golden light emanated from the ground. Here it comes! In fact, Gushi didn't even need to warn him. The puppet stabbed the ground at the point where the vibration was greatest. As the puppet moved, a golden light suddenly shot out from the other side of the earth, and something flew off in the other direction. Chapter 3079. Death Blow. As the golden light burst from the ground and tried to escape, Gushi's magic wand merely deflected. When he ordered the puppet to attack, Gushi had already prepared for battle. After all, the opponent was playing with fate. Such a sinister person, thinking of escaping for no reason, how could Gushi not be on guard? Gushi's dual equipment resonance was already waiting there. At first, Gushi couldn't lock onto the enemy. But now, it was clearly different. The enemy was right under the peach tree, so how could Gushi not lock onto him? So, as soon as the enemy rushed out, Gushi's attack followed. The enemy still tried to escape in a golden light. But he didn't expect Gushi's reaction to be faster than he expected. A laser beam hit the spot where he was trying to escape. Then everyone heard a creaking sound. At that moment, the puppet also pulled out a golden object from the crack in the ground. The golden object was actually a golden cicada shell the size of a cicada. There was still a large amount of yellow-green liquid inside the shell. It was clearly freshly left behind. Looking back and taking a closer look at the golden light that Gushi had shot down, everyone could see that it was a golden cicada, its skin still wet and its carapace still relatively thin and soft. After being struck by Gushi's laser, the cicada merely rolled on the ground twice, clearly still having the strength to escape. And as it was about to flee, two hands were clearly pressing against its face, as if to prevent him from seeing it. Gushi was completely baffled by this situation. In Gushi's mind, after being beaten out, he could either find a way to escape or turn back and fight. Whether it was fleeing or resisting, it made sense. But covering his face, what kind of thinking was that? Although he didn't understand Jin Chan's thinking, Gushi was certain he wouldn't let him go. Bone obelisk, Gushi said, and the bearer of the bone obelisk immediately appeared. Then, the orange-quality bone obelisk descended from the sky, landing at the spot where Jin Chan had escaped. As the bone obelisk fell, the golden light flowing from the peach tree was directly absorbed into it. This was Gushi's decision to preemptively devour and suppress this portion of his luck. After all, judging by the current situation, apart from the defeated Jin Chan, this was the only other piece of luck in the peach garden that was relatively useful. The rest depended on what the Jin Chan would reveal. While Gushi was dealing with the luck, the puppet had already driven the sun chariot to the golden cicada. The puppet didn't care if you were human or insect, you already been struck down by Gushi, so there was no escape. The puppet stabbed the golden cicada with a single shot. With this strike, a yellow-green liquid erupted from the golden cicada's body. As if under control, the liquid sprayed directly toward the puppet's position. The puppet ignored the attack and drove the sun chariot head-on into the liquid. As the puppet charged forward, a streak of golden light suddenly erupted from the yellow-green liquid, disappearing into the distance in an instant. Still thinking of escaping, Gushi, without a second thought, stretched out his hand and struck. At the same time, the death mane transformed into a deadly string and wrapped around Jin Chan's current body, preventing him from making a feint to the east and attacking in the west. As expected, after Gushi's magic staff dispelled the golden light, Jin Chan's body quickly deflated like a punctured balloon, becoming a mere shell before Gushi and the others. The puppets only then understood what Jin Chan was planning, but it was too late. Besides the golden light Gushi had just dispelled, there was no trace of Jin Chan. Gushi, however, didn't care. The moment the golden light flashed, he was already prepared. Do you really think Gushi's death mane was released in vain? Gushi turned his head and pointed his magic staff in a certain direction. The luck that had just been suppressed by the bone obelisk was drawn away by Gushi, transforming into a stream of golden light and transmitting it in a certain direction. In that direction, Gushi and the others saw many different golden points of light. Some of these golden dots were in the form of eggs, some were newly hatched larvae, and still others were in the process of transforming into adults. They were all sizes, big and small. If Gushi hadn't used his aura to mark them, no one would have guessed there were so many golden cicada bodies underground. In fact, Gushi himself was shocked by what he saw. Remember, Gushi had only considered that this golden cicada could only shed its shell 9 times. He hadn't imagined there would be so many bodies here. If Gushi hadn't been so careful, this golden cicada might have escaped in an instant. Gushi believed that if one of these creatures escaped, all of them would have fled. Gushi didn't want to be watched in the end. Clear them all, Gushi said as he began to move. At the same time, the person holding the bone obelisk nearby also took the initiative. He released the bone obelisk with all his might, continuously absorbing all the luck in front of him. This luck was all the luck of Taoyuan, deeply bound to the golden cicada. It took the bone obelisk a considerable amount of time to digest it. But injecting it into the golden cicada required no effort. With just one transfer, the luck stimulated all the golden cicadas, making their bodies more visible. As long as they could see where the enemy was, Gushi's men had a target. They killed insects just as easily as they killed people. The bone obelisk discovered that the luck he had injected into the golden cicada would return after killing it. Most importantly, this portion of the luck had been severed from all connections, leaving it without an owner. This made the luck much easier to absorb. The wielder of the white bone obelisk was the first to act, constantly drawing upon the luck of Taoyuan and infusing it into each of the golden cicadas. The golden cicada had never imagined that his last remaining means of escape would be thwarted in this manner. Don't keep pouring luck into me that you can't absorb. If you keep doing this, all the clones I buried will be gone. Thinking of this, the golden cicada couldn't help but grow anxious. His anxiety allowed Gushi's dual red armor resonance to finally pinpoint the opponent's true location. Finally found it. This old, hidden by **** is truly difficult to defeat. Gushi thought as he attacked from a position he hadn't anticipated. That location was the peach tree that Gushi hadn't attacked since the golden cicada appeared. Chapter 3080. As Gushi destroyed the last section of the peach tree, all of Taoyuan's luck converged on a single point. Gushi's men could see that, hidden at this point, sat a bald man, his body clad in tangled, muscular flesh, draped in a red cloak covered in golden insect wings. The bald man sat in a position reminiscent of the fairyland peak Gushi had previously seen through his vision of fate. As he sat there, a flicker of murderous intent occasionally crossed his face. Behind him was a giant golden cicada. It was clear that this bald man was the cicada's true form, left there to absorb its luck. While the identity behind him was unknown, one thing was certain. The conflict between the heavenly emperor and the great god he was entirely orchestrated by him. This time, he would be discovered by Gushi. Besides the fact that this world wasn't the original world, there was another reason. This game world was one in which two red items were simultaneously bound. This situation is even more troublesome than the appearance of another red-clad player in the player advancement world. It could be said that this bald man's arrangement was forcibly dragged in by Gushi, who simultaneously bound two red-clad items. In fact, he himself was completely confused. He had no idea what was happening, and even his consciousness couldn't reach in. He could only let the buried golden cicada handle the situation and escape according to the original arrangement. And there was a gap between my control and the human-computer interaction. Don't be fooled by the golden spot of light now. This bald man looks very powerful. He has at least several pieces of red-clad items on him, and he might even have a name. But in Gushi's eyes, he was nothing more than a cyborg. Now was Gushi's perfect moment to strike. After killing this guy, his true form might not even know what had happened, nor would it be possible to trace the culprit. Knowing this, Gushi struck at the golden spot of light. The magic wand blasted out a laser. With the strike, the ghost flower and death mane flew out simultaneously. The dual red resonance of the magic wand and the ghost flower instantly activated. However, because many of Gushi's skills were currently unusable, the large-scale magic explosion of the magic wand and the ghost flower wasn't very effective. All Gushi could do was inject sufficient energy into the golden spot of light. Then, he could use his most primal power for a mixed explosion. I had no idea what properties the explosion would attract, what damage, or what changes it would bring. There was nothing he could do. After all the magic Gushi had learned was useless at this moment. Or he could simply use death incarnation and various combination effects. That power was perfect for exploding anything. This attack was no less powerful than a fatal blow. After all, it was the resonance effect of the two red armors. This attack, injected into the spot of light, instantly unleashed immense destructive power. The bald man tried to withstand the explosion, but all his escape routes were cut off by Gushi. He seemed trapped in a small space within the spot of light. While the reason for this small space was unknown, Gushi knew one thing: within this space, all damage was absorbed. So, when attacking this space, there was no need to consider anything else. Just pour all your energy into it and explode. The bald man initially tried to act powerful. But after entering, it wasn't just a show of strength, he was simply blown up. Amidst the continuous explosions, Gushi watched the bald man's body shatter into bloody shreds, while the color of the golden cicada behind him grew increasingly pale. Faced with this situation, Gushi had no intention of stopping, but instead continuously injected various methods into it. Either way, the final explosion was completely absorbed by the bald man, and the bald man's vitality seemed to be quite strong. Blasted to a skeleton, he was able to reassemble himself in the end. This immortality surprised Gushi somewhat. It was a pity that the bald man himself couldn't seize these advantages. He could only constantly consume his vitality to recover. He had no ability to fight his way out, nor any means of escape. Just as Gushi flew up from the evil coffin, ready to borrow the Sky King's infinite mana for a few more powerful attacks, the space within the light spot finally collapsed. As the space collapsed, the bald man still tried to escape. But how could Gushi let him get away like that? Having already fought this hard, if he let the enemy escape, wouldn't that be a waste of all the previous attacks? Gushi had no intention of letting the enemy go. This was his final blow. Gushi decisively thrust his magic wand toward the spot of light. With this final blow, a loud bang echoed in front of Gushi. Followed by a powerful explosion, Gushi was blown away. Gushi's evil coffin reacted quickly, instantly blocking Gushi's path and shielding him from the blow. However, after the explosion, Gushi poked his head out and saw that the situation before him seemed quite dire. Except for the half of the area blocked by the evil coffin, the entire peach garden was completely destroyed. Gushi's men had been besieging the golden cicada, and this explosion instantly wiped them out. Thankfully, the puppets themselves were unharmed. The remaining troops were mostly Black Blood Knights transformed from the Night Blood Path, or Moonlight Undead from the Holy Moonlight. Even if they died in battle, they could be resurrected immediately in their own territory. Even if half a peach garden was lost, Gushi's losses wouldn't be too great. Even the few things they had just looted from Peach Garden were completely destroyed in the explosion. Gushi had originally planned to send these items to his Death Primordial City, or the Ghost Prison to sort them out once he was outside. Instead, the explosion completely wiped them out. This made Gushi quite unhappy. In his mind, not bringing anything back was a loss. This time, in Gushi's mind, was a major loss. Just as Gushi was about to withdraw, the puppet seemed to have discovered something. She drove her sun chariot to the site of the explosion and began searching the ground. Gushi was also quite curious. Could it be that the bald man hadn't been killed by the explosion? Gushi also looked over curiously. At this moment, Gushi noticed that the puppet was holding something resembling a piece of metal. When it was held, this object, for some reason, emanated a golden glow. Seeing this, Gushi reached forward, ready to take the metal piece and examine it. This is Chapter 3081. Flesh Ghost Niche. Red. A special creature can fuse its body with a piece of red equipment, shedding its outer shell and gaining a new life. This shed outer shell also possesses a certain spirituality and power, and is known as a flesh ghost. The location where this flesh ghost is transformed is also known as a flesh ghost niche. The flesh ghost niche has its own internal space, which can be used to expand the space of the spatial red road, shelter the wearer of the red road, or even flatten the red road to unbind and explode it. Gushi narrowed his eyes at the pop-up message. Gushi didn't really care about the purpose of this item. From the moment he saw its properties, he knew it could either be thrown into the evil coffin to create a new space, or thrown into the Pantheon to expand its area. It wasn't really that useful. The Pantheon's area had expanded, and its functions hadn't increased significantly. At most, it would make the lives of the maids inside better, but otherwise, nothing would change. As for throwing it into the evil coffin, at most it would create a small space inside. Gushi could stay in that small space normally, without having to sit on the lid to move forward. But neither of these options was necessary for Gushi. This item didn't actually mean much to him. But the explanation inside it gave Gushi some clarity. The bald man had probably used the method of escaping from his shell to fuse the red dress with his own body, creating this clone. But his arrangement was now gone. And the red dress was probably gone too. Bad luck. Gushi muttered something and tossed the object to the puppet. He could tell the puppet seemed to like it rather than not. Since Gushi didn't really need it, he might as well give it to the puppet. As expected, after the puppet took the object again, a hint of a smile appeared on her stiff face. She then stuffed the object into her stomach. She glanced at Gushi. Having already dealt with Fate's backup plan and obtained the key to the Celestial Realm, Gushi had no plans to remain in the Celestial Realm for long. Puppet, you stay here and watch. I go do something else. Hearing Gushi's command, the puppet nodded affirmatively. Gushi then made adjustments to the troops in the Celestial Realm. Only half of the Moonlight Undead remained, but of the Black Blood Knights, Gushi retained about 80%. This arrangement was made solely because the battle in the Celestial Realm was still ongoing. The puppets were fine in individual combat, but she probably wouldn't be able to command a major battle. In contrast, the Emperor played a significant role in the battle in the Celestial Realm. Keeping the Emperor would greatly benefit Gushi's conquest of the Celestial Realm. As for the Moonlight Undead, they were only left to carry supplies. Gushi had planned everything long ago. He wouldn't touch anything that Great God he wanted, but he wouldn't let go of anything he had captured in the Celestial Realm. Furthermore, Gushi's only mission in the lower realm was to let Great God know that he had obtained the key to the Celestial Realm portal. This kind of thing didn't require Gushi to go there in person, nor did he need to send a large army. Simply sending a message from someone within the area would suffice. If all else fails, Gushi could have someone throw the key into Great God Yi's attack range. Great God Yi had been thinking about this key for so many years that he already memorized its appearance. Then, as long as Great God Yi took action, Gushi could complete his quest to unbind his 2 red armors. However, just as Gushi had finished arranging matters in the Celestial Realm and was about to descend, a sudden image flashed through his mind. That image was the animation for entering this game world. He remembered the last scene being Great God Yi, seemingly in a state of eternal sleep, looking up at him. Those crimson eyes gave the impression of a state of being possessed by a murderous aura. At this moment, Gushi felt a little worried. Was he truly possessed by a murderous aura? If that were the case, he would truly kill anyone he saw, indiscriminately. If he didn't recognize the key to the portal to the Celestial Realm, then all his efforts would have been in vain. So, as he was about to descend, Gushi paused, a thought flashing through his mind. We already reached the Celestial Realm. Should we kill the Celestial Emperor and then drop his head from the sky? The original bronze tree was severed from here in the Celestial Realm, so I imagine there are traces of bronze trees there as well. Then, if we drop the Celestial Emperor's head from here, it might just land right on the head of Great God Yi. If Great God Yi wakes up from this blow and figures something out, wouldn't that be a huge win? But Gushi thought about it, and ultimately gave up on this idea. Gushi wasn't stupid. He already had the key to the Celestial Realm, so there was no need for him to take such a gamble. If he followed his original plan, there was an 80% chance he could easily achieve his mission objective. So why would he do something so uncertain? Thinking of this, Gushi didn't hesitate any longer. He dozed off and activated the red line of the underworld, dragging Gushi back into the underworld. Gushi was merely passing through the underworld. After entering, he immediately emerged from it again. This time, Gushi reappeared at the same location where he had previously found Lulu. The reason for choosing this location was simply because it was relatively safe. At the very least, Gushi could guarantee that it was far away from Great God Yi. Lulu had been hiding here for so many years, and Great God Yi hadn't come looking for him. Furthermore, when Gushi had captured Lulu, he had started from this location and headed towards the Heaven Realm without encountering any resistance from Great God Yi. This meant that this location was extremely far from the Bronze Tree ruins. Here, Gushi would be safe from Great God Yi's attention, and only here could he make his arrangements with peace of mind. After all, Gushi certainly wouldn't be the one delivering the key this time. Gushi also needed to stay away from everything and avoid detection. Although the world was now desolate, those behind the scenes, those who were following the will of heaven, wouldn't be so easily deterred. With the key in Gushi's hands, they might not dare to act openly. But if the key were in the hands of Gushi's subordinates, delivering the key would likely be a daunting task. Gushi didn't want to run into trouble at this moment, so he had to think carefully about this. Another point, Gushi didn't want to meet the Great God Yi. Gushi needed to find out where the portal to the heavens was. He had to stay away from that direction to avoid running into the Great God Yi when he arrived at the ruins of the Bronze Tree. Either way, this was a suitable location. Chapter 3082. After making his choice, Gushi didn't hesitate. He immediately raised his hands, and the power of the Nether Spirit Flower was blasted out by a strong wind, spreading into this world. The last time he fought Lulu, Gushi's Nether Spirit Flower had collected a large number of seeds. This time, Gushi didn't keep any, he used them all. For Gushi, these Nether Spirit Flower seeds had been obtained for free. Using them all now was a sign of respect for them. As the Nether Spirit Flower seeds fell, some Nether Spirit Flowers had already grown. At the same time, Gushi could slowly perceive the situation in the living world through the Nether Spirit Flowers. If Gushi wanted to, he could transform the entire world into the underworld at any time. Even if Gushi encountered danger, he could hide immediately. After confirming that it was safe, Gushi acted swiftly. Where the Nether Spirit Flower was, Gu-shi could unleash the Black Blood Knight. This was far more powerful than the sacred moonlight of the chief goddess. Although most of the troops in the Knight's Blood Road were stationed in the celestial realm, the remaining ones were more than enough for Gu-shi. Gu-shi wasn't sending them out into battle, he simply needed to confirm their location. After confirming the location of the Ghost Flower, Gu-shi activated the Knight's Blood Road and sent the undead laborers outward. Their goal wasn't to collect anything, but to locate the great god Yi. As for how, it was a simple matter. As long as they entered the great god Yi's attack range, they would be killed by his attack. By then, Gu-shi would be able to find out through the Night Blood Road, even where they had come from and the shortest way. While this would take some time, it was the safest option for Gu-shi. As for the great god Yi, whose strength was still uncertain, Gu-shi preferred to maintain his own safety. Gu-shi's judgment was correct. About 7 hours later, one of Gu-shi's undead laborers suddenly died in battle. This situation was immediately reported to Gu-shi. Gu-shi released the Night Blood Road, preparing to summon the resurrected undead laborer within it to inquire about the situation. But the Night Blood Road was open, but the undead laborer did not resurrect. What's going on? Gu-shi immediately sensed something was wrong. The Night Blood Road was built upon the Nether Spirit Flower. The Nether Spirit Flower's greatest feature is its ability to transform yin and yang, allowing for unlimited resurrection. All the undead within the Night Blood Road were converted through this method. After death, they remain within the Knight's Blood Road. Even if slain, they will resurrect within the Knight's Blood Road and fight again. This is something Gu-shi is proud of, but now, one of the undead laborers hasn't resurrected. This suggests that the great god Yi's methods are beyond Gu-shi's imagination. He may possess the ability to directly disrupt a necromancer's resurrection or necromancy spells. This ability is granted by red equipment. This suggests that the great god either possesses a unique red equipment or has already reached the level of red equipment. In either case, judging by the great god Yi's reaction, he is a person who doesn't care about his relatives. Gu-shi was now incredibly thankful that he hadn't rushed directly to great god Yi. Instead, he had his men try first. After a moment's thought, Gu-shi immediately activated the yin-yang transformation, switching his location to the underworld. From then on, he could instantly hide in the underworld with a single thought. After completing all this, Gu-shi summoned another Black Blood Knight. You already know the route we took back then, right? Gu-shi looked at the Black Blood Knight seriously, and the knight nodded affirmatively. Okay, then, when you get out, take this directly. I had the Night Blood Path located 3,000 kilometers from Great God Yi. Once you're out, you be within their attack range. Your only goal then is to find a way to reach Great God Yi and deliver this object. As Gu-shi spoke, he produced the portal key to the heavens. But just as he was removing this object from the Temple of the Gods, he suddenly felt a surge of unease. Without a second thought, Gu-shi immediately activated the red thread of the underworld and teleported himself out. At the same time, the key to the portal to the heavenly realm was immediately thrust into the Black Blood Knight's hands. Before the Black Blood Knight could comprehend what had happened, Gu-shi vanished before him. He then collapsed to his knees, unable to move. If Gu-shi were present, he would have clearly seen a long bronze arrow lodged in the Black Blood Knight's back. No one knew where the arrow had come from, or how it had been launched. The Black Blood Knight was defeated. Not even a chance of resurrection. Then, with the Black Blood Knight at the center, a pure yellow light flashed. A volley of arrows rained down from the sky, piercing the ground relentlessly. If Gu-shi hadn't reacted quickly, escaping through the red line of the underworld beforehand, he might have been caught in the arrow's range. After this wave of arrows ended, Great God Yi, who was supposed to be sitting at the ruins of the bronze tree, had already appeared nearby. Great God Yi looked quite dejected, his hair matted in a clump, and his skin, stained gray and black from years of accumulated dust, had remained unchanged. The only things that remained unchanged were his face and his hands. No matter how thick the dust covered him, his face remained as white as jade. If it weren't for his pair of scarlet eyes, which made him look a bit scary, one might have mistaken him for a nobleman. His hands, however, were as smooth as mercury, hanging naturally unarmed. But even just standing there gave off a sense of danger. It seemed as if anyone appearing before him would be instantly killed. And so it was. Great God Yi had suffered so many losses at the hands of the Celestial Emperor that he had learned his lesson. Now, Great God Yi trusted no one. In his view, anyone, living or dead, would deceive him, only he himself would not. So, regardless of whether they approached him, living or undead, he would destroy them all. If he hadn't discovered the key to the portal to the heavens, he wouldn't have voluntarily emerged from his slumber. But the situation before him was a little strange. Great God, he kicked the key held in the Black Blood Knight's hand with his toe, and a thought flashed through his mind. Is there another conspiracy behind this? Chapter 3083. Gu Shi, having escaped, was unaware that the portal key he had sent down had been taken. At this moment, Gu Shi was hiding in the underworld, his body drenched in sweat. Gu Shi had never felt so close to death before. At this moment, Gu Shi somewhat understood the final feelings of the bald man behind Jin Chan. No wonder he had hidden himself. If he hadn't, an arrow would have pierced his forehead the moment he moved. At the same time, Gu Shi regretted not using the evil shrine for himself. If he had, he could at least have been better hidden, and wouldn't be in this situation now. He didn't know if he had been targeted by the great god Yi. After confirming his safety, Gu Shi quickly opened the Knight's Blood Path. After checking, Gu Shi discovered that the undead servants and undead laborers he had previously placed were also gone. It was obvious that if he hadn't left, he would have been killed instantly. Gu Shi was now a little scared. There was no one at the location he had just been. The key to the portal to heaven had also been lost. Gu Shi was now unsure whether Great God He had left the bronze tree. After some thought, Gu Shi decisively dispatched his undead laborers to investigate again. This time, he had two directions to explore. One was naturally the location Gu Shi had previously discovered Great God Yi. The other was the location Gu Shi had initially been in. Gu Shi now needed to use the lives of these undead to determine Great God Yi's current location. If he had left the bronze tree, then no matter where he went, Gu Shi could quickly complete his mission. If he didn't leave the bronze tree, then Gu Shi would have to find another way. He could even abandon the current mission. After all, facing such an enemy, even if Gu Shi retreated, it wouldn't matter. Gu Shi didn't want to die in vain. However, this time, all the undead servants Gu Shi had sent out quickly returned. They brought Gu Shi a message. The location where Great God He had originally been, the bronze tree, and Gu Shi's initial hiding spot, Duta Mountain, where Lulu had been, were all safe. After they went there, they circled around and encountered no attacks. This was proven by their ability to return alive. Upon hearing this, Gu Shi thought for a moment and made a quick decision. Great God He might have gone to the heavens. Now was the perfect opportunity to quickly complete Gu Shi's binding mission. As long as he completed this mission, Gu Shi could leave immediately. As for whether there was any danger, Gu Shi didn't care much about it at the moment. At best, Gu Shi could activate a double red armor resonance upon leaving, hiding himself in fate. That might be better. If all else fails, he could simply open the Pantheon after leaving. Gu Shi believed in the Pantheon's effectiveness. Even Golden Fate couldn't directly enter, so Gu Shi didn't believe that a great god like he could just shoot an arrow into his Pantheon. After some mental preparation, Gu Shi activated the Netherworld Red Line once again. As Gu Shi was sent to the living world, he immediately felt a surge of malevolent energy. Without a second thought, Gu Shi entered the Pantheon as soon as it opened. Gu Shi then stood at the edge of the Pantheon and looked out. Where Gu Shi had stood, the ground was turning almost black. Something, now resembling black threads, was rising from the ground. This was the evil spirit Gu Shi had sensed. If Gu Shi still had his skills, he could have cast a strange dragon aura and passed through. But that wasn't possible now. Gu Shi had no desire to come into contact with the evil spirit. He didn't want to become a mindless killer, putting himself in danger. After a moment's thought, Gu Shi decisively emerged from the Pantheon. As soon as he stepped outside, he immediately activated the red line of the underworld, sending himself back to the underworld. Gu Shi then dispatched his undead servants, telling them to leave the Knight's Blood Road and continue their journey. Even if they weren't rushing, Gu Shi needed them to determine their direction. As undead, these undead servants were unaffected by the evil spirit. At least their obedience wouldn't let the evil spirit distract them from their goal. Gu Shi's current task was to minimize the time he spent in that area of dense evil energy. As long as he could get there, and complete the binding of the two red items, he could leave safely. Yes, Gu Shi's priority now was safety. Besides safety, Gu Shi considered nothing else. Although this approach was a bit more troublesome, it was safer, and not too difficult to handle. Gu Shi quickly determined the direction and coordinates. When he used the red line of the underworld to exit again, he reappeared at the exact spot where the great god he had previously slept. As soon as Gu Shi appeared, he saw a crimson hue nearby. Because Gu Shi had come with a plan, he didn't think twice about the crimson glow and instinctively opened the Temple of the Gods. Only after entering the Temple of the Gods did Gu Shi realize something was amiss. Shall the evil spirit be black? Why was it crimson here? So something seemed amiss outside. Gu Shi peeked out from the Temple of the Gods and spotted a strange man, covered in dust, sitting atop a massive copper block. The copper block looked like it had been melted, yet its surface bore the marks of aged rings. Most importantly, the man seemed to be exerting himself. With each breath, a crimson aura was expelled from his body. The crimson-colored goo she had just witnessed was entirely expelled by this man. Everything goo she had done before was visible to the man. Although he couldn't see the temple of the gods, he spoke in its direction. "You're the one who gave me this key, aren't you?" Goo she was stunned. What was going on? Hasn't the great god been affected by the evil spirit and gone mad? Didn't they say that anyone within a 3,000-kilometer radius of him would die? Then the man said, "Don't worry, I don't mean to kill you. If I were to kill you, you would have died the moment you were teleported out. Come out and talk. There's something I really want to know." Gushi understood the logic, but he had no intention of leaving. After all, logic is logic, and safety is safety. Gushi didn't want to put himself in danger. Chapter 3084. The man then spoke again. "You're playing with fate, right? I have no intention of making an enemy of you. I just want you to find out who left this." As the man spoke, he reached out and took out something. Although Gushi didn't want to pay attention to the man, he curiously followed his movements and looked outside. He noticed that the man was holding a scroll. It was bright yellow, but for some reason, it exuded a pure black aura. It was clearly an extremely strong malevolent aura. At this point, Gushi couldn't help but ask, where did this come from? Gushi was halfway through his words when he realized that while he could see and hear the outside world from within the pantheon, his voice couldn't be heard outside. Faced with the man's situation, Gushi hesitated for a moment, but ultimately decided to take a gamble. The reason he dared to make this bet was entirely because the man's previous words resonated with Gushi. Just before entering the temple of the gods, he was actually in extreme danger for a moment. With Master Yi's level, that strike just now could have killed Gushi. Don't tell me about red armor or not. Gushi knew that in the eyes of some, red armor was just basic. It didn't necessarily save his life. If they wanted to kill a red-armored player, they wouldn't even need to attack you head-on. They could just strike, and you'd be gone before you could react. Of course, Gushi could have stayed put, but he also understood that he had just appeared before Mastery. If he didn't leave now, great god, he wouldn't leave easily. How would Gushi complete the quest then? Even if Gushi gave up the quest, he still needed a place to exit the double red suit binding game, right? Gushi couldn't be trapped in the temple of the gods forever. As for moving the temple of the gods away, that was one option, but the temple of the gods could only move in the void. After the bombing, Gushi would exit the same place he entered. Either Gushi could pave a stone path into the void temple of the gods, or Gushi would just wait here. So, after a moment's thought, Gushi didn't wait for the man to say anything else and immediately stepped out of the temple of the gods. Of course, as Gushi stepped out, the head of the goddesses and the hand of death were ready for battle. If Gushi was attacked, the head of the goddesses could immediately recapture Gushi or his body. After exiting the temple of the gods, Gushi encountered no attacks. Even the man across from him didn't try to stop him from getting too close. As Gushi emerged, he offered him a seat. "You're so anxious to lure me out, you must be planning something here. Go ahead and do whatever you need. Once you're done, we find another place to talk." Seeing the man's approachability, Gushi thanked him. Gushi then actually walked over to where the man had been sitting, standing in front of a branch that looked like it had been turned into bronze. There was a noticeable pause as he stood there. According to the mission instructions, he was looking for the spot where the great god he had previously slept. Moreover, Gushi's mission was to complete the binding of his two red armors here when great god he entered the celestial realm. What should he do in the current situation? He couldn't possibly ask the man before him where he had slept before. As Gushi hesitated, something strange happened around him. First, a ring that looked like it was made of grass appeared on Gushi's left index finger. At the same time, some information about the four-leaf clover ring surfaced in Gushi's mind. This indicated that Gushi had already bound the four-leaf clover ring and had found his place in destiny. Then, a longbow appeared at Gushi's hand. When the longbow appeared, Gushi instinctively reached for it. Just then, a voice reached into his ears. "Don't touch it." Gushi looked up and saw great god he staring at the longbow in his hand with a speechless expression. "No wonder you came here." Great god Yi's gaze drifted downward again. At this moment, Gushi was draped in a casually found rag, with the mane of death wrapped around his waist. Great god Yi stared at the mane of death for a moment, then turned to look at the bow of death still floating before Gushi. "Don't hold a bow in my presence. It's taboo. I can still suppress the intense malevolent aura, but if you take it, I won't be able to." Sometimes, Gushi was quite obedient. Unable to be persuaded, Gushi let the bow of death float before him without even trying. At this point, Great God, he added another sentence. Your bow and your belt must resonate, and then you need to add a pot of arrows. Gushi was stunned for a moment, about to ask further questions, when Great God, he waved his hand and said, "You done your job. Now it's my turn. Please help me examine this object." Great God, he placed the object he had been holding on the ground in front of Gushi. Just as Gushi was about to reach out to take it, Great God, he stopped him. "Don't move. The evil energy on that object is extremely strong. If you're not careful, it could enter your body." Gushi could only observe it from a distance, finally crouching down less than half a meter away. Even from this spot, Gushi could clearly feel the evil energy coming towards him. As he examined the object before him, Gushi was extremely cautious, not daring to breathe heavily, fearing that he might be careless and absorb the evil energy, which would truly be his own death. Although he couldn't pick it up, Gushi still had a way to examine it. The head of the goddesses and the magic wand gave Gushi multiple simultaneous views, allowing him to observe every trace on the scroll. Gushi even considered activating Fate Choice, or perhaps the double red resonance skill of the Ghost Flower and Death Mane, to trace this object's origins. However, just as Gushi was about to activate the double red resonance skill, he found himself surrounded by golden lines of fate. This was a direct warning that if he moved, he would be drawn into this fate. So, Gushi dissipated the double red resonance before it could even activate. Fate Choice, however, allowed Gushi to see many different images. In this image, Gushi noticed something. The scroll was initially pure black, representing the core of concentrated malevolent energy. Every attempt to activate this object required sacrificing human life and fortune. Anyone who directly handled it was courting death. Gushi saw from the fate image that this object had been activated 3 times. The final time, he seemed to hear a voice. One more time, and this conferred God list. Chapter 3085. The list of the gods? Gushi muttered, and Great God, he turned to look at him, a flicker of hesitation in his eyes. The list of the gods? Are you sure? It shouldn't be here. Do you know what the list of the gods is? Gushi was startled and cried out. I know, but not now, Great God, he said bluntly. Gushi wanted to ask more, but Great God, he had no intention of responding. Instead, he asked, can you look back and see what the list of the gods will look like in the end? Look back? Gushi had never tried that before. After all, the future is the most difficult to predict. This time, however, Great God, he didn't ask Gushi to change anything. He simply asked to see what the list of the gods would look like in the future. Although he didn't quite understand, Gushi proceeded anyway. Because he had never tried before, Gushi would be a little slow in processing. But the key was there. Following his train of thought, Gushi easily observed the subsequent changes to the conferred gods plate. After this incident, the evil spirit on the conferred gods plate was surprisingly washed away by half. It became a bright yellow conferred gods plate. Afterward, someone wrote a group of names on it. As if with a target, the evil spirits on the conferred gods plate moved towards these names. Upon contact with these evil spirits, the named individuals would either fill the void with their own lives and good fortune, or kill someone else to replace them. In any case, once someone died and the evil spirit dissipated, the names on the conferred gods plate would light up. After all the names were illuminated, a sudden surge of luck between heaven and earth washed the conferred gods clean. The evil energy still remained within it. However, it no longer possessed any special offensive effects, leaving the conferred gods looking relatively clean. However, the conferred gods did not remain in the hands of certain individuals. Instead, it was taken away for processing. After all, the evil energy within the conferred gods still existed, and it was growing daily. Even when the conferred gods were not being used, those holding it needed to clear it away daily. Otherwise, the evil energy would gather again, and no force holding the conferred gods would survive. It was precisely because of this that the conferred gods passed through several hands. At this point, Gushi understood why Great God, he had asked him to look back and see what would happen. Gushi believed that this item must have been used by someone from the future to plot against Great God. It was to fulfill the will of heaven. Understanding this, Gushi examined it with such care. Finally, Gushi saw a vast expanse of golden light suppressing and transforming the evil spirits on the list of gods. The transformation took place by laying down the butcher's knife, tinging the evil spirit with gold. After that, Gushi saw nothing. When Gushi explained this, Great God, he also laughed. I know who it is. Thank you very much, little brother. Wait, no, Great God, what's going on? That's not something you should know right now. Wait, just assume you completed the task diligently. You haven't seen me, and you haven't seen this thing. Great God, he raised the scroll in his hand and waved it at Gushi. Wait until I'm gone, then you can leave. I also remind you, absolutely do not touch your bow here. I'd be more approachable, but a fool who's been sitting here for who knows how many years isn't so easy to talk to. You better wait until you get out to get that bow. Also, don't forget what I said, the bow and your belt must resonate on the same path. After that, add a quiver, and resonate once with your bow and belt respectively. You must keep these resonance paths clearly in mind. You already come this far, it would be a waste if you missed it. Great God, he gave a few instructions, then stood up and headed out. Gushi was filled with confusion. He was about to call out to the man, but just as he was about to open his mouth, he discovered that Great God had vanished. As he disappeared, unusual movements were reported in both the Temple of the Gods and the Knight's Blood Road. Shirwanchan in the Temple of the Gods sent a message, and the Knight's Blood Road also received a large amount of information. Gushi was shocked when he saw this. He hadn't been communicating with Great God for long. How could it have suddenly turned out like this? Gushi thought as he released the Knight's Blood Road. Several Imperial Knights swiftly emerged from the bloody path of knights, and quickly briefed Gushi on the current situation. It turned out that while Gushi was communicating with Great God, another Great God had burst forth from the black hole. This Great God was completely uncommunicative. From the moment he appeared, he was determined to destroy anything that moved. After entering the celestial realm through the portal in the black hole, he immediately expanded his domain. Gushi and his companion's original estimate of 3,000 kilometers had underestimated Great God. After he emerged from the black hole, his attack range had expanded to 5,000 kilometers. Everything that could move was within his attack range, whether they were celestial soldiers or Gushi's subordinates. But the good thing was that his target was quite clear. He was heading directly towards the Heavenly Emperor. This allowed him to advance at a remarkable speed. After all, while Gushi was contemplating whether and how to reach the bronze tree, the enemy had already found the portal and used the key to open it. That speed was definitely faster than Gushi's evil coffin, or even a few times faster than the Golden Crow. Thus, almost none of Gushi's troops had yet withdrawn. About 30% of the Black Blood Knights and Emperor's troops were directly blocking the path of Great God. Thus, this group of Black Blood Knights, Undead Servant, and Emperor's troops were completely wiped out, without even a chance to resurrect within the Knight's blood path. And so, even the puppets still commanding the celestial realm could only blame their bad luck. The situation was similar at the Temple of the Gods. It was just that the puppets had a clearer view. He noticed that Great God had charged into the Celestial Emperor's palace and engaged in a fierce battle with him. According to the puppet's estimation, after killing the Celestial Emperor, Great God had less than a 30% chance of regaining consciousness. This meant that after killing the Celestial Emperor, he would likely continue his killing spree. And now, in addition to the Celestial soldiers, there were also Gushi's troops left in the Celestial realm. If the killing continued at this rate, it was likely that not a single one of Gushi's troops would remain. So the puppet hoped that Gushi would make a decision quickly. At the very least, he needed to decide whether to fight or stay, and give the puppet a response. After hearing this, Gushi jumped up. He didn't even consider the situation. Now Gushi had only one thought. What the hell, if he didn't leave now, when would he leave? Chapter 3086. Retreat, retreat, all troops. Gushi also understood the urgency of the situation. He immediately sent a signal to his subordinates in the celestial realm through the Nether Spirit Flower and the Temple of the Gods. Luckily, the puppets were already prepared to retreat. After all, the appearance of the Great God had alerted the puppets to the situation. Gushi had left the puppets in the celestial realm precisely to make a decision at this critical moment. As soon as Gushi's order was passed on, the puppets sprang into action. The Night Blood Roads Gushi had established in the celestial realm, as well as the Death Primordial City at the gates, were their retreat locations. At the same time, as the order spread, Gushi opened up many more Night Blood Roads in the celestial realm, allowing all the Black Blood Knights to retreat. As for the Moonlight Undead, that was even simpler. Simply dissipate the moonlight, and they would automatically return to the Death Primordial City. Gushi no longer needed the various supplies and corpses they were transporting. Save your own life now was the most important thing. At this point, the quickest possible move was necessary. About 3 minutes later, Gushi received the message, and all his men retreated. The reason Gushi needed the puppet's reminder was because the Great God in the celestial realm was killing at an ever-increasing rate. All creatures near the Great God, dead or alive, would be plowed down by his arrows. The puppet wasn't sure whether those who hadn't retreated hadn't received the order or had already been wiped out. At this point, The puppet could only guarantee the count he had personally conducted. Upon receiving the puppet's message, Gushi didn't think twice and immediately withdrew. If Gushi didn't retreat now, he would be unable to hold on. You must understand that Gushi's current location was the core of the battle between the Great Gaudi and him. When that strange Great Gaudi was here, he had absorbed all the evil energy. But once he left, all the evil energy had nowhere to go, so it concentrated on Gushi. Gushi could clearly feel the evil energy on him. Gushi knew that if he could feel the evil energy on him, it meant it had entered his body. If he didn't deal with it, he would lose control. If the puppets hadn't responded at this point, Gushi might have chosen to leave early. Luckily, the puppets and their men caught this opportunity. If they hadn't, the puppets might have been forcibly taken away, and the rest of the troops would have been left to their own devices. As Gushi made his decision, his figure slowly began to fade. At this moment, the death bow, which had been floating in front of Gushi, suddenly drifted towards him. During the few minutes he waited for his men to return, Gushi constantly faced the choice of whether or not to take up the life-calling bow. Gushi instinctively trusted the kind-hearted Great Gaudi. At least, he hadn't harmed him, and had even pointed him in several directions. Although Gushi was still completely bewildered by his existence, unsure of how he had appeared or what he was planning, one thing was certain: he was safe. But the evil spirit constantly weighed on Gushi's mind, constantly tempting him to take up the life-calling bow. If Gushi hadn't instinctively sensed something was wrong and reigned in his thoughts, he might have already taken up the life-calling bow. Watching the soul-calling bow drifting towards him, Gushi also didn't reach out. In Gushi's mind, the soul-calling bow was already bound to him. Even if Gushi didn't take it, it would follow him. Now wasn't the time to pick up the soul-calling bow, Gushi needed to leave first. As for the resonance that would ensue from binding to the soul-calling bow, that would be a matter for after he left. Safety was paramount right now. With this thought in mind, Gushi didn't even glance over, simply letting his body vanish with the wind. As Gushi vanished, all the positioning devices he had placed in the heavens, the human world, and the underworld vanished with him, as if wiped out. Only the soul-calling bow, because Gushi didn't take it with him, was he noticeably slow to leave. As the soul-calling bow finally vanished, a bronze arrow shot down from the sky, piercing the bow and severing its string. Just as the bronze arrow was about to sever the bow's length, it vanished completely. If this thing had been a step slower, the bow would have been gone. As the bronze arrow pierced the ground, a voice echoed from the heavens. Ha ha ha, destiny, see? Destiny isn't irreversible. I reversed destiny, I reached the heavens, and the Emperor of Heaven has died. You're trying to trap me with this bullshit destiny? Die, all of you. Die! The voice in the sky sounded frantic, and simultaneously, arrows of all kinds were fired from its direction. Beneath this bronze tree, the Great Gaudi, who had just spoken with Gushi, slowly emerged. He looked up at the sky, at the spot where the shouting and shooting were still going on, a solemn expression in his eyes. It seems it's a success. I never expected the first step towards a breakthrough to be taken so easily. It seems I really owe that kid a huge favor. Now isn't the time yet. When I have the chance, I definitely repay this favor. As he spoke, the voice in the sky grew increasingly foul. The arrows flew with increasing speed. Several times, they threatened to hit the Great Gaudi standing below. But Great Gaudi showed no concern. Instead, he watched calmly, as the arrows that flew in front of him unexpectedly made a detour, and lodged in the ground behind him. A closer look revealed a rather odd placement of the arrows. If the arrow hadn't circled around Great Gaudi, but had instead passed directly through him, it would have landed right here, with the exact same angle and force. It was clear that Great Gaudi's control over the arrow had reached an exceptional level. He himself felt nothing, simply standing there watching the sky. It wasn't until a long arrow pierced the clouds, split the sky, and soared into the void that Great Gaudi smiled. In his eyes, his other self had already, with this single strike, expelled most of the evil spirit from his body. At the same time, the fateful constraints that bound him shattered. Now, the Great Gaudi in the sky, holding his longbow, concentrated all his might on striking the void that had been pierced. Chapter 3087. Boom! Emerging from the world of double binding, Gushi heard an explosion behind him before he could even check the status of his red suit binding. The powerful shockwave lifted Gushi up and slammed him to the ground. After the shockwave dissipated, Gushi looked up and saw a large crater where he had been standing. All the buildings within 100 meters had collapsed under the impact of the shockwave. This situation left Gushi speechless. No wonder Teacher June failed. In a game world of this difficulty, one careless mistake can end a life. Honestly, if Gushi hadn't met a good person this time, his binding would never have been so easy to succeed. If he had been careless, he might have been killed by the great mastery. Emerging safely was a rare feat. Sitting on the edge of the crater, a strange dragon began to appear behind Gushi, consuming his evil aura. At the same time, the broken bow of the life-calling bow appeared in Gushi's hand, and now Gushi could finally pick it up. As he picked up the bow, a ding sound reached his ears. The binding was complete, and the sound of the two red equipment resonating with each other sounded. At the same time, Gushi received a notification that the bowstring of the life-calling bow had been broken by some powerful attack. Now that the bow had been successfully bound, the problem was that Gushi couldn't use it as a bow. Unless Gushi could find a bowstring of the same quality as the life-calling bow to replace it. A red bowstring wasn't a difficult task. Gushi could just find a material anywhere. But then, Gushi remembered what Mastery had said to him before he left. Gushi lowered his head and thought for a moment, then pressed his right hand to his waist, unhooking Death Mane from his waist. Mastery had previously told him to use the life-calling bow and Death Mane to resonate with each other. Clearly, the importance of the resonance between these two red items surpassed that of the life-calling bow and the four-leaf clover ring Gushi already wore. So, Gushi simply used Death Mane as the bowstring for the life-calling bow. A red bowstring might break and become unusable, but there was no reason why two red items that could resonate with each other wouldn't be useful. Sure enough, as Gushi unhooked Death Mane and wrapped one end around the bowhead of the life-calling bow, Death Mane began to move on its own. As Death Mane moved, it actually became the bowstring for the life-calling bow. However, Gushi noticed that both the life-calling bow and the Death Mane felt a sense of fusion and mutual repulsion. It seemed as if something was slightly off. Gushi pondered for a moment, a thought flashing through his mind. The path for the dual red item resonance hadn't yet been chosen. Previously, the path for the life-calling bow and the clover ring's dual red item resonance was 10,000 arrows and fate clone. Gushi didn't need to worry about the remaining paths for the clover ring. Currently, the life-calling bow's remaining paths included Prediction Strike, Life-Severing Arrow, and Arrow Field. And on the Death's Mane side, one of the four paths of red item resonance had been used up, the Underworld red thread that resonated with the Nether Flower. This path, combined with the fate choice of the Ghost Flower, creates the dual red item resonance skill, Death's Return. Now, Death's Mane only has three remaining paths, Death String, Blood Web, and Soul Gathering. The three paths of Death Severance and the three paths of the life-calling bow offer 9 possible combinations, each with its own unique twist. Gushi needs to choose the one from these 9 that best suits his current needs without compromising his future growth. After all, Gushi already knows from the Great Mastery that the life-calling bow needs an arrow or quiver after adding Death's Mane. This is why the life-calling bow suggests Gushi keep 2 paths. Gushi can create a seemingly powerful dual red item resonance skill. But Gushi must consider the next red item. The life-calling bow's Fated Strike and Life-Severing Arrow are both the best paths to resonate with arrow-type red items. Regarding Death Mane, Gushi believes that any combination with life-destroying bow will work. Given the current situation, the optimal options are Death String and Life-Severing Arrow, or Arrow Field and Bloodline Net. Of course, Soul Drawing Spirit is also a suitable combination, but after evaluating the 3 combinations, Gushi found that Soul Drawing Spirit is more suitable for Life-Severing Arrow or Deadly Strike. That's why he chose between Death String and Bloodline Net. Death String and Life-Severing Arrow are also suitable. If Gushi currently has a red arrow item that is certain to not resonate with Life-Severing Arrow, then Gushi can immediately decide. Doesn't Gushi currently have any red arrow item? After a final round, Gushi could only combine the 2 paths, Blood Thread Net and Arrow Field. The Blood Thread Net was Gushi's most common attack method after obtaining Death Mane. You could say that Gushi's first attack with Death Mane was the Blood Thread Net. Because the Blood Thread Net was truly useful, not only did it allow Gushi to see everything within its coverage area, but it also instantly teleported him to the corresponding location. Most importantly, the Blood Thread Net could also serve as the foundation for Death String, a range-based technique. Facing the uncertainty of the Life-Severing Arrow, Gushi's final focus fell on Arrow Field. The Blood Thread Net's teleportation ability, combined with the Arrow Field's attack effects, made this a promising experiment for Gushi. Thinking of this, Gushi reached out and grabbed the life-calling bow, now entangled with Death Mane. Dual red equipment resonates, the life-calling bow's Arrow Field combined with Death Mane's Blood Thread Net. As Gushi finished speaking, something strange happened. The life-calling bow and Death's Mane unexpectedly took flight, something Gushi had never experienced before when engaging in dual red armor resonance. Then a blood-red thread flew out from the Death's mane, forming a large, blood-red net centered around a particular thread. An arrow then blasted out from different points of the net, its force surpassing even the power of Gushi's previous black-feathered arrows. This strange phenomenon flashed before Gushi's eyes for a moment before vanishing. Then Gushi noticed that the previously entangled life-calling bow and Death's mane had separated again. The broken life-calling bow now bore a new blood-red string, and the Death's mane, now back in Gushi's hands, exuded a distinct aura. Chapter 3088. At this moment, Gushi paid no attention to the changes in the Death mane and the soul-catching bow. His gaze remained fixed on the spot where the soul-catching bow had previously rested. There, Gushi saw the shadow of a strange longbow. The longbow before him clearly resembled an extremely long, oversized compound bow. The longbow was a full 2.5 meters long, with 2 sets of pulleys. Because of the pulleys, the blood-red bowstring had to travel back and forth 3 times along the bow arm. When Gushi wanted to take a closer look, he discovered that the compound bow had disappeared. But now, Gushi understood what mastery meant. Gushi had never imagined that the bow, string, and arrow could be a combination of some kind. This was also due to Gushi's lack of knowledge. Although Gushi dressed like an archer, he was actually a necromancer. Gushi had never studied archery in detail. If the 3-piece set of the Ghost King's cloak had been upgraded to red, Gushi would still be able to recognize it. But who would recognize a set specifically for an archer? And the original piece was given by Death. Gushi had already assumed it was Death's exclusive red set, so he hadn't considered it connected to the archer. As for the soul-catching bow, frankly, if Clover hadn't confirmed that Gushi would bind it, and if it hadn't required double red set binding this time, Gushi wouldn't have even considered it. Wouldn't it be better to give the soul-catching bow to a bow-wielding subordinate, to serve as his own powerful thug? How could he be like this, only realizing at this point that he already acquired a set above a red set? Thinking of Death's taboo regarding the 3 red suit combination, Gushi's heart stirred again. Great God, he had specifically reminded him, indicating that he wasn't averse to the combination, but rather welcomed it. While he didn't know what Great God he was thinking, this was an opportunity for Gushi. A chance for Gushi to see clearly what lay beyond the red suit. You have to know that Great God He's abilities had previously terrified Gushi. Anyone within a 3,000-kilometer radius of him was instantly killed. And it wasn't a one-on-one kill, it was a one-on-one kill. Such power didn't feel like something the red suit or a class could achieve. Rather, it felt like a special case. But Gushi kept feeling like he should know something about these special cases, but he'd forgotten something. This made Gushi quite uncomfortable. And it was precisely because of this that, after discovering the 3 red suit combination, Gushi was willing to continue. He simply wanted to see what lay beyond the red suit. Check to see if the information behind this is something he's forgotten. Of course, after dealing with this matter, Gushi will definitely go to the Orange Guard, New Nine-Tailed Fox, to investigate his situation. At the very least, Gushi needs to ensure that his memory hasn't been deliberately sealed, nor that any information has been erased. If possible, Gushi still hopes to understand the situation. Of course, now is not the time to go to the Orange Guard, New Nine-Tailed Fox. At this moment, Gushi still has many things to deal with. For example, while Gushi couldn't obtain the compound bow, he had mastered the double red resonance skill. Gushi had to test the effects of his double red resonance skills. It was impossible for Gushi to know nothing about it. Wouldn't all his efforts have been wasted? So Gushi calmed down, set aside his chaotic thoughts, and focused on studying the 2 double red resonance skills he had just acquired. The double red resonance, formed by the soul-calling bow's arrow field and the Death mane's blood thread net, was what Gushi called the web of life and death. This was absolutely true. For once within the range of this double red resonance, life and death were no longer in their control, but in Gushi's. Because arrow field itself was a domain-type skill, at its peak, it was almost like the Great God, centered within a radius of several kilometers, becoming a range of fire. In other words, even now that Gushi was standing there, the web of life and death could actually spread outward. The effect that spreads outward is naturally the effect of the blood thread net. As Gushi spends longer and longer in a particular location, his control over that area becomes increasingly refined. This also presents a unique attack method. Gushi can use the blood thread net as a string, attacking anyone who enters the range of the life and death net. This attack can be carried out using a rain of arrows from the arrow field or Gushi's own shooting techniques. Most importantly, because the blood thread net is omnipresent, arrows can be fired from anywhere. No matter how well you hide, Once you step into the range of the life and death net, you are vulnerable to this sudden attack. This is precisely why Gucci named this move the life and death net. Once within the net's attack range, Gucci had complete control. To test the power of this move, Gucci considered it and ultimately decided to leave Arida's city. He then activated the life and death net and observed its range. Gucci discovered that if he focused his full attention, he could deploy a life and death net with a diameter of 30,000 meters centered around him. Anyone who entered this range would be noticed by Gucci, and Gucci could kill them at will. Gucci sent an undead to experiment. At most, Gucci sent in 60,000 undead, all around level 40, and equipped with the best equipment. Before entering the life and death net, Gucci specifically warned them to be on guard against ranged attacks. They were also fully prepared for the situation. It could be said that their preparations were quite thorough. But as they rushed into the life and death net's attack range, they were instantly killed by Gucci's single strike. At this point, Gucci no longer needed to experiment. Gucci had almost grasped the power of this move, and this wasn't the limit of his attack. Neither the attack range nor the number of simultaneous attacks would cause Gucci to feel exhausted or tired. This meant that the life and death net now had the potential to crush him. So, Gucci simply didn't need to experiment any further. Further experiments in this area would only waste his troops and resurrection opportunities. After resurrecting and sending away these slain undead, Gucci turned his attention to another path of double red armor resonance. This double red armor resonance skill was a combination of 10,000 arrows and Fate Clone. After experimenting with it, Gucci named it Destiny Arrow. Chapter 3089. When binding the two red items this time, Gucci chose the 10,000 arrows spell and the Fate Clone, believing he would gain a clone with shooting abilities. He even considered giving the soul-catching bow to this clone. But after the two red items actually resonated, Gucci realized he was mistaken. A path is a path. Only through constant use can you understand it. Only then can you comprehend its essence. Only then can you grasp the general direction of the resonance of the two red items. Gucci's understanding of the soul-catching flower had reached a relatively high level when it resonated with the death main. Gucci mastered at least 4 paths, so he could determine the general direction of the resonance of the two red items. However, after receiving the soul-catching bow and the 4-leaf clover ring, Gucci did not bind them, nor did he study the paths within them. Gucci's understanding of these paths remained only on paper. Anyone who has equipped a red gear item knows that the red gear path relies heavily on the player's imagination. Every red gear path looks one way on paper, but the player's experience is another. So don't trust the information in the system instructions. It's useless. If you don't try it out, if you don't experiment, you won't understand how the red gear path works. So, when Gucci resonates with the red gear path according to the instructions on paper, the final result will always be different. Just like this resonating path before him. Do you know why Gucci hesitated for so long and finally named this resonating path the Arrow of Destiny? That's because this resonance skill allows Gucci to shoot an arrow at fate. Before releasing this arrow, Gucci can write a message on it. As it flies to a fate node, it can strike a person destined for death, or even an insignificant character. The message on the arrow then prompts them to perform a specific action. Because the arrow flies directly toward the fate node, no one will notice the arrow's release. The chosen person is either already dead or about to die, so no one will notice anything unusual about them. They will then follow their own path and complete the message written on the arrow. Once they completed this, the arrow will vanish, the deceased will remain dead, and the insignificant character will return to their destined place. No one will know what they've done. No one will even realize that the fate of a certain node has been altered. This technique truly surpassed Gucci's imagination. Even if Gucci didn't want to, he couldn't resist the insidious force of fate. If Gucci hadn't tried this trick himself, who would have imagined it could be played this way, and writing a message on the arrow? This gave Gucci an idea. It seemed his death letters could be put to good use here. Inscribe the message they convey on an arrow, and then have it fly to a certain point in fate. Let people start spreading it. Soon, I'm sure many people will be spreading similar rumors. When that happens, the power of the death letters will surely be unleashed to great effect. Gucci immediately thought of many similar methods. Of course, Gucci had only experimented once and hadn't yet conducted detailed tests, nor did he intend to conduct long-term research. After all, fate was something one couldn't really touch. Gucci only needed to be able to defend himself and avoid being ambushed. As long as he wasn't like the great Gaudi, killed by some fateful or divine justice, or some other kind of destiny, that would be enough. Let him play with fate like that old cunning bastard, and it would definitely snowball. growing bigger and bigger until he couldn't control it, like the bald man in front of Jean Chan. Even though everything was clearly under his control. In the end, once Gu Shi arrived, fate no longer favored him, and he became the machine within the machine. So Gu Shi knew exactly what he should and shouldn't do. The move before him was powerful, but Gu Shi knew exactly when and how to use it. In combat, any move could be used. But outside of combat, Gu Shi would never use it to scheme against others. Gu Shi, having figured this out, took another look at the skill and let everything go. Gu Shi had already made up his mind. Until he had acquired other red items of destiny-related gear, he would not resonate any more paths with the four-leaf clover ring. He had to officially begin researching red item resonance. Gu Shi believed the humans wouldn't be able to help him with this matter. After all, there were only a few humans who could possess 2 red items. They themselves hadn't even figured out how to resonate 2 red items. They couldn't even imagine resonating multiple red items, or even resonating a core red item with 4 other red items. Where could Gu Shi find experience? So, in the end, Gu Shi had to handle it himself. Gu Shi also knew that he currently had a rather large number of red items, and the types of red items were somewhat mixed. A single core wouldn't be enough. Gu Shi felt he needed to handle it simultaneously with multiple cores. And Gu Shi would definitely need to equip the 2 red items of Fengdu Emperor eventually. By then, there would undoubtedly be a path centered around the 2 red items. So Gu Shi was somewhat anxious. He longed to know what would come after the red items, to see if there was any way to enhance his multiple red items into a single, more powerful piece. After experimenting with both resonance messages, Gu Shi's attention shifted elsewhere. First, the evil coffin was released, the golden crow inside was removed, and the original behemoth's body was replaced. At the same time, the various losses and gains were being systematically tallied. This time, the losses were primarily concentrated on the Night Blood path. After all, who could have imagined that everyone could simply ignore the red suit's resurrection effect and wipe out the enemy, and it wasn't just a one-by-one burst, but a single strike. Add to that Gu Shi's previous attack on the Celestial Realm, and he had sent most of the Night's Blood Road troops away. The losses this time were quite severe. Not to mention the others, over 100 emperors alone were killed. These weren't Black Blood Knights, where a single cavalryman could be converted if one died. These were Yi Xuanfeng's special products. Gu Shi only had over 700 emperors, and at the same level, there were over 700 special heroes. Once they died, there was no replacement. Over 100 people were lost in one fell swoop. That's 1/7 of the total. Gu Shi was practically on the verge of tears when he heard about this loss. And this wasn't the biggest loss. Because Gu Shi retreated so quickly, some of the packed materials and corpses weren't transported. This even included parts of the Celestial Realm and Taoyuan. Chapter 3090. For Gu Shi, the buildings in the Heavenly Realm weren't anything special. At most, they were of better quality. However, not having all of the Peach Garden in the Heavenly Realm transported back was a significant loss. You have to know that the Peach Garden was the core of the entire Heavenly Realm's destiny. Years of accumulated destiny had transformed even ordinary soil into fine, high-quality goods under the influence of that destiny. When Gu Shi left, he requested that the Peach Garden be dug 3 meters underground, and all the soil and its contents be taken away. As a result, many items had already been packed, but not taken away. This was a loss for Gu Shi. Also lost was the Heavenly Realm's complete set of transportation tools. That's the white cloud platform that rises in all directions. When Gu Shi captured it, he had already determined the corresponding information. This thing was a unique product of that world. Its original name was the General Gathering Platform, but depending on the user, it was also called the Immortal Gathering Platform, the Soldier Gathering Platform, or the Demon Gathering Platform. There are 4 main types: sea, land, air, and underworld. The sea belongs to the Dragon Palace, and the white clouds used for deployment transform into seawater. The land belongs to the Demon Clan, and dark clouds are used. The air is the white cloud base created by Gu Shi, and the last one is used by the underworld, and the underworld uses dark winds to deploy the battle platform. However, this system is inherently somewhat rigid. The main feature is the integration of soldiers and the platform base. This platform can normally carry troops at high speeds and establish defense lines or camps at designated locations. However, once a soldier enters the platform, even though the soldier is bound to it, the horizontal movement and deployment capabilities are controlled by their commander, but the energy consumed is still the soldier's own power. In other words, once you're on this gathering platform, getting off is quite difficult. Furthermore, the gathering platform is a super large, special object, with a minimum capacity of 100,000 men, and its speed is no match for an interstellar battleship. So, even if this gathering platform model was discovered, few people seriously studied it. However, Gu Shi was quite interested in the gathering platform. Of course, this wasn't because Gu Shi had too many troops and was bored. It was because Gu Shi himself had experience with dump trucks, so the gathering platform wasn't a difficult task for him. Gu Shi brought the gathering platform back to study, and he could quickly develop a method to upgrade the dump trucks. After all, ever since the rapid increase in the number of Gu Shi's troops, the dump trucks had become somewhat insufficient. The dump trucks seemed quite useful at first, but they were rigidly limited to carrying only 1,000 men. Even Gu Shi couldn't handle this task. And the dump trucks weren't created instantly, they consumed resources. Consider that Gu Shi's undead presence in Chengxi City exceeds 200 million. Even without factoring in the undead, who were deployed, the regular army alone still numbers tens of millions. If all troops were deployed with dump trucks, that would require tens of thousands of seats. Furthermore, large creatures like the Death Titan and the Blood Scourge, and flying creatures like the Undead Dragon, simply couldn't fit into these trucks. This significantly weakened Gu Shi's deployment capabilities. That's why, upon seeing the white cloud-like gathering platform, Gu Shi immediately wanted to bring it back for research. And the puppets, when they had previously fought against the Celestial Realm, had also understood Gu Shi's strategy. Therefore, when they later attacked the Celestial Realm, once the battle was over, in addition to the corpses and equipment of the Celestial soldiers, the gathering platforms were also to be taken away. They even discovered a warehouse in the Celestial Realm used to store the gathering platforms, containing a large number of both intact and damaged ones. Unfortunately, the great god Yi's rampage occurred, and many of the gathering platforms that had already been obtained could not be transported back to the Death City. This was a huge loss for Gu Shi. Upon hearing of these losses, Gu Shi's face darkened. Several times, he wondered what would have happened if he hadn't returned earlier. But every time this thought occurred, a strange dragon would appear behind Gu Shi, clearing away the remaining evil spirits from him and restoring his normal thinking. This also demonstrated the strength of the evil spirit in the place where the great god he was staying. In the next few days, Gu Shi probably wouldn't be able to easily deal with it. Of course, there are losses as well as gains. 1/3 of everything in Taoyuan was transported back. 11 bodies were recovered from the general's platform, 3 intact, the rest more or less damaged. The bodies of the heavenly soldiers numbered approximately 2 million, with another 5 million bodies of maids and warriors. All of these were transformed into undead through the double death and the Knight's blood path, replenishing Gu Shi's losses in this battle. In addition, there were a considerable number of various celestial herbs, livestock, and immortal birds. Gu Shi's men also recovered a considerable number of unique architectural blueprints and other items. These items have been handed over to Catherine for inventory. I believe Catherine will be able to provide relevant information soon. But Gu Shi's biggest gain this time wasn't these things, but the golden crow. Gu Shi now possessed a zombie golden crow, a skeletal golden crow, a soul golden crow, and Lulu's living golden crow body. These golden crows could be placed in the evil coffin to serve as Gu Shi's evil coffin guards. But Gu Shi didn't intend to use them that way. Because the golden crow's level wasn't high, placing it in the evil coffin would only increase its movement speed, with no other significant benefit. However, using these golden crows as materials, Gu Shi could build a new void ghost city in the void, compensating for his lack of void movement. This would be a significant improvement for Gu Shi. If the golden crow truly wasn't suitable for void travel, he could create a death city, which could also move through the sky. This would also be a boon for Gu Shi. After all, Gu Shi already had various types of death cities, but not a dedicated sky death city. At the moment, these golden crow corpses could at least build a sky-high death city, and they could even possess their own spirituality and vitality. What couldn't be done? So Gu Shi took out the various golden crow corpses and living bodies he had collected. He prepared to set them aside while he considered how to deal with them. Of course, there was a reason for Gu Shi to personally handle this matter. After all, he was supposed to be heading to Beilui to complete the occupation of the New Star region. But this wasn't a special situation. Gu Shi had been stained with evil spirits, and clearing them away would take at least 10 days. So Gu Shi could delay a little longer. As for not being able to complete a death city in 10 days, that's a joke. Do you really think Gu Shi hadn't made any preparations all these years? Chapter 3091. For the next few days, Gu Shi continuously activated the strange dragon aura, and combined it with other methods to clear the evil spirit from his body. In his free time, besides tackling various backlogs, Gushi focused all his energy on recreating the Void Ghost City. The last time Gushi recreated the Void Ghost City, it was completely destroyed. Nothing within it was recovered. Aside from some information and records from the previous Void Ghost City, Gushi had nothing at hand. This time, when Gushi rebuilt the Void Ghost City, there was very little he could do. Gushi first went to the Temple of the Gods, and from there, he threw the corpse of the Golden Crow into the void. The first Golden Crow corpse to be thrown out was the body of a zombie Golden Crow. When it lay prone, it was a small hill over 70 meters high. While the area wasn't as large as the previous Void Ghost City, it had all the necessary space, making it easy to build a small city on its back. Of course, this wasn't what Gushi wanted. Normally, if you threw something into the void, it would naturally fall deeper into the game. Unless he could stabilize the void power, allowing this massive corpse to float in the void. And Gushi did have some void power, though not a large amount. He had extracted it from the Void Ghost City after acquiring it. After throwing the zombie Golden Crow's body into the void, Gushi injected this portion of void power into it. Afterwards, Gushi didn't rush to deal with other matters, but stayed in the Temple of the Gods, observing the situation outside. After all, Gushi wasn't sure if the body of the zombie Golden Crow could be used. If it wasn't, Gushi would have to retrieve it and place it at Chongqi Mountain. Gushi had good luck this time. The quality and size of the zombie Golden Crow's corpse were both quite good. Most importantly, it was a flying bird. Even though it didn't previously possess the ability to fly in the void, it slowly underwent some changes after being infused with void power. At this point, Gushi could begin adding new elements to this body. The second time, Gushi added the bones and feathers of the ossified Golden Crow. These bones and feathers formed a large new area around the zombie Golden Crow's flesh. Also, with the addition of these bones and feathers, the flesh was divided into two sides. Also, numerous bone spurs appeared along the edges of the flesh, acting as a protective barrier. And that wasn't all. Gushi then threw Lulu's living body out. Lulu's fate had been severed, and his soul hadn't been retrieved, but his body remained intact. It was still brimming with vitality. Gushi threw this body out, and it merged with the dead Golden Crow's body outside, instantly engulfing everything in flames. Gushi was startled by this sight. He thought something was wrong and wanted to retrieve the Golden Crow's bodies. To his surprise, the Golden Crow's flesh and bones hardened in the flames, eventually transforming into the finest soil. Only at this point did Gushi throw the final soul, the Golden Crow's soul ball, out. As the soul orb merged into the vast void flesh before him, Gushi had completed the construction of the Void Ghost City's foundation. After the flames subsided, Gushi, who had been waiting, finally saw the situation clearly. After seeing the vast expanse of land floating in the air outside the Temple of the Gods, Gushi finally breathed a sigh of relief. The void power had completed its influence on the flesh before him, transforming the flesh of the Golden Crow into void matter. The enormous expanse of land before him looked like a small mountain floating in the void. This small mountain was not like the Void Ghost City Gushi had originally built, which was an inverted mountain with a flat base serving as the city's foundation. The small mountain before him still had the appearance of a normal peak, over 80 meters high, covering an area of approximately 130,000 square meters. This area wasn't actually that large. If you had to calculate it, it was only about 200 acres, equivalent to 18 football fields. When Gushi first conquered Aridao City, the cities he occupied were larger than this. But for Gushi, this was more than enough. The Void Ghost City was different from other cities. Its most important asset was the void power within its foundation. Only things capable of movement within the void were truly essential. No matter how large the foundation, if it couldn't move within the void, it was useless. The current situation was just right. This part of the foundation wasn't the largest, but it contained just enough void power to allow it to float in the void with perfect balance. That alone was all that was needed. Gushi didn't expect any other features. At the same time, 4 crow heads appeared on the 4 sides of the void foundation. These crow heads were not small at all, each in the form of a zombie, a skeleton, a ghost, and a living being. Each head could continuously absorb the energy of the void, replenishing the energy needed for the void foundation before him to float in the void. Gushi also understood that any supplies that could fly nearby would be immediately devoured by these 4 gigantic crow heads. In this way, the foundation before him would slowly grow and expand, eventually transforming from a small hill into a massive city. Enough. Gushi made a mental decision and began the final operation. What Gushi had just done was merely to create a foundation. It could only be considered a floating object in the void, not Gushi's city of death. What Gushi had to do next was the crucial step in transforming this into a Void Ghost City. At this point, Gushi had donned all his equipment. Even the death bow, which he still barely knew how to use, was held in his hand by the molten cast. Gushi then stepped out of the Temple of the Gods and landed on the Void Foundation before him. Standing on the top of the mountain, Gushi raised his magic staff and began his summoning. This time, Gushi summoned the completely destroyed Death City, the Void Ghost City. Due to the last void cleansing, the Void Ghost City had been completely destroyed. But in Gushi's mind, destruction was the same as death. The Death City was Gushi's handiwork. The city had been destroyed, not even a single brick remained, let alone ruins. Without a body to resurrect or summon, Gushi could probably reincarnate through soul enslavement. Now that the Void Foundation was in place, all Gushi had to do was drag this dead Death City out of the underworld. Chapter 3092. Gushi had heard of resurrecting a dead city from the underworld, but he had never personally done it. He still hadn't fully grasped the methods of the Death City. But this time, Gushi had done everything he could. Gushi couldn't care less about anything else. After summoning the Void Ghost City, Gushi stood aside, watching the aura of death emanate from all directions in the void. Then, an ordinary building appeared on the top of the mountain. The corresponding information also appeared in front of Gushi. Gushi had initially considered changing the name of the Death City. However, he later discovered that Gushi's Death City was resurrected from the Void Ghost City and had inherited the Void Ghost City's ability to navigate the void, so the name couldn't be changed. Gushi didn't say much about this situation. At this moment, Gushi was thinking about something else, asking the former president of the Rising Sunlight Guild where he had obtained the Golden Crow. Clearly, the city before him would be the most suitable place to fill it with golden crows. Even if it wasn't as large as the golden crows this time, it would still be a significant addition to the current situation in Void Ghost City. Gushi clearly remembered what the Void Ghost City's most important combat capability was when he first attacked it. It was the waves of gargoyles within the city. If Gushi could find enough golden crow corpses and bury them in the new Void Ghost City, then the mainstay of Gushi's Void Ghost City would be the golden crows. Leaving aside other considerations, the golden crow's mobility alone would satisfy Gushi. You have to know that in the void, speed is paramount. After all, Gushi isn't a level 60 or above boss, he doesn't possess the ability to instantly cross the void. It's even more impossible for him to fly through the void with his Death City. So, the Void Ghost City needs its own means of transportation. The Golden Crow is actually a very good means of transportation. Although we're just getting started, we already set our goals and direction, so we just need to follow that path. There's no need to think about anything else. After dealing with this matter, Gushi returned to Arida's city. At this point, the most important matters at hand have been dealt with. Gushi plans to rest for a day and head to Beilui tomorrow. He's been defending Inji City for so long, so I imagine Beilui is already prepared for battle. Now it is a perfect opportunity to demonstrate his fighting prowess to everyone there. As for today, Gushi wasn't primarily here to rest, but to check his body again, to make sure he didn't carry any evil spirits. After all, he was about to go to war, and the presence of evil spirits on his body would somewhat affect Gushi's judgment. Gushi had to ensure that he would not be disturbed in any way. This required a dedicated person to handle. As soon as Gushi returned to Arida's city, he saw Orange Guard Nu Ninetailed waiting for him. In fact, on the first day Gushi returned, Orange Guard Nu Ninetailed had checked on Gushi. According to Orange Guard Nu Ninetailed, part of Gushi's memory had been sealed. However, that was Gushi's voluntary sealing, and he had also set conditions for unsealing it. Once these conditions were met, the seal would automatically lift, and Gushi would then be able to recall all the information on his own. But the current situation seems problematic. The sealed memories appear to have reached the required condition for release, but it seems someone has reinforced the seal, preventing it from being released. Orange Guard Nu Ninetailed Fox has no solution to this situation. The person who reinforced the seal on the memories is far more powerful than Orange Guard Nu Ninetailed Fox. If Orange Guard Nu Ninetailed Fox had a full set of Ninetailed divine powers, perhaps they could help Gushi release the seal. But Orange Guard Nu Ninetailed Fox is currently missing one piece of Ninetailed divine powers. Although Orange Guard Nu Ninetailed Fox's current strength ranks high among the Red Guards, she doesn't even dare to call herself a Red Guard. Furthermore, Gushi's sealed memories. If they were to act recklessly, it would be fine if the memories were lost, but if they were to purge Gushi's mind, that would be a serious problem. So that day, the Orange Guardian, Nu Ninetailed Fox, said she needed to go back and figure out how to handle this matter. She then disappeared for the next few days. Today, however, she showed up. Gushi couldn't help but smile upon seeing the Orange Guardian, new nine-tailed fox. So is there a solution? It's difficult. I found some information based on the traces left in the seal reinforcement message from the master. But because there was a problem with the master's previous seal, and because it was forcibly sealed more than once, the current seal has undergone some changes. Even if the one responsible for reinforcing the seal arrived, I'm afraid they wouldn't be able to resolve this chaotic situation. Listening to the Orange Guardian, new nine-tailed fox's words, Gushi sighed. So what do you mean now? I'm thinking, instead of disturbing the existing seal, we should try to find the conditions required to unlock it. When the master was willing to seal part of his own memories, it must have been because he believed you could reach the level to unlock it. He believed you could reach the standard to unlock it yourself. We currently have no way to break the seal from the outside. But I believe you now reached the standard to unlock it. So I'm thinking, could we approach it the other way around? Gushi was no fool. He immediately understood the orange-clad guard, new nine-tailed fox's intentions. He asked doubtfully, is this feasible? I already reached the standard for release, but haven't I succeeded? That's different. Before, you only reached the standard, but the seal was strengthened. Now, we just need to simulate reaching the standard again and stimulate the seal. Then we can find the flaw in the seal. This way, we can separate the seals. Once we break the initial memory seal, the seals on one side will be ineffective, because the later seals are used to strengthen the memory seal. Without the memory seal, what are they strengthening? It's not like nothing can be strengthened. Gushi pondered Orange Guard New Ninetail's words for a moment before finally asking. Then how can we reach the standard for release again? I don't even know what the standard for release was originally. Orange Guard New Ninetail smiled upon hearing this. Don't worry, sir. Our situation can't get any worse. Chapter 3093. Orange Guard New Nine-Tailed Fox was right. It wouldn't get any worse than it is now. Gushi finally nodded in agreement. At this point, Orange Guard New Nine-Tailed Fox came before Gushi. Putting a hand on Gushi's forehead, he said, Sir, close your eyes and don't think about anything. As soon as Gushi closed his eyes, Orange Guard New Nine-Tailed Fox pressed his hands on Gushi's temples and between his eyebrows. Gushi felt as if he had entered a scene where fate had chosen him. This time, however, fate wasn't for others, but for Gushi himself. This was something Gushi hadn't anticipated before. However, Gushi also understood that this fate wasn't actually a true entry into fate. It was merely a recapture of a certain scene from that time. However, Gushi couldn't recall the sealed memories. The only thing that was certain was the red suit and his rank. It seems that Gushi's memories will only be unsealed if he reaches level 60 or possesses 2 or more red armor items. No wonder things got stuck here. Because Gushi's red armor items themselves were fraught with problems. The only thing that truly required Gushi to undergo the formal binding process was the Ghost Flower. Afterward, neither the Black Throne of the Griffin nor the Mane of Death went through this binding process. The binding process for the head of the goddesses was brought forward again, bound to Gushi before the head of the goddesses could even be unsealed. It can be said that only during this double binding did Gushi experience the formal binding of a red armor item again. The previous instances may or may not count. Under such uncertainty, there was naturally no way to unseal it. Furthermore, this item occupied the position of a red armor item, thus missing the opportunity to unseal it. The seal was then reinforced, ultimately leading to the current situation. Thankfully, the conditions for unlocking the seal are now known, and all problems can be resolved. Just then, the voice of the Orange Guardian, New Nine-Tailed Fox, reached Gushi's ears. Sir, pay attention. I'm imitating the binding of your second piece of red equipment. Gushi focused his attention, becoming completely serious. Then, Gushi felt as if he had lost the perception of his other red equipment. Now, only the Ghost Flower remained. Although he could no longer sense the other red equipment, Gushi was not worried at all. He understood that his connection to the red equipment had not been severed. It was merely due to the impact on his mind, temporarily ignoring it. However, Gushi also understood that he could not pretend that he still had those red equipment bound to him. He had to temporarily forget about his red equipment. Only then would the seal activate when the Orange Guardian, New Nine-Tailed Fox, took action. Otherwise, Gushi had always believed he possessed several pieces of red armor, and no matter how much Orange Guardian New Nine-Tailed tried to unseal them, he wouldn't be able to do so. After all, no matter how powerful Orange Guardian New Nine-Tailed was, she couldn't master red armor. To attempt to influence red armor without red armor, was she simply dreaming? Thankfully, this time, Gushi had his own plan. After hearing Orange Guardian New Nine-Tailed's voice, Gushi decisively closed his eyes, refusing to dwell on his possession of red armor. Then, a thought slowly formed in Gushi's mind, as if each piece of red armor had vanished from his grasp. Starting with the death mane, then the magic wand, and finally the newly bound soul-calling bow and four-leaf clover ring. In the end, Gushi's mind was filled with only the image of his return from the battle of the goddesses. At that moment, Gushi felt his brow tighten, as if something had broken. But at that moment, he suddenly heard a familiar voice. It seemed to drift from far away. Gushi knew that he must have heard it while he was asleep or unconscious. However, at that time, Gushi was already unconscious, so only this partial memory remained, without more detailed information. Gushi didn't have time to think about this matter at the moment. He couldn't jump out and investigate who had strengthened his seal. The only thing Gushi could do was to follow the instructions of the Orange Guardian, New Nine-Tailed Fox, and deal with the second red equipment binding first. Once the core seal was lifted, he could return to consider other matters. For now, Gushi ignored the voice, nor did he consider who it belonged to. He was concentrating on feeling his position as the head of all goddesses. As Gushi's mind was released, the leader of the goddesses also happened to connect with him. This connection broke the seal on Gushi's memory. Although it wasn't fully open, Gushi was able to understand something. At least Gushi grasped the key words in his memory. Rules. Rules? What did that mean? He remembered discussing this with someone, but the memory had been sealed afterward. At this thought, Gushi opened his eyes. At this moment, the orange-clad guard, New Nine-Tailed Fox, still stood before him, his hands pressed against his brow. Did you remember something? Yes, I remember. Speaking of the key word, the seal on my mind is recovering. I must fix that key word. The Orange Guardian, New Nine-Tailed Fox, quickly interrupted Gushi. She knew she couldn't break all the seals yet. She had only managed to pry open a crack. If she didn't fix it, everything would return to the original state. By then, Gushi would still remember nothing. And if the seal on her memory was retracted, it would be much more difficult to break the same seal again. So, Gushi had to preserve this crack. Although Gushi didn't understand the Orange Guardian's intentions, he was quite obedient at this moment. Gushi spoke decisively. Rules? The key word is rules. I don't know anything else, but the key to the memory I sealed is related to rules. Hearing this, the Orange Guardian, New Nine-Tailed Fox, immediately understood that the rules Gushi was talking about were definitely not simple terms. Her first thought was, rules. That's what comes after the red armor. Gushi's Orange Armor Guard, Nine-Tailed Fox, knew what the rules were, so Orange Armor Guard, New Nine-Tailed Fox, would certainly know as well. But she hadn't expected Gushi to seal away all his memories of the rules. Could it be that when Gushi first encountered the rules, he encountered some irresistible force? This force compelled Gushi to seal his memories, to avoid unnecessary trouble. Thinking of this, Orange Armor Guard, New Nine-Tailed Fox, nodded. So it's the rules? Now I understand why your memories are sealed, sir. Let me tell you. Gushi was about to hear what the rules were when he felt a sharp pain in his head, as if something was being torn apart. Chapter 3094. By the time Gushi realized what was happening, he saw that Orange Guard New Nine-Tailed Fox had retreated to the side, looking at him with a smile. Well, do you remember the keyword? Rules? Yes, rules. Gushi spoke with increasing certainty. Nine-Tailed Fox, has this memory seal affected my memory and my behavior? Why do you ask, sir? Orange Guard New Nine-Tailed Fox glanced at Gushi. Gushi shrugged. Although I can't remember why this part of my memory was sealed, I do remember several times when I was about to trigger this keyword, but for some reason I ignored or blocked it. That's quite possible. Orange Guard New Nine-Tailed Fox thought carefully before finally reaching a conclusion. Because this seal not only affects your memories, it also prevents you from encountering such a situation again, lest it be unsealed prematurely. It's for this reason that you unconsciously ignore or block out information about rules. It seems so. Because of this, I don't know how many opportunities one missed. Do you think what Mr. June is doing this time is establishing his own rules? Gushi reflected on the double binding. He was certain that the great Master Yi's archery skills were absolutely at the rule level. So, there was no need to discuss this further. Instead, Mr. June's behavior was quite strange. Although Gushi had only pieced together the outer shape, it was easy to see that the resulting muddy river had already formed a rule related to the earth and death. Before, Gushi hadn't understood what Teacher June was doing. Now, Gushi could see that Teacher June had made the appropriate choice. I see, Jiwei. Do you think I should start preparing now? With the final piece of the puzzle in place, Gushi naturally understood many things he hadn't understood. Although Gushi couldn't remember why he had sealed this part of his memory, it didn't affect his deductions for his future plans. Particularly, some of the contents of the Death Ceremony, Underworld Edition, had previously been blurry to Gushi, as if shrouded in mist. At the time, Gushi had assumed it was due to his lack of experience or level that he didn't understand the meaning. Now, it seemed to him that these contents were about rules. At the same time, Gushi also understood the level between level 60 and the ancient gods. The rules were probably the core of this level. Seeing Gushi's growing excitement, orange-armored guardian Nu Nine-Tailed Fox knew something was wrong. She quickly stepped forward and placed her hand between Gushi's eyebrows again, calming him down while she spoke. I finally understand why you chose to seal away part of your memories. You learned all this too early. Although you have many red-armored items, your level and experience haven't reached their full potential. It's not good for you to dwell on this now. Gushi, having calmed down, was also covered in cold sweat. He nodded affirmatively. I must have thought the same thing back then. But what should I do now? Sealing my memory again is definitely not an option. Who knows when I discover this again? And if my memory is sealed again, I'm afraid it will trigger a reaction from the previous seal, and then I won't be able to recover anything. Yes, if your memory is sealed again, it will be even more difficult to recover it next time. You don't encounter such a good opportunity in every game world. Orange Guardian Nu Nine-Tailed Fox also believed Gushi's considerations were sound. Gushi's memories could no longer be sealed. If they were, he would no longer be exposed to the rules. If Gushi didn't have the potential, it would be fine. He could simply reach level 45 and live to old age. But Gushi's goal was clearly the underworld. If he could no longer access the rules, he wouldn't even be able to make it past level 60. What would become of his death then? In the end, he wouldn't be able to reach the underworld either. Orange Guardian Nu Nine-Tailed Fox could be considered an old friend who had followed Gushi for a long time. She knew Gushi's path well. So even if Gushi wanted to seal these memories, she would have dissuaded him from doing so. Since Gushi was so determined, Orange Guardian Nu Nine-Tailed Fox didn't offer any further advice. Instead, he said to Gushi, Sir, would you like me to grant you a calming effect to help you stop dwelling on this? No, if I can't overcome this, then I don't need to worry about rules or anything like that. Besides, I have to research this myself. No one else can help me. Gushi had already seen that Teacher June had truly removed a portion of the red suit, selecting and extracting a rule-based opportunity from it. Gushi's current goal was still uncertain. If he remained too calm, he might even miss an opportunity presented to him. Alright, I understand this matter, and that's all. I handle the rest myself. Alright, sir, I understand. The Orange Guard, Nu Nine-Tailed, nodded repeatedly. Just as the Orange Guard, Nu Nine-Tailed, was about to leave, Gushi called him back. Nine-Tailed, if you have the last piece of orange suit, can you remove all my memory seals? In response to Gushi's question, the Orange Guard, Nu Nine-Tailed, considered it. It can't be removed immediately, it must be processed several times. Also, from now on, this memory seal cannot be strengthened. If it is strengthened, I won't be able to handle any changes to the seal. Gushi sighed at the Orange Guard, Nu Nine-Tailed's words. At this moment, Gushi recalled the voices he had heard when his memories were unlocked. He couldn't quite recall the person who had kindly helped reinforce the seal, but the voice struck him as familiar. Then Gushi thought about the rules again and realized he didn't know much about them. The only thing he could remember was that the rule was that everyone could reach level 60. Those who broke the rules would die, while those who mastered them could control the life and death of others. This thought reminded Gushi of his red gear. At that moment, Gushi suddenly realized that he had almost forgotten the red gear he was wearing. It was a good thing he remembered it now, otherwise, when he returned, he would have forgotten he was even wearing it. Then his red gear might be treated like ordinary orange gear. Chapter 3095. After letting the orange-clad guard, Nu Nine-Tailed Fox, leave, Gushi reviewed the progress of all his tasks before turning to Moonlight City. Over the past few days, some things have progressed at a remarkable pace. For example, the gathering platforms recovered from the Celestial Realm have all been dismantled, save for one intact sample. Eve and her staff have distributed these items to human universities, asking them to assist with research. The research strategy isn't rigid, the goal is simply to strengthen the dump trucks so they can carry more people. Admittedly, Gushi's current ambitions aren't that grand, simply increasing the capacity of the dump trucks is already his primary concern. However, what Eve and the human scientists ultimately discover is beyond Gushi's control. After all, Gushi hasn't set a ceiling on this. What if they discover something unexpected during their research? It seems the current progress already satisfies Gu Shi. Gu Shi felt that he might be able to use the new dump truck in this interstellar war. After arriving in Moonlight City, Gu Shi discovered that a group of high-ranking human officials were already waiting there. Ever since Bai Lui had identified the target of the New Star region, they had begun making various preparations. The most important point was arranging personnel to await Gu Shi in Moonlight City. After all, everyone knew the situation in the New Star region. They were being used as bait, ultimately to lure out a red-clad enemy. In this situation, the elderly, the weak, the sick, and the disabled shouldn't be sent there yet. Seeds with good academic performance don't need to be sent to the New Star region, they should be allowed to study instead. At the same time, some of the stronger Belui humans can also go there. After all, participating in challenges always yields some goodies. This is what all players have learned from the game. To ensure their safety, they also need to know what Gu Shi has prepared. So they arranged for some people to come early. However, Gu Shi is always busy with his own affairs and rarely visits. The only people they see are Lu Yongcheng, and sometimes Wei Hu. Under Wei Hu's command are several heroes from Yi Shuangfeng. Even Gu Shi has to admit that Wei Hu has an exceptional ability to make friends. Even someone as arrogant as Yi Shuangfeng, after becoming a hero, was wooed by Wei Hu and became his most loyal subordinate. It is precisely because of this that the relationship between the Beili human players and Wei Hu has improved. At the same time, it was through Wei Hu that they learned of Yi Shuangfeng's abilities. The Beili leaders were no fools. They all understood that Gu Shi had come to attack the red-clad enemy. Even for minor matters, they would undoubtedly handle them. Having a better commander at that time would be crucial to the overall situation. If Yi Shuangfeng weren't undead heroes, these Beili humans would have wanted to recruit them into their ranks. When Gu Shi arrived, these Beili leaders immediately noticed his presence. They immediately rushed towards Gu Shi. "Your Majesty, are we about to depart?" "Yes, are you all ready?" "If you are, we're ready to depart." After hearing Gu Shi's words, the Beili leaders all looked at each other, unsure of what to say. Gu Shi had no experience in large-scale military campaigns. When he commanded troops in the past, he would always choose a location and be ready to attack at any time. After all, for Gu Shi, the undead didn't need morale. There was no need for rituals before a battle. The troops could be dispatched anytime they wanted. When Gu Shi mingled with humans, this same mentality naturally took hold. This made Gu Shi forget that the human players and their subordinates might need some rituals to boost their morale. Thankfully, the Beili leaders were somewhat capable. They quickly understood what Gu Shi was thinking. They immediately discussed the matter, and then told Gu Shi, "The vanguard can depart now. The remaining troops may need another day or two." Gu Shi pondered, unsure of the number of vanguard troops they were referring to. He glanced at Lu Yongcheng and said, "You handle this matter. Whether you can ultimately obtain something depends on your performance this time." During his discussions with Bai Luyi's senior management, Lu Yongcheng also learned of some of the agreements between Gu Shi and Bai Luyi. He also assumed that Gu Shi was trying to snatch a red dress for himself. Thus, during this period, Lu Yongcheng had been working quite diligently. The goal was to put on a good show. Lu Yongcheng had come very close to the red suit before, but was ultimately tricked. After that failure, Lu Yongcheng paid considerable attention to detail. Especially when it came to the inheritance of the red suit, Lu Yongcheng was extremely cautious, fearing someone would use some means to thwart him again. At Gu Shi's words, Lu Yongcheng nodded affirmatively. Who was Gu Shi addressing? Was he addressing him, Lu Yongcheng? No, he was addressing everyone here, all of humanity. Lu Yongcheng had worked hard and achieved results in developing the New Star region this time. The red suit was a reward from Gu Shi. This was a fact that no one could erase. This was a blatant conspiracy. No matter who came, they couldn't say Lu Yongcheng was unfit to receive the red suit. Unless Lu Yongcheng's performance in this operation was truly utterly awful, so awful that even Gu Shi couldn't protect him. But would Lu Yongcheng really do that? Seeing Lu Yongcheng's excited face, Gu Shi didn't need to worry too much about what was ahead. Moonlight City was already prepared for battle, and the gates to the Death City had been cleared. Most importantly, several previous positioning teams had already entered that star region and placed the ghostly flowers and death manis for positioning at the appropriate locations. Gu Shi only needed to go over and open a gate, and the main force could quickly enter. And they knew exactly what each member of the main force was supposed to do. After that, the temporary base would be established in just one day. After that, various resources would be sent through Moonlight City's gates to the New Star region, radiating to different planets, and establishing a corresponding main city in each star region. It was safe to say that once they got started, the planetary occupation would be extremely rapid. Chapter 3096. After a brief exchange with the Beilui human leaders, Gu Shi led the so-called vanguard troops and headed ahead to the star region he had previously considered. Upon entering this star region, Gu Shi immediately spotted a pre-positioning team. This team numbered approximately 30, all human players, representing a wide range of professions. It was clear that the players were treating each operation as a group effort. Unlike Gu Shi, who was always engaged in a single operation. Seeing Gu Shi approach, the player captain quickly came forward to greet him. Gu Shi glanced at them, confirming that there were no unusual circumstances, and nodded. "What's going on?" The player captain didn't respond. Gu Shi waited a moment, then turned and realized that he had been communicating with his subordinates so often that he had grown accustomed to this method of communication. He had forgotten that these people were not considered his own subordinates. Gu Shi immediately changed his tone and asked, "Were you discovered by enemies in the nearby star regions when you arrived? Have you noticed anything unusual on any of the nearby planets?" This made the question much clearer. And this is exactly what the positioning team must do. They need to clear a suitable location for a city. If possible, they should also conduct a global exploration to determine what resources the planet has, what powerful enemies or creatures exist, and so on. All of this needs to be figured out by the players. They can't wait until they arrive to discover a beast buried beneath that they can't handle, or that there's nothing but barren land. Coming that way would be a huge drain on energy. You know, every migration is a huge drain on energy for a species. When Gu Shi asked about this, the team leader immediately started talking. After all, this was his job, and he did it pretty well. Look, he even pulled out a map or something. As Gu Shi listened, city gates rose behind him. A large number of human troops entered this new star region directly from Moonlight City's location through the city gates. They weren't surprised by this teleportation capability. In their minds, if they couldn't even deploy troops remotely, they wouldn't have joined any expedition. Relying on interstellar trains or starships to transport troops would take hundreds of years to get here. So, since there was a way to teleport directly here, they used it. After all, everything was for Bai Lu Yi. After the human players emerged, they sprang into action. While Gu Shi could certainly help them transport supplies, he wouldn't help them build temporary camps or new cities. Before Gu Shi arrived, all the planets in this star region had been divided up. Each planet had its own owner, and a corresponding urban architectural style. Gu Shi had ample labor under his command, but if they took action, the style of these cities would definitely lean towards the undead. Gu Shi had no intention of transforming all of Beilui into undead-style humans. So sending people over was fine, and helping defend the city from invasion was fine, but how to build the city was left to them. At this point, Gu Shi had witnessed some of the human players' tactics. It was clearly just a temporary camp. Gu Shi's idea was to erect a perimeter wall, and some temporary tents for shelter and storage. Just build the general outline, and add to it later as needed. But the situation before him was clearly different. This place was being built to the standards of a small, long-term city. Shortly after emerging, a stone house was already complete. A variety of tools were quickly brought in, forming the centerpiece of the temporary camp. At the same time, several players, who looked like engineers or construction crews, rushed out. They were clearly not combat classes, but their construction skills were no less impressive than Gu Shi's undead laborers. Most importantly, they possessed a wide range of building methods, sometimes even rapidly constructing houses one after another on the open ground, like building blocks. Gu Shi even saw someone construct a corresponding teleportation array and portal. This teleportation array isn't a cross-stellar transmission array, but it's a system within a star region. In other words, once these arrays are built, communication between planets within the star region will be rapid, eliminating the need to worry about arranging transit through the gates of the Death City. Only with transportation established can other matters be streamlined. Supplies can be more easily mobilized, and cities can be built quickly. And only after the foundations of these cities are established can the remaining human population begin to migrate. All of this takes time. With sufficient resources, this approach can effectively control a star region in the shortest possible time. Gu Shi estimated that, based on the number of engineering troops currently deployed, it would only take about a year to build basic settlements on all planets. The population could then begin migration, and within about 3 years, all of Beilui's human population could have migrated to this star region. At that point, Gu Shi could begin the work of defending this star region. Of course, Gu Shi's goal here was still the nearby Susi tribe. As long as the Susi tribe was defeated by Gu Shi, this area would be much safer. Gu Shi would then have ample time to consider the next steps. For example, studying his red outfit, resonance, and possible rules. Also, completing challenges and making arrangements for the underworld. Gushi already had a lot on his plate, and he needed time to sort out the various matters at hand. This was a good opportunity for Gushi to sort things out. Gushi also had a feeling that he must have left something behind when he left Balian City. But so much time had passed, and those aristocratic families hadn't publicized the matter, not even their names. Gushi wasn't sure if he could still bring those people back. Gushi believed he would definitely investigate this matter. No matter what, those aristocratic families had to make a clear statement. After all, Gushi needed his own confidence. Those willing to join him would be treated seriously by Gushi, but those unwilling would be ignored. Chapter 3097. The White Deer Wilderness began its migration, a fact that didn't alarm anyone at all. For one thing, the White Deer Wilderness weren't well known in the real world. Their greatest reputation among humans was as the owners of the Creation Bridge, and the local tyrants deep within the game. As for their origins, humans in the real world simply didn't know. After all, no one cared about such matters. No matter how serious the White Deer Wilderness incidents were, their names wouldn't necessarily appear in the news. So, few people knew about it, and the Star region before them gradually changed its name to the White Deer region. Gushi remained in the White Deer region for over a year. During this time, Gushi's movements were quite regular. Once a month, he would leave the White Deer region, returning to Aridov City to handle matters that required his personal attention. The rest of the time, he would remotely control the White Deer region. Because the White Deer region was located in the starry sky, Gushi could find a place to practice his red equipment skills, and the double red equipment resonance skills at any time, while also pondering his own ideas for double red equipment resonance. Ever since understanding the concept of rules, Gushi has devoted considerable time to studying them. Gushi discovered that the paths within the red dress could eventually become rules. However, rules aren't as simple as one might imagine. To truly discover and master the rules through the red dress, one can either do as teacher June did, obtaining a variety of different red dresses from nowhere and ultimately forming a single rule. Or, one can use a single red dress as the core, connecting the remaining paths, using the paths of the red dresses to reinforce the core path. Ultimately, through repeated imposition, the paths eventually become rules. In this scenario, it's as if Gushi used the Nether Spirit Flower as the core, using the 4 paths to resonate with 4 different pieces of red armor. These 4 pieces of red armor would then resonate with 12 different pieces of red armor. The power generated by the resonances would be concentrated and adjusted based on the Nether Spirit Flower. Layer by layer, this process would eventually transform the Nether Spirit Flower into a ruled weapon. However, this idea only crossed Gushi's mind once before he abandoned it. This idea itself is unsolvable. After all, let's not even talk about whether anyone could obtain the minimum 17 pieces of red armor. Not to mention that not everyone has enough equipment slots to equip that many. Not to mention that 17 pieces is just the beginning of this idea. It would have to expand outward layer by layer. Finally, if anyone could see hundreds of pieces of red armor equipped on a single person, it would be quite terrifying. And those who have passed level 60 and are not yet ancient gods certainly don't have that much red armor. Just like the goddess of beauty, she's definitely below the ancient gods. She possesses only 1 red suit, and it's not even for attacking. This must be a rule obtained using a different method than Gushi imagined. If Gushi wants to obtain the rule, he'd probably have to find another way. Gushi, however, already has an idea for the resonance of the red suit. As Gushi's collection of red suits grows, he needs to prioritize them. First, the head of the goddesses, Gushi's exclusive red suit. Then, there must be a powerful existence bound to the resonance of the Hand of Death. This is the core. Gushi had already decided not to add anything to the head of the goddesses, or the Hand of Death, ensuring their purity and power. The second item was Death's Mane. Originally, Death's Mane and the Soul Flower were Gushi's first red items. But Death's Mane's situation had changed. The addition of the Soul Calling Bow had opened Gushi's eyes to another aspect. It was one of the 3 items in the set. Even though Gushi wasn't pursuing a marksman build, the 3-item set was definitely a complete one. So Gushi had already considered removing the resonance between Death's Mane and the Soul Flower. But Gushi was reluctant to do so. After all, the resonance skill Death's Return, formed by Fate's Choice, and the red thread of the underworld, was incredibly useful. And this was also the Fate path. It was somewhat similar to the Soul Calling Bow's resonance path. Thus, the Soul Flower, Gushi's first red item, had lost its core status, becoming only a link between the other red items. The final core item was the Magic Staff. Gu Shi's idea was to use the magic wand to focus his resonance on the path of death, using it as his primary weapon. After all, even if Gu Shi acquired a 3-piece marksman set, he couldn't always consider himself a marksman. Necromancer was his core class. In this regard, Gu Shi had no misconceptions. Thus, the 3 cores represented 3 different paths. If the Ghost King cloak and the 3-piece red set could be combined later, Gu Shi would choose to unbind the 3-piece marksman set and equip the 3-piece Ghost King cloak red set. But until then, this was the only way to think about it. Who made Gu Shi have so few red armor items right now? Of course, when Gu Shi complained about this, he could only do so in private. If the humans had heard, they would have been damned. After all, not counting the red armor equipped by his subordinates, even the amount Gu Shi possessed himself was beyond human imagination. Not to mention, just last month, the human leadership had informed Gu Shi that the promised red armor items were ready, but he would need to attend a red armor donation event to claim them. The reason for this red armor donation event was also due to Gu Shi's incident. After all, Gu Shi had helped Dong Lingyu and Principal Lu secure a second red armor item, which had many human players excited. The ban on the expansion of red armor had also been somewhat affected. To control the red armor supply and ensure that the base 5,000 items weren't concentrated in the hands of a few individuals or forces, the human leadership had come up with this idea. The goal is to let all humans know that the red equipment ban doesn't prevent human players from obtaining it. It's about obtaining it in an orderly manner. Those who serve humanity and contribute to it will be rewarded accordingly, even with red equipment. In fact, it would have been much better if this kind of publicity had been done earlier. At that time, Mr. Jun had just obtained his second piece of red equipment, and Gu Shi had several red items he couldn't even give away. If humans had been willing to give Gu Shi red equipment, Gu Shi would have been grateful. Alas, the humans were much slower to react. Now Gu Shi has 6 red items, more than some ordinary players have orange items. Do you think Gu Shi would be grateful for this piece of red equipment? Even after getting the red equipment, he would still be dissatisfied with you for taking so long, wondering if someone had forgotten about it. Chapter 3098. Anyway, Gu Shi's final response to the human higher-ups was, "You guys hold it yourselves," and he just show up. As for the red armor's attributes, Gu Shi already knew that. After all, the humans' excuse for delaying was to find Gu Shi a suitable red armor. They were still righteously saying, "You can't just watch Gu Shi, a necromancer, get a holy light red armor." They put a lot of effort into finding this undead attributed red armor. Gu Shi said nothing outwardly about this, but he was secretly grumbling. This self-serving thing is just a game of upper-level maneuvering. If he didn't clearly possess multiple red armor pieces, so many that even Xinhua couldn't come to ask, this matter would have dragged on. For now, Gu Shi should just lean on the tree in front of him and focus on his work. As for the large number of red armor pieces, they were all acquired by Gu Shi deep within the game. If you have the guts, come find me there. Anyway, Gu Shi had no plans to discuss this matter personally. He simply asked Mary and Lu Yongcheng to handle it. At most, they would arrange a time, and Gu Shi would be there. Gu Shi had, however, considered holding a red gear exhibition for Lu Yongcheng after he had secured the red gear. The location wouldn't be in Moonlight City, but directly in front of the Genesis Bridge, pushing Lu Yongcheng to the front. This would also somewhat minimize the trouble caused by Gu Shi's public presence and allow him to maintain a superior position. As for when Lu Yongcheng could secure the red gear, doesn't the opportunity seem to be here now? When the White Deer territory began its large-scale construction, the nearby Susi tribe naturally took notice. Originally, the White Deer territory served as a buffer zone between humans and the Susi tribe. When battles between humans and the Susi tribe destroyed smaller star regions, they would also dump planets they couldn't dispose of here. In the eyes of the Susi tribe, this was a tacit agreement between them and humans. Unfortunately, humans took the initiative to occupy this area and began large-scale construction. Although the human population hadn't yet moved in, judging by the construction on all the planets, humans were planning to relocate at least over 100 million players. This number of players would exceed the total population of the Susi tribe. This was clearly an attempt to challenge the Susi tribe. The Susi tribe had the support of the Celestials. In their eyes, the Celestials and the myriad spirits were on the same level, and all other races were considered equal. Humans were no more noble than themselves. What was going on? Were they planning to expand their territory? So, the Susi tribe finally chose an opportunity to launch a surprise attack on the White Deer territory. Of course, the Susi clan were no fools. They had already gathered everything they could before taking action. They had thoroughly researched the identities of the people in the White Deer territory, the backgrounds of the garrison commanders, and their abilities. The information they gathered about Gu Shi was that he was a necromancer who hadn't yet graduated from Hades University. He possessed a red item called the Netherworld Flower and, rumor has it, had stumbled upon another red item, making him one of the few human players to possess 2 red items. Most importantly, he had previously helped humans find the ancient divine corpse, and humans promised to give him a red item. Now the red suit is ready, just waiting for him to come and get it. In other words, if they were to attack the White Deer domain right now, they would be facing a player with 2 red suits. If it dragged on for a while, they would have to face a player with 3 red suits. Although the Susi clan had never encountered a situation with multiple red suits, everyone knew that with red suits, the more the better. So the Susi clan resolutely decided not to let Gu Shi get another piece of red suit. If he did, it would either be them fighting Gu Shi, or Gu Shi would become ruthless and come after them. So the Susi clan immediately summoned some friendly races, gathering 2 red suit forces. The cost of summoning them was not low, it was Gu Shi's red suit. The Susi clan leader bluntly stated that if they were willing to come and help, they would not take any of Gu Shi's 2 red suits, they would divide them all between the 2 factions. The Susi clan only wanted the newly built White Deer domain. While inquiring about Gu Shi's situation, the Susi tribe had also learned about the humans in the White Deer territory. They came from the depths of the game, and the creation bridge, which had been making the rounds in human society recently, was their creation. As the celestial tribe's lackeys, the Susi tribe knew exactly what their master was thinking. The creation bridge must be destroyed. So, if he could eliminate the humans who built it, the celestial tribe would surely be pleased. The rewards they would give him would be better than a red dress. After all, the Susi tribe had a clear mind. He had no other skills left, only the ability to keep the Susi tribe alive in the real world. There was no way the Susi tribe could grow much further. So he decided to cling to Bigfoot. In his mind, as long as Bigfoot was big enough, the Susi tribe could survive in the real world forever. Red armor and other items were fundamental to the Susi tribe's survival in the real world, but they weren't as important as Bigfoot's favor. Now, if they could eliminate the humans in the White Deer territory, the Celestials would be delighted. While they wouldn't be able to give them as many red armor pieces as they wanted, a reward of 1 or 2 shouldn't be a problem. Furthermore, they would gain the Celestials' recognition. If their support could be directly broadcast, they would be truly prosperous. Thinking of this, why would the Susi tribe leader even consider the 2 undead-oriented red armor pieces in Gu Shi's possession? The Susi tribe wasn't into undead creatures. To this end, they traded 2 pieces of red armor for the aid of 2 allies. 3 pieces of red armor against 2 pieces of red armor. On paper, they were the winner, no matter how they calculated it. So, a month after the humans notified Gu Shi, the Susi tribe began their march toward the White Deer territory. The Susi tribe was a common race, devoid of any class-specific traits. They had only gained a piece of red armor, which had allowed them to break out of the game. For so many years, they hadn't developed a class of their own, relying solely on the red armor for survival. However, their proximity to humans, the support of the Celestials, and the occasional minor skirmishes with humans had significantly boosted their combat effectiveness. In particular, they still possessed the ability to deploy combat forces between star regions. This time, too, they gave the White Deer territory no chance to prepare, directly charging into it with several different types of starships. Chapter 3099. Starship Drop Faction? Upon receiving the news of the Susi tribe's dispatch, Gu Shi immediately understood their situation. In the real world, regardless of species, invasions and attacks are typically carried out by a few factions. The Teleport Drop faction opens portals directly into other people's homes, occupying a point, and leading troops from there. The Starship Drop faction uses starships to charge directly into the enemy's star field, encircling and attacking from the outside. The Leader Slayer faction dispatches several powerful individuals directly into the enemy's star field to eliminate the strongest within. The Long-Range Bombardment faction uses ultra-long-range attacks to directly destroy an entire star field. Because humans have a wide variety of professions, and a relatively high number of red equipment, invasions and battles primarily rely on starships and teleportation, with other methods mixed in. The Susi tribe, however, cannot do these things. They usually rely primarily on starship drop, arriving and departing as they please. Thus, they are considered a relatively standard starship drop faction. Such an enemy would be easier to deal with if discovered in advance. Since starships can only navigate so many routes, if discovered in advance, they can be blocked outside the star field. Of course, to block the starships, one must also possess the ability to fight between star fields. Several major legions on the human side possess this capability. However, Gushi lacks the ability to deploy starships on a large scale. Upon learning of the Sissy tribe's deployment, Gushi immediately summoned the human high command. The enemy has arrived. They're the starship deployment group. I deal with the red-suited players. What should we do with the remaining enemies? Do you have any ideas? Your Majesty, rest assured. It's just a battle in the starry sky, isn't it? We have a solution. Your Excellency has already detected the enemy's invasion. Where are their invasion routes? Can you confirm them? We can confirm them. There are only a few routes of attack. Gushi came here naturally because Shaya had already discovered some information. She had even discovered that the Sissy tribe had requested external aid. However, due to the short time available, there was no way to determine which race these aids came from. The most we could confirm was that one of the enemy's foreign aids was Red Suit. The Sissy tribe's advance route, however, was completely under Shaya's surveillance. Gushi now produced this item. Looking at the star map Gushi had produced, the humans quickly began to analyze the situation. The most troublesome aspect of the starship deployment faction is that everyone is inside the starship before it is launched. A starship does have a certain degree of combat power in the starry sky. If the starship's hull cannot be opened, then it would be impossible to reach the enemy within. The humans of Beluyi didn't have any starships, as they were incredibly expensive. The resources they brought from the depths of the game weren't enough to buy many starships. As for starry sky combat classes, they didn't have any either. After all, most players choose their classes based on their specific abilities, and there aren't many classes capable of fighting in the starry sky. The humans of Beluyi used to live deep in the game, so having aerial combat skills was a plus. They were completely unfamiliar with starry sky combat. So, when it came to deploying starships, the humans of Beluyi planned to let the enemy deploy their forces first, then attack and eliminate all enemies. To launch a force, the enemy must have a planet to land on. And it must land there. At this point, the Beluyi human leaders came up with a solution. When they were planning the Bailu region, they had already considered what would happen if it were attacked. So they transformed several planets into battlefield planets. There are many such battlefield planets in human society. They are also called border planets or blocking planets. The entire planet is transformed into a planetary fortress, where players can be stationed and live. When necessary, the battlefield planet is moved to a key location in and out of the star region, blocking the entrance and exit. Because of this blocking property, it is also called a blocking planet. As for whether it would be a waste of a planet, no one actually considered it. Because it is a battlefield, many combat players are willing to level up here, and the benefits of fighting here are considerable. For this reason, most combat players are willing to live and fight here. Normal times, this battlefield planet is docked at the edge of the star region. If needed, battlefield stars could be deployed to the corresponding locations. As soon as the Bailu wild humans saw the locations on the star map Gushi presented, they determined where the enemy would enter. They quickly deployed their personnel and began moving battlefield stars, preparing to block the route. As for letting the enemy into fight, that was impossible. Their Bailu territory had only been built a short time ago and could not be destroyed by fighting. Gushi had been in the Bailu territory for over a year and was relatively familiar with the conditions of the various planets within it. Hearing the Beluyi humans' reaction, Gushi knew what they were thinking. So Gushi nodded, "You will be the ones holding off the starships. However, during the battle, you must also pay attention to the situation within the star field and prevent the enemy from launching a surprise attack from elsewhere." Although Gushi didn't intend to intervene in the matter, he still offered a reminder. After all, he was now the leader guarding this star field. If the star field was destroyed, his reputation would be affected. While the impact wouldn't be significant, it would significantly reduce the support Gushi would receive when he wanted to establish his own star field in the future. The Beluyi people naturally understood this. They had all fought their way up from the depths of the game. They knew full well what they had sacrificed to live the way they did today. They absolutely would not allow anyone to disrupt their lives. So, they all promised Gushi that they would not allow anyone to launch a surprise attack on them. After making all the arrangements, Gushi left alone. Gushi usually lived on the Genesis Hero Star, the capital planet of the Bailu territory. But now that the enemy has arrived, Gushi needs to strike first. This time, the battle will take place in the starry sky, and facing multiple red-clad enemies simultaneously, Gushi will need to release his core existence. The first to be released is a somewhat reluctant Eve. Her mission is to defend the Genesis Hero Star. If necessary, drag the Genesis Hero Star into the shadows to prevent the enemy from destroying it. Next to appear are Moore and Shirley. Moore's undead dragon troops can move through the starry sky and will be the main force in the battle against the enemy. Surely, along with Gu Shi, will directly assault the enemy starship and eliminate several red-clad enemies of the Su Ci tribe. Chapter 3100. After calling out his men, Gu Shi went to the battlefield planet ahead of time. By this time, the battlefield planet had already received orders from the Genesis hero planet, and the atmosphere was already tense. A large number of human players were carrying out the final reinforcements on the battlefield planet, while various air defense and defensive structures were also undergoing final repairs. Waves of human players continued to pour into the battlefield planet. When Gu Shi arrived, he barely attracted much attention. Don't even mention Gu Shi's unusual outfit. There were plenty of people here who looked even more unusual. Gu Shi's look was good. Look over there. There was a figure 1.4 meters tall, with a pile of heads on his head, making him look 2.8 meters tall. When Gu Shi saw him, he turned and greeted Gu Shi. All the heads above him turned in their direction, as if wanting to discuss the decorations behind the head of the goddesses. Gu Shi wasn't the type to be arrogant. He wouldn't refuse until the enemy arrived, so he exchanged a few words with him. Of course, the conversation turned to the heads atop the player's head. The human atop this player's head was a semi-class skill, semi-equipment. Because his class was quite unique, he was quite familiar with the various heads available in various games. Also, when he wasn't playing games, he visit various places and draw inspiration from them. Just like the column of heads atop his head, while it appeared to only contain 13 heads, hidden within them were eyes, ears, and mouths, at least hundreds of heads of all sizes. He had never seen Gu Shi in such a situation. He made a direct request, wanting to trade something for the head of the goddesses behind Gu Shi. Hearing this, Gu Shi couldn't help but laugh. I can't give this to you. I polished it bit by bit from the ordinary level, until it reached the level of red equipment. Hearing this, the player was also stunned for a moment. If it were just orange equipment, he might have discussed it with Gu Shi more. But red equipment, even though he had just emerged from the depths of the game, he knew what it represented. He also wondered who the red-equipped player would be on the battlefield at this time. The player was startled and quickly lowered his head, saying, I'm sorry, Your Majesty, I didn't know it was you. It's okay. It's rare for me to encounter a situation like yours, so I came here to chat. By the way, you haven't finished your story yet. Yes, where was I just now? The player relaxed a little upon hearing this, but this time he didn't dare brag as he had before. Instead, he tried hard to think about the things he had actually encountered. Of course, his life was all about heads, so the stories he told were all about heads. But Gu Shi wasn't really interested in this. He just listened for fun. But as he listened, his eyes narrowed. What are you talking about? You encountered a human head deep in the game that looked like a small mountain? Was it complete? Of course, it was complete, with all the facial features and hair. I measured it, and it was at least 1,000 meters in diameter, and it was made entirely of stone. The head was so prominent it could be seen from afar. I had also stumbled upon a head that large on the terrain, and then found a place to get off and venture into the game's deep wilderness to search for it. Seeing Gu Shi's concern for this matter, the player was delighted. When he had previously communicated with other players and offered them heads, they had avoided him. Unlike Gu Shi, who not only engaged in direct communication with him, but also asked such detailed questions, the player then proceeded to elaborate on the situation. As Gu Shi listened, a sense slowly formed within him. The head the player was referring to was a very important item. Although Gu Shi wasn't entirely sure of its origin, he believed it must have been chopped off and thrown into the depths of the game, just like the head of the ancient god. If it weren't for the current situation. When facing an enemy invasion, Gu Shi might have wanted to delve deeper into the game to take a closer look. Even if that item wasn't the head of an ancient god, just a deity's head, it would still be beneficial to Gu Shi. While Gu Shi was pondering this, the player didn't notice anything amiss and continued to talk. Gu Shi listened intently, even adding a few words. Finally, the player asked about the halo behind the head of the goddesses. Gu Shi smiled and explained, this is a pass specific to red equipment. I didn't add it to the head. If you want this halo, you need to upgrade your equipment to red equipment quality. Red equipment? Hearing this, the player shook his head. Forget it though. Red armor was out of the question for someone like him. He better set his sights on orange armor. In truth, he hadn't realized that the information he shared with Gu Shi might have contained information about red armor. It was just that he didn't know, and so he missed such an opportunity. But Gu Shi, with his considerable insight, didn't miss it. He took note of the situation, and didn't even go there himself, simply sending his men to check the location the player had mentioned. If it really was just a large rock, then it wouldn't be a big deal. If there were any abnormalities, they could just transport it back to Chongqi Mountain. Gu Shi was now so arrogant even in the depths of the game. All the humans near Chongqi Mountain were closely connected to Gu Shi, and with convenient roads and transportation, as long as Gu Shi's men were on the move, they could quickly resolve everything, without having to consider the feelings of nearby races or other forces. It could be said that the information Gu Shi had received while he was chatting here had already begun to take effect. After chatting with this player, Gu Shi didn't contact any other players. He had just received the latest news. The Susi clan starship was approaching the White Deer territory. It was now about 3 days' distance from their location. Hearing this news, Gu Shi couldn't help but shake his head. So, the idea of a sneak attack is all a lie. With such a large force moving over such a long distance, a sneak attack is simply impossible. Choosing a small force for a sneak attack would likely mean they'd be surrounded before they even arrived. After saying this, Gu Shi stood up and left, magic wand in hand. Chapter 3101. 2 days later, the Battlefield Star moved to the White Deer Territory's Starfield Passage. All Starfield-class trains or attack starships attempting to enter the White Deer Territory from this direction would be blocked by the Battlefield Star. Any attempt to pass through would be affected by the Battlefield Star, and could even result in a collision. If they attempted to enter the White Deer Territory without clearing the Battlefield Star, they would be cornered. By then, it was uncertain whether they could conquer the White Deer Territory, and their escape route would be completely destroyed. So, as long as the Battlefield Star blocked the passage, the Susi tribe starships would be determined to capture it. By now, spies from the Susi tribe's vanguard force had almost appeared near the passage. This was not much different from the intelligence Gu Shi and his team had received. However, Gu Shi was not on the Battlefield Star at this time. He had departed from the Battlefield Star 2 days prior, and entered the starry sky outside the star field. Ever since his last experience of moving through the starry sky, Gu Shi now moved with remarkable ease. Whether using the extra-dimensional portal or riding the evil coffin, he could move freely through the starry sky, covering considerable distances in an instant. 2 days was enough time for Gu Shi to reach the middle of the starry passage. Here, Gu Shi stood directly on the evil coffin. Beside him were the puppet driving the sun chariot and Maul, transformed into a bone dragon. And before him was a starship sailing through the interstellar space. This thing seemed to move very slowly in front of Gu Shi, but in fact, if you got close, you would know that it was moving at a speed of at least 300 to 500 kilometers per second. That's roughly 3 to 5 times the evil coffin's maximum speed. The reason it appears to be moving slowly is entirely because the starry sky is so vast. Compared to it, the effect of movement is completely invisible. Gu Shi looked at the fleet of starships before him, and formed a conclusion. The ones that had passed before him were the vanguard of the Susi tribe. There were approximately 600 large starships. According to the information Shea had gathered, each of these large starships could carry between 30,000 and 10,000 men. At the maximum, that would put the force at around 6 million. Following them was the main fleet, comprising 3,000 large starships and approximately 1,200 supply transports. Also, the entire Susi tribe's flagship was within this area, clearly representing the bulk of their forces. Further back was the logistics force, consisting of 100 large starships and 3,000 transports. Their primary responsibility was transporting various supplies. After all, warfare was all about logistics. If resources were insufficient, even if they reached the enemy, they wouldn't be able to fight. Therefore, logistics and supplies are crucial. As for seizing food and resources from the target area, then you have to eat their food. You're going to attack the undead's territory, or even the demons. Can you eat their food? That's impossible. So, even if you're confident, you still have to bring some resources with you. In Gu Shi's eyes, these 3 starship fleets looked like 3 rapidly moving star clusters. And at this moment, the death hand behind Gu Shi raised a deadly bow and knocked an ordinary arrow. See, I kill. Now I see. A destined strike. Gu Shi's target was simple: the flagship, located in the center of the main fleet. Gu Shi's requirements were simple: just have the arrow land on the flagship within a few hours. Because this arrow was specially crafted by Gu Shi, it possessed a certain armor-piercing effect and also served as a locating force. All Gu Shi had to do was locate himself, and then, through the red line of the netherworld, transport himself there. As for how to transport him, didn't you see that Gu Shi had already transformed a certain area around him into a yin-yang? Gu Shi's current position was considered the netherworld. Once the red line of the netherworld had a location, it could transport him to a certain location in the mortal world. It was that simple. Gushi fired the arrow, which immediately flew several meters before coming to rest in the starry sky. Gushi had long since experimented with the effects of a destined strike. This attack method was truly beyond the imagination of the average person. You have to remember that when a normal person shoots, they would lock onto their target and fire their arrow. The goal was speed and accuracy. But a destined strike was different. This strike was predestined. No matter how the arrow was shot, it could be anything. Some flew incredibly fast, disappearing the moment he turned his head, while others were slower, remaining in front of Gushi's face for a long time. But no matter what, it would ultimately hit the location Gushi designated at the time, and with the desired effect. This time was no different. Despite the arrow's slow speed, Gushi was confident it would satisfy him. And Gushi's suspicions were indeed correct. Although the arrow moved slowly, it happened to encounter a beam of light after traveling over 100 meters. The light flashed by and swallowed the arrow. Gushi now understood that the arrow's slowness was due to its need to reach a specific location at a specific time, where it happened to encounter this beam of light. This beam of light was clearly a short-distance teleportation method. While not uncommon, it was also not very common. As a result, the arrow was carried an unknown distance by the beam of light. Gushi lost sight of the arrow's location after that. Gushi could only sense the arrow's location through some means, but he had no way of determining its current condition. However, Gushi was willing to trust the effectiveness of the fateful strike. After releasing the arrow, he did not intervene again, instead focusing his attention on the fleet's movements in the distance. Gushi's goal this time was simple: to intercept the 3 red-clad enemies. The rest was beyond his control. For Gushi, the red-clad enemy was most likely on the flagship. But once they were inside, extracting them from the fleet would require a different strategy. There was no way he could engage in combat on the bridge of the enemy's flagship. That wouldn't allow Gushi to unleash his full potential. At that moment, a flash of light flashed before Gushi's eyes. He seemed to see a scene. A humanoid creature, with purple skin and looking as if it had suffocated, raised its head. He glanced around with a puzzled expression, then produced something that looked like a dagger and pointed it in a certain direction. Enemy attacks. The image flashed before Gushi's eyes. And then, he felt as if he were being watched. Chapter 3102. As the image flashed before Gushi, he knew what had happened. Ever since Gushi equipped several pieces of red armor associated with destiny, he'd been encountering this situation from time to time. This was the automatic notification from the red armor associated with destiny. Of course, Gushi didn't specifically choose this path, so this situation would often activate unintentionally within about half an hour after he activated a destiny-related skill, serving as a reminder. The immediate reminder informed Gushi that the fateful strike he had just launched had been noticed. How the other party noticed it, Gushi wasn't sure, but he could clearly see that the dagger in the man's hand was a red piece of equipment. Just as Gushi was still trying to figure out what the dagger was, he suddenly felt a faint flash of light beside him. Then the figure he had seen earlier appeared behind him. Confirmed, a space-based assassin. The spatial ability clearly came from the dagger. This was the most difficult enemy to deal with. If there's no way to prevent such an enemy from approaching, you'd be backstabbed. Not only can the enemy sneak, but they can also use spatial abilities to move at any time. If they can't defeat them, they can quickly escape, leaving no trace. This makes even heavily armored warriors feel troubled when encountering such an enemy. Most importantly, who says spatial abilities are limited to movement? Spatial abilities can also be used to penetrate armor, and do many other things. Gushi had never encountered a player using spatial abilities before, but that didn't mean he wasn't aware of them. The most troublesome abilities, fate, time, and space, are among the most troublesome. The current space thief also knew his own strength. After noticing someone was targeting them, he followed the spatial fluctuations without a second thought. He thought, just taking a quick turn, killing an enemy, and relaxing for a bit would be a pretty easy task. However, he hadn't anticipated that when Gushi took a position, his dual red armor resonant skill, Life and Death Net, would automatically begin to weave. The longer he stayed in that position, the larger and denser the Life and Death Net grew, and the more effective its surveillance of his surroundings became. Gushi could sense the sudden presence of an enemy behind him, and the Life and Death Net naturally reacted. Although the enemy had cut through space to come in, it would take him time to attack. And his attack was no match for the Life and Death Net's automatic attack. Before the space thief could strike Gushi in the back, an arrow shot straight at his face. This startled the space thief. But he didn't care. He had encountered similar situations before. That was all because he entered someone else's trap zone or something, accidentally triggering some mechanism due to the uncertainty of space. The space thief never took such situations seriously. No matter how fast those mechanisms activated, could they be as fast as those in his own space? He didn't believe it. But this time, the space thief was truly wrong. Gushi's life and death net had the resonance attribute of 2 red armors, and it was also a field type one. Let's just say, the moment the space thief entered, he was effectively trapped. This initial arrow was just the appetizer. The subsequent attacks were the real kicker. Just as the space thief took a step back, preparing to dodge the attack, he suddenly realized that over a dozen arrows had been fired simultaneously around him, all aimed in the direction of his subsequent movement. This meant that no matter how he dodged, he would be hit. And all the arrows hit him in vital areas. This was a situation the space thief had never encountered since acquiring the red dagger. Without a second thought, he dodged and cut through the space, attempting to escape. But as the old saying goes, once you're here, you're here. Right? That applies to you, and once you're here, you can't leave. As the space thief cut through the space, the nearby blood-threaded net quickly swarmed around him, mistaking the area beyond the space for a domain. Just as the space thief was about to charge in, an arrow shot out from within. The space thief had no idea where the arrow came from. In any case, the arrow pierced the space thief's chest. This was the first situation the space thief had encountered since acquiring the red dagger, nor had he suffered such an injury. This infuriated the space thief. "You're going to die!" Space slice. But just as the space thief turned to slash through all nearby space, a spear pierced the space thief from behind. This was the puppet, ready to strike. The space thief hadn't noticed the puppet before because Gushi was his primary target. Also, after obtaining a strange niche, the puppet had acquired its own hidden abilities. As long as she didn't want to, no one could notice her presence. This time, the space thief's entire attention was initially focused on Gushi, and then he was ambushed by the life and death net, leaving him no energy to think about anything else. The shot only reacted when it landed right next to him. Faced with this situation, the space thief couldn't focus on anything else. He changed the direction of his attack, aiming to shred everything nearby. Now, all his attacks hit the puppet's spear. But the space thief never anticipated that the puppet's spear was her path. The puppet could pull out a new spear at any time. So the space thief immediately shredded the spear, but the puppet's second spear pierced the space thief's face. When the puppet attacked, the life and death net didn't stop. The life and death net's greatest characteristic is that its arrows are unexpected. And they fire continuously, never stopping until the enemy is defeated. Besides, the life and death net didn't require Gushi's control. With the enemy now at his doorstep, how could Gushi just leave them alone? So, while the puppets attacked, Gushi's attacks came from all directions. This time, Gushi wasn't concerned with trapping the enemy, he aimed for a saturation attack, aiming to eliminate the sudden, seemingly unstoppable entity as soon as possible. So Gushi himself, holding the magic wand, launched a fatal strike. Simultaneously, the hand holding the life-destroying bow behind him drew its bow, and unleashed a fatal arrow. As for Moore, she continued to fly nearby. Although Gushi hadn't asked her to, Moore understood the purpose of her existence. She had to prevent other enemies from suddenly appearing and ruining the current favorable situation. Chapter 3103. Boom. The life-severing arrow is a means of attack that strikes at a specific moment in the enemy's destiny. There's a reason why Gushi used it here this time. Because the space thief held the dagger tightly in his hand. As long as the opponent still had a way to use the dagger, there was a chance of escape. Gushi had to destroy this. And the life-severing arrow was aimed at this very moment. As the arrow was shot, it finally flew towards the space thief's right hand, which held the dagger. The space thief immediately sensed something was wrong and quickly retracted his right hand, attempting to dodge again. But at that moment, the space thief felt a sharp pain in his right hand, and his movement slowed considerably. At the same time, a thought formed in his mind. Damn it! Why would this old problem strike at this moment? Wait, when did my hand get injured? And it hasn't healed yet, but it's become a recurring problem? The space thief had no idea that the life-severing arrow had already struck a moment in his past. His right hand sustained a severe injury, one that remained untreated, and a lingering problem. Under normal circumstances, it wasn't a problem, but when constantly using spatial power, his right hand's movements became noticeably slower. It was precisely this slowdown that caused the spatial thief to miss many opportunities. Just like this time, the spatial thief was still trying to cut through the space in front of him and block the fatal blow from Gushi's magic wand. But his movements were too slow, and he couldn't form a sufficient defense in front of him. The magic wand's fatal blow was a concentrated attack from Gu Shi's entire magical power. With this blow, the Space Thief's face instantly turned from purple to grayish-white, as if all his life force had been drained away. The Space Thief was sent flying backwards. At this moment, Gu Shi's life or death net unleashed its full force, with arrows of varying sizes blasting out from every node, piercing the Space Thief's body. Being flung back, the Space Thief had no chance to dodge. The Space Thief's body was now riddled with arrows of all sizes. Each arrow sapped a portion of the Space Thief's life force. Some arrows were even beginning to slice through the Space Thief's body. The Space Thief still had a modicum of strength left, and in this situation, he certainly didn't want to die. So, the Space Thief prepared to cut through the space again, at least to allow him to escape. But the moment he moved, the old injury on his right hand reactivated, causing him to deviate slightly from the intended cut. The Space Thief's original plan was to cut through the space and enter immediately. But now, it was clearly failing. This gave Gu Shi an opportunity to strike. He swung his hand and unleashed a chaotic explosion of magic at the ripped open space. Dimensional Gate plus Deep Freeze. Gu Shi's timing was perfect. After the Space Thief's upper body had passed through, Gu Shi's attack arrived just in time. Dimensional Gate can be considered a spatial method from the wind element. While it's far inferior to a proper spatial method, it can be used to disrupt spatial teleportation. Deep Freeze's effect is more precise, forcibly freezing a specific location. Gu Shi used this method to destroy the space created by the Space Thief. The Space Thief had only half of his body moved through, his lower half remaining. Under the effects of Gu Shi's move, his body was cut in half by the space he had created. It must be said that the power of this space is useful, but its destructive power is also quite strong when it fails. As the space was gone, the remaining half of the Space Thief's body was frozen in the ice. Gu Shi could sense that with just a gust of wind, the ice would shatter into countless fragments, leaving nothing behind. But Gu Shi's attention was not focused on this. At this moment, Gu Shi was looking towards the location of the Suicide clan starship fleet. At that moment, a blinding light suddenly erupted from there. At least 350 starships were swallowed up, like a supernova. This scene left Gu Shi stunned. Because from his distance, he could feel the sheer power of this all-consuming space. At this moment, two different waves emanated from the starship's locations. One was like a ripple of the ocean. Someone had stirred up a massive wave in the starry sky, pushing all the starships in front of and behind the nova explosion a distance away. At the same time, a giant, visible ball of water appeared, forming a water ring within the starry sky. The suppression and protection of this water ring prevented the remaining starships from being destroyed. The other wave was like a stream of light. Even from Gu Shi's position, he could see the light flash by. The light was as gorgeous as an aurora, yet as three-dimensional as an oil painting. However, after escaping the site of the nova explosion, this stream of light did not return to deal with the situation. It simply lingered at the final location of the star fleet. It was clear that the fluctuations of these two powers belonged to the other two red-armored wearers. The one who released the water ball was the red-armored leader of the Sissy clan. He had initiated this battle, and the starship was filled with Sissy clan players, representing the power of the Sissy clan. He couldn't let his men perish in the starry sky. So, even if faced with the red-armored wearer's self-destruction, he had to withstand this wave of attacks. And that stream of light, like the Space Thief, was probably a summoned external force. However, the Space Thief had discovered Gu Shi's location beforehand and rushed over without a second thought. He ended up getting himself in trouble. Not only that, as he fled, his body was chopped into pieces by Gu Shi. He ultimately died on the Susi clan's flagship. His death caused considerable trouble for the Susi clan. When he died, he didn't even have time to explain that Gu Shi possessed more than one piece of red armor. Half of his body was gone in one go. Then the Spatial Dagger's binding attack was unleashed. For spatial red armor, the binding attack is the most irrational. For Gu Shi's nether spirit flower, at most, it would spread across the entire world, absorbing all nutrients. But spatial red armor is different. The potential for spatial red armor is to shred the entire universe into fine powder. As soon as the two red armor players on the Susi clan side saw something was amiss, they immediately fled. In the end, over 300 starships were destroyed. And that was because they were currently in the starry sky. If it were in the Susi clan star field, the destruction would likely be far greater. Chapter 3104. Even though most of the binding damage was blocked, the fluctuations of the spatial explosion still disrupted the plans of the Star Fleet and Gu Shi. Gu Shi's initial plan was to locate the enemy flagship within a day. That would be exactly when the Susi main force would approach the battlefield planet. If Gushi took action at that moment, he could pin down the Suicide main force. He could eliminate the 3 red-suited players, while the human players from the White Deer territory could hold back the Suicide starship. But now, something unexpected had occurred. The Suicide main fleet's advance was completely halted. At this moment, they were probably debating whether to retreat immediately. If they retreated now, they still had a chance to escape. After all, their vanguard had just made contact with the battlefield planet, and the battle hadn't yet fully begun. If they retreated now, they could still guarantee at least 3,000 starships. This way, their losses would not be too great. At most, they would fail to capture the White Deer territory. The Susi clan would understand this, and so would Gushi. Gushi also knew that he couldn't let the enemy get away like this. Even if some of the starships escaped, the red-suited players must not be spared. The red-suited space dagger had vanished under the effects of the Nova explosion. Gushi couldn't let the remaining 2 red suits go. So, without caring about anything else, Gushi zeroed in on the enemy's location and launched a dimensional portal. Previously, Gushi had been thinking about precise positioning and teleporting via the Netherworld Red Line. Gushi didn't have time to think about that now. He simply headed through the dimensional portal. The first one he killed was the puppet. Next came more, who had transformed back into human form. Finally, Gushi passed through the dimensional portal. Reaching the vicinity of the starship, Gushi saw the puppet unleashing its sun chariot, chasing a player with its spear raised. And more had directly blocked nearly 1,000 starships. This clearly showed their completely different fighting styles. The puppet's combat was primarily one-on-one, while Moore preferred to take on as many enemies as possible. As soon as Gushi appeared, he unleashed the evil coffin. He stepped on it, and focused his attention on the 2 enemies in the starry sky. The player being pursued by the puppet must have been invited by the Sissy tribe. He looked like an elf, wearing a leaf-like outfit painted in oil. As he moved, the color of the paint on his body changed, reminiscent of the changing seasons. He held not a staff, but a painting brush. Clearly, this brush was the red one he used in battle. Another person was in the water ball. This was the Sissy tribe that Gushi had learned about. The Sissy were a player race that relied on the Celestials for survival. They had dark skin, but to appear impressive to the Celestials, they painted their faces with a layer of white powder and then red paint. This gave them a rather strange appearance. This made them relatively easy to spot. The person in the water ball was covered in an untold amount of powder, their originally black hair becoming matted and clumped. If he weren't submerged in a water ball, shaking it would probably cause a shower of white ash to fall. In front of him lay a long sword that looked like it was made of sapphire coral. It was clearly the red suit in the hands of the Susi player. And now, the long sword was fully activated. The Susi player was controlling the long sword with all his might, seemingly trying to recapture all the water that had transformed into the water ball. If he hadn't seen it so closely, Gushi would have never imagined that the red suit could achieve such a feat. You have to remember that in front of Gushi, this was a water ball the size of 1/3 the moon. The entire water ball was filled entirely with water. This water certainly wasn't drawn from a nearby planet. Gushi guessed that this must be the source of the water stored in the long sword. Just now, in order to protect all the starships here, the Susi player had released all the water in the long sword. Now, if he wanted to recapture it, it would probably take some effort. At this point, Gushi also understood the current situation. He had 2 options. The first was to cooperate with the puppet and kill the painter-looking elf before the Susi player could react. After killing him, the Susi player wouldn't flee. After all, the Susi fleet was still there, and unless it was a dead end, the Susi player would have to fight. Furthermore, if the Susi player controlled the red suit, Gushi would have to face another battle, which would significantly increase the difficulty of the battle. The second option was to take advantage of this opportunity to charge directly into the Susi player's water ball, and kill him before he could control the red suit. This approach would be the easiest for Gushi to fight. But the person attacked by the puppet would definitely try to escape. Both strategies had their advantages and disadvantages. The choice is up to Gushi. Glancing at the current situation, Gushi immediately tapped the evil coffin lightly. The evil coffin instantly understood Gushi's intention and flew towards the elf. Gushi intended to deal with the elf first, then return to deal with the Susi player. In Gushi's mind, this painter-like elf was clearly not a powerful combat class. Gushi could handle it alone. Not to mention a 2-on-1 situation. Most importantly, Gushi had just arrived, and the life and death net hadn't been deployed yet. What if the enemy escaped? At this point, Gushi had already asked the head of the goddesses to help. They targeted the water ball, setting up the life and death net and the death kaleidoscope. If Gushi hadn't been unsure of the enemy's red armor's attributes, he would have wanted to pour a large amount of poison into the water ball. For now, we can only exert influence and wait for him to finish dealing with the elf in front of us. As the head of the goddesses acted according to Gushi's instructions, Gushi also arrived near the elf on his evil coffin. As soon as Gushi appeared, the elf burst into a loud curse. "Saria, how did you get the information? You said just 2 pieces of red equipment. 3 against 2 is a sure win. That's your sure win. 3 red equipment owners. One of them even has 3 or more red equipment, even a red mount. You're trying to kill us all. I won't play with you anymore." The elf shouted, repeatedly drawing circles behind him, as if he wanted to use the circles to represent something. Chapter 3105. Stop him. Gushi decisively gave the order upon seeing the elf's movements. At this point, the puppet had already launched its full-scale attack. The sun chariot beneath her radiated a blinding light, a sensation reminiscent of the one she had used to propel Lulu's body atop it. It was clear that the puppet had made significant strides in the sun chariot's development. The sun chariot now radiated a blazing light like the sun. Everything touched by the sunlight rapidly melted. The temperature inside had already surpassed normal temperatures. The most obvious sign was the oil paints drawn by the elf. Whatever the elf drew, it would condense into a specific shape in the starry sky. And it worked. However, with the sun chariot's transformation, these painted objects melted instantly, even the elf's clothes. Under these circumstances, the elf's movements paused noticeably. Gushi seized this opportunity and struck the elf with his magic staff. A combined magical explosion. Death incarnation plus corpse explosion. Gushi used his most familiar attack. With one strike, the explosion echoed right next to the elf. The elf was instantly blown back a distance. The puppet was quite excited at this moment, as her and Gushi's coordination was becoming increasingly seamless. The puppet had 2 main attack methods: close-range stabbing with the spear and range charging with the sun chariot. The puppet had already approached the elf, and normally, it would have used the spear to stab the elf. But despite the elf's brush, its defense was remarkably strong, and several of her attacks were ineffective. This time, Gushi's explosion sent the elf flying, not only creating distance for the puppet, but also knocking it off balance. Though the elf quickly tried to regain its balance, how far could Gushi's explosion propel the elf? At most, it could only reach 30 or 40 meters. For the sun chariot, this distance was enough for a charge in a fraction of a second. It was just enough to increase the sun chariot's movement speed to its maximum. At this charge, the elf saw only a rainbow of sunlight hurtling towards him. He tried to defend himself, but his imbalance prevented him from blocking it. By the time he could move, the puppet's spear had already pierced his body, forcibly pushing him some distance. And then, Gushi's magic staff struck again. A fatal blow. A pale laser beam shot out. This pale laser beam carried a chill. It was the power of water magic, combined with the sacred moonlight of the head of the goddesses. The laser beam struck the elf squarely. Combined with the puppet's sun chariot, the yang and yin stimulated the elf's body. The elf had lost the upper hand, and was now unable to move. But Gushi and the puppet didn't want to miss this opportunity. They attacked from the left and right, in front and behind, with their most powerful weapons. Occasionally, the puppet would dash over 100 meters away, and launch another charge. Gushi, however, was even faster. Magic spells from his magic wand followed one after another, while the weapons and equipment on his hand of death continuously unleashed new spells, raining down upon the elf. After just a few attacks, all the paint on the elf's body disappeared, revealing the leather armor beneath. When the leather armor was revealed, Gushi wondered if he had misjudged the elf's profession. He wasn't a painter at all, he was clearly a druid. Gushi had encountered druids before, but druids were naturally solitary, dwelling in the woods, preferring the company of wild beasts to interacting with outsiders. Druids had many professions and diverse philosophies. Their attitude toward necromancers wasn't too negative, rather neutral. Gushi recognized this as a druid solely because of the leather armor. The leather armor had previously been painted with leaves of various colors. He had simply transformed himself into a tree, appearing to have experienced spring, summer, autumn, and winter. But no one could have imagined that beneath the leaves of the tree were painted images of various wild animals. This type of equipment indicated he was a druid, and a beast transformation druid at that. This surprised Gushi, because the druid had been attacked for so long, yet he hadn't chosen to transform. Although they were now in the starry sky, making it difficult to move, he could still transform into a bird. He could still fly in swift flight mode. He truly changed his fighting style, just for a piece of red gear. Gushi understood the situation with a single thought. If the druid transformed into a beast, this paintbrush-like red gear would be useless. Therefore, this druid would rather not transform than use the power of the paintbrush. After all, using his ordinary skills with the red armor would be foolish. But after receiving the red armor, this druid showed no intention of changing his career path. He continued diligently on his path, not transforming the red armor into a shape-shifting druid. It's unclear what he was thinking. But no matter what he chose, Gushi knew the elf's career path. There are still many subtle variations within the shape-shifting druid, but one thing is certain. The shape-shifting druid's vitality is undoubtedly strong. This attack alone won't kill this guy. Gushi's mind moved, and he prepared to increase his offensive power. At this moment, the head of the goddesses behind Gushi turned and stared at the elven druid. This meant that Gushi's previous arrangements had been completed, and the head of the goddesses had time to come to Gushi's aid. Gushi immediately mobilized her energy, focusing her attacks on the elven druid. At the same time, the dual armor resonance between Gushi's magic wand and the nether flower was fully activated. The power was significantly stronger than the previous, ordinary combined magic. At this moment, the puppet also made a powerful move. This time, the puppet ran about 1,000 meters and replaced itself with a spear. Most importantly, she also activated the effects of her other two paths. Although it had little effect on the sun chariot, this was the effect she was aiming for. Over 1,000 meters, in less than a second, it collided directly with the elven druid. Then, Gushi's dual armor resonance also fell, taking the elven druid's life. Chapter 3106. As the painter-like elven druid died, his body quickly shrank towards the paintbrush. A large amount of strangely colored oil paint began to spurt outward, as if attempting to transform the entire world into a painting. Gushi understood that this was the binding protection of the red suit. He also understood that if the painting was completed, the paintbrush would also escape. So, Gushi immediately pointed at the brush's location. A beam of sacred moonlight descended, freezing the brush instantly. It had to be admitted that after the ice moonlight path he had forcibly obtained last time merged with his own sacred moonlight path, Gushi's arsenal had greatly expanded. The current situation was a perfect example. Gushi no longer needed to bring the low-level red suit's binding protection to the Pantheon for isolation. He could now easily suppress it on the spot with the sacred moonlight. It didn't require much effort at all. Only then did Gushi finally understand the significance of Teacher Jun's performance, when he single-handedly suppressed the bound protection of a red item. At that time, Teacher Jun had already made the path of Earth his own exclusive red item. And there must be a path within that took him even further. But now, Gushi had reached this point, and his strength was strong enough. Thinking, Gushi reached out and grabbed the paintbrush. The moment he grasped the brush, Gushi smiled. Just as he had suspected, this brush was a pure support among support items, a bottom tier among red items. But no matter what, a red outfit is a red outfit. Gushi didn't look down on it, because it was unremarkable. Instead, he felt it perfectly complemented his painting skills. You have obtained the Extraordinary Paintbrush, Red. Extraordinary Paintbrush, Red, main hand weapon, unbound, when equipped, increases your painting level by 20. Equipment requirement, complete the bind quest. Special Route 1, Divine Painting. This route allows you to use oil painting techniques to draw a corresponding object or creature and transform it into a real object. Route Skill 1, Drawing for a living, oil paint armor. Special Route 2, True/False Painting. This route allows you to use oil painting techniques to draw corresponding attack effects. If the user knows how to use them, the attack effects will become real, otherwise, they will be fake. Route Skill 2, Deception Technique, 9 fakes and 1 true, Transformation of Reality and Illusion. Special Route 3, Hiding Painting. This route allows you to use oil painting techniques to draw an identical painting of yourself and hide within it, ensuring that you remain undetected by the enemy for a period of time. Route Technique 3, Intersecting Lives, Exchanging Truth and Fakeness, Life-Saving Painting. Special Route 4, World Painting. This route uses oil painting techniques to create a special world. Outsiders can enter this world and bring foreign objects into it, but everything they bring in will become painting materials and cannot be taken out. Route Technique 4, Realistic Oil Painting World. Special 1, After binding equipment, you can choose one of 4 routes to protect it. If someone attempts to forcibly unbind or kill the bound person, the route's most powerful technique will automatically be unleashed. Special 2, After binding equipment, you can choose one of 4 routes as your main battle route. This route's power is increased by 150% compared to other routes. Special 3. After binding the equipment, you can choose one of 4 routes to activate a combat aura, and you can unlock 3 additional combat auras through upgrades and other means. Special 4. After binding the equipment, you can allocate the number of uses for a particular route and lend it to other players or subordinates. Dual red equipment resonance, none. Description 1. An ordinary red equipment piece for painting. Red, that's all. Do you expect it to have powerful combat power? Description 2. It's part of the same set as the flowing canvas, but even if you complete it, it won't be as powerful as a unique piece. A quick glance at the brush's attributes revealed that the red equipment binding protection effect was most likely a world painting effect. If it were to work, a significant portion of the surrounding area would be transformed into an oil painting. People and items trapped within would be unable to escape. This could be considered the final glory of this colorful brush. In terms of overall attributes, this item is only slightly stronger than a pieced-together red equipment, roughly equivalent to a pseudo-red equipment like the Griffin Black Throne. But who says this isn't red equipment? And it's part of a red equipment set. If they were to complete the set, it might be even more powerful. So, after some serious thought, Gushi put the color pen away. He planned to wait and see if his painting clones had any need for it. If so, Gushi looked at the hiding painting in the color pen and suddenly had an idea. The idea behind the hiding painting was to create an oil painting of oneself, hiding oneself within it. But if Gushi could create a clone, even one that didn't have to fight, just one that could help him get the red equipment, wouldn't that allow him to equip even more red equipment? This thought made Gushi's eyes light up. This might be a good opportunity. At this thought, Gushi's grip on the stylish pen tightened. Perhaps powerful red equipment wasn't necessary. The smaller benefits of this bright red equipment might be beneficial to his growth. Thinking of this, Gushi felt as if he understood something. Why was the final requirement for the real-world race rankings 5,000 pieces of red equipment? Perhaps it wasn't pure combat power that was required, but rather the ability to handle various challenges. And perhaps Teacher June's desire to raise so many near red equipment wasn't to obtain enough red equipment, but rather to gain some uncertain direction. It could be said that they had already foreseen something about the future. And Gushi was only just starting out. Everything was still possible. At this thought, Gushi narrowed his eyes. He had to work hard too. At this moment, the puppet had already approached the water ball of the CI player. The water ball was noticeably smaller than it had appeared before. It was clear that the player had already collected about a third of the water that made up the ball. If he had been given a little more time, he could have truly collected all the water and finally come to his senses to consider Gushi's situation. However, one of the foreign reinforcements he had hired was too aggressive and killed himself, while another was too inexperienced and was eliminated before even using his professional skills, ultimately acting as a transport captain. Now, he too had to face the attack posed by Gushi. Chapter 3107. When Gushi attacked, the CI player had already noticed. However, just as Gushi had guessed, the CI player was controlling his long sword, attempting to absorb all the water present. He couldn't move until he had reclaimed the water. Don't think the CI player was stupid enough to consider the water at such a critical moment. This water wasn't just any water, it was heavy water refined daily by the long sword. The CI player's combat strategy hinged entirely on this water. However, he usually fought on the ground, so even if he released a large amount of water, it would only be a river or a stream. At most, he would release the water of the Pacific Ocean. But now, things were different. He was forced into a corner, releasing all the water within. Back then, it almost formed a water belt. After collecting this water, it even formed a water sphere 1/3 the size of the moon. Just imagine how much water he had released this time. Because of this, he was now somewhat unable to control his sword and had to collect all the water. But collecting this water was no easy task, especially in this starry sky, surrounded by enemies. The starships under his command had no combat power, otherwise Maul wouldn't have been able to hold off 1,000 starships alone. The external reinforcements he had previously invited could have bought him some time. Now that the elven druid was dead, he couldn't find anyone to buy him some time. The sussy player was forced to open his eyes and stare intently at the charging puppet. It was as if he was saying to the puppet, "How dare you?" Gushi had never encountered this kind of defensive stare since she became a player, and today was truly an eye-opener. If she hadn't been charging towards the water ball, Gushi might have laughed out loud, mocking the sussy player. What a fun day! As for the puppet, she hadn't considered any of this. The sussy player before her was trapped within the water ball, a perfect, immovable target. The puppet, driving the sun chariot, immediately reached maximum speed and crashed headfirst into the water ball. However, the moment the puppet entered the water ball, it immediately felt heavy, a pressure pressing against its body from all sides. It seemed as if it was about to crush it to pieces. If anyone else had charged in like this, they would have entered the territory of the Susie players, and being crushed would have been par for the course. But for the puppet, this was nothing. The puppet was essentially a machine crafted with the blessings of the gods, among whom was the god of the sea. Although the puppet hadn't yet mastered this aspect of the path, she was also adept at underwater combat. The immediate pressure was nothing to the puppet. The sun chariot had already transformed into a rainbow upon its departure. It could be said that the sun chariot was now in the form of light. When light enters water, it will at most be refracted, but it won't be slowed down. Not to mention, from outside the water ball, the Susie players within could be seen. This means the water ball's light absorption isn't actually very strong. Despite the pressure coming from all directions, the puppet still rushed to the Susie player at the expected speed. The Susie player could only interrupt his absorption of the water ball's liquid and, just as the puppet reached him, barely raised his coral sword to block it. This block allowed the path of the spear to be fully utilized. The spear in the puppet's hand, like her sun chariot, was also formed from the red path. The spear's attack power wasn't actually at the highest level. Its greatest characteristic was its contrast. That is, in normal attack, the spear was just an ordinary spear, at most offering a bit more damage. However, in a weapon-to-weapon clash, the spear would always be a point superior to other weapons. For example, if a spear were clashed with a sword, the opponent's weapon would undoubtedly be damaged. Even if the opponent was wearing red armor, it would be useless. This time, it was just like that. The longsword in the Susie player's hand hadn't fully absorbed its own source of power, leaving it already weakened. Now, at the last moment, the Susie player raised his long sword again, blocking the spear's attack. This meant a clash of sword and spear. This clash was simple. Unlike other battles, it could be handled with skill. This was a hard-fought clash of weapons. And this happened precisely at the spear's crucial point. As the Susie player blocked the attack, he felt a scar appear on the tip of his sword. A scar he had seen being inflicted by the spear. If he hadn't quickly retracted his sword and dodged the incoming attack, his sword might have broken. What was going on? I was holding a red suit. How could anyone possibly destroy that? The Susie player screamed inwardly, completely bewildered. The puppet, having completed the attack, didn't seize the opportunity to attack again. The sun chariot had just carried him out from the other side of the water ball. Gushi, who had rushed over, saw the puppet's movements and realized it had already engaged the Susie player. At this moment, Gushi waved his hand. Cut! Gushi, the life and death net, remained motionless, but drawing on the power of the death string, he began to slice and disintegrate the water ball before him. After just one cut, Gushi realized it wasn't easy to cut. The water that made up the water ball wasn't ordinary water, but a highly viscous heavy water. The death string partially sliced through the water ball, but the water immediately reassembled. So Gushi immediately changed his attack strategy, throwing handfuls of nether spirit flower seeds into the water ball. The nether spirit flower blossomed. In a flash, the nether spirit flower covered the surface of the water ball, rapidly absorbing the water within, growing at an incredibly fast rate. It wouldn't be long before the water ball transformed into a massive flower ball, and all the Susie player's advantages would vanish. The Susie player, who had just been attacked by the puppet, saw this and immediately realized that Gushi was attacking. If the puppet's previous attack was a frontal assault, then Gushi's was a dagger to remove the fire from under the cauldron. Although nothing could be seen on the surface, if this continued, he would surely be doomed. This couldn't go on. What should he do? Pumping the water back out wouldn't work. Time was running out, and just then, the Susie player had an idea. Perhaps he could try this. Chapter 3108. Inside the water sphere, a Susie player reached out and slashed his sword across it. Although the nether spirit flower occupied the surface of the water sphere, Gushi could clearly see every movement within. As soon as he saw the Susie player's actions, Gushi knew things were not going well. In Gushi's eyes, this kind of thing was often a sign of a blood sacrifice. He had never witnessed such a blood sacrifice on a red suit. But just by looking at the size of the water sphere, Gushi was certain that this was something serious. Although he couldn't tell what the other party was planning to do, Gushi couldn't let them complete their next move. Gushi glanced up at the puppet's current position and, riding the evil coffin, crashed into the water sphere. At the same time, Gushi raised his hand and plunged his magic staff into the water sphere. Death Legion. Gushi began to continuously pour mana into the tip of the magic staff. Batch after batch of death legions formed within the water sphere. These death legions were no longer the ones Gushi had previously shrunk with the divine moonlight. They were the true death avatars that Gushi normally used. They were all quite large, and most importantly, upon their appearance, they all began to group together, preparing for a chaotic explosion. This was the unique magical chaotic explosion effect of the magic wand. The death avatars were the most powerful, and most likely to produce explosive effects in Gushi's possession. The fact that Gushi had forcibly transformed the death avatars, which required all his mana to release one, into a nuclear Gatling gun showed that he had already mastered the explosive effects of the death avatars. Gushi had no intention of launching a series of explosions right now. His plan was to use all of these death avatars to squeeze into the water sphere, filling it completely. Then, there would be a massive explosion. This was something Gushi had been wanting to do since he discovered the nuclear Gatling gun. However, at that time, Gushi didn't have enough mana to release death avatars so frantically. Secondly, there was no way all of them could rush into the planet's interior. After all, exploding death avatars was a simple matter. But forcing them to sink underground was something Gushi couldn't do either. But now it was different. This wasn't ground, this was a water sphere. Placing death avatars in the water would be a piece of cake. While the water had its problems, it was still liquid, and the death avatars could squeeze right in. Not to mention, Gushi had inserted his magic wand into the water sphere. It was like inflating a balloon directly. The effect was beyond anyone's imagination. The Suicide players also noticed the situation. But he didn't care. Although he could be spotted at a glance, the water ball before him was actually quite large. Even with the puppet's charge, it would take about a second to hit him. Gushi's idea of filling the entire water ball with these things was overthinking. They were now competing to see who was faster. But the Susi players hadn't expected that Gushi's death avatars weren't released one by one, but rather by legion, and they were all blessed with various powers. Not to mention anything else, the power of the magic staff alone could roughly double the number of troops deployed by a single death legion. There are other methods involved. The Death Legion now releases a starting number of hundreds of thousands of death avatars. Gushi's total mana has also surpassed its previous level. The mana nodes Gushi previously established within his body can now be used simultaneously. At least 100 of these nodes are drained of mana each time. Then the Sky King quickly replenishes Gushi's mana. In other words, if one truly calculates, the number of death avatars Gushi releases each time could reach tens of millions. Of course, Gushi didn't care about the actual number. Gushi knew that now was not the time to consider such matters. After the number exceeded 10,000, it would become difficult for Gushi to manage them. Furthermore, the number of death avatars here is increasing by tens of millions per second. Over 100 million can be reached in a matter of seconds. Although each death avatar is relatively small compared to a water ball, as the number grows, the total number of these death avatars exceeds the imagination of ordinary people. Most importantly, as Gushi continued to release the avatar of death, he slowly began to sense something. The power of death was emanating from it. The power of death was contaminating the water ball before him. This feeling wasn't actually very noticeable, but Gushi felt it clearly. At this moment, a thought flashed through his mind, but he couldn't grasp it. Just as he was about to take in the situation, he noticed that the water ball below seemed to be trembling. Gushi understood that the Suicide players were preparing to attack, but he also knew that now was not the time to dwell on such thoughts. I come back to this next time I have the chance. For now, I need to consider how to eliminate the enemy before me. Gushi thought as he increased his mana output. Meanwhile, the leader of the goddesses behind him wasn't idle either. It controlled 6 death hands, helping Gushi continuously replenish his mana. The bone lighting hand even drew some water into its ghost prison. Of course, most of the time, the death hands were just releasing the Death Legion. Regardless, Gushi's only goal now was to fill the water ball with the Death Legion. At this moment, the puppet rushed over from the other side. Although the surface of the water ball was covered with ghost flowers, the ghost flowers were guiding the puppet's direction. This time, the puppet increased its speed to maximum, rushed into the water ball, and appeared behind the Suicide player. This time, the Suicide player didn't think of turning back to block the attack. He still remembered the previous attack. At this moment, he dodged and moved a little distance. This method was similar to Gushi's ability to move freely within the blood-threaded net. Normally, no one could hit him within the water sphere. The puppet had previously struck him because he was busy handling his long sword and had no time to pay attention. Now, things were different. He was using his own blood sacrifice long sword. While he couldn't fight, he could at least move. So when the puppet charged, he shifted, trying to dodge its attack. But this time, the puppet wasn't targeting the Susie players. She rushed in to bring the Nether Spirit Flower seeds to the very center of the water sphere and activate one of her paths. Harvest Field. Chapter 3109. The puppet's harvest field is a supplementary red road. Its primary purpose is to increase the growth rate of plants in a specific location. How fast this growth is achieved depends on the characteristics of the plants and the level of development of the road. The puppet is not a player. This road is her own path. There's no question of how often it's used. It's simply a matter of understanding the road. The harvest field's power is actually quite good right now. Additionally, the Nether Spirit Flower is a fast-growing plant. Under Gushi's control, it only takes a few seconds to grow, bloom, and bear fruit. The current harvest field can significantly reduce this time and increase the output of Nether Spirit Flower. The puppet's attack didn't hit the Susie player this time, but she did drop a large number of Nether Spirit Flower seeds along her path. Under the influence of the harvest field, the Nether Spirit Flower seeds grew rapidly in the water, and soon blossomed and bore fruit. At this moment, the Death Avatar Gushi had stuffed into the water sphere seemed to have seized an opportunity, and continuously pressed towards the location of the Nether Spirit Flower, absorbing its power, and using the flower's path to rapidly move towards the center of the water sphere. At this time, the blood sacrifice of the Susie player had also been completed. The Susie player forcibly injected his own blood into the long sword, replenishing the heavy water that had been left outside and not yet recovered. The longsword was finally usable, and the Susie player, wielding it, rushed towards Gushi's location. In his opinion, simply killing Gushi would solve all the immediate problems. But Gushi immediately sensed the Susie player's movement. Although his Death Avatar and Nether Spirit Flowers hadn't yet filled the entire water sphere, the current quantity was sufficient. Gushi retreated on the evil coffin, alerting the puppet still inside the water sphere. The puppet immediately activated the Sun Chariot and rushed out of the water sphere. As it rushed, it activated the evil Nietzsche's effect to protect itself. Explode. Watching the puppet burst out of the water sphere, Gushi decisively pointed in the direction of the water sphere. The Death Avatar he had previously released simultaneously raised its head and looked towards the Susie player from within the water. The Susie player immediately felt something was wrong and headed directly out of the water sphere. In his mind, getting out now was the key. Once outside, he could fight normally. He could kill Gushi and then come back to deal with the water ball. But before he could break out of the water ball, the eyes of all the Death Avatars changed color. Simultaneously, the various magical effects they had imbued themselves with fully erupted. Combined with the mutual detonation of the Death Avatars, a strange purple wave expanded outward from the entire water ball. After leaving the water ball's range, Gushi rode the evil coffin directly outward. Just now, he hadn't realized how many Death Avatars he had added to the water ball. But Gushi knew that if all of them truly exploded together, the force would be enough to completely destroy his Chongqi Mountain. Considering the size of Chongqi Mountain, it's clear that the closer to such an explosion, the faster one dies. So Gushi immediately ran as far as he could. As the evil coffin flew away, Gushi had time to turn back and glance at the explosion. Seeing the purple wave, Gushi couldn't help but smile. When Gushi cast the Death Avatar, he used the Magic Wand's Mixed Explosion effect. A mixed explosion naturally requires two different spells or skills. One spell, Death Legion, is a summoning spell that anyone can see. The other spell, however, is more difficult to see because Gushi is using Death Wave. This is a well-known undead spell with a large-scale attack. The attack range is visible to the naked eye, covering the entire screen. And its power is so strong that it affects all living beings, except the undead. At a high level, even a black dragon with high magic resistance can be affected. This is because it is a targeted spell, a spell that targets living beings. Any living being will be affected. The power of the Death Ripple depends on the strength of the Death Force that can be mobilized in a short period of time. Previously, Gushi used only his own mana to activate the Death Ripple. But this time, Gushi used the self-destruction of the Death Avatars as the starting point for the Death Ripple. After the Death Avatars self-destruct, the force of the explosion will bring with it the Death Force. At this point, by transforming the Death Force into the Death Ripple, its power will be much greater. Not to mention, Gushi also planted a large number of Nether Spirit Flowers here. At this moment, the Nether Spirit Flowers were all concentrating their death power. Before leaving, Gushi had specifically instructed the Nether Spirit Flowers to perform a yin-yang transformation transforming the water ball into a netherworld state. This was another enhancement to the death power. Gu Shi himself wasn't sure how strong the death energy and Yin energy currently concentrated here were. He might be able to dodge the explosions of the Death Avatar Legion, but he probably couldn't withstand the blasts caused by the death wave. Although Gu Shi was a necromancer, he wasn't dead, and such an explosion would still harm him. So he could only ride the evil coffin and flee. Thankfully, the evil coffin had turned red, and its speed had increased to approximately 100 kilometers per second. While this speed wasn't much in the starry sky, it was more than enough compared to the explosive speed of the death wave. As for whether the Suicide Clan players would die in the explosion, Gu Shi didn't care at all. The space dagger had vanished after the binding protection erupted, because it was too far away. That was because of Gu Shi. But this longsword was different. Didn't Gu Shi leave behind some men to grab the red armor? As for who they were, it was, of course, Mor, who possessed the dragon's blood vial, possessing immense vitality and impervious to explosions and magical attacks. Furthermore, as an undead, he could ignore the death wave. At this moment, Mor was engaged in a battle with the starship, but Gu Shi had already notified Mor before flying away. If the enemy's binding protection truly erupted, Mor would take control of the situation and reclaim the longsword. If the longsword's binding protection hadn't reappeared after the death wave ended, it meant the enemy wasn't dead yet. In that case, Mor would hold them back while Gu Shi and his men arrived for the second wave of attack. Chapter 3110. Boom! Puff! As the water sphere exploded, the shockwave spread outward. However, the sound didn't travel very far. The explosion caused by the incarnation of death reverberated back and forth within the water sphere, eventually blowing it apart. The sound of the explosion was almost silent. It felt like piercing a water-filled balloon with a needle. Aside from the puff, there was no sound at all. Not to mention that they were now in the starry sky, where sound wasn't easily transmitted. The purple shockwave caused by the death ripples also began to spread outward at this time. The purple shockwave wasn't very fast, but its range was quite wide. Some of the starships that had been outside the battlefield also entered the purple shockwave's impact range. These starships also realized that something was wrong and actually wanted to escape. But starships are extremely difficult to turn in the starry sky. Not to mention there were thousands of them. Many starships had no time to turn around, and those that did manage to do so collided with other starships, creating a chaotic scene. When the purple shockwave struck, most of the starships didn't escape. When the purple shockwave hit these starships, it only slightly displaced them, seemingly causing no damage at all. But in reality, the purple shockwave's effect wasn't limited to this. The starships struck by the purple shockwave had visible rust marks on their surfaces. At the same time, all the Sissy players within the starships perished under the effects of the death ripples. This was arguably the greatest damage. Gu Shi sat on the evil coffin, watching the purple shockwave expand from behind. The evil coffin continued to fly outward until the purple shockwave stopped in the starry sky and finally contracted inward. At this moment, Gu Shi noticed that another massive water ball had appeared at the center of the purple shockwave. This time, however, the water ball seemed less stable than before. It expanded outward for a distance before rapidly contracting, as if it wanted to crush everything. Gu Shi immediately understood that this was the binding protection from the Sissy players. If Gu Shi had been within this attack range, he would have been struck by the expanding water ball's impact, then drawn inward and crushed to pieces. Even Mor, who had been stationed there by Gu Shi, didn't dare rush forward. She knew that even if she transformed herself into a bone dragon, she wouldn't be able to withstand such a crushing force. She decided to wait until the longsword's binding protection effect wore off before advancing. Mor had already locked onto the longsword. No matter where it went, she could find it. As Mor waited, the longsword of the Susi player had already unleashed all its bound protections. The longsword now floated in the starry sky, emitting a dazzling blue light. Gu Shi also noticed this, and immediately prepared to return with the evil coffin. But then, as if drawn by some force, the longsword flew in the direction of the starship's arrival. It was obvious that the longsword was searching for an heir. This was a bad thing. If Gu Shi had forcibly seized the longsword and withstood the attack of the binding protection, then the longsword would have been directly taken by Gu Shi, becoming his trophy. However, Gu Shi was not there, and Mor did not approach, allowing the binding protection to fully exert its effect. Now the longsword was ownerless, and naturally, the original order of succession would have to be followed. It was similar to the situation with the space dagger. However, the space dagger could cut through space and fly away. This longsword did not have that ability, and could only fly through the starry sky. Although its flight speed was fast, it was nothing in Moore's eyes. Moore immediately rushed in the direction of the longsword's flight. However, Gu Shi and the puppet were now free, so they could also chase and intercept the longsword. Having lost its master and unleashed its bound protection, the longsword was now at its weakest. In terms of speed, it was no match for Gu Shi and the other three. Most importantly, the longsword's movement was quite inflexible. It could only lock onto a single target and then fly in a straight line. At its speed, the longsword wouldn't turn unless it encountered something like a planet. So, when Moore attacked, she had already locked onto the longsword's trajectory. She didn't even chase after it, but flew ahead, ready to intercept it. As for the starship, Moore had no idea what to do with it. The longsword before him was the most valuable. Moore had also sensed that, in that instant, all the starships struck by the purple shockwave had perished. Not a single one survived. These starships would now be nothing more than trash in the interstellar corridors. If Gu Shi didn't come to deal with them, others might arrive to tow them away. As for where the starships would ultimately be towed, that was unclear. Moore suspected the price of these starships wouldn't be too low. After all, they were still capable of navigating the interstellar sky. And this time, the enemy had been killed directly by the death wave. The starships hadn't sustained much damage. In this case, towing these starships back for repairs would yield a profit, even if they couldn't be used for personal use. Not to mention that the White Deer territory was nearby, and those humans were worried about lacking the tools to navigate the interstellar sky. These were all valuable items. But Moore merely glanced at them and ignored them. After all, for her, except for the void, she could fly anywhere else. With the dragon blood bottle, she could accomplish many things. In the starry sky, the undead dragon she led could even outfly a starship. Furthermore, because of its undead nature, the undead dragon could fly indefinitely, never needing to stop and rest. But Gu Shi was different. This time, he was focused on gaining something. Besides grabbing 2 pieces of red clothing, Gu Shi also needed to take something back. Gu Shi certainly wouldn't feel comfortable claiming the starships that had been captured on the battlefield planet. But there were also transport ships here, so Gu Shi prepared to reclaim them all. Seeing Moore approach the longsword, Gu Shi slowed down and shifted his focus to the starships. Chapter 3111. Just as Gu Shi stopped the evil coffin, the puppet arrived at its sun chariot. "Sir? It's all right. Go help Moore. We still have some starships over there that we haven't dealt with yet. Don't let those Susi people steal our red suits." After witnessing the power of the longsword, Gu Shi had already decided to give it to Lu Yongcheng upon his return. The longsword had the potential to serve as a resonance core, but it didn't align with Gu Shi's direction. Gu Shi had little use for it. Giving the longsword to Lu Yongcheng would undoubtedly help him thrive. No matter how far Gu Shi progressed, he would have a loyal and capable follower like Lu Yongcheng. Of course, Gu Shi couldn't possibly give Lu Yongcheng the extraordinary color pin. Giving it away would be a slap in the face. Would anyone want this tattered red outfit? So Gu Shi valued the longsword quite a bit. When the puppet approached, Gu Shi immediately sent it over to help, determined to snatch the longsword. The puppet quickly went over upon hearing this. Gu Shi then unleashed the death hand behind him, first sending the starships that could be towed away to his own ghost prison. After all, Gu Shi still had 2 few men capable of navigating the starry sky. None of the flying troops Gu Shi had prepared could fly in the starry sky. Even the various aerial vehicles he had prepared couldn't reach the starry sky. These were all problems. As Gu Shi collected the starships, he considered his future plans. What if, like the ghost ships, we could build some ghost starships? These starships had, after all, experienced the death ripple, so perhaps there was a chance they could actually succeed. But Gu Shi thought, if it were really that simple, the undead would have already taken over the real world. Starships were likely subject to certain restrictions. They might even be controlled by a few individuals. He'd be lucky to have recovered a few of these starships. He could keep 1 or 2 as samples, and sell the rest to the humans in Beilui. Thinking of this, Gu Shi's movements quickened. He used the hand of death to capture all the starships that were closest to him. For those farther away, Gu Shi would simply send down a stream of holy moonlight, dragging them to the Death City or the Hand of Death's prison. About 30 minutes later, the puppet and Moore returned. In Moore's hand, he held the longsword they had captured. The longsword continued to twitch in Moore's hand, clearly struggling to escape. But who was Gu Shi? Now that the red suit was in his hands, there was no way he could let it get away. "Puppet, seal this thing up, and don't let it escape. Moore, clean up the starship and see how many are still alive." "Should we kill them all?" Moore asked, glancing at the still chaotic starship. In Moore's opinion, the starship was large, but it had little combat power. She could hold off thousands of starships by herself, not to mention the current chaos. This was a perfect opportunity to strike. Judging from the current situation, Moore could single-handedly destroy all the starships here. At most, it would only take a moment. But for Moore, time was of the essence. Back then, to unlock the Dragon Blood Vial, Moore had slain tens of millions of dragons. Now, with just over 1,000 starships still standing, even a one-on-one battle wouldn't take much time. Seeing Moore's excitement, Gushi turned back to the puppet. "We have plenty of time." The puppet responded to Gushi's question while accepting the longsword Moore handed over. "Then take down all these starships." "Moore, rest assured. I have ample space here to handle them." Gushi spoke decisively. After hearing Gushi's words, Moore abandoned all else and transformed into a bone dragon, pouncing on the nearby starships. Previously, Moore had been engaging the starships, focusing on holding them back. Moore already knew the starship's situation. The starship sounds impressive, but it's essentially just a transport ship with some combat power. Directly in front of the starship are laser jets, which are its primary combat method. The players aboard the starship are all spectators. In the starry sky, if they lack mobility, they generally cannot leave the starship. No matter how high their level or how powerful their skills, it's useless. The starship doesn't recognize these things. So, as long as you're not standing directly in front of the starship, the enemy's lasers won't hit you. After transforming into a bone dragon, Maul's size is still somewhat smaller than the starship's, so its agility is definitely much greater than that of a starship that can barely turn. When Moore attacked, he flew directly alongside the starship, unleashing the bone dragon's curse and dragon magic directly into it. Afterward, Moore would fly towards another starship. Each of his attacks would cause the starship to lose its crucial maneuverability, causing the sissy players within to be cursed and ultimately die within the starship. As for the reason for their deaths, it was entirely because the curses Moore had prepared were mostly diabolical. If this had happened outside, such curses might not have had much effect. But they were now inside the starship, a small space to begin with so many people crammed in. In such a place, a curse like this could cause chaos and lead to a complete collapse. So, a single curse would unleash chaos within the starship, ultimately resulting in the death of every single person. Gushi, on the other hand, had it much easier. He would follow behind and take advantage. If he saw a starship stop moving, he would rush over and drag it into his own ghost prison. Even if there were still one or two living people inside, it didn't matter, the ghost prison would deal with them. If all else failed, Gushi would open the Yellow Springs Road and throw the starship directly into it. He would then assign his men to deal with the starship. Gushi hadn't initially intended to capture these starships, but now he had no intention of letting them go. While Gushi was dealing with the starships, the puppet had already suppressed its long sword, attempting to escape. But at this moment, someone suddenly set their sights on the long sword. It was a figure that rushed out from the nearby starry sky. Using a power similar to Flash, the figure leaped across the starry sky, reaching in front of the puppet in record time and reaching out to grab the long sword. Chapter 31:12. An ordinary person might have been careless and failed to notice what was happening around them. But the puppet was designed for combat. No matter the circumstances, she maintained her fighting instincts. When the enemy appeared, the puppet was the first to notice. Just as the man tried to snatch the puppet's sword, the puppet's spear had already stabbed, piercing the man squarely. Ding! The puppet felt the spear pierce something. At this moment, the puppet looked up and saw that the one charging at them was actually a half-wood, half-metal mechanical puppet. The electronic eyes on the puppet's head even flashed with a hint of confusion, as if wondering how the puppet could react so quickly. Faced with the sudden appearance of the mechanical puppet, the puppet thrust forward with its spear without a second thought. No matter what it faced, this spear was always more powerful than the enemy. The puppet's force caused the spear to pierce the mechanical puppet's body back and forth, even exposing the live parts beneath the metal. The puppet tightly grasped the puppet's spear with both hands, then extended another hand from behind, reaching for the long sword held by the puppet. It was clearly trying to control the spear with its own hands and body, striking with the air of a man who could do anything, fearless of death. But the puppet's spear was disposable. It could be thrown away after a single use. Watching the mechanical puppet's arm sprout from its back to grab the long sword, the puppet decisively released the spear, drew another long arrow from its hand, and stabbed it directly at the puppet's head. This left the mechanical puppet somewhat confused. He was somewhat unsure of what was happening. But the mechanical puppet's presence here must have its own abilities. Though its head had been stabbed, the mechanical puppet didn't die. Instead, it lunged towards the puppet. At the same time, A small cannon, composed entirely of machinery, appeared behind it, aimed at the puppet's head. The puppet paid no attention. With a flick of its spear, the sun chariot charged forward, directly ramming the mechanical puppet. The sun chariot should have shattered the puppet's body, but the impact caused it to suddenly appear some distance away. At this moment, Gushi also noticed the battle. He gripped his magic staff tightly in his main hand, and with his molten crushing hand behind him, he raised his life-threatening bow, ready for full-scale combat. If the creature charged again, Gushi would attack. At this moment, the mechanical puppet also noticed Gushi's movements. It glanced at Gushi, then flashed away from the battlefield. Gushi, riding the evil coffin, also arrived beside the puppet. "What's the situation?" "I'm fine, but that mechanical puppet looks a little strange." "Oh, what did you find?" Gushi asked curiously, listening to the puppet's words. The puppet extended his hand, and 2 spears appeared in his hands. A few parts were stuck on the spears. "Sir, my spears only become clear when weapons are in conflict. But this time, I stabbed him in the chest and head, feeling I had the upper hand." This suggests his chest and head were both part of his weapon. "I suspect his situation is similar to mine." Gushi immediately understood the puppet's meaning. What the puppet was saying was that this mechanical puppet was likely a red-quality mechanical artifact, and Gushi believed it had an owner behind it. However, Gushi wasn't sure if there was just one of these mechanical artifacts, or a large group. "Okay, I talked to Shea about this and have her investigate. You should take this sword to the Temple of the Gods first. Once we dealt with the current battlefield, we can return." The puppet had no objections. After all, the enemy's appearance was merely a fluke. Besides, there were more important matters to attend to. All the starships here needed to be transported back. So Gushi simply had the puppet keep an eye on the surroundings to prevent a surprise attack, and he left the rest of the situation alone. The puppet did a very good job of this. After confirming that Gushi didn't need him to do anything, he began circling the starship formation. The puppets appeared at the periphery of the starships. Their primary goal was to prevent the starships from escaping. With the puppets' involvement, the battle was handled much more quickly. More flew around each starship at an almost breakneck speed. Gushi also stepped in to assist. In less than 2 hours, the remaining starships were cleaned up like toys in a toy box. During this time, the Susi tribe's vanguard and logistics forces also sent liaison ships to investigate the situation. However, when they saw the empty star orbit and Gushi and his men clearing the battlefield, they immediately surrendered. The vanguard had no escape route. They hesitated, choosing between turning back to fight Gushi or attacking the battlefield planet directly, choosing the easier battlefield planet to attack. They reasoned that by defeating the battlefield planet, they could enter the White Deer territory to plunder some supplies, then return to their own star region via another star orbit. The battle here could no longer be fought. The logistics forces retreated even faster. After receiving the news, they immediately issued the order to turn back. In their minds, the main starship was doomed. They needed to return quickly and report the news to the Celestials. After all, they were the Celestial spies stationed on the human border. If they were directly defeated by humans, the Celestials could still protect them. But if they betrayed the Celestials, they would have no chance of survival. With so many players killed in battle and their red armor lost, this presents a prime opportunity for them to seek resources from the Celestials. Who knows, if the Celestials get excited, they might even send 1 or 2 new red armor sets, which would give them hope. So, the logistics fleet immediately retreated, not even considering whether they could save their companions. Gushi and Moore ignored the spy's appearance, while the puppet observed them but remained silent. In the puppet's eyes, they were all relatively far away. There was no point in taking action at this moment. It was precisely because of this that the battlefield cleanup went smoothly, without any unnecessary trouble. Chapter 3113. After confirming there were no other starships, Gushi didn't rush back. He circled the starry sky for another half circle before locking onto the location point on the Genesis Hero Star and teleporting himself there. As soon as he appeared near the location point on the Genesis Hero Star, the White Deer Territory's human leaders quickly surrounded him. "Your Majesty, you're back. The latest information just arrived from the battlefield star. It says, the Susi tribe's vanguard has launched an all-out attack, right?" Gushi said bluntly. "Yes. It's okay. We already destroyed the Susi tribe's main force, and I taken the supplies. I also brought back their starship. Do you have anyone who knows how to repair starships?" "No, but we can arrange for someone to learn. That's the good thing about humans. They learn quickly. Even if there aren't any specialized professions, they can find ways to learn." As long as they learn how to pilot, the other aspects won't be a problem. In time, repair professionals will gradually emerge. Well, this thing isn't really any use to me. It would be great if you could use it. Gu Shi ostensibly intended to hand over the starships to the humans, but he had no intention of actually doing anything. Thankfully, the human leaders understood Gu Shi's intentions. After all, these were Gu Shi's spoils of war, and Gu Shi wasn't their servant. There was no way he would just hand them over. So, the human leaders began to discuss the price of the transaction with Gu Shi. Starships are considered major items in any faction. The general price is quite transparent. The starships Gu Shi brought out were large, and although they were salvaged, they were not cheap. If some of them hadn't been severely damaged in previous battles, and if Gu Shi hadn't been selling them all together, he might have been able to command a higher price. The human leaders didn't object to Gu Shi's offer. After all, these items were extremely important to the humans of the White Deer Territory. The White Deer Territory needed starships like these right now. After all, the White Deer Territory is still considered a human star region, so they can't afford to be disconnected from other human star regions, right? There are interstar region trains, but they don't need to be managed by the White Deer Territory. There are also interstar region defenses. They can't just go to the battlefield for everything, right? They need to have guards and patrols to navigate between star regions. Then, there's the issue of caravans. There's a huge difference between having your own caravans and borrowing trains for transportation. Finally, there's the issue of interplanetary transportation. Although travel between planets now occurred via portals, portals always required energy, and could only transport a limited number of ships at a time. Consequently, they were facing a significant shortage of starships, and since Gu Shi's offer wasn't high, they naturally accepted it immediately. They even set their sights on transport ships. Regardless of Gu Shi's advice, they planned to take the transport ships he had seized with him. In the end, Gu Shi had no choice but to agree to the exchange. After all, the offer was too much. Gu Shi calculated that if he traded all the starships and transports, the profit he would receive would be at least 2 to 3 times greater than if he had repaired them himself. With such benefits, why would Gu Shi choose to repair the starships himself? So, within a single day, Gu Shi handed over all the starships to the humans of the White Deer Territory. He also thoughtfully delivered the starships and transport ships to their designated locations. After taking care of the starships, Gu Shi summoned Lu Yongcheng. Lu Yongcheng's face was visibly excited at the sudden arrival. He knew exactly why Gu Shi had summoned him. He had been waiting for this day for a long time. When he arrived before Gu Shi simply glanced at Lu Yongcheng. Then, Gu Shi waved to the puppet, and the puppet held out the coral longsword. Gu Shi had also examined the longsword's attributes, and could only say that it was a weapon for water warriors, a standard red weapon. Because of the inclusiveness of water, most physical classes could equip it. And none of the 4 paths required much modification. The only problem was that using this long sword, called the Songhai sword, required a large amount of water. It could be said that water was the key to the Songhai sword's path. This differed from Gu Shi's own developmental approach. Furthermore, Gu Shi already had 2 red-clad primary weapons at his disposal, and he himself wasn't sure which one to choose as his primary weapon. Therefore, Gu Shi had no interest in accepting the Songhai sword. When Lu Yongcheng approached, Gu Shi readily took out the Songhai sword. Seeing the puppet holding the Songhai sword, Lu Yongcheng's eyes widened. He hadn't imagined that his lifelong dream would be realized so easily. He wanted to express his loyalty to Gu Shi, but the words were on his lips, and he didn't know how to say them. At this point, Gu Shi said, "All right, you don't have to say anything. This is what I promised you from the beginning. And your performance is worthy of this red suit. Put it away, finish the tasks at hand, and then go bind it. Is 3 months enough?" Of course. Lu Yongcheng knew exactly why Gu Shi had asked for 3 months. It was because Gu Shi still had to go to the humans to claim his reward red suit. The time frame for this show had been set from the beginning. Gu Shi couldn't postpone it because of other things. And the White Deer Territory also needed someone to guard it, so Gu Shi could only give Lu Yongcheng 3 months to bind it. For Lu Yongcheng, the length of time it took to bind the red suit wasn't really a problem. The biggest problem was that the first time he bound the red suit, Lu Yongcheng couldn't carry anything with him, and had to rely on his body to support it. If he failed, Gu Shi wouldn't retract the Songhai sword, but his confidence would be shattered, and he would need to wait before binding it a second time. If that ever happened, he'd lose more than just his own face. So 3 months was definitely enough time for him. That's fine. I wait for you here for 3 months. After that, you come and help me manage Bailu territory. Lu Yongcheng nodded, reached out to take the Songhai sword, and went downstairs to prepare for the handover. At this moment, Gu Shi turned to look at the senior management of Beilui and asked calmly, "Your performance this time was also good. So, are your candidates ready?" Chapter 3114. Your Majesty. Hearing Gu Shi's question, the human leaders of Bailu Domain understood that Gu Shi had obtained what he wanted, and was now fulfilling the previous agreement. So, they quickly pushed forward their chosen candidates. The Bailu Domain selected a female player. Of course, this wasn't chosen because they wanted to take advantage of Gu Shi. It was because they had inquired about the red item Gu Shi was going to bring out from the beginning, the Jade Bell. That item's path involved illusion, sonic, and spiritual skills. While there were professions in this area among humans, Bailu Domain only had a few female players who could offer them. And among these players, only this one had the most potential. The others were either already old enough to have reached their potential limit, or they simply lacked potential and couldn't even reach the next level. According to players in the White Deer territory, this person will likely surpass the level 45 threshold after returning to the real world. Whether she can reach level 60 depends entirely on her own abilities. This is arguably the best option available to the human side. As for other players with greater potential, there are certainly others, but they're in the wrong professions. Although there's talk of shifting the red gear path toward players who master it, everyone knows how complex that transition can be. For example, even the Underworld University's jeweled gloves have undergone adjustments by generations of Underworld University presidents, and they still haven't been fully adjusted. Not to mention the others. It's not like the White Deer territory is short of players who can synergize with the Jade Bell and immediately unleash its power, so why would they change it? So, this was the final outcome. Gu Shi had no intention of interfering with the White Deer territory's personnel selection. He simply took out the Jade Bell and placed it before everyone. This is it. You all understand the situation, so I won't insist on a binding time. But I'd definitely be away once in 3 months. How long I be away will depend on the situation. Lu Yongcheng will come to help me defend this place. With the Jade Bell and the 2 red items, I could almost hold the White Deer territory. After I dealt with my affairs, I returned to complete the remaining defense period. Gu Shi spoke politely, but the White Deer territory's higher-ups understood his underlying meaning. Gu Shi, no matter who this red item is given to, you must ensure the safety of the White Deer territory. I can't give you the red dress, and if you can't defend the White Deer territory, what do I want you to do? Your Majesty, rest assured. A month will be enough. But Your Majesty... What? Gu Shi couldn't help but ask, seeing the human leader hesitate to speak. Sir, after the red dress is successfully bound, should we hold a red dress exhibition and invite Mr. Lu Yongcheng along? Gu Shi immediately understood the White Deer territory leader's intentions. They were just trying to flatter themselves. Lu Yongcheng was Gu Shi's subordinate, so his red dress should have been credited to Gu Shi. But Gu Shi doesn't have his own star domain right now. So even if Lu Yongcheng wanted to hold a red garment exhibition, he had nowhere to do so. By the time Gu Shi gained his own star domain, who knows how many years would have passed before Lu Yongcheng could hold the red garment exhibition. By then, it would no longer be timely. So, if Lu Yongcheng truly wanted to hold a red garment exhibition, Bailu Domain was his only good choice. And Lu Yongcheng holding the red garment exhibition here would also be a good thing for Bailu Domain. After all, a red garment exhibition is a display of a star domain strength. The people of Bailu Wilderness had just returned to the real world, and everyone knew they possessed a red garment. However, their red garment wasn't in Bailu Domain, but rather in the original Bailu Wilderness, connected to a certain part of the real world. You could say that the red garment existed, but it couldn't be moved and couldn't protect Bailu Domain. Thus, Bailu Domain's security and status weren't high. On a regular basis, Gu Shi would simply come over to take charge, which gave it some popularity. But no one believed that Bailu Domain could hold on after Gu Shi's departure. But if Bailu Domain held a red equipment exhibition, things would change. Holding the red equipment exhibition would mean that Bailu Yi could display red equipment, that Bailu Domain had established a firm foothold in the real world, and that Bailu Yi's lineage of human players had formed a massive power. This power was nominally divided into 3 parts: the real-world Bailu Domain, the Bailu Yi deep within the game, and the Genesis bridge connecting the deep game and the real world. But the truth was, once Bailu Domain stabilized, Bailu Yi's players would have a stronghold. Their centripetal force will be consolidated. Humanity's plan to break them up will fail. They will then be united and grow at an incredibly rapid rate. It can be said that this centripetal force is the key, human social recognition is the key. And at this moment, the difference between one red dress and two red dresses is a world of difference. At this moment, a thought flashed through Gu Shi's mind. Finally, he nodded, okay. I think Lu Yongcheng also wants to show himself off to his former friends. If there's no suitable red dress display, he'd probably feel resentful. Seeing Gu Shi agree, the White Deer Territory's high-ranking officials were delighted. They hadn't yet tied up the red dresses, but these high-ranking officials were already calculating how to conduct the red dress display, who to invite, and how to arrange everything. Seeing their excited faces, Gu Shi couldn't help but smile. Although the Bailu domain's high-ranking officials had their fair share of problems, there was one thing Gu Shi couldn't help but admire. That was their determination and drive. Think of the countless human cities that had fallen into the depths of the game, some of which even maintained some connection to the real world. Yet, only one city, Bailu, had managed to build a Genesis bridge from the depths of the game and forcibly fight its way out. Just imagine how formidable their drive was. The two of them hadn't even finished binding their red suits, and they were already thinking ahead. They had even begun making all sorts of deductions. Gu Shi could only smile and shake his head as to Song's affairs, not intending to get involved. Instead, he focused on his current gains. Besides the useless colorful pin, Gu Shi had also looted a large number of Susi clan corpses and supplies. These now needed to be cleaned up. Chapter 31:15. For the next 3 months, Gu Shi remained on the Genesis Hero Star in the White Deer Territory, never leaving. All the gains from this time were handled by Gu Shi's subordinates. Catherine assessed the value, Mary conducted the communication, and so on. 3 months was more than enough time for Gu Shi to digest everything. At the same time, Gu Shi also paid close attention to news from the Susi tribe. Since the loss of Hong Zhuang, the Susi tribe had become noticeably more docile, merely establishing defenses within their own star region and remaining silent. However, according to Gu Shi's intelligence, the Susi tribe should have sent some distress signals to the Celestials, and they were probably awaiting their response. If the Celestials were unwilling to help them, they would vanish from the real world within 3 to 5 years. Whether they would be exterminated or fall into the depths of the game depended on their circumstances. But Gu Shi believed they would not intend to fall into the depths of the game, because all the current Bailu players now consider the Susi clan their enemies. Even if they escaped to the depths of the game, they wouldn't have a single day of peace. Besides this news, Lu Yongcheng and the others didn't disappoint Gu Shi. It took Lu Yongcheng over 2 months to bind the Sanhai sword, while the female player promoted by Beiludi only took a little over a month to bind the Jade Bell. It can be said that the Bailu domain has now entered the era of red garment protection. If Gu Shi truly needs anything now, he could always talk to Lu Yongcheng and the others and leave for a while. However, Gu Shi didn't do so. Instead, he earnestly called Lu Yongcheng and the female player over. He offered them some guidance on developing the red equipment path. This was a privilege Gu Shi had enjoyed before. During the period after Gu Shi obtained the Nether Spirit Flower, he could learn from Gongling Yu whenever he was willing. Of course, Gongling Yu could teach Gu Shi much about the Necromancer path. Gu Shi's guidance to Lu Yongcheng and the others focused primarily on controlling red equipment and the path. This allowed Lu Yongcheng and the others to quickly master the effects of red equipment, ensuring sufficient combat effectiveness. Of course, Gu Shi didn't teach them about the resonance of 2 red equipment. Without 2 red equipment pieces, it was impossible to explain. Gu Shi hadn't considered giving Lu Yongcheng the opportunity to acquire 2 red equipment pieces. After all, Gu Shi's contracted undead hadn't even gathered enough red equipment pieces yet, so how could he possibly announce the idea of 2 red equipment pieces to the public? Even so, these instructions were more than enough for these 2 novices. In just this short period of time, they had already mastered the use of the red gear, understanding its power, and how to utilize its subtle techniques to enhance their combat effectiveness. It could be said that the 2 of them could now easily hold the White Deer territory. This situation also made Gu Shi quite satisfied. With the 2 of them around, Gu Shi had significantly more freedom. Whatever Gu Shi planned for his next move, he finally wouldn't be trapped in the White Deer territory for long. Of course, besides these things, Gu Shi also did a few other things during these 3 months. The most surprising thing about Gu Shi was the mechanical puppet he encountered during the battle against the Susi tribe. If it weren't for the information Shea had dug out, Gu Shi would never have imagined that such an organization existed in the real world. It turned out that this mechanical puppet actually came from an organization calling itself the Mechanical Heaven Kingdom. The reason this Mechanical Heaven Kingdom wasn't considered a race, but an organization, was simply because they only had 11 members. Every single one of them, in the entire Mechanical Heaven Kingdom, was a mechanical being, like a puppet, with the red road directly on their bodies. Whether they were puppets, mechanical puppets, or robots. Whether they were mechanical ascension or mind transmission, these 11 robots were equivalent to 11 pieces of red equipment. If placed among other races, this would definitely be a highly ranked player race. But since they were all mechanical, and with only 11 members, they couldn't even be considered a race, but only a small organization. This situation became awkward. The most infuriating thing was that this small organization, consisting of only 11 people, had at least 17 factions within it. These factions were formed based on different ideologies, different resources, and even different mechanical entities. It could be said that these machines were even more cunning than humans. The reason for their surprise attack on the puppet this time was actually very simple. They had discovered a robot in the puppet that met their requirements and wanted to recruit him into their organization. This was originally a good thing. However, there's always a but in everything. The mechanical puppet sent to interact with the puppet this time was considered an independent. Independence here doesn't mean independence, but rather that machines have no masters. Machines must be guided by their own self-awareness. Any machine with a master is an enemy. And the puppet is Gu Shi's subordinate, a mastered machine. Putting aside whether the puppet would be willing to join such an organization, there was a conflict of ideologies. So he simply watched from afar, and didn't actively engage the puppet. And when Gu Shi attacked the Su Ci clan, the mechanical puppet had a new idea. Besides being an independent, he was also a member of the Ship Clan. The Ship Clan referred to the ship of Theseus. It meant replacing the ordinary materials with better ones. The better materials here naturally referred to the red suit. For example, they could transfer the path of red armor to the mechanical bodies, or use red armor as a substitute for materials, replacing unused parts. So the Ship Clan needed red armor. But this small organization only had 11 members. They all possessed a single red armor. Every mechanical body had its opportunity there. To possess self-awareness and become a red-armored mechanical body was a stroke of luck. None of them possessed a second red armor. So the Ship Clan was merely a theoretical faction. And this mechanical puppet had just witnessed Gu Shi defeat the Sissy Clan player, allowing the puppet to help suppress the Songhai sword. At this point, the mechanical puppet was tempted and wanted to steal the Songhai sword. Whether for his own use or to create another red mechanical body, it was quite feasible. So he took action. And the end result? He was nearly beaten to death by the puppet. Chapter 31:16. After learning all about this small faction, Gu Shi lost interest in them. It wasn't because they weren't attracted to Gu Shi, but rather because fighting such a small faction was truly troublesome. The advantages were obvious. If he could capture all 11 pieces of red armor and send them to the crucible to forge them into new pieces, it would be no problem at all. But the troubles were equally obvious. Who knows what kind of technological power lies behind these 11 mechanical bodies? Everyone says that metaphysics is unfathomable, but technology is truly unfathomable. Who knows, someday a scientist might come up with a new idea and create a new discipline. So why not initiate an all-out war against this small faction? Gu Shi abandoned the idea immediately and simply had Shea inform the puppet to be on guard. For the rest of the time, Gu Shi ignored the situation. However, Shea and the puppet treated this small faction as a key target for observation, especially since Shea would occasionally make mysterious escapes, and no one knew what she was up to. But it was clear they hadn't given up on their research on this small faction, as Gu Shi had imagined. Gu Shi knew about this, but he didn't say anything. In Gu Shi's view, he alone was considered a small faction. Isn't it just 11 pieces of red armor? If you add up all the miscellaneous red armor Gu Shi had, there would be more than a dozen. And the number of red armor Gu Shi had would only grow. Slowly, Gu Shi would have to adapt to this fighting style. He couldn't just use all his red armor at once. Letting Hongzhuang go out and handle some matters independently was a perfectly normal arrangement. As long as they could return alive, Gu Shi wouldn't care about their opinions. Even if Gu Shi knew about this, she would have pretended not to know. She would simply put it aside and wait for the outcome. 3 months had passed, and early this morning, Gu Shi regained consciousness, as usual, at Lingxi's prompting. Mary and Li Yufeng, arriving early, quickly prepared various things for Gu Shi. Today was Gu Shi's appointment to return to the human capital star region. After all, tomorrow was the date Gu Shi had agreed with Xinhua to attend the Hongzhuang donation ceremony. No matter how busy Gu Shi was, he had to go to the capital star region today. After all, this was a show, and Gu Shi had to show up. And no matter how much Gu Shi despised the gifts from the human leaders, it was still Hongzhuang after all. To say anyone wasn't eager to grab the Hongzhuang was truly ridiculous. Even the Celestials and the myriad spirits would feel they were short on red attire. So Gushi couldn't delay any longer. After changing into the clothes he had prepared long ago, Gushi put away the head of the goddesses and the hand of death. This made Gushi's appearance more normal. In formal attire, he looked nothing like a necromancer, but rather a handsome politician. Looking in the mirror, Gushi nodded with satisfaction. No wonder they say makeup is considered a form of sorcery. With this look on my face, I don't even look like myself anymore. Your Excellency doesn't normally dress like a necromancer. As Li Yufeng spoke, he put on various decorations for Gushi. These decorations primarily consisted of Gushi's Majesty set. As for the crown and axe, Gushi hadn't finished them yet. As for the other red outfits, Gushi hadn't yet displayed them. This was also a request from the human army. After all, the ban on the distribution of red outfits was still in effect. Gushi had to consider the humans. This time, Gushi went to get the red outfit, not to embarrass the humans. Gushi actually wanted to cultivate good relations with the humans. In Gushi's view, humans had the potential to compete with the celestials and the myriad spirits. If he disrupted the current human situation, Gushi would feel somewhat uneasy. So, when the humans needed Gushi to perform, he would still perform diligently. After changing his clothes, Gushi didn't teleport directly via the Netherworld Red Line, but instead arrived at the portal area of the Genesis Hero Star. There's a teleportation array directly connecting to the nearby core planets, as well as to the transit planet in the capital star region. Currently, several servants from the capital were waiting for Gushi behind the portal. Standing in front of the portal, Gushi could clearly see the preparations being made behind it. There, a red carpet had been rolled out for a long distance. A top human player had arrived. This top player was a first-generation human player, a level 60 player, a high-ranking red suit player, and the pinnacle of a particular class. His status was comparable to that of Mr. June among the necromancers, but even higher. His presence here was clearly a gesture of respect for Gushi. After all, Gushi was currently the most publicly known human player with the most red gear. The resonance of multiple red gear pads had given Gushi a combat power beyond his normal capabilities. The humans also needed to win over Gushi. Observing the situation on the other side of the portal, Gushi straightened his clothes and took a step forward with Mary and Li Yufeng. For this red gear gifting ceremony, Gushi could bring 2 of his subordinates into the capital star region. Normatively, Gushi should have brought Li Yongcheng with him at this time. But Li Yongcheng needed to protect the White Deer region. And the higher-ups in the White Deer region weren't considered Gushi's subordinates. If they wanted to attend the ceremony, they would have to use a separate passage. So, Gushi could only bring Mary and Li Yufeng. Thankfully, one of them was Gushi's contracted undead for administrative purposes, and the other was his personal secretary, so bringing them along wasn't considered embarrassing. As for the puppet, it was in Gushi's pantheon, ready to emerge at any time. That way, no matter what Gushi did, it wouldn't be a bad show. As for bringing an army with him, Gushi hadn't considered it. After all, he was going to retrieve the red suit, not go to war. He didn't need to demonstrate his fighting prowess with an army right now. For now, he just had to smile as he made his way through. Watching the portal's color brighten noticeably, Gushi adjusted his clothes again and walked through. The moment Gushi stepped through, the sound of salutes and music filled his ears. The human player leader stepped forward, making a gesture to greet Gushi. Gushi hurried forward and shook the human leader's hand. No, no. The leader smiled, patted the back of Gushi's hand, and said, "The human world is inclusive, and strength equates to status. You brought new hope to humanity, and it's only right that I come to receive you." Chapter 31:17. While Gushi was holding hands with the boss, chatting, taking photos, and putting on a show, Li Yufeng had also used various means to get this person's information to Gushi's ears. After all, the others had come in person to pick him up. How awkward would it be if Gushi said he didn't recognize him? As expected, Gushi laughed upon hearing this. "Master Luo, you're too polite. Everyone knows that Master Luo is a first-generation player, and the first commander of the Central Legion. It can be said that the entire Central Legion was built by Master Luo single-handedly. Most importantly, to support the ban on the expansion of red equipment, Master Luo has looted a total of 9 pieces of red equipment over the years, but only equipped himself with 1, distributing the rest to the soldiers of the Central Legion. Such a selfless spirit is worthy of our emulation." Listening to Gushi's flattery, the boss also laughed happily. What Gushi described was all about his life's work. This is precisely why his status is higher than that of Teacher June. The two chatted as they followed the red-carpeted path outward. Gushi was then invited aboard the airship and taken to tomorrow's main venue. For this publicity and show, the main venue would definitely not be on a transportation or administrative planet. Gushi simply followed along, unconcerned about where the performance would take place. However, Gushi had never expected that after bringing Gushi to a planet, Lord Luo didn't arrange for him to rest or anything, but instead took him to a conference venue. As he entered the venue, Gushi noticed at least 6 red-clad waves scanning the area. This blatant glance clearly informed everyone that at least 6 players with red armor were watching this place. This was probably the human security. After all, this time, the unowned red armor was simply placed here. Even if Gushi obtained it, it would be impossible to bind it immediately. So, many players who didn't yet have red armor were watching this place. The human leaders, in order to win over Gushi, naturally didn't want such a thing to happen, so it was only natural that they would immediately deploy personnel to guard this place. Gushi, however, was a little puzzled as to why Lord Luo had brought him here. Wasn't the Red Armor Gifting Conference supposed to start tomorrow? At this point, Lord Luo said to Gushi, "We're here. You can check the attributes of the red armor yourself." Gushi was visibly stunned. Lord Luo seemed to sense Gushi's confusion, so he explained, "As you can see, we're rewarding you with this red dress for our own good. We don't want to do something good that goes unrewarded. We brought you here early, so you can see the properties of this red dress. If you have any complaints, we have a day to address them, and there won't be any surprises at tomorrow's red dress presentation." Hearing this, Gushi nodded. At this point, Gushi understood the thinking of Lord Luo and the other high-ranking humans. They were genuinely worried that Gushi, who already had many higher-quality red dresses, would disdain what they were offering, and cause a scene at the presentation ceremony, which would be a huge loss for everyone. Therefore, Lord Luo and the others preferred that Gushi come into contact with the red suit first and learn its properties, rather than have any problems arise on the scene. Gushi, understanding this, nodded and entered the venue ahead of the others. Upon entering, Gushi immediately felt all eyes on him. Gushi glanced around and quickly spotted players tucked away in various corners. Some of them were pretending to be workers at work, while others simply forgot to act and simply watched every move. Gushi realized that no matter who it was, it would be impossible to reach the center of the venue and pick up the red suit amid so many surveillance cameras. This way, watch my steps, and don't go the wrong way. There are spatial abilities deployed here. If you go the wrong way, you'd be lost in another dimension. Even if someone drags you out, you might not be able to escape. Gushi immediately understood that while this place might appear ordinary on the surface, security was actually very tight. So Gushi obediently followed Lord Luo, sometimes turning right, sometimes left, and sometimes even taking a few steps back. Finally, they stopped about 10 meters from the center of the venue. "Okay, we're here." Gushi glanced at the center of the venue and noticed a small platform with a silver necklace on it. The necklace, adorned with a pink jeweled rose, looked incredibly romantic. But Gushi couldn't see how this item could possibly be used by the undead. This was clearly meant to be given to a girl. But Gushi also understood that the human leaders would have carefully considered everything when selecting the red dress. They couldn't just give Gushi something he had no use for and try to trick him. To do so wouldn't be co-optation, but provocation. So Gushi believed that this item must have something special. So Gushi glanced at Lord Luo. Luo Lei nodded to Gushi and gestured for him to come forward. Gushi also understood that Lord Luo wouldn't be in a position to approach the next step, because the security arrangements were all arranged by Lord Luo. Instead, it wouldn't be appropriate for him to approach the necklace. That would raise suspicions that Lord Luo might be stealing from the inside. Instead, it would be the most natural thing for Gushi to approach and inspect the necklace's properties. Gushi also understood this, and at this moment, he couldn't help but sigh. Truly, this old demon had survived from the very beginning of the game. This old demon, who had lived for who knows how long, was impeccable in his conduct. Gushi pondered this as he walked forward. With just one step, he felt the ground shift slightly. Gushi immediately turned back to look outside, realizing that this was the venue's last resort. What he saw in the center of the venue was all an illusion. What it actually showed was a shift of at least 1 meter. Don't underestimate this 1 meter. If someone tried to steal the red armor, they would miss that crucial second. If they were discovered and didn't snatch the red armor, the players guarding the red armor would be able to stop the thief immediately. Understanding this, Gushi nodded and waited for the illusion to dissipate and the position to return. Then he walked to the platform and picked up the necklace. The moment he picked up the necklace, a ding sounded in his ear. "You have obtained the ghostly flower necklace, red